To be killed means to die. I once could not comprehend this notion, for no matter what transpired, I believed I was impervious to death at the age of 16. I discovered the truth. I possessed an immortal body. Any injury I sustained would heal in the blink of an eye. I was rather unfortunate once. I plummeted from the 18th floor of a building in an elevator, yet emerged unscathed in another instance. I was involved in a horrific car accident. My body crushed beneath a speeding train, only to recover swiftly. It was under the awe of this mysterious power that the fateful day finally arrived. I transcended. Konoha village. Night at this moment, a young boy dressed in childish attire, Niko Shun, sat languidly on a tatami mat. His expression blank as he observed the fresh scratches on his fingers mending. Before his eyes, these were the result of his own boredom, inflicted with a shuriken, and in less than 10 seconds. They had completely healed. A week into his reincarnation, Niko Shun had finally come to terms with the reality that he had been transported to the world of Naruto and had already spent a year at the Ninja Academy. Despite the soul transfer, what was this absurdity of retaining the ability to heal? And most awkward part was that this Kiki was not the same as the one known from the original narrative. Moreover, this current body was merely 6 years old. Although an orphan, Niko Shun was able to attend the Ninja Academy because both his parents perished in the Great Ninja War, leaving behind a house and savings. However, upon sifting through the memories of his predecessor, Niko Shun learned that his aptitude for ninjutsu was exceedingly poor. He could not even perform the simplest of techniques, the shadow clone jutsu. Aside from being accurate with shuriken, maintaining decent grades, inheriting a house, having a modest sum in savings, and possessing striking looks, there was nothing remarkable about him. Indeed, a peculiar force known as chakra exists in this world. Chakra is derived from the confluence of physical energy and spiritual energy, animated by the will to awaken dormant biological cells. This is how the teacher explained it. Yet, possessing the soul of an adult, Niko Shun found himself unable to perceive chakra as clearly as others did. In other words, he lacked any innate talent for ninjutsu. Had it not been for his parents, he would not have qualified to attend the Ninja Academy. Indeed, much like Might Duy from the original work, the previous incarnation was a child with a dismal talent for ninjutsu. Does that seem familiar? An orphan and a failure. The quintessential protagonist template. However, there was no little sister, no accompanying elder, and certainly no ding sound if there was a singular advantage. It was perhaps the healing ability that accompanied his reincarnation. Niko Shun sighed, grasping a garbage bag as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. His home was situated in a relatively secluded area, on the outskirts of the village, rendering the surroundings quite desolate. Typically, apart from the occasional patrolling ninja, there were hardly any signs of life. Niko Shun gazed into the depths of the distant woods, shivering slightly as he quickened his pace. It seemed he could detect a faint scent of blood lingering in the in recent days. Chimu Shun has come to the realization that the current moment is set against the backdrop of the impending Third Shinobi World War, where the major ninja villages are engaged in a continuous dance of probing and friction. His residence lies on the outskirts of the village, in a remote area where conflicts have erupted on more than one occasion. Nevertheless, intruding ninjas are typically dealt with swiftly by the Yambu. The original body he inhabits is that of a 5 or 6-year-old child who, having lost his parents, lacks the means to protect himself. Remarkably, within just a week of his transmigration, Chimu Shun submitted a request to relocate from this dwelling to a safer place within the village, and he anticipated that approval would be granted shortly. Given that no accidents had occurred in his recent memories, he mustered a bit of courage today to dispose of the garbage. As he strolled down the familiar, deserted street, enveloped in the tranquility of the night, he was startled by a distinct ding sound resonating in his ears. His expression froze momentarily before transforming into one of exuberant joy. Could it be that my system is arriving? However, following the initial ding, a cacophony of ding, 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 ding ensued, causing the joy on Chimu Shun's face to wane. He quickly discerned that this was not a sound conjured by his own mind. and it seemed to be approaching ever closer. He abruptly lifted his head, retreating into a shadowy corner, and beheld two figures advancing swiftly through the night. One was a member of the Leaf Village Umbu, adorned with a beastly mask, while the other was a peculiar figure shrouded in a strange, black robe. The two were engaged in a fierce battle. From his limited experience, Niko Shun surmised that this confrontation was at least of Chunin rank, as the palpable murderous intent radiating from both combatants sent shivers down his spine. Wait a moment, if one party is an Umbu member, does that not suggest a potential superiority in strength? After all, the minimum requirement for entry into the Umbu is Chunin, and it is not uncommon for them to include particularly skilled Chunin and elite shinobi. In his previous life, he had merely just graduated high school, despite having conducted various remarkable experiments on his seemingly immortal body and encountering numerous misfortunes due to his unfortunate disposition. He remained constrained by his limited worldview and the capacity to endure pain, leaving him as nothing more than an ordinary, angst-ridden youth confronted by the two fighters. An innate feeling of fear surged within him. Yet alongside this trepidation, Niko Shun experienced an unprecedented thrill and exhilaration. For him, this was a uniquely extraordinary sensation in his past existence. Despite possessing a body that was almost immortal, he had lived in a realm of mundane tranquility, encountering a few traffic accidents due to a streak of bad luck, but such incidents were infrequent. However, the current predicament was an entirely novel experience. "Kid, get out of the way." A sharp command from the Umbu ninja shattered Niko Shun's reverie. Yet, this very warning alerted the opposing hidden ninja as well. With a sinister laugh, the assailant transformed into a wisp of smoke, reappearing in an instant before Niko Shun. Just as he began to move, he felt an overwhelming force gripping his neck, lifting his small body off the ground. This is bad despite possessing an extraordinary capacity for recovery. Niko Shun remained no more than a mere child of 5 or 6 years, devoid of any chakra energy. He flailed his arms in vain, unable to break free from his captor's grip, and could only endure the suffocating sensation that enveloped his mind. Yet, this sensation of asphyxiation would not lead to Niko Shun's demise. It merely elicited an instinctive physiological response. Pain, discomfort, and an inability to articulate his thoughts consumed him. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Niko Shun, that he was acutely aware that, thanks to his Bodhis regenerative abilities, he would not perish. However, this feeling was undeniably not one he wished to confront. Two words flashed through his mind: ninja, powered in such a chaotic world. Survival did not necessarily equate to a blessing. Lacking sufficient strength implied a perpetual state of entrapment. Niko Shun clenched his fists tightly. A hoarse voice emerged from the masked ninja. "Release me, or I shall take this child's life." It was then that Niko Shun noticed the blood-soaked garments of the figure before him. In the darkness, the hue was indeed rather inconspicuous. His gaze followed the masked ninja to the nearby standoff between the Umbu ninja. Had it not been for a remark from the Umbu, this individual might not have even recognized his own presence. The Umbu held a kunai adorned with an explosive tag. "Very well, do not harm the child, and I will permit your escape." Out of the corner of his eye, Niko Shun observed the Umbu gradually loosening his grip on the kunai. The formidable ninja, restraining him, also seemed to exhale with relief, and Niko Shun could feel the relaxation of his grip. "Little one, I am merely a scout, rest assured. I harbor no intention of taking a child's life lightly." Sensing his own brutality, the ninja addressed Niko Shun. However, at that moment, accompanied by a sinister chuckle from the shadows, a shiver ran down Niko Shun's spine. Swish, swish, swish. 3 kunai emerged from the darkness, hurtling toward the distracted scout ninja. "You deceive me, Leaf Ninja!" The scout ninja shouted in fury, reacting with remarkable speed as he deftly deflected the first 2 kunai. Swoosh! The third kunai plunged into the scout ninja's right arm. Thought if it were merely a kunai, it would not pose a significant threat in this world. A ninja's vitality was notably resilient. The critical issue lay in the fact that this kunai was affixed with an explosive tag. Transcending the second week, the 6-year-old Niko Shun was caught alongside a foreign spy ninja and was sent flying by the explosion. A flicker of flame passed swiftly. Niko Shun's pupils instantly constricted. Then, with a thunderous roar, the immense force hurled his small body into the air, tracing an arc as a mouthful of blood erupted from his throat. Despite the ninja's considerable strength, the explosion at such close range rendered him unconscious. Although Niko Shun did not face the blast directly, he was still propelled away. Acutely aware of the surge of warm blood coursing through his body and the overwhelming sensation of his nearly shattered form, had he been an ordinary child, he would likely have perished in the terrifying shockwave of the explosion. Fortunately, he possessed an extraordinary healing ability. Nonetheless, even for him, the injuries sustained were grievous. His body bore multiple fractures and dislocations, and he was utterly incapable of standing. Even in his previous life, he seldom encountered such horrifying assaults against his will. A bitter smile crept across his face as he felt the pain radiating through him, and he slowly closed his eyes. Not far away, the shadowy figures of the Umbu ninja, who witnessed the explosion, hurled several shurikens towards the vital areas of the scout ninja's neck and chest. Initially, he might have survived, but now he was surely doomed. At that moment, footsteps echoed as several Umbu members leapt onto the scene. A deep voice rang out, inquiring about the situation. Upon hearing this voice, Niko Shun's eyelids twitched involuntarily. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to continue feigning unconsciousness. I have successfully defeated the scout from the mist, but a young child was inadvertently caught in our battle. The mist ninja's suicide attack involved an explosive tag, and it is presumed he has perished. A remorseful tone reached Niko Shun's ears. Niko Shun gritted his teeth, etching this voice into his memory. This individual was undoubtedly more despicable than those who had taken him hostage. If he were merely an ordinary 6-year-old, he might remain oblivious to the ulterior motives of this person. However, Niko Shun, possessing the soul of one on the brink of adulthood, understood that while the enemy ninja threatened him, they did not genuinely wish for his demise. Had this person not ruthlessly unleashed the explosive tag, he might have escaped without sustaining fatal injuries. You need not feel remorse. Those scoundrels from the mist are utterly abhorrent, sparing not even children, beasts beyond compare. Even among the Umbu, there existed those with a sense of justice. Alas, they were utterly exploited by others. Before long, Niko Shun sensed someone tentatively lifting his body. This individual soon recognized Niko Shun's steady breathing. This child seems to be alive. What? How is that possible? He was clearly caught in the explosion. This is wonderful. Regardless, we must expedite his transport to the Konoha hospital. There can be no delay. The voice echoed once more. Leave it to me. I failed to protect him during the battle. Now let me. Niko Shun's heart tightened. No, you have expended considerable chakra in the fight. And after eliminating the mist spy, you must return to report to the captain. I will take care of him. A pair of warm, rough hands cradled the fragile body of Niko Shun, allowing him a moment of relief. Suddenly, he felt his body become weightless, lifted by the winds. Once the dark-clad ninjas departed, a solitary figure loomed ominously in the night, furrowing his brow and murmuring, "He should perish, but please, let there be no unforeseen circumstances." In the embrace of this ninja, Niko Shun's already battered body throbbed with pain. His fractured and dislocated form began to mend, slowly realigning under the influence of his unique constitution. This restorative power stemmed from a peculiar rule within his soul, capable of dispelling adverse effects on his body, enabling even his broken bones to heal autonomously. Niko Shun discreetly grimaced. Even in his previous life, he had seldom endured such grievous injuries. He silently calculated. Ouch. This hurts terribly. I suppose I'll need to lie in bed for at least half an hour to fully recover. The speed of the dark ninja was astonishing. Within a mere 20 minutes, he had transported Niko Shun to the hospital. The sight of Niko Shun's blood-soaked body was quite alarming. However, after examination, the doctor wore a rather peculiar expression. So, how is it, doctor? Is this child going to survive? The masked member of the Dark Division was genuinely concerned. How should I put this? Are you certain this child faced the explosive seal directly? The doctor frowned, his expression growing even more perplexed. The ninja replied despondently, Perhaps he did not face it directly, but was rather caught in its wake. What do you mean? Could it be? Is there really no hope for him? But he is just a child. The doctor chuckled wryly. That's not what I meant. I can see your anxiety. This child does appear quite frightening. I had prepared myself psychologically for the worst, but I did not anticipate his injuries are not as grave as they seem. The dark ninja was taken aback for a moment, then exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "So, you mean, this child is going to be all right?" The doctor, with an air of resignation, replied, "Well, it is not a matter of whether he will survive, but rather, there was no necessity to bring him to the hospital. He merely sustained some superficial injuries, none of which are severe." Ah? If the dark ninja had revealed his face, he would undoubtedly have appeared utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Niko Shun, lying on the bed, was stifling laughter, recalling a joke he had heard in his previous life. The doctor commented, "Fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise." The patient interjected, "Otherwise, I would have perished?" The doctor corrected him, No, otherwise, the wounds would have healed on their own." Ultimately, the outcome was that, under the insistence of the dark ninja, the doctor conducted a thorough examination of Niko Shun once more and discovered that the external injuries were minimal. Ahem, this young patient's condition is not concerning. His unconsciousness appears to be a result of shock. After cleansing him of the grime, Niko Shun bore no visible wounds. The dark ninja sighed in relief. "I see. Thank you, doctor." Not long after, a perplexing thought crossed the mind of the ninja. If it were merely shock, he should have regained consciousness by now. A voice of uncertainty echoed in Niko Shun's ears. As Uchiha Shun timely opened his eyes, he was greeted by the doctor's expression, which confirmed his apprehensions. Simultaneously, he finally caught sight of the ninja who had brought him here, a formidable figure clad in a dark mask. "At last, you have awakened." Uchiha Shun feigned a look of bewilderment in his eyes and timidly inquired, "What has happened to me? Where am I?" The dark-clad ninja replied, "You are in a hospital. A spying ninja from the hidden mist inflicted injuries upon you." Uchiha Shun shook his head, countering, "No, that's not it." "What do you mean?" He was about to respond when the door swung open, and another ninja, similarly garbed in dark attire, entered. "What brings you here?" he asked. "The body has been turned in, and there is little to glean from a dead man. I was concerned about the boy's condition, so I came to check on him." The newcomer's mask aligned with Uchiha Shun's gaze, though he spoke not a word. Uchiha Shun felt the chilling aura emanating from him, along with a probing stare. His words caught in his throat, his heart sank. Nonetheless, he maintained an impassive facade, continuing to appear innocent and guileless. After a brief exchange between the two dark-clad ninjas, one remarked, "It is truly a relief that you are unharmed." Uchiha Shun recalled the voice, which was neither warm nor cold. The burly ninja introduced, "Ah, this is the ninja who saved your life. By the way, what were you about to say earlier?" "Thank you, Uncle." Uchiha Shun, feigning innocence while stroking his head, replied, "I wanted to say that the last thing I remember is taking out the trash. Then I saw two silhouettes in an alley, and everything went black. I can't recall anything. My head hurts so much." Uchiha Shun vividly described the events, portraying himself as a hapless child suffering from a concussion. The complexities of the human mind, coupled with the absence of advanced medical technology in this world, made it difficult to ascertain the truth behind his claims. Fortunately, his age lent him a degree of credibility. The words of a child were often taken at face value. After listening to his account, Uchiha Shun sensed the man's scrutiny of him had diminished significantly. Soon enough, the two members of the Dark Division departed. Once they had left, Uchiha Shun decisively returned home. After careful consideration, he resolved to abandon the notion of exposing his assailants until he had grown stronger. Initially, he had not thought it through. It was hard to believe that the dark ninjas, who operated in the shadows of Konoha, were purely benevolent. Revealing their identities would only serve to draw unwanted attention to himself without inflicting any substantial harm upon them. Furthermore, the contradictory statements of a 6-year-old wouldn't likely be regarded as decisive evidence by the Dark Division. The night had rendered the circumstances murky, making clarity elusive. Most critically, he lacked the strength to withstand even a mid-level ninja, let alone a potentially more powerful adversary. Feeling weak was a truly disheartening sentiment. The following day at the Ninja Academy, while the teacher eloquently lectured, Uchiha Shun found himself utterly disinterested in the lesson. He cast a sidelong glance towards the corner of the classroom, where a boy with a watermelon-rind hairstyle, clad in a forgiving green bodysuit, captured his attention entirely. This mischievous little rascal would later come to be known as the one who nearly dealt a fatal blow to the infamous Ban Yi, Kaiyo. Indeed, at this moment, Uchiha Shun was a classmate of this peculiar boy. Not far from them stood a pretentious youth adorned with a mask and sporting a wild mane of white hair, destined to become the legendary copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. At this juncture, Uchiha Shun was merely 6 years old, while these two companions were both 5. Remarkably, Kakashi had already completed his assessments at the Ninja Academy and met the graduation standards. Despite being the same age, Niko Shun found himself utterly bewildered regarding his own developmental path, having spent nearly a year at the Ninja Academy without any notable chakra talent. He had yet to commence training in physical techniques. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already ascended to the rank of a true genin. The disparity was indeed significant. However, in Niko Shun's eyes, this was perfectly normal. It was a simple matter of reflection. What was he doing at 5 in his previous life? He was busy playfully tugging at his deskmate's trousers, laughing heartily for no reason other than amusement. The most terrifying aspect was that the motivation was purely whimsical. Reflecting on his original self, who was he? Just a child with an underdeveloped body and mind. Even though he had lost his parents to war and felt the harshness of the world, he remained, after all, just a child. Such a person, with an incompletely developed brain, perhaps felt more of the solitude arising from the loss of familial warmth. Yet, to expect him to harbor hatred and strive fiercely, what could he possibly understand? Children like Kakashi, who matured early, were still the exception rather than the rule. Even in the world of Naruto, the typical developmental trajectory for a child would see them graduate at 11 or 12, as exemplified by the original protagonist, Naruto, who officially became a genin at 12. Though this occurred in a time of peace, it underscores a significant point. Becoming a ninja is no easy feat. Many individuals lead mundane lives without ever achieving the rank of chunin. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Today marked the day of Hatake Kakashi's official graduation from the Ninja Academy, and he was surrounded by a vibrant throng of admirers. In Konoha, children aged 5 to 6 had already developed a rudimentary sense of aesthetics, and the outstandingly cool Kakashi was naturally the object of affection for numerous girls. In comparison, others appeared rather ordinary, including Niko Shun himself. Aside from his handsome appearance, accurate shuriken throwing, and commendable academic performance, he seemed to lack any notable qualities. Particularly, his talent in ninjutsu was akin to that of Might Duy, rendering him unable to compete with the illustrious, skilled, and visually striking Hatake Kakashi. As for popularity, he could only languish in second place. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan's younger generation included Obito, the underachiever. Had a more typical standard-bearer of the Uchiha genius been present, Niko Shun's popularity would likely have taken a significant hit. Upon reflecting on this, Niko Shun couldn't help but glance towards the position of Uchiha Obito. To be honest, though only a few days had passed since his arrival, he found it difficult to fathom how this individual could transform into one of the hidden antagonists from the original narrative. It was utterly absurd. Niko Shun couldn't refrain from exclaiming that intelligence indeed has the capacity to develop. A sneeze erupted from the distance where Uchiha Obito was engaged in a confrontation with Kakashi. Niko Shun withdrew his gaze. In truth, he remained indifferent to the fervent stares of his classmates. What use is good looks? After yesterday's experience, he had come to acutely feel the urgency of his situation. He was far too weak. In just a few years, the Third Great Ninja War would erupt, and unless he remained stagnant, he would undoubtedly find himself on the battlefield. Without strength, he would merely be fodder for others to trample upon. It is vital to understand that in a war-torn world of ninjas, the agony of not being able to die before one has grown is far more excruciating than the ease of death itself. Not to mention, should someone like Orochimaru discover his self-healing abilities, he would likely become nothing more than a specimen for experimentation, perhaps even a vessel for possession. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. However, amidst the tension of various dangers, escaping the mundane life of his previous existence, Niko Shun finally felt that the void within his heart was being filled. He experienced a flicker of exhilaration and delight. Concurrently, a simple thought emerged in his mind. To avoid being killed, to evade being researched, one must become stronger, sufficiently strong to eliminate all enemies, thus leaving none. Lacking any innate chakra talent, and without a prestigious lineage or bloodline, the only straightforward path to strength lay in physical combat. He rose decisively and approached the watermelon-headed Might Duy, who was gazing enviously at the crowd surrounding Kakashi. His eyes were ablaze with fervor, and it was evident that, despite his calm demeanor, he was deeply affected by Kakashi's promotion to genin. From the white cloth wrapped around his arm, Niko Shun confirmed that this lad's youth was indeed igniting. Yet, being still young, he was likely just beginning his training, and there remained a gap between his abilities and Kakashi's. Nevertheless, Niko Shun recognized that this young man had begun to refer to himself as the Azure Beast of Konoha. Indeed, this was not a title bestowed upon him post the Seventh Gate by others. He had claimed it for himself since childhood. Niko Shun had witnessed this boy challenge Kakashi numerous times. However, aside from being able to contend with Kakashi in physical arts, his overall strength was still far from evenly matched. Might Duy, with clenched fists, was staring at Kakashi when his view was obstructed. He looked up only to find someone blocking his path. "Who are you? Why are you in my way?" Might Duy retorted, brimming with arrogance. Although Shun Kazuki is similarly adored by young girls, he possesses no achievements in ninjutsu or genjutsu, and Might Duy has never shown any interest in him. To be more precise, Might Duy is completely unaware of who stands before him. Indeed, after nearly 2 years as classmates, Might Duy still does not recognize Shun Kazuki. This ignorance, however, has its reasons. Guy is genuinely face-blind, not the superficial kind that fails to appreciate beauty. "I wish to learn Taijutsu with you," Shun Kazuki expressed directly after much contemplation. This was the most fitting expression he could devise after pondering throughout the night. Just like his father, Might Duy is straightforward. There is no need for circumlocution. More accurately, Shun Kazuki seeks to learn Taijutsu from Might Duy. At this moment, Might Duy likely has yet to master the 8 gates and is unaware of the technique's boundless potential. Huh? Might Duy looked at the young boy before him in utter bewilderment. It is crucial to understand that at this time, those who practice solely Taijutsu are significantly disadvantaged compared to their contemporaneous ninjas. Might Duy is a prime example, having focused exclusively on Taijutsu. He remained a mere genin throughout his life, failing to pass the Chunin exams multiple times. However, as the only man at this time who has mastered the 8 gates, he possesses the terrifying ability to unleash near-Kage-level strength even as a genin. Shun Kazuki is acutely aware of his advantages, particularly his body's remarkable healing ability, which he has tested countless times in his past life and found truly formidable. For him, the 8 gates are the most suitable technique. Nodding earnestly, Shun declared, "I lack talent for ninjutsu, but I do not wish to abandon my dream of becoming a ninja. Your taijutsu is exceptional, and I wish to progress alongside you." This had long been the sentiment Shun had prepared to convey, a simple truth. Upon hearing this, Might Duy's eyes shimmered with tears, and he grasped Shun's hands tightly, exclaiming that he had found a comrade. It is essential to note that in this era, pure taijutsu ninjas were often looked down upon by others, especially before Might Duy had his moment of glory against the 7 ninja swordsmen. Had it not been for his exceptional talent in taijutsu, Might Duy would not have been granted special admission to the Ninja Academy. When Shun Kazuki stood before him, Might Duy's emotions were beyond description, pure exhilaration. Overwhelmed with tears, he stammered excitedly, nodding vigorously, much to the disdain of the nearby young girls. Listening to his fervent, adolescent proclamations about the burning passion of youth, Shun Kazuki quietly smiled and retracted his hands. On that day, news of Kakashi graduating and becoming a genin at the age of 5 spread like wildfire, and the name of the genius ninja resonated throughout Konoha. Little did anyone know on the same day, the orphan Shun Kazuki treated the father-son duo of the Might family to a fiery curry meal, marking the occasion as a master-disciple feast. Might Duy was equally moved to tears. The passionate flames have been reignited. Thanks to him, a second disciple has been acquired, aside from his son. As the sun rises, 3 figures, 2 children and 1 adult, are already seen running laps around the training ground of Konoha. The foundational step of Might Duy's taijutsu training begins with physical conditioning. The 8 gates technique imposes a significant strain on the body, and without sufficient physical prowess, one cannot even hope to execute it successfully. Although Niko Shun possesses an immortal body, his inherent strength remains at the average level for his age, confining him to the practice of the most basic ninjutsu, leaving him far from mastering the 8 gates. It is worth noting that at this moment, Guy can effortlessly complete 500 laps around the training ground, boasting a physical fitness that surpasses his peers. Yet he is yet to embark on the training of the 8 gates. However, due to the excessive training, Guy's body is riddled with hidden injuries, and the white cloth wrapping around his arms serves as a protective measure. In the world of Naruto, a ninja's physical capabilities vastly exceed those of an ordinary person. In Niko Shun's previous life, a 5-year-old child would struggle to run 1,000 meters, let alone hundreds of laps. In that context, this would not be exercise, but rather a form of self-torture. For Niko Shun, the greatest challenge in running lies in the act of perseverance itself. Thanks to his formidable self-healing abilities, he can maintain maximum speed throughout. However, his willpower cannot entirely shield him from the agony of running, preventing him from achieving peak performance. Thus, he merely follows closely behind Guy. A child who is a full year younger than him is accomplishing this feat, and with the advantages he possesses, Niko Shun believes there is no reason he cannot do the same. Consequently, the 6-year-old Niko Shun endures the torment of completing his first 500 laps. Following this, the Azure Beast of Konoha, along with the lower-ranking ninja father accompanying him, simultaneously gives Niko Shun their characteristic thumbs up. Might Duy exclaims with youthful exuberance, "Can you feel it? Youth is ablaze." Meanwhile, Niko Shun closes his eyes, gradually ceasing his labored breathing, the fiery sensation in his lungs slowly dissipating. Upon opening his eyes, he humbly remarks, "Is that all?" Before the terrifying power of his recovery, the strenuous running left no trace of discomfort. This is the astounding nature of his physique. Even while his lungs felt as if they might burst, he now perceives not a hint of pain, nor any unbearable soreness. Aha! After a fit of laughter, Might Duy raises his thumb high, tears glistening in his eyes, exclaiming, "This is youth." Might Duy, equally spirited, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit, declares, "Let us continue." Although Might Duy may be inept at ninjutsu, he is unequivocally a genius when it comes to effort and taijutsu. At the age of 5, he has already accomplished the remarkable feat of running 5,000 laps. This is something that even his father, Might Duy, is incapable of achieving at this moment. It is important to note that even with his invincible regenerative physique, Shun would not dare to claim he could complete 5,000 laps. Even if he were to sprint at full speed, it would require the consumption of several hours. Not to mention the necessity of abstaining from food, drink, and sleep to accomplish such a feat. Shun acknowledges that he cannot do this at present and sees no need to subject himself to such torment. While he can train without concern for repercussions, he must also consider his own capabilities. Following his running, the subsequent training consists of push-ups, squats, and handstand walking, essentially all forms of physical conditioning. Remarkably, Shun astonishing adaptability did not elicit an exaggerated response from his rather unrefined father and son duo. Instead, with Akai, who could also complete these exercises and had been consistently persevering, the entire scenario seemed quite unremarkable. As time passed, flowers blossomed and withered, and 2 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. A considerably taller Shun faced a massive tree, relentlessly hammering his fist against it, allowing the white cloth bindings on his hands to become stained with blood, yet he showed no inclination to cease his efforts. Each punch was delivered with maximum force, causing the wood to tremble violently, until, at last, a fist-sized hole appeared in the tree. Only then did Shun halt. In these 2 years, his foundational physical training had endowed him with a robust physique, and with the increase in strength, his explosive power was also on the rise. As for endurance, he was nearly limitless in that regard. On the surface, it appeared that Shun daily training duration remained unchanged. However, the volume of his workouts had multiplied tenfold. Even Kai could not compare to him at this juncture. Shun had engaged in this self-imposed rigorous training, a feat that Kai could not match. The results were evidently remarkable. His strength and physique had seen exponential enhancement. Simultaneously, he had learned a plethora of fundamental martial arts techniques from Master Might Duy, including various modified versions of the leaf whirlwind and shadow dance techniques. After completing his routine training for the day, dusk began to settle. Shun made his way directly to Ichiraku Ramen, delighting in 3 large bowls of ramen before gently patting his belly and exiting the establishment. As an orphan of Konoha, Shun received a monthly financial stipend from the village, supplemented by his parents' inheritance, ensuring that he had a considerable amount saved up. At the very least, it sufficed to accommodate his burgeoning appetite. Suddenly, he sensed movement in his ears and saw a green figure charging towards him. "Shun, let us have a spar." "All right." Observing the typical watermelon rind and thick eyebrows, Shun smirked, leaping into action with a swift spinning kick. Ever since he began formal martial arts training, Shun had been practicing daily sparring sessions with Kai. Initially, Kai found it tedious, as Shun seemed too weak, with his aspirations set on surpassing Kikigo Kai, who had become a nin the previous year, though he consistently faced more defeats than victories. From the onset of his training, Shun endured a relentless half-year of defeats before finally triumphing over Might Duy for the first time. Following that initial victory, he consistently emerged victorious in their subsequent encounters. This newfound disparity further fueled Might Duy's determination, prompting him to intensify his training regimen. Regrettably, the gap between them did not diminish. Instead, it gradually widened. Duy, a man of unwavering resolve, refused to be disheartened by his defeats and persistently challenged Shun. Therefore, Shun was not surprised by Duy's sudden reappearance, responding with a swift kick known as the Leaf Hurricane. This technique, originally devised by Duy, had been subtly appropriated by Shun. It emphasizes unparalleled speed, rendering it nearly impossible for opponents to evade. Upon witnessing Niko Shun's soaring kick, Might Duy, rather than feeling alarmed, was filled with excitement. He executed a backflip to evade the Leaf Hurricane and immediately countered with his own variation, the Leaf Gale, transitioning from an upward kick to a downward strike. Niko Shun effortlessly extended his hand, swiftly and accurately grasping Guy's Leaf Gale. With his augmented abilities, Niko Shun was largely unconcerned about physical injuries, a distinct advantage in the realm of physical training. Even when facing Might Duy, who matched his dedication and had begun training earlier, Niko Shun's edge remained apparent. He was perpetually in a state of breaking through barriers and emerging stronger. While Might Duy undoubtedly possessed a natural talent for physical combat, Niko Shun was equally formidable. He firmly believed that his relentless effort was on par with Guy's. Ignoring external influences, Niko Shun's physical advantages provided him with significant leverage. He could train without hesitation, free from the worry of lingering injuries or the pain impeding his progress. Under such circumstances, his rate of improvement was remarkably swift. In a life-or-death struggle, Niko Shun could easily dispatch Might Duy at the cost of his own injuries. However, in their ordinary bouts, he had no intention of resorting to such extremes. Utilizing his remarkable recuperative abilities, Niko Shun boldly intercepted Guy's Leaf Gale. Might Duy, with a serious expression, executed a vigorous spin to extricate himself from Niko Shun's grasp, then surged forward to continue their fierce exchange. After 2 years of rigorous training, both had attained a commendable mastery of physical techniques, even meeting the graduation standards of a ninja academy purely through their physical prowess. Moreover, sharing the same lineage afforded them a profound understanding of each other, resulting in more exhilarating clashes. The resounding impacts of their blows stirred Niko Shun's blood, igniting a sense of youthful fervor within him. The Might family's spirited approach to training was not to be underestimated, and at that moment, Niko Shun truly felt the fire of youth burning brightly. In the face of Might Duy, Niko Shun refrained from employing techniques such as the 8 gates, opting instead for a pure contest of physical skill. Although Niko Shun held the upper hand in strength, discerning a victor in the short term proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, it becomes even more visually appealing. Unfortunately, at this moment, Niko Shun's strength has completely surpassed Kai's. As time progresses, the tide of battle gradually shifts, and ultimately, Niko Shun delivers a swift kick, sending the battered and bruised Kai crashing to the ground. "I have won," Niko Shun exclaims, extending a hand to help Kai up. As Kai rises, dusting himself off, he exclaims with a fierce tone, "Damn it, I've lost to you again. I shall perform 1,000 frog leaps before returning home." He then promptly squats down and hops away. Niko Shun watches with amusement as this character vanishes into the night. Having such a rival feels rather delightful. In truth, at this moment, Niko Shun has not fully unleashed his utmost potential. 6 months prior, his abilities had already far surpassed Kai's. And even when faced with Might Guy's aggressive onslaught, he showed no signs of retreat. It was then that Teacher Guy finally revealed his ultimate technique, the 8 gates. Both Niko Shun and Kai began their training simultaneously, and while they both appeared to have successfully grasped the first 2 gates, Niko Shun had already mastered the 3rd gate with ease and was attempting to unlock the 4th. Teacher Guy sternly warned the two not to open the gates unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Niko Shun returned home each day to open the 3rd gate, and remarkably, his body showed no signs of discomfort. In this context, his mastery of the Lotus technique had also become quite proficient. At this juncture, his power had far exceeded that of a typical genin. After opening the 3rd gate, even an average chunin would struggle against him, and when employing his special techniques, he had already reached the threshold of jounin-level combat prowess. Moreover, his most remarkable trait is his ability to open the gates at will, without fearing any bodily harm. As for stamina, he has yet to feel fatigued. In a sense, having traversed into Konoha for 2 years, Niko Shun could be considered to possess the combat strength of a jounin, albeit in the realm of Taijutsu. At the Ninja Academy, despite lacking chakra aptitude, Niko Shun and Kai excelled in physical techniques and endurance, allowing them to surpass the graduation assessments and successfully become genin. As he donned the Konoha headband, a wave of inexplicable joy surged within Niko Shun. After 2 years of being in this world, he had finally become a recognized ninja. At the age of 8, though he could not compare to Kakashi, who graduated 2 years earlier and became a chunin last year, he was considerably stronger than many of his peers, some of whom were 9 or 10 years old and had yet to graduate. Among his contemporaries, Uchiha Madara and Rin were slightly younger, Obito, being the same age as Kai, lagged behind, while Rin, being a year younger, would likely take another year or two to graduate. Additionally, Asuma Sarutobi, Shizune, and Yuhi Kurenai were also present at the Ninja Academy. Of similar or even older age than Chimu Shun, yet they too had not graduated. Apart from Kai, the other graduates were largely unfamiliar names, not particularly young, presumably destined to be mere supporting characters in the grand narrative of the future. However, one could argue that Might Duy, who became a genin at the tender age of 7, certainly deserves the title of genius. After all, one only has to look at the numerous significant side characters in the Naruto series who were not younger than him when they achieved the same rank. Of course, Kai's relentless dedication and innate talent for martial arts played a significant role, but the pressure exerted by Kakashi was equally vital. The notion of a 6-year-old becoming a nin is indeed daunting. In this lifetime, the person who adds pressure to Kai naturally includes Shun Kiki. Compared to an unattainable genius, a former peer who has now surpassed him serves to ignite a fiercer sense of rivalry and determination within his heart. Shun, I will surpass you, Kai declared. Shun Kiki turned around to face Kai, who wore the Leaf Village headband, and smiled back, saying, I'll be waiting for you. Their fists struck together with a resounding impact. That night, after celebrating a successful graduation with the Might family and completing their daily training, Shun Kiki returned home. Upon entering, he immediately activated the third gate, his body glowing a vibrant red as it began to emit a distinctive green energy. Cautiously, he settled into a cross-legged position on the tatami mat. Adjusting to the bodily changes brought about by the 8 gates was an integral part of his daily training. At this moment, even cooking and cleaning required him to maintain this enhanced state. In the midst of such overwhelming power, controlling it was no simple task. Moreover, due to the side effects of the 8 gates, most ninja would hardly dare to engage in such extravagant practices. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that this approach allowed Shun Kiki to master the state of the gates more effectively. In truth, the side effects of the first 3 gates on the body were not overly pronounced. It was only after opening the 4th gate that one truly entered the state of the 8 gates. At that point, both strength and speed would see significant enhancements. Just then, Shun Kiki's ears perked up, and he instantly ceased his 3rd gate state, drawing out a kunai. He leaned forward, listening intently from the doorway, and soon heard the sounds of combat and shouts outside. Frowning, he suppressed the urge to venture out, instead waiting patiently in the safety of his home until the noise subsided, at which point he sheathed his kunai with a sigh. Lately, the atmosphere in the Leaf Village had grown increasingly tense, with friction between villages escalating and frequent sightings of spies or reconnaissance ninjas from other regions. The activities of the Umbu were more prevalent than they had been 2 years prior. Although Shun Kiki was unaware of the precise timeline, he sensed that the 3rd Great Ninja War would erupt before long. He vaguely recalled that the catalyst for this turmoil began with the mysterious disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage. In such circumstances, even a lowly genin like himself would likely be thrust directly onto the battlefield. As the night deepened, and once the external commotion had quieted, Shun Kiki stepped outside to assess the situation. Fortunately, everything appeared normal. The Leaf Ninjas had managed to handle the situation with commendable efficiency. Shun Kiki breathed a sigh of relief. Should I pause my night run? After a moment of hesitation, he thought, no. How can one aspire to be strong while harboring such fear in his own village? With renewed determination, Chimu Shun decisively set off, advancing along the village streets toward the town square. It wasn't particularly desolate, yet shortly after he began running, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed bloodstains on the ground. Chimu Shun was at a loss for words. The sight of blood was inconsequential. The pressing concern lay elsewhere. He glanced toward a shadowy alley nearby, where he heard the sounds of movement followed by heavy breathing. This scenario felt eerily familiar. Soon, a chuckle escaped his lips. How could it be? Chimu Shun cannot possibly be so unfortunate. It must be a patrolling ninja from Konoha. No sooner had he thought this than a voice emerged from the darkness. Konoha ninja. Die. It was a woman's voice. Chimu Shun was taken aback. No, it couldn't be. The primary issue was that he was wandering outside in the dead of night during such a sensitive time, making him susceptible to encounters. During this precarious period, tensions between the Land of Fire and other major nations were escalating, with conflicts amongst several large ninja villages becoming increasingly frequent. Konoha, in particular, had varying degrees of friction with Suna, Kiri, and Kumo. In the 3rd Great Ninja War, all 5 major ninja villages participated, and Konoha had clashed with 3 of them. Although Chimu Shun was still young, he had undergone training and had witnessed real-life battles between ninjas. Given the previous events and the blood on the ground, he surmised that this individual was likely a remnant of Konoha's Umbu, probably a spy from another village. How could such trouble follow him even after relocating? His head spun with confusion. At that moment, as the voice from the darkness echoed, whoosh, a kunai shot out from the shadows. Chimu Shun executed a backward flip to evade the attack, but the kunai grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. Fortunately, the wound was superficial, healing almost instantly. His pupils constricted as he touched the forehead protector on his head, feeling a wave of frustration. Why would a spy from another village seek trouble with a mere genin like him? What intelligence could a child of a genin possibly possess? In truth, Chimu Shun was panicking. A moment's reflection would reveal the truth. The blood on the ground indicated that a battle had occurred. The assailant's choice to strike was likely to eliminate a target and conceal their tracks. Quickly, Chimu Shun turned around, scanning his surroundings in the dim light. The Umbu must have already withdrawn after capturing the spy. At this moment, no Konoha ninja could be seen. Being a low-ranking ninja, with all 3 gates open, he could reach the level of a chunin. He needed to remain calm. Fear was not an option. Taking a deep breath, Chimu Shun recalled the 3-step method he had devised for encountering enemies during his mental simulations over the past 2 years. The first step was marked by his unwavering gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly turned and fled, calling out for help with a voice that resonated in the air. His movements flowed seamlessly, like water, devoid of any delay. Though his speed may not have been the swiftest, his endurance was undeniably unparalleled. While he may not have been able to confront his adversaries head-on, he was certainly capable of outlasting them. Chimu Shun's 3-step combat strategy began with a single word: exhaustion. This approach stemmed from a place of desperation, as he lacked genuine combat experience. Freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, he had only sparred with Kai on a few occasions. It is important to note that seasoned ninjas, having been in the heat of battle, could instill a sense of dread in Chimu Shun merely through their presence, a feat that Kai could not hope to achieve. In the darkness, a voice taunted him, "Foolish boy, exposing your back to the enemy is the height of folly." Suddenly, a black shuriken shot forth from the shadows. The angle was sharp, and the force behind it formidable. Chimu Shun, preoccupied with his escape, felt the sting as it struck his heel. A cry of agony escaped him, yet he propelled himself forward with even greater speed. "What?" a surprised voice exclaimed, as a flurry of shurikens followed, embedding themselves in his back. Yet, the boy seemed impervious to the pain, his focus solely on fleeing. Such remarkable resilience. This boy was no ordinary individual. As Chimu Shun suppressed the pain coursing through his body and moved with haste, he suddenly perceived a flicker in front of him. "Why the rush, little one?" A mocking voice echoed in his ears as a cloud of smoke erupted before him, revealing a cloaked female ninja. From the sound of her voice, it was clear she was a woman. With no forehead protector to identify her, Chimu Shun was left unsure of her identity. However, her sudden appearance compelled him to halt, executing 2 swift backflips to create distance. Though he did not know the nature of her ninjutsu, her rapid approach rendered further flight futile. Surveying his surroundings, he realized the other ninjas from his village would not arrive in time. Trapped with no escape and no reinforcements, he recalled the second step of his strategy, another single word: struggle. In the face of life and death, all notions of murderous intent, fear, and trepidation were cast aside. "You have forced my hand." Chimu Shun decisively bent down and withdrew the shuriken lodged in his heel, blood spraying forth as he resolutely proclaimed, "The 8 gates." Opening of the initial gate. In an instant, his body was enveloped in a crimson glow, green energy erupting forth, transforming him into a vibrant figure. Concurrently, the 3 shurikens embedded in his back were sent flying. In truth, whether he shouted or remained silent while unleashing the 8 gates had little bearing on the outcome. Chimu Shun simply felt that vocalizing it amplified his sense of power. The female ninja before him was taken aback. "What have I forced you to do? Just moments ago, you were fleeing, and now you have turned to fight with such fervor. And what is this 8 gates you speak of? In this day and age, the reputation of the 8 gates has yet to be widely recognized. As a spy, her reflexes were remarkably swift. She immediately began forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, Kazuki Shun's right foot struck the ground with a ferocious force, shattering the earth beneath him. His body surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, his speed far surpassing the female ninja's expectations. "Receive my attack, Konoha Whirlwind." Bolstered by the power of the opening of the life gate, Kazuki Shun's speed and strength were greatly enhanced. With a single strike, his foot plunged deep into the earth, using the recoil to propel himself high into the air. Oh no! She believed that Kazuki Shun, having exerted himself to escape moments ago, had reached his maximum speed. However, at this moment, his rapid kick caught the spy ninja completely off guard. She had barely completed half of her hand seals. In an instant, Kazuki Shun's foot collided with her chest. The sheer disparity between the explosive power and speed he unleashed and her expectations was staggering. Bang! After being struck, the female ninja was sent flying, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Caught unprepared, she failed to utilize the body replacement technique in time. In her moment of agony, her mind raced with disbelief. Was this truly a Konoha genin? This speed, this strength, far exceeded that of an average chunin. If Kazuki Shun were aware of her thoughts, he would smirk and suggest she revisit Konoha in 20 years. Only then would she grasp the true terror of a Konoha genin. In the next heartbeat, shadow dance of leaves. Without the time to lift her head or complete her hand seals, the female ninja found herself airborne once more, propelled by Kazuki Shun's kick. Finally, Kazuki Shun had the opportunity to validate his true strength. Following her ascent, he too soared into the air. In truth, Kazuki Shun's emotions were complex. Genuine fear occupied only a small part, while anticipation and exhilaration dominated his feelings. The sensation of true combat was entirely distinct from his training matches with Kai. The 8 gates he had practiced countless times in private unfurled effortlessly. He successfully sent the female ninja flying, the intoxicating thrill of adrenaline coursing through his veins. With deftness, he unraveled the bandages from his hands, binding the spy's body. Hi Rimuru. As he spun rapidly, he embraced the female ninja, descending to the ground like a spinning top. The earth trembled, dust swirling around them. She emitted a piercing wail, only to tilt her head and spew a mouthful of blood that splattered onto Kazuki Shun. With exhilaration lighting his face, he gazed at the female ninja once more. But as she straightened her body, she completely lost consciousness. So weak? Kazuki Shun stood in a daze. I haven't even used my real technique yet. The High Rinmaru could be activated with the opening of the first gate. It appeared flashy yet delivered only moderate effectiveness. His true killing move relied on the inner High Rinmaru. Confident in his combat prowess, which approached that of an elite jonin, he depended on this technique. After a moment's hesitation, Kazuki Shun approached and tested the ninja, confirming she had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness. He stepped forward and tore off the woman's mask, revealing an unremarkable female ninja devoid of any distinguishing features, which eased his mind. He thoroughly searched her, uncovering only a few shurikens and several explosive tags, with no other significant findings. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the darkness, Konoha's patrolling ninjas. Chimu Shun discreetly stowed away his spoils. The group approached to investigate the identity of the female ninja, deducing she must be a spy from the mist, a previously overlooked adversary. They surveyed the signs of battle around them and the bloodied state of Chimu Shun, realizing the intensity of his struggle. He must be a low-ranking ninja. One of them stepped forward to check on Chimu Shun. Hey, kid, how are your injuries? Do you need to go to the hospital? Chimu Shun shook his head and bent down to wrap his heel with a cloth, inhaling sharply. My heel injury is somewhat severe, but I don't require hospitalization. The ninja couldn't help but glance at him. His body was stained with crimson blood. Had Chimu Shun not insisted he was fine and demonstrated that his movements remained unaffected, they likely would have insisted on taking him to the hospital. Are you sure? Chimu Shun nodded emphatically. For him, the injury on his back was not severe due to his clothing, and it had nearly healed throughout the battle. The primary concern was the wound on his heel, which was completely exposed. Furthermore, the kunai wielded by his opponent had likely been enhanced with a particular ninjutsu, designed to incapacitate his escape. The damage was significant. Even with Chimu Shun's remarkable recovery capabilities, complete healing in such a short time was improbable. This marked the second time since his arrival in this world that he had sustained such a grave injury. Fortunately, the bone in his heel was resilient. Otherwise, that kunai might have pierced through completely. Such an injury, even for Chimu Shun, would require at least 10 minutes for natural healing, while a hospital visit would take half an hour. Chimu Shun possessed a basic grasp of arithmetic. Where leaves dance, fire endures. The flames would continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves. Kid, you did quite well. He received high praise from the patrolling ninjas. Chimu Shun felt somewhat bashful upon hearing this. The ninja then began to inquire about Chimu Shun's methods of combat. Even though the opponent was merely a low-ranking ninja, The ability to infiltrate another village as a spy indicated considerable strength among peers. Niko Shun responded candidly, finding no reason to conceal the truth. Reflecting on the past 2 years, aside from the ambush by an Umbu ninja 2 years prior, he had not antagonized anyone. Given his exceptional acting skills, he presumed that the Umbu had long forgotten about him. Moreover, Niko Shun was unconcerned about standing out. In terms of talent, both Kakashi and Guy surpassed him, leaving him with little to worry about. The 8 gates? It was evident that this individual was unfamiliar with the renowned technique. I have taken note of it. Rest assured, once we confirm the identity of this elusive spy ninja, we shall advocate for your commendation, along with medical expenses. Niko Shun felt a surge of joy. He understood that despite his outward appearance of disarray, they must perceive it as a desperate yet victorious struggle. Indeed, the reality mirrored this notion. Had he been mortal, he might have truly perished. After succinctly recording the situation and receiving praise along with proof from the Umbu, 3 members departed with the unconscious female ninja in tow. This would undoubtedly be inscribed in the records of merit. To Niko Shun, now a lower-ranked ninja, this achievement held considerable significance. Before departing, he couldn't resist casting a glance at the female ninja. Judging by the force with which she threw her kunai, Niko Shun surmised that she was far from an ordinary lower ninja. She must at least be an elite among them. Perhaps the Umbu. Oh, a freshly graduated lower ninja has bested a nin from the mist? How delightful. It has been ages since I've heard such splendid news. Which esteemed clan does this young prodigy belong to, Hyuga? Or perhaps Uchiha? In the shadows, a man's voice, tinged with surprise, resonated. His visage was obscured beneath a mask. He was a captain of the Konoha Umbu, tasked specifically with espionage missions concerning other ninja villages. Opposite him stood a regular member of the Umbu. None of those. His name is Niko Shun. Chimu? Is he from the renowned Chimu clan of Konoha? Could it be? No, not at all. This Niko Shun's parents were merely ordinary nin who perished on the battlefield. The Umbu captain paused, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. An orphan of Konoha? A mere commoner ninja achieving such feats must have exerted unimaginable effort. It appears this young lad lacks innate chakra talent, akin to the Mato family's youth. He has garnered the approval of his graduation instructor through exceptional physical prowess. The Umbu captain remarked, astonished. How could he possibly overcome a nin? Did his opponent underestimate him? Typically, ninjas can employ physical techniques, yet those solely adept in taijutsu are incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. In this era, it is commonly believed that the latter possesses neither potential nor combat capability superior to that of ordinary ninjas. It must be more than just that. Based on the accounts of the ninjas present, this lad was drenched in blood and appeared utterly disheveled. He desperately unleashed a forbidden technique known as 8 gates to claim victory in battle. Moreover, his injuries are likely severe. Yet he adamantly refused our on-site ninja's offer to transport him to a hospital, bravely enduring it himself. Quite remarkable. This young man. I recommend we consider him for our Umbu's candidate list. Such an exceptional commoner talent, if feasible. What did you just say? That technique is called the 8 gates? The Umbu captain interjected, taken aback by his subordinate's words. The ninja across from him paused momentarily before nodding in silent acknowledgement. If this truly is the legendary art, I can somewhat comprehend why this little imp is capable of overcoming the strong, defeating a chunin. However, if it indeed involves the 8 gates, it is likely that this individual bears unimaginable pain, an 8-year-old child. After a moment of contemplation, the captain sighed and continued, it is truly remarkable. Let us grant this young one double the task rewards and medical compensation. Furthermore, the following day, upon awakening, Niko Shun received accolades and medical allowances. Simultaneously, he realized that the female ninja was indeed not merely a low-rank ninja, but rather a chunin who had undergone rigorous training. Is a chunin so weak? Niko Shun was momentarily taken aback. Due to Niko Shun's exemplary performance, he was awarded an additional bonus and informed that the higher-ups in Konoha would directly reimburse his medical expenses. This meant he could receive treatment for his injuries free of charge, along with a substantial medical allowance. The total of these rewards exceeded what he typically earned in an entire year. Niko Shun gleefully counted his money. Indeed, the spoils of conflict are plentiful. Engaging in combat yields swift rewards. Unfortunately, his injuries had fully healed, rendering a visit to the hospital unnecessary. Thus, the reimbursement for medical expenses held little significance. Of course, he remained oblivious to the deeper implications of the actions taken by Konoha's higher-ups. Shun unexpectedly came into a fortune, filling him with delight. He promptly shared this joyful news with his mentor, Might Duy. Upon learning that Shun had resorted to the 8 gates of life to vanquish his adversary, Master Guy adopted an unprecedented seriousness. Shun, you must remember to take care of your body. You are still young. And you must not leave any hidden dangers for the future. If you can avoid using the 8 gates, do so, even the first 3. Though Master Guy, often frivolous, spoke with such gravity, Shun understood that he was genuinely concerned for his well-being. This could impact your future development, even if you are merely a Taijutsu ninja. I believe you have the potential for greatness. Surviving is of utmost importance. Like Guy, Shun represented the promising future of pure Taijutsu ninjas. If he were to meet an untimely demise due to an attack or if it hindered his future progress, it would indeed be a grave loss. Shun nodded earnestly, acknowledging his teacher's words. Though his injuries were considerable, they were relative. His body bore no hidden threats at present. Yet, he knew that sharing this with his mentor would not elicit belief. Equally aware of Shun's news was an old acquaintance, a shadowy figure from the Umbu. This kid, a mere genin, managed to defeat a chunin in direct combat. How frightening. Are the younger generations truly this formidable? Another voice chimed in. Why are you so concerned about this boy? Could it be he is your illegitimate child? The 2 covert figures exchanged whispers. Don't be absurd. I shall never father a child. I merely became more attentive after nearly endangering his life during a mission. I never anticipated his prowess. 2 years have passed, and he can already defeat a chunin. How can a genin, just out of the ninja academy, possess such impressive combat skills? I find that hard to believe. Most likely, he merely took advantage of an overconfident chunin. The other figure shook his head. Regardless, this demonstrates the boy's innate talent for battle and his composure in combat. His parents are heroes of the village. It seems this child is far from ordinary. Are you interested in him now? Of course, I find him intriguing. If I recall correctly, he is yet to be assigned to a new class. In that case, Ninja Academy. Shun, having successfully become a genin, returned to this place to begin his class assignment. Today was the day of the briefing. Although he wished to be grouped with Guy as a mere genin, he lacked the standing to influence the grouping process and could only passively accept the outcome. It was unlikely that he and Guy would be placed in the same class, as their abilities were too similar, which would lead to significant developmental imbalances. The class instructor spoke from the podium. From now on, you will be independent ninjas. However, you are still newcomers among genin. The true trials await you ahead. In the village, tasks will henceforth be assigned to you, and you will work in groups of 3, adhering to the guidance of your designated ninja instructor. Under their leadership, you shall complete the assigned missions. In the future, it is customary for the assigned ninjas to be jonin. However, in this tense pre-war period, having a chunin leading the team is already a considerable advantage. Once the war indeed erupts, these young genin may find themselves thrust into battle. To ensure a balanced development of your individual strengths, the class divisions are as follows. Among the graduates of the same cohort, aside from Kai, there are none familiar to Niko Shun, and naturally, he does not concern himself with their groupings. It soon came to his turn, and as expected, his 3 teammates and instructor were all unfamiliar names. The instructor is a particularly high-ranking jonin. As Niko Shun sighed in relief, a hint of embarrassment washed over him. The unfamiliarity of their names indicated that these individuals were inconsequential. He would not be embroiled in significant storylines. However, this also suggested an uncertain future. That should be fine, unless the instructor harbors ill intentions towards me. Otherwise, the genin mission should prove relatively simple for me. In peacetime, the tasks assigned to genin in the village typically involve apprehending petty thieves or locating lost pets. The most challenging assignments might involve escorting someone, which would be a bit more demanding. Once he attains chunin level strength, he would be able to unlock several more gates, which would signify a genuine combat prowess akin to a jonin. At that point, there would be little to fear in the world of Naruto. Moreover, the outbreak of war is still at least a year or 2 away. By then, even if Niko Shun does not reach chunin strength, he could still unlock a few more gates. Not to mention, he would at least possess a certain level of self-defense capability. It is noteworthy that one of his teammates is a young man from the Hyuga clan, named Hyuga Hikari. This name appears quite imposing. Yet Niko Shun has never heard of him. Presumably, he is not even a minor character, having graduated at the age of 10, which suggests he is not particularly formidable. Due to the forehead protector he wears, Niko Shun cannot discern whether he hails from the main or branch family. The Hyuga clan is renowned for their taijutsu in Konoha, though it is challenging for non-Hyuga individuals to learn their techniques, which typically require the Byakugan and chakra. Even if Kusuwa Shun is envious, he cannot utilize them. However, this fellow seems rather lethargic, yawning continuously, appearing far from the typical demeanor of a member of a prestigious family. Were it not for his distinctive Byakugan, Kusuwa Shun might have mistaken him for a member of the Nara clan. The other teammate is a female medical ninja named Yukizawa Noka. While Konoha places significant importance on medical ninjas, it has not yet reached the point where every trio of ninjas includes one. This is purely a stroke of luck for Kusuwa Shun. Yukizawa Noka is a lovely girl with a vibrant personality, also aged 10. Both of them entered the Ninja Academy a year earlier, so Kusuwa Shun is not well acquainted with them. However, judging by their names, it appears that both are merely ordinary ninjas, unlikely to be particularly formidable. The characters exhibited a certain amiability, which brought a sense of relief to Chimu Shun. He dreaded encountering the haughty scions of illustrious families. In the afternoon, the trio finally met their team instructor and fellow group members. The instructor was an unassuming middle-aged ninja, slender in stature, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. He regarded the three with a perpetually warm smile, suggesting he would be an agreeable mentor. Chimu Shun felt a wave of relief. For someone of his timid disposition, it was preferable to avoid any troublesome encounters. Hello everyone, my name is Wanzawa Misato. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Let us commence with self-introductions, he announced. The name Wanzawa bore no particular distinction, nor did it belong to any prominent clan of Konoha. However, upon hearing the sound of his voice, Chimu Shun's smile faltered momentarily. A sudden jolt surged through his heart, reminiscent of that fateful night 2 years prior when he found himself gripped by a mist ninja, and the sensation of being propelled by an explosive tag surged back to him. Though 2 years had elapsed, the sound of that voice remained indelibly etched in Chimu Shun's memory. Surely, this was not mere coincidence. Despite the deliberately gentle tone, the timbre of the voice was unforgettable. Indeed, it belonged to the very Umbu ninja he had encountered that night. Chimu Shun found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. He had never subscribed to the notion of coincidence. How infuriating it was that this individual continued to fixate on him after all this time. 2 years had elapsed, and yet his pettiness was astonishing. Recalling the past, it was evident that this person had exploited Chimu Shun as mere bait, unhesitatingly deploying explosive tags with a heart as black as coal. Had it been anyone else, they would have met a dire fate. Chimu Shun swallowed hard, reflecting on his own vulnerability upon his arrival in this world, armed with nothing but an indifference to death. The pressure of being threatened in the hospital by this individual had rendered him utterly silent, a decision made in self-preservation. For a considerable period thereafter, he remained apprehensive about potential retaliation, but as time passed without incident, he gradually felt at ease. Yet now, he pondered if his recent actions, eliminating a nin, had drawn his attention once more. The commendation he received yesterday resurfaced in his thoughts. While it was not a monumental feat, considering Konoha's stature as one of the great ninja villages, a mere genin defeating a nin should not have attracted undue notice. Unless, of course, this individual had been observing him all along, which was indeed the case. A genin capable of taking down a nin, despite their youth, could no longer be dismissed as a mere child. From Chimu Shun's perspective, setting aside age as a factor, he found himself compelled to entertain the worst-case scenarios, especially as he was privy to this person's secrets. In essence, he had long regarded this individual as an imagined adversary, which had begun to take a toll on his nerves. Moreover, this person was no saint. Would he resort to silencing him? Chimu Shun's mind raced with possibilities. Yet, such thoughts were likely a product of his overactive imagination. If this individual truly intended to eliminate him, he would have chosen a more discreet approach rather than assuming the role of his instructor. The methods employed by the Umbu were beyond his comprehension. The appearance of this person here was certainly for Chimu Shun's sake, but there must have been other motivations at play. Good day, Teacher Wanzawa. My name is Chimu Shun, he said, touching his short hair and feigning a foolish grin at Wanzawa Misato, who returned the gesture with a friendly nod. On the surface, Chimu Shun maintained a jovial demeanor, but inwardly he seethed. This old schemer. The thought that he might have been under surveillance for the past 2 years sent shivers down his spine. Misfortune, misfortune, misfortune. Chimu Shun felt overwhelmed as Wanzawa Misato concluded. Let us end today's session here. Tomorrow we shall officially commence our mission. The gentle gaze of Wanzawa lingered on Chimu Shun. Quietly, Chimu Shun swallowed again, apprehensive that this individual might complicate their first task together. Wanzawa Masato replied, "We four will be executing this mission together, which involves a field survival exercise." "What kind of task is this?" Hinata Hikaru yawned and inquired, "Is participation optional?" Wanzawa Masato smiled at him. "It is not." Hinata Hikaru fell silent. Meanwhile, the younger girl, Yuzawa, expressed her innocent enthusiasm. "An exercise? We often do those at the Ninja Academy." Masato Manzawa smiled and shook his head, conveying a different message. "In this exercise, your adversary shall be me." "Do you truly believe that merely graduating smoothly from the Ninja Academy qualifies you to become a genin?" Hinata Hikaru was taken aback. "Was it not so?" Meanwhile, Shun Seiki sneered, dismissing the so-called wilderness survival exercise as nothing more than a means for the instructors to assess the students' abilities. Although they had successfully acquired their forehead protectors, it did not guarantee that everyone would seamlessly transition into the ranks of genin. Those deemed unqualified by the instructors would be sent back to repeat the year. The evaluation methods varied depending on the teacher. In the original narrative, Kakashi's team assessment involved a bell-stealing exercise. Different instructors had distinct standards for evaluation. Yet the focus typically revolved around teamwork or individual prowess. That night, Shun Seiki tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. The mere existence of Masato Manzawa felt like a fishbone lodged in his throat. In his lexicon, there was no such thing as coincidence. However, the fact that this elite genin had refrained from covertly eliminating him suggested that while he harbored doubts about Shun, he remained uncertain. It was even possible that his intent was not to kill him. Yet, one could be certain that his intentions were far from benevolent. He abruptly sat up. This would not do. He could not remain passive. That old man must have ulterior motives. I must eliminate him. With all three of his gates opened, Shun Seiki could pose a tenuous threat to an elite genin. Yet, this did not imply that he could genuinely overpower Masato Manzawa. At that moment, Shun knew nothing of Manzawa's capabilities. He would not recklessly march toward his own demise. At the very least, he needed to gather intelligence on that old man first. Though he remained oblivious to the other's objectives, he could ascertain that with all three gates unleashed, he would possess sufficient strength for self-preservation against him. Strike first, or suffer the consequences. Shun Seiki's eyes widened like copper bells. In truth, pure taijutsu ninjas held significant advantages during the early stages of becoming a ninja. Novice ninjas, still unfamiliar with ninjutsu, experienced vast disparities in combat prowess influenced by their hand-sealing speed and the variety of ninjutsu they could master. Conversely, a pure taijutsu ninja need only train sufficiently to excel. By concentrating on a singular discipline, their strength proved more advantageous in the initial stages. Of course, there also existed those ninjas who were adept in ninjutsu and formidable in taijutsu. Take the genius ninja Kakashi, for example. Even without employing ninjutsu, he was not inferior to Guy at that moment, boasting comparable skills in taijutsu. In the combat assessment against Masato Manzawa, Shun Seiki's performance as a pure taijutsu ninja was somewhat underwhelming, though this was a deliberate attempt to conceal his true capabilities. From the perspective of an elite genin like Masato Manzawa, Shun's displayed skills as a pure taijutsu ninja indeed surpassed those of Naozawa Nozomi, a medical ninja, but fell short when compared to Hinata Hikaru. This might have been acceptable if he were an ordinary genin. As a member of the Hyuga clan, although Hinata Hikaru appears rather languid, it is expected that he possesses strength superior to that of an ordinary ninja, given his esteemed lineage. However, Wanzawa Masato is well aware that Kasaki Shun is a formidable opponent who has triumphed in life and death battles against Chunin. His strength is undoubtedly not to be underestimated. At the very least, in the realm of taijutsu, he should not fall short of Hinata Hikaru. This young lad is either concealing his true abilities, or perhaps employing certain forbidden techniques. He is, however, oblivious to the intricacies of the 8 gates. Wanzawa Masato licked his lips, intrigued. As the assessment concluded, the 3 youngsters sat breathlessly on the grass. Naturally, Kasaki Shun was merely pretending to be fatigued. Wanzawa Masato regarded the trio with a gentle demeanor. All right, that will suffice. Although you still possess much room for growth, I must say, your abilities are commendable. The 3 were taken aback. Teacher, are you implying? Wanzawa Masato smiled and announced, Congratulations, you have all passed. The adorable Naoka leapt high with joy, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Thank you, Teacher Masato. Thank you, Teacher Masato. Echoed Kasaki Shun, with a grin on his face. Yet inwardly, he felt a heightened sense of caution towards this individual. Given my lackluster performance, How could I possibly earn the recognition of such a distinguished jonin? You must be exceedingly lenient. The more this transpired, the more Kosaki Shun questioned the other S motives. Initially, he was indifferent to the prospect of returning to the Ninja Academy for another year. However, it became apparent that Wanzawa Masato would not allow him to leave so easily. Nonetheless, through this practical exchange, Kosaki Shun gleaned insights into this seemingly amiable teacher. He was a fire-release ninja. In Konoha, the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi clan are renowned for their mastery of fire-release techniques. Wanzawa Masato certainly did not belong to either of these clans, yet he likely had some affiliation with one of them. After all, the Umbu are not accessible to just anyone. The nature of fire release is to incinerate everything it touches. The chakra of such high heat, akin to flames, possesses an incendiary effect, making it an attack-oriented technique, much like wind. In terms of elemental interactions, fire can overcome wind, but it is extinguished by water. However, for Kosaki Shun, a pure Taijutsu ninja, the elemental affinity of his opponent is irrelevant. There exists no elemental disadvantage. From a tactical perspective, Kosaki Shun finds himself most comfortable facing purely offensive ninjas. His resilient vitality renders him unperturbed by brute force. Conversely, he harbors a deep-seated aversion to water-type or illusion-type ninjas. He fears not the clash of combat, but rather being ensnared, captured, or subjected to sealing techniques. For ninjas, undertaking missions is a primary source of income, as well as a fundamental aspect of their profession. Upon formally becoming a ninja, Kosaki Shun and his two companions were now poised to embark on their own missions. The following morning, Wanzawa Masato escorted the trio to the Hokage building, the mission assignment office. At the center stood the current Hokage, Sarutobi Azashi. This marked Kosaki Shun's first opportunity to behold the Hokage from such proximity. This individual is truly remarkable, a master of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, renowned as the professor of ninjutsu and a formidable ninja. Simultaneously, as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen ranks among the most powerful Hokages in history, surpassed only by the first and second Hokages. Nonetheless, he is regarded as the most potent Hokage of all time. While this may seem convoluted, it is indeed the truth. At this moment, the highly esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, hailed as the strongest Hokage in history, is merely in his 40s, still in the prime of his life and at the zenith of his strength. Smoking his pipe, he introduces the 3 newly appointed genin, informing them that the village receives numerous missions daily, ranging from childcare to assassination. Depending on their complexity, these tasks are classified into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D. The ninjas of the village, myself included, are generally categorized by ability into 4 ranks: Hokage, Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. Tasks are delegated by our superiors to those capable of fulfilling them. Thus, upon successful completion, we may receive remuneration from the clients. Among the trio, the most attentive is the earnest Nakazawa Noka, whose innocence and admiration for ninjas shine brightly. For you 3, as freshly minted genin, D-rank missions are the most suitable. Genin are only permitted to undertake C or D-rank tasks, and given their recent promotion, they can only accept D-rank missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen continues. Listen well, Nakazawa Noka. Your mission is. With excitement, the spirited Nakazawa rushes to Hiruzen's side. Finally, the 3 receive their very first task, to assist the esteemed J in weeding. This J refers to a certain official from the Land of Fire. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Nakazawa, filled with enthusiasm, is also the one most disheartened, as this diverges significantly from her expectations of a dashing ninja. Wanzawa Masato, smiling, accepts the mission, saying, "Do not underestimate these tasks, children. Regardless of how trivial they may seem, they must be executed with diligence, especially since this is your inaugural assignment." Indeed, Nakazawa pouts, hesitant to speak further. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hikari appears relieved. Wanzawa Masato hands the mission credentials to Kuki Shun, indicating that the details regarding the J's residence are included. It is up to them to find it. Upon completion, the rewards will be equally divided among the 3 of them. Kuki Shun, stirred by curiosity, inquires, "Teacher, will you not accompany us?" Wanzawa Masato replies with a smile. "This level of task poses no challenge for the 3 of you. I have numerous matters to attend to." Kuki Shun, with a determined spirit, reassures, "Fear not, Teacher Masato. We shall ensure the task is completed." Kuki Shun mirrors the demeanor of Kai and Dai, aiming to project an image of innocence to disarm Wanzawa Masato's senses. With a chuckle, Wanzawa Masato observes Kuki Shun as the trio departs, taking an hour to finally reach their destination. In a state of dishevelment, the three young spirits officially embarked on their inaugural mission. After a bustling morning, Hinata Hikaru sat upon the grass, his face smeared with dirt. Despite being a scion of the Hinata clan, he possessed a rather languid disposition. While he diligently engaged in daily training, he sought to conserve his energy in other areas, particularly when it came to laborious tasks such as weeding. On the other hand, Nakazawa, still clinging to her dreams of becoming a ninja, dedicated herself earnestly to the task at hand. For Keiki Shun, this kind of work was hardly taxing. Rather, it was somewhat monotonous. The exertion involved bore little significance for him, and thus, his interest waned. Moreover, this category of task, even among D-rank missions, represented the least challenging and least rewarding type. While there was no inherent difficulty in the task itself, it demanded considerable effort and mental strain. Keiki Shun's hands were in constant motion, his mind racing. The old man, Wanzawa Masato, had refrained from accompanying him, likely due to the nature of this mission within their village, which prevented him from taking direct action against Shun. He suspected that it would only be when they received a C-rank escort mission that Wanzawa would reveal his true intentions. This implied that, in the short term, Shun would not face any direct threat from him. However, it equally meant that Shun himself was deprived of the opportunity to act preemptively. In truth, Shun had succumbed to his own paranoia. Wanzawa's choice to lead him was indeed calculated, yet it did not necessitate an immediate confrontation, as the risks outweighed the benefits. Regrettably, Shun was obstinate, ensnared in his own worries, and the pressure from a cunning special Jainin weighed heavily upon him. At this point, he wished fervently to poison the old man. Of course, despite his impatience, he was not a fool. Setting aside the fact that he lacked poison, even if he possessed some, it would be implausible to deceive a member of the Umbu into consuming it. As for his strength, at present, Shun had unlocked the third gate and could barely reach the level of a special Jainin using his inner Lotus technique. Confronting Wanzawa would prove to be quite a challenge. Since Wanzawa was willing to grant him time, Shun resolved to seize this opportunity. By midday, the trio returned to report on their mission. In the end, they acquired a reward of 500 ryo, which they divided equally among themselves. The purchasing power of currency in the Naruto world was quite substantial, roughly equivalent to half that of the Chinese yuan in his previous life. For a freshly graduated genin, earning over 100 ryo from a basic task was indeed commendable, even if he completed one mission daily. Keiki Shun could sustain himself without relying on his family's inheritance. The third Hokage, with a warm smile, congratulated them on accomplishing their first legitimate mission. However, the trio's spirits remained subdued. Sarutobi, the elderly leader, picked up the mission list and announced, "Masato's team, your next task is to assist with harvesting sweet potatoes, or alternatively, you may travel to the neighboring village to procure supplies." Nakazawa, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "No. Please do not assign us such menial tasks. Is there not something more significant we could undertake? I apologize, but given your current level of task completion and capabilities, you can only accept such assignments. After years of rigorous training, it is indeed disheartening for a ninja to find themselves reduced to such menial tasks." The three of them exited the Hokage building with a sense of resignation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they returned dejectedly to submit their completed tasks. No sooner had they departed the Hokage's office than Wanzawa Masato appeared before them like a specter. He surveyed the trio and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Very well. You have completed 2 entrusted tasks in a single day. Such labor is devoid of challenge. Even ordinary individuals could accomplish it, let alone you, the genin." Noticing their glum demeanor, Wanzawa Masato spoke gently, "All right, that will be all for today. You may return home. By the way, refrain from venturing out after 8 tonight. The village has been rather tumultuous of late." With that, he vanished from sight. Keiki Shun quietly observed his retreating figure, internally assessing, "This old fellow possesses remarkable speed, not inferior to my own after opening the third gate. This suggests he has a commendable proficiency in Taijutsu. Even a special jonin would be a formidable opponent." Keiki Shun narrowed his eyes slightly. "In terms of overall strength, I undoubtedly fall short of him. Due to the appearance of a spy ninja in Konoha, the number of patrolling ninjas has surged, and security has tightened considerably. Since the last incident, Keiki Shun had seldom encountered any infiltrating spy ninjas within Konoha. Early the next morning, while engaging in his routine physical training, Keiki Shun was running laps in the Konoha Plaza. In the time it previously took him to complete 500 laps, he now aimed for at least 1,000. At this pace, it would take him a month or 2 to unlock the 4th gate, the injury gate. His eyes gleamed with determination as sweat poured down. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Good morning, Shun. Startled, Kiki Shun turned to find a figure beside him. The voice was not that of Guy, but rather. Kiki Shun forced a breathless greeting. Good morning, Teacher Misato. Indeed, the person who had appeared beside him was his mentor, Manzawa Misato. You are truly dedicated, Shun. This is not the first time I have witnessed you running here, he remarked, his gentle smile disarming. Yet, Kiki Shun felt a pang of unease. Every encounter with Manzawa Misato reminded him of Orochimaru, evoking a sense of awkwardness and insidiousness. Were it not for their location within the village, he might have drawn a kunai in response. Chimu Shun felt a stir within his heart. This old pervert was indeed paying attention to him. He feigned a loud gasp while responding. There is nothing I can do. My chakra aptitude is quite poor. After 3 years of enrollment, I still cannot properly perform the shadow clone technique. If I don't put in more effort, I have no chance of becoming a ninja. The amount of chakra within your body is too scant. It is challenging to make significant progress in ninjutsu, Manzawa Misato remarked, shaking his head. However, you may lack talent in chakra, yet you possess the rare talent for hard work. I believe that with sheer physical prowess alone, you can become a formidable ninja. Chimu Shun's expression hardened, and he declared, I will definitely achieve that. Manzawa Misato smiled as he accompanied Chimu Shun in completing the subsequent laps, and they later reunited with their team. While Chimu Shun maintained a facade of calmness, his mind was rife with speculation. What on earth did this old fellow mean? Yet, as time passed, the imagined schemes and petty harassment from Manzawa Misato never materialized. Rather, although this man had become his teacher, after imparting training methods and experiences related to ninjas, he was seldom present during the completion of routine group missions. Chimu Shun often encountered him during regular training sessions. After all, as a member of the Umbu, he must have been quite busy during this period. This realization allowed Chimu Shun to breathe a sigh of relief while simultaneously intensifying his training. Finally, after a month, Chimu Shun successfully opened the injury gate. This marked his true entrance into the perilous realm of the 8 gates. That night, at home, he exclaimed, boom. 8 gates. Injury gate, open. As Chimu Shun unlocked the injury gate, a vibrant green energy enveloped him. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Chimu Shun was ecstatic. In this state, even without utilizing the Lotus of Inner Bloom, his strength undoubtedly surpassed that of a Seichnin. It was time. Remembering Manzawa Misato's usual gentle gaze, Chimu Shun felt goosebumps rise on his skin. However, as he attempted to adapt to the newfound power from the injury gate, he discovered that within half an hour, his body was already covered in bloodstains. His capillaries were unable to withstand such a violent influx of energy. Chimu Shun furrowed his brow and closed the 8 gates. He then removed his clothing, looking at the splotches of blood that marred his body, feeling somewhat disheartened. He sensed a slight weakness creeping into his physique. Sigh. From the very beginning, he had understood that while his indomitable strength was formidable, it certainly had its limits. And, as expected, after merely half an hour, his skin had suffered such injuries. Although the wounds were not severe, they indicated a decline in effectiveness. He estimated that even he could not guarantee that he could maintain the injury gate open for a full 24 hours of combat. At the very least, he would need to allow for a few minutes of rest in between. Moreover, the most crucial issue was that opening the injury gate would damage the capillaries, easily resulting in a body adorned with bloodstains. Did this not imply that he would have to wash his clothes frequently in the future? In his household, the absence of a washing machine necessitates that laundry be done by hand, which proves to be quite cumbersome. In the future, one might adapt to such a state of affairs at home by simply shedding one's clothing to try it out. During this period, the team's strength has been advancing at a remarkable pace. Although they are still engaged in D-rank missions, they have progressed from merely gathering crops and weeding to apprehending thieves and suppressing bandits. Most of their activities take place in the vicinity of Konoha village, where, under the bright sun, encounters with enemy ninjas are rare. However, in their efforts to combat banditry, they have come face to face with individuals who are truly accustomed to bloodshed. The 3 young ones, though inexperienced, are nonetheless recognized as competent genin. Despite their youth, dealing with these ordinary foes is not overly challenging. Thus, they have encountered little danger, yet through the trials of bloodshed, they are gradually maturing. In the afternoon, Chimu Shun remarked, Hikari, if you continue to be this lazy, you might just catch up with me. His rapport with his 2 companions is improving, yet Hinata Hikari, the little rascal, always seeks to shirk responsibility, leaving Chimu Shun both amused and exasperated. Hinata Hikari scoffed with a yawn. Reclining in the grass, while watching Shun. Catch up with me? Don't be ridiculous. Even if I unleashed all my abilities, including my Byakugan, I might not even be your match. Don't compare me to a freak like you. What you call training is merely self-harm. Shun paused. Such confidence in expressing those words. Are you certain you didn't misspeak? In truth, the two rarely battled each other, and even when they did, it was merely a contest of physical prowess. However, upon witnessing Shun's training methods and the speed of his progress, Hinata Hikari decisively abandoned any thoughts of comparison and humbly acknowledged his inferiority. Given Shun's age, he is in a phase of rapid growth. Even if he consciously conceals his rate of development, he still demonstrates astonishing advancements in Taijutsu. Meanwhile, Nakasawa, feeling a mix of disappointment and exasperation, looked at Hinata Hikari and said, "Can you still call yourself a member of the Hyuga clan after uttering such things?" Shun shared this sentiment. It is worth noting that the Hyuga clan is an ancient and esteemed family in Konoha, known for its strict family rules, making it difficult to imagine the emergence of a peculiar individual like Hinata Hikari. Hinata Hikari, with an inscrutable expression, then said with utmost seriousness, "Don't be deceived by my appearance. If I truly put my mind to it, even I would be frightened." Nakasawa rolled her eyes. "Then why don't you make the effort?" Hinata Hikari stretched lazily, fixating his gaze on Nakasawa. "Didn't I just say? I'm scared." "You, my friend?" Shun chuckled, bemused. Nakasawa cast a sidelong glance at Hinata Hikari, exuding the aura of a mother deeply concerned for her son. Hinata Hikari then turned earnestly toward Shun. "Shun, seriously, don't underestimate yourself. Although your abilities were lacking when we first divided into teams, you are genuinely strong now." Shun furrowed his brow, eyeing Hinata Hikari with suspicion. "Even if you say that, I still want to assist you with the sweet potato digging task." Hinata Hikari's expression faltered. "Eh? Is that not allowed?" Upon witnessing the disappointment etched across the young man's face, Shun discerned that his assumptions had proven accurate. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Persevere. The weekend is fast approaching, and soon we shall have a brief respite." Xiangze, her playful twin ponytail swaying, rested her chin in her hands, expressing her discontent. "Oh, how vexing. It has been over a month, and I wonder when we shall be assigned a C-rank mission." Hinata Hikari yawned, acknowledging that their teacher, Masato, was indeed amiable and shared his knowledge freely, yet he was perpetually occupied. Xiangze, pouting, turned to Shun and inquired, "By the way, have you encountered teacher Masato during your training these past few days?" Shun paused momentarily, then shook his head, his eyes glimmering with intensity. It had been several days since their last meeting, and truth be told, he had matters of his own that he wished to discuss with Masato. The following day, as if sensing a shift in fate, Shun chanced upon Masato once more during his morning exercise. This marked the first encounter since Shun had successfully surpassed the 4 gates. "Teacher Masato, it has been quite a while." Shun greeted. Masato replied, "Indeed. I've been rather busy lately. I recently returned from the land of Earth. How have you three been faring?" His gaze flickered before settling upon Shun, who feigned ignorance, nodding enthusiastically. They had been progressing well with their tree-climbing training, managing to ascend with ease, and he added, "I can manage it, albeit with some effort." Despite his limited chakra reserves, Shun had successfully completed the tree-climbing exercise after rigorous training, which served as a fundamental practice for chakra control. He had even commenced water-walking exercises, though the results were less than satisfactory due to his low chakra capacity. Nevertheless, Shun remained undeterred, confident that his true strengths lay in his physique and martial arts, deeming these challenges trivial. "Excellent," Masato remarked with an approving nod. They jogged together for a while, after which Masato stated, "I have other obligations today. Unless there is something pressing, I shall take my leave." Suddenly, Shun halted, calling out, "Wait, teacher Masato. Are you free tomorrow?" Masato turned back, intrigued. With a smile, Shun proposed, "Tomorrow marks the weekend, and if you have no prior engagements, perhaps you could join us for a hike. It seems we haven't gathered as a group since our formation. Of course, if you have other commitments." "I completely understand." Masato's lips twitched in a subtle smile, his expression enigmatic as he licked his lips thoughtfully. "I shall definitely attend. During these extraordinary times, I cannot allow you to venture beyond the village unaccompanied. Fortunately, I have no pressing matters tomorrow." He agreed. Shun maintained his gaze ahead, seemingly oblivious to Masato's subtle demeanor. "I will inform the others upon my return." Initially, Shun had contemplated using this opportunity to eliminate Masato, but upon deeper reflection, he deemed his plan too hasty. After pondering, Shun decided to personally visit Masato after completing his tasks for the day. Masato was at home when Shun arrived. "Are you no longer going hiking tomorrow?" Masato inquired, regarding Shun with a peculiar expression. Shun nodded cautiously, acknowledging, "After all, you are a member of the Umbu. I fear that your presence may be detrimental to you if we venture out together." However, Masato waved his hand dismissively, his tone imbued with a peculiar nuance. "A break is a break. I live alone, with no family to worry about my whereabouts. Thus, no one will notice or care if I choose to leave. So, Shun felt a stir of curiosity within. Masato smiled at him, his eyes glimmering with a subtle allure. "So, let us proceed with confidence." Unbeknownst to Shun, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Masao's gaze. To him, Shun's cautiousness seemed rather juvenile. As dawn gradually unfurled its curtain, the sky remained shrouded in a somber haze. At the gates of Konoha, Shun, burdened with a hiking backpack, hurried to the designated meeting point, apologizing, "Teacher, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." His late arrival was a strategic choice to evade the village's watchful eyes. He had meticulously crafted an escape route to ensure no one would witness his departure. Masato, clad in a simple black outfit, replied, "I just arrived as well. But are you truly resolved to leave the village at this moment? You may encounter enemy ninjas." Shun scratched his head in response. "But you are here, aren't you? Besides, I trust in my luck. I won't easily encounter any foreign ninjas. By the way, did you run into any of the village's inspection personnel? I was even registered for personal information, which delayed me." "That's pure nonsense," Masato interjected. "During such times, enemy ninjas are reluctant to appear in Konoha, and with my presence, there is no need to worry about minor threats." He gave Shun a curious glance before shaking his head, adding, "As for the inspection personnel, perhaps my extensive Umbu missions have made me adept at avoiding detection. Dressed in black, I encountered no one." At that moment, although tensions simmered between the villages, none dared to instigate an outright conflict, as the consequences were too grave for anyone to bear. Masao's words ignited a spark of opportunity in Shun's heart. Indeed, this was a fortuitous moment for him. "By the way, what about Nika and the others?" Masato suddenly shifted the conversation. Shun explained, "They had urgent matters to attend to, and I lacked your contact information, so I couldn't inform you in advance." "Oh," Masato smiled gently, "no matter. It is quite agreeable for just the two of us to go. One might even say it is preferable." Shun nodded in agreement and took the initiative to lead the way. "That mountain is not far. It's a place we visited during our previous mission. If we head there now, we might catch the sunrise." Unintentionally, Shun had chosen not to inform his two teammates. The thorn in his throat had nagged at him for a month, and he could no longer endure it. Now that he had surpassed his own limits and seized this moment of leisure from Masato, who also seemed to be complicit in concealing his whereabouts, Shun felt this was the perfect opportunity to extract that thorn. They continued onward. The destination is not too distant from the village, however. There are no signs of human presence in the vicinity. Shun had invited this individual under the pretense of witnessing the sunrise, setting the time rather early, and he encountered hardly anyone upon leaving the village. In truth, being alone with Masato, while exposing his back to him, Shun would be lying if he claimed not to feel a pang of anxiety. Nevertheless, after a period of contemplation, Shun had largely confirmed that this fellow harbored ulterior motives, albeit not for his own resolution. He trusted in his acting skills, successfully evading any suspicion from this old man for the time being. Regardless of his true intentions, Shun resolved to eliminate him first. Masato did not wish to kill him, but Shun would not extend any courtesy in return. Not only had he nearly cost him his life, but now he had the audacity to assume the role of his mentor, which placed an immense burden on Shun's tender heart. Both were ninjas with considerable prowess and physical techniques, their speed naturally remarkable. They soon arrived at their destination. "Teacher Masato, this is the mountain I mentioned." Shun turned back with a smile. Before them stood a towering mountain. Being in the wilderness, there was not a soul in sight. Masato surveyed the surroundings with an odd gaze. "Indeed, a fine location," he remarked. "The forest is lush and the population sparse. Even if one were to engage in clandestine activities, they would go unnoticed." Shun's expression faltered as he swallowed hard. "Teacher Masato, what do you mean by that?" Masato smiled apologetically. "Forgive me, it's a professional habit." Shun then proceeded along the mountain path, stepping upward. Let us go, teacher. This mountain bore no renowned name, nor was it a tourist attraction. Thus, no steps had been constructed. Their so-called climbing was, in truth, a genuine ascent. Fortunately, both being ninjas, it was not too arduous. Teacher, look, there is a platform up ahead. Let us rest there, Niko Shun said, sweat streaming down his brow as he gasped for breath. Manzawa Masato smirked. Well done for finding such a splendid spot. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the platform like a nimble raccoon. Niko Shun followed closely, resting beside a stone on the platform. Manzawa Masato began to survey the area. Shaking his head, curiously, Niko Shun asked, Teacher Masato, what are you searching for? Nothing of consequence, Manzawa Masato replied, turning back with a smile. It's just a professional habit. I always look for potential traps nearby. Niko Shun laughed. Teacher Masato, you jest. In such a desolate place, who would set traps here? Manzawa Masato shook his head. That may not be the case. In the world of ninjas, nothing is impossible. The weak must employ traps if they wish to overcome the strong. Niko Shun discreetly swallowed hard. What does this old fellow mean? Could it be that he understands the thoughts swirling in my mind? Yet, Manzawa Masato continued with a smile. Shun, let me impart a lesson. There lies a vast chasm between our strengths. But is there a possibility for you to surpass your teacher? The answer is affirmative. It relies on traps. He suddenly approached the boulder, drawing out a kunai and pointing it at the rubble beside the massive stone. If someone were to set a trap here, perhaps an explosive tag or something similar. At this juncture, he glanced back at Niko Shun, who stared at him, bewildered. What would happen? With a narrowed gaze, Manzawa Masato released the kunai. Bang! Nothing was there, only dust from the scattered stones. Simultaneously, the spot where Manzawa Masato had stood transformed into a pile of rubble. Falling to the ground, Niko Shun looked on, utterly perplexed by his actions. The substitution technique, he recognized it, of course. However, what was the purpose of this? Manzawa Masato's voice came from behind Niko Shun, clearing his throat. Just now, that was a weak point on the platform. If someone were to set a trap there, even I, without caution, would undoubtedly tumble down the cliff along with it. Niko Shun turned around, realizing, oh, I see. Teacher Masato, you truly are a jonin with such extensive knowledge. He chuckled lightly. Manzawa Masato smiled but felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that he had misinterpreted the boy's intentions? At that moment, Niko Shun retrieved a camera from his backpack. Teacher, with the sun rising and the scenery splendid. Let me take your picture. The world of Naruto is one where technological advancements have diverged, with high-tech devices like cameras existing, yet travel relies solely on tree hopping. Manzawa Masato nodded with a smile, slightly taken aback. Very well. This gentle uncle obediently moved to the edge of the platform, forming a peace sign towards Niko Shun. Adjusting the camera, Niko Shun instructed, Teacher, could you lean a bit more to the right? Manzawa Masato complied. While Niko Shun maneuvered the camera for an extended period before setting it down and approaching Manzawa Masato. Teacher, your pose. He extended his hand, gesturing for the proper position and movement, seemingly assisting his teacher in adjusting his stance. Their camaraderie was evident as they exchanged warm smiles. In the next instant, an eruption of green energy engulfed Niko Shun. Boom. The 8th gate of opening, the injury gate, is opened. His outstretched palm transformed into a fist and struck Manzawa Masato's chest with tremendous force, sending a wave of power through Niko Shun's arm and crashing into Manzawa Masato. Niko Shun's expression shifted. At the moment of contact, it felt as if he had struck not a person but rather a block of wood. Bang! Before him, Manzawa Masato metamorphosed into wood, instantly reduced to splinters by the force of Niko Shun's punch. Another substitution technique. This old man is indeed on guard against me. Niko Shun's expression hardened. He was no fool, and Manzawa Masato's behaviors today were rife with suspicion. Indeed, you couldn't resist, Shun. Manzawa Masato's teasing voice echoed from a nearby tree. You didn't think your performance could fool me, did you? From the moment I first appeared before you as your instructor a month ago, your demeanor revealed that you had discerned my identity. Niko Shun immediately turned, his expression stern, gazing intently at the man. As Manzawa Masato stifled a yawn, he mused, what a pity, I overestimated you. I had anticipated that you would devise some clever trap. Yet, you have opted for the most foolish approach, engaging me in a direct confrontation. Heh. With a light leap, Manzawa gracefully descended to stand on the opposite side of the stone slab, facing off against Niko Shun from a distance. Although I am uncertain how you discern my identity, your demeanor suggests that you have not forgotten the events of 2 years past. A 6-year-old child. Harboring such restraint until now, TSK. Niko Shun furrowed his brow. Observing the vibrant green energy emanating from Kiki, Manzawa remarked, "Is this the forbidden technique known as the 8 Gates, which consumes one's life force? Commendable power. No wonder you managed to slay a CH Ni. Alas, you still fall short in confronting me. Would you like to know my?" Taking advantage of Manzawa's momentary distraction, Niko Shun shattered the stone slab beneath his feet and transformed into a blur, launching himself toward Manzawa. With a swift kick, he executed the Leaf Hurricane. This technique, augmented by the Injury Gate, unleashed a force that was undoubtedly at the level of a special jonin. Manzawa, who had been speaking confidently to apply psychological pressure on Kiki, found himself abruptly interrupted as Kiki lunged forward. Even for a special jonin like Manzawa, his heart momentarily halted. What a decisive little rascal! This fleeting thought crossed his mind. Reacting swiftly, he took a half-step back, his hands moving like fluttering butterflies as he swiftly formed hand seals. Chakra coalesced at the back of his throat, and he exhaled a colossal fireball forward. C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, originating from the Uchiha clan. This technique was so practical that many ninjas from outside the Leaf Village had learned it as well. Upon unleashing the great fireball, Manzawa deftly flipped his palm, launching 3 shurikens in quick succession to seal Kiki's escape route. Nowhere left to run. Niko Shun watched the massive fireball hurtling toward him, his expression unwavering, his speed unaltered, and his direction unchanged. With his right hand retracted, he charged directly toward the fireball. Seeing this, Manzawa was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, "Fool, a mere genin. Facing this technique head-on is courting death." The attack's range and lethality were considerable, and its distance was great. However, as an offensive ninjutsu, it had never struck a target in the entire canon of Naruto. Indeed, it was either evaded or countered by water-based ninjutsu. In the grand tapestry of Naruto, few techniques boast such renown coupled with such dismal practical efficacy, perhaps only rivaled by Amaterasu, another fire technique. Ninjutsu that cannot hit a target, no matter how powerful, occupies an exceedingly awkward position. It could be said that the primary function of this technique is to signal to the enemy, "Prepare yourself. I am about to strike," serving to propel the plot forward. Manzawa's intention in employing this technique was not to truly strike the enemy, but merely to temporarily force Niko Shun back. Little did he expect that this young rascal would charge straight into it. Masato Wanzawa watched helplessly as a colossal fireball engulfed the body of Shun Ki, a faint aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. Was he truly paralyzed by fear? Disappointment washed over Wanzawa as he shook his head. He had anticipated a captivating plaything, yet before he could even conclude his thoughts, he was deprived of witnessing the despair etched on that boy's face. How utterly mundane. However, in the blink of an eye, Wanzawa's pupils contracted. Boom. A human silhouette burst forth from the fireball, charging recklessly toward him. This figure was enshrouded in flames, yet the force of the impact did not diminish in the slightest. Wanzawa barely had time to retreat half a step as a thunderous force erupted from Shun Ki's right hand, striking him in the abdomen. Wanzawa had never expected Shun Ki to charge directly from the fireball. Even a seasoned ninja would have opted to evade or counter with water techniques rather than recklessly absorb such an attack in order to approach the enemy. It was an endeavor fraught with peril, one that a mere genin should never contemplate. Hence Wanzawa had never entertained this possibility. The punch struck with the ferocity of a dragon, deforming Wanzawa's body and causing a torrent of blood to spew from his mouth. In quick succession, Shun Ki unleashed a flurry of punches, 1, 2, 3, exploiting the rapid assault and movement granted by the injury to rain down blows upon Wanzawa. His body was propelled backward with immense force, soaring high before being sent hurtling away. Behind him lay a deep ravine. Wanzawa plummeted like a parabolic arc into the abyss. At such a distance, even a seasoned ninja would be rendered to mere fragments upon impact. As Wanzawa tumbled down the cliff, Shun Ki finally restrained the green energy coursing through him, exhaling a sigh of relief as he sat upon the stone platform. He ran his hand over his scorched scalp, his once neat buzz cut entirely singed away. Glancing down, he surveyed the charred remnants of his clothing fused to his skin and couldn't help but emit a bitter laugh. In just an instant of being enveloped by the fireball, he was reduced to this state. It was a testament to the horrific temperature within the fireball, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. Shun Ki slowly peeled away the remnants of fabric and charred skin from his arm, revealing tender, healing flesh beneath. This injury, while less severe than the detonation he had endured 2 years prior, inflicted a torment far more intense. Such a cost, for Wanzawa's demise, was worth it. enduring the agony. Shun-Ki rose to his feet once more and made his way to the edge of the stone platform. He looked down and immediately spotted a wretched, grotesque face not far below. Wanzawa's feet were ensnared in the branches of a protruding tree, and with a single hand, he formed a seal. Upon catching sight of Shun-Ki, a malevolent grin twisted his lips, and he unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his mouth. This was dire. In that instant, the depths of Shun-Ki's thoughts were engulfed by a wave of orange. Boom. In an instant, a dazzling blaze enveloped the entire stone platform. The intense heat swept over, more terrifying than the fireball faced moments ago. Chi Shun's body seemed to ignite as if fueled by some accelerant, quickly engulfed by flames. Accompanied by the flames, a disheveled figure leaped forth, ascending the nearby trees. Shun, I must concede, I nearly fell into your clutches. Do you realize that your gravest error today was bringing me to such a lush cliff? Had it been a sheer precipice, even I might not have survived. His left arm hung limply, while his right hand shielded his shoulder, blood staining his lips, his whole form a picture of disarray, though his expression bore an ugly ferocity. Forming hand seals with one hand was no small feat, yet for you to perish beneath this B-rank ninjutsu, such is the fortune of a mere genin. After the searing blaze, the entire stone slab lay charred, with the surrounding floor reduced to mere ash. At the edge of the slab stood a figure, resembling a piece of charred coal, twitching slightly. The once enticing aroma of meat had morphed into the scent of burnt flesh. With a thud, Wanzawa Masato landed anew upon the stone slab, gasping heavily. Observing Chi Shun's convulsions, a sinister grin spread across his face. Remarkably, he still managed to stand. TSK. Your vitality is indeed resilient, Shun, but this must be your limit, no? Can you still move? Suddenly, Chi Shun opened his eyes wide, his dark pupils fixed intently on the approaching Wanzawa Masato. Upon seeing Chi Shun's eyes snap open, Wanzawa paused briefly, though it was only for a heartbeat before he resumed his menacing advance. In such a critical moment, you managed to protect your eyes. It appears your combat instincts are commendable. However, with such a fierce gaze directed at me, I must admit, I feel rather intimidated. A mocking tone rang out as Wanzawa raised his still-functioning hand, revealing a shuriken from his sleeve. Shun, truth be told, I had no intention of ending your life so swiftly. It took considerable effort to find such an intriguing plaything. Yet, why must you seek your own demise? He was now merely 2 or 3 steps away from Chi Shun. In this dire situation, the obstinate genin Chi Shun insisted on venturing outside the village, only to encounter an attack from enemy ninjas at the village's edge, heroically sacrificing himself. How do you find the outcome I have orchestrated? Of course, no one will ever know I left the village with you today. I, Wanzawa Masato, have remained within the village all day, with patrolling ninjas to vouch for my whereabouts. Glaring at the menacing visage of Wanzawa Masato, Chi Shun's gaze sharpened as he slowly lifted his hand. Oh, you can still move. Impressive. That look in your eyes? Do you wish to kill me? Come now, open the 8 gates and finish me. Let me witness how much vitality you have left to burn. With a resounding thump, a charred fist collided with Wanzawa Masato's jaw, propelled by vibrant green energy. The speed was astonishing, far beyond the imagination of Wanzawa Masato. How could this be possible? This singular blow not only interrupted Wanzawa Masato's speech, but also left his mind in utter disarray. His body was propelled high into the air by the force of the punch. Simultaneously, Niko Shun moved at remarkable velocity, transforming into a blur. It appeared as though he was soaring through the air, arriving beside Wanzawa Masato in the blink of an eye. Lianhua. His figure danced around Wanzawa Masato like a phantom, delivering rapid punches with relentless ferocity. Each blow landed with the force of a seasoned ninja, resounding like the beating of war drums. Bang, bang, bang. Initially, Wanzawa Masato was wailing loudly, but soon his cries diminished, until they ceased entirely. Niko Shun, drenched in sweat, showed no sign of halting his assault. After what felt like an eternity of relentless blows, Niko Shun finally paused, observing Wanzawa Masato, whose body was now reduced to a mere silhouette on the ground, having long since lost his life. Lianhua, unable to utilize the burned bandages from his sleeves, found it impossible to bind the mangled remains of Wanzawa Masato. The prolonged barrage of punches, lasting nearly half an hour, had ensured that he would never breathe again. How strange it is to request someone's demise. Reigning in the power of the 8 gates, Niko Shun felt a slight dizziness wash over him. Suddenly, as if recalling something, his expression shifted. He quickly turned to gaze at the stone platform. No. In the place where his backpack had once been, only chaos remained. He became acutely aware. A camera, a backpack, An entire outfit, all gone. Half an hour later. Hiss. Near a small river, Niko Shun, enduring the pain, meticulously peeled away the charred remnants of his skin and clothing. Once he had cleaned himself up, he gazed into the river's reflection, chuckling at his own crimson visage. Newly reborn skin made him resemble a cooked shrimp. Furthermore, he couldn't help but touch his bald head, while his body had an astonishing recovery rate. His hair, like that of an ordinary person, had been completely scorched. Nevertheless, his hair had never been long, so it was of little consequence, though his eyebrows. Looking at the reflection of the hairless boy in the river, Niko Shun felt an inexplicable hilarity. It seems I will have to borrow an eyebrow pencil from Niko. Niko Shun smiled wryly. He was not concerned about the villagers suspecting him. Based on Uchiha Madara's earlier words, no one knew he had left with him, and thus, lacking motive and strength, he would not be a suspect. Moreover, every trace he left behind was meticulously erased, allowing him to remain unconcerned about being discovered. As he gazed at the sun fully risen on the horizon, Niko Shun turned and ventured deeper into the forest, making his way toward the village. During his return journey, he pondered the reasons behind the success of his recent endeavor, as well as his own shortcomings and oversights. A sense of apprehension crept into his heart. It must be said, he had underestimated Uchiha Madara. This cunning old fox had already sensed something amiss and was secretly investigating him. The mere fact that he recognized the 8 gates technique indicated his perceptiveness. Was my acting truly so lacking? Niko Shun felt a throbbing pain in his head. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara did not take him too seriously, even considering him a mere plaything. This also elucidated why this individual had not attempted to harm him in private. His victory hinged on the element of surprise and contrast. Uchiha Madara understood the functions and side effects of the 8 gates technique, but he had underestimated its amplification effect on Niko Shun while overestimating the drawbacks it posed to him. Furthermore, he had not anticipated that Niko Shun could withstand such a fierce assault unscathed, which led him to lower his guard, enabling Niko Shun to execute a successful ambush and secure victory. However, he had to admit that his combat experience was still insufficient, and he had nearly made a grave mistake during the encounter. Reflecting on it now, what made him think that the opponent would certainly perish from falling off a cliff? For a ninja, such occurrences were not uncommon. He had been shackled by past assumptions, far too careless. In the future, he must ensure the enemy's demise before relaxing. Niko Shun took a deep breath and quickened his pace. At the village's edge, 2 patrolling ninjas, adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protectors, conducted their routine watch. One of them yawned, remarking that the number of spy ninjas from other villages had dwindled recently, suggesting that a ninja world war would not erupt in the near term. That may not be the case. Perhaps this is merely the calm before the storm. The other replied, shaking his head. These matters are too distant for us. We must focus on our duties. As the two conversed, they suddenly heard rustling from the bushes. Who goes there? Step out. They immediately drew their kunai, their expressions turning grave as they directed their gaze toward the source of the noise. After another round of rustling, a gleaming bald head emerged from the thicket. Don't throw your kunai, it's me. Upon seeing the small figure with a shiny scalp suddenly appear from the forest, the 2 ninjas immediately prepared for combat. In such tumultuous times, they could not afford to lower their guards simply because their opponent appeared to be a child. On the battlefield, there were no children, only enemies. However, when their eyes shifted and they spotted the leaf emblem on the child's forehead protector, they finally sighed in relief. The child was none other than Niko Shun. His attire had been completely destroyed in battle, making it impossible for him to return to the village in such a conspicuous state. He had long concealed a set of clean clothing nearby to prevent such a predicament. The 2 patrolling ninjas promptly approached him, beginning to inquire about his identity and the reason for his presence in this area. Niko Shun explained that he was out for morning exercises. After confirming that all identification details were correct and his reasons were not questioned, one of the individuals, noticing Niko Shun's bald head, remarked, I don't recall any lower-ranked ninja in the village sporting a shaved head. Niko Shun promptly replied, I just shaved it. The individual, still skeptical, inquired, Why did you choose to shave your head? Niko Shun answered, Because I think it looks cool. This was his instinctive response. The 2 exchanged a glance, pondering over Niko Shun's words. Observing their expressions, Niko Shun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This answer seemed plausible. The one who had initially asked the question wore a subtle expression, ahem. Well, I suppose everyone has different tastes and aesthetics. You may leave now. Niko Shun lifted his gaze to this person, internally scoffing. What do you know? This is a symbol of strength, you see? He couldn't help but glance at their hair, feeling a sense of disdain. With all that hair, they appeared weak. However, the young ninja was given a final piece of advice. Unless you're on a mission, it's best not to leave the village at such times. Especially without the company of a nin or nin. Understood? Niko Shun nodded earnestly before departing, quietly returning home. Naturally, no one noticed that his forehead protector was positioned too low, obscuring the already non-existent eyebrows. The following morning, feeling refreshed, Niko Shun donned a cap and hummed a tune as he made his way to the Might household. Since becoming a genin, he had rarely seen his teacher, and his usual training partner, Guy, was often absent as well. Having dealt with the troublesome Manzawa Masato, Niko Shun felt unburdened and decided to visit the Might household over the weekend, bringing along 3 servings of spicy curry rice. At the Might residence, Shun has arrived, cried Might Guy, clad in a snug tank top with a towel draped around his neck, standing at the door. From the sweat glistening on his brow, Niko Shun could tell that Guy had been training. The cap and his lack of eyebrows did not catch Guy's attention. In fact, being somewhat face-blind, Guy recognized people in a manner slightly different from the norm. He eagerly exclaimed, "Shun, it's been a while. Let's spar?" This battle enthusiast was always eager to engage in a duel, his mind consumed by thoughts of strength. Niko Shun smiled and set down his belongings, saying sure. After a fierce bout of hand-to-hand combat, Guy lay on the ground, breathless and battered, while Niko Shun stood before him, also panting. Though he appeared considerably more at ease than his friend. "You've grown stronger again," Guy said, clenching his fists tightly until his knuckles turned white. Niko Shun, taken aback, turned his gaze towards Guy, who seemed to be in an unusual emotional state. Could it be that his numerous victories have impacted this young lad? After all, at this moment, Kai is merely a child, having just turned 7, far from the resolute and indomitable Kai of the future. Kai, in truth, you. Just as Shun began to offer words of encouragement, he witnessed Kai spring up, eyes brimming with determination. "Just you wait. I will undoubtedly defeat you one day." Shun held back his words, smiling as he replied, "That is something that will never happen." Over the course of these past 2 months, Kai has transformed from a mere novice emerging from the ninja academy into a genuine genin. He has successfully completed a C-rank mission, and his growth and strength has been even more remarkable than Shun's, although Shun's foundational power far surpasses Kai's, making the disparity in their abilities quite evident. "I haven't seen you around lately, Kai. Why have you stopped running in the plaza?" Shun inquired as he followed Kai into the room. During this time, he had encountered Manzawa Masato far more frequently during his runs than Kai had. "Haven't you noticed? After my defeat, I've taken to doing 1-finger push-ups in my room," Kai replied. Despite his tender age, the definition of his muscles had already begun to emerge. Shun looked up. "What?" Kai continued his training. "Your strength surpasses mine, so you should feel the difference more acutely. Normal training standards have ceased to be of significant benefit to us. If it's merely running, the training effect has become rather negligible." Shun paused, then nodded in agreement. "That is indeed true." He then asked, "Do you have a better training method?" Kai sprang up, rolling up his pant legs to reveal the sandbags tied around his ankles. "Now, whenever I step outside, I am bound by these sandbags, regardless of the time." Shun inquired, "And how effective is that?" Kai shook his head. "It's just average. The weight of the sandbags is too light. Even if I were to strap them all over my legs, the enhancement in training effectiveness would still be minimal." Shun furrowed his brows, acknowledging that weighted training is indeed an excellent method, and he pondered ways to increase the weight. The future Lee had weighted ankle rings that, when removed, left a dent in the ground, illustrating their significant heft, far exceeding the mere few pounds of sandbags. At that moment, a jubilant voice echoed, "Ha! Today, I managed to buy discounted chili peppers." With a cheerful cheer, Might Duy entered, carrying a basket of groceries. Upon seeing Shun, his face lit up even more. "Ah, Shun is here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Wait, I'll prepare a meal for you." Observing this ever-spirited and passionate man, Shun couldn't help but feel inspired. He pointed to the curry rice set aside and smiled. "No need, Teacher Duy. Today I shall treat you." Might Duy's neatly groomed beard twitched with excitement as he gave Shun a thumbs up, revealing a bright smile. "Oh, spicy curry rice. Fantastic. You truly understand me, Shun." The 3 of them enjoyed a lively lunch together. Niko Shun felt as if he had returned to 2 years ago, when he first became a disciple. Flames of spice igniting in his mouth while his body was drenched in sweat. How remarkably spicy. No wonder Teacher Duy often spoke of burning passion. It seems it is all ignited by chili peppers. After lunch, Might Duy looked at the 2 youngsters before him with a hint of surprise. questioning whether the sandbags were sufficiently weighted. These two truly were extraordinary. Kai nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Father, how did you overcome your bottleneck period?" "Haha, of course. By increasing the training volume," Might Duy replied, forcing a smile despite feeling somewhat speechless. These youngsters are truly impressive. His innate talent was no match for Kai, nor did he possess Uchiha Shun's terrifying recovery abilities. In fact, at this moment, he realized that his physical condition was already inferior to that of the two children. The training volume clearly reflected this. Despite their youth, they surpassed him in physical training. However, Might Duy's true strength did not solely lie in physical prowess but rather in his mastery of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Although his foundational skills were lacking, his potential to open all 8 gates offered him a significantly higher ceiling of power. Yet, his clumsiness in social interactions and his deficient combat experience had relegated him to the rank of a lowly ninja for many years. Nonetheless, merely increasing the training volume held little significance for them. "If given the time, I could run all day." Uchiha Shun shook his head and inquired, "Teacher Dai, do you know where I might procure heavier weights?" Might Duy pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "As far as I know, there are no heavier weights available in the village." Kai and Uchiha Shun exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of disappointment. Sighing, Uchiha Shun felt a wave of dejection wash over him. However, he lifted his gaze to see Might Duy with one hand on his hip and the other giving a thumbs up, winking at them. "Since we can't buy them, let's make our own." Taken aback, Uchiha Shun realized he had been trying to circumvent difficulties. This wasn't a burdensome task. He could simply attempt to create it himself. Inspired by Might Duy's confident smile, Uchiha Shun couldn't help but grin back, revealing a set of pearly whites, and he too raised a thumb in solidarity. When faced with challenges, one must find ways to overcome them. What good is despair? This was a valuable lesson Uchiha Shun learned from his mentor, Might Duy. After a long afternoon of effort, with the assistance of the village craftsmen and the 3 of them, Uchiha Shun finally acquired a satisfactory new sandbag for training. This time, however, it was filled not with ordinary sand, but rather a tightly packed mixture of lead powder and iron in specific proportions, though still somewhat crude. The effects were remarkably evident. Uchiha Shun strapped one to each limb, each weight totaling several dozen kilograms. During this period, the benevolent reminders from Teacher Dai were indispensable. For both individuals were still quite young. While training is undoubtedly important, it is crucial not to incur hidden injuries in the process. In later years, Xiaoli also approached the strength of a nin, but began such rigorous training only after turning 10, which was rather premature for Kai. You too. Do not overexert yourselves. Training beyond one's personal limits can inflict irreparable damage to the tendon tissues. As a Taijutsu ninja, Might Duy's 2 decades of training experience is not to be taken lightly. Upon donning the weighted sandbags, Uchiha Shun found even normal movement significantly impaired. Initially, he struggled to walk properly, not due to the weight itself, but because his body was unaccustomed to the sudden increase in load. The challenge of maintaining balance was formidable for him, resulting in difficulties even in walking. After a considerable period of adaptation, he finally managed to find a semblance of equilibrium. Subsequently, he had the craftsman create 10 additional sandbags, which he transported home using a cart. At home, while performing push-ups with 4 sandbags, Uchiha Shun distinctly felt the arduous nature of the task. The long-lost pain from exertion returned with a vengeance. As sweat dripped from his brow, his expression transformed into one of growing joy and satisfaction. With each passing moment, as he acclimated to the weight, his speed gradually improved, no longer sluggish. It must be said that such weighted training was indeed challenging for him. Even completing 500 push-ups took longer than during his initial practice 2 years prior. His body experienced a continuous cycle of soreness, ebbing, and flowing. In that moment, Uchiha Shun encountered a pain and pleasure he had not felt in quite some time. Although he seemed to have reached his limit, an insatiable feeling lingered within him. He furrowed his brow, halting his movements, and gazed at the mountain of sandbags beside him. He had initially intended to progress gradually. However, upon further contemplation, provided he was not overly concerned about sustaining hidden injuries, it appeared that a more aggressive approach might be the correct course of action. Resolutely, he stood up and bent down, increasing the weight on each limb by 1 more sandbag. It is worth noting that even the physically extraordinary Might Duy, at this moment, merely had a weight attached to each leg, as Might Duy insisted that he must not exceed the daily limit. In contrast, Uchiha Shun bore 2 sandbags on each arm and leg, resulting in a total weight 4 times that of Kai. It is questionable whether Uchiha Shun possessed much greater strength than Kai. The effects were, as one might imagine, profound. Once the additional weight was secured, he stood up, feeling his arms being dragged downward incessantly. Maintaining normal movements required him to combat the immense gravity exerted by the sandbags. He found it challenging to even raise his arms. This was a stark contrast to the previous single-weight condition, far more exaggerated. With gritted teeth, he diligently extended his arms back and forth before bending down again. A hint of exhilaration gracing his lips. This is how it should be. However, it was not long before. Boom. With a sudden weight bearing down upon him. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his arm was crushed beneath the load. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his arm, Niko Shun gritted his teeth and forcefully straightened his broken bone. His eyes gleamed with determination as his injuries began to heal rapidly. Yet, this was merely the commencement of his training. 3 weeks later, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, a pipe between his teeth as he perused the documents before him. Standing opposite him was a man exuding an aura of subtle elegance. None other than Orochimaru, renowned as one of the legendary Sannin from the Second Shinobi World War. As Sarutobi flipped through the records, he noted that Manzoa Masato had requested leave 3 weeks ago under the pretext of a personal matter, and since then, there had been no word from him. The patrolling ninjas in his vicinity reported they had not seen him venture outside. Sighing, Sarutobi lamented that at such a moment, it was impractical to expend too much energy on uncovering the truth. In his opinion, it could be concluded that the man was deceased. The term special jonin refers to ninjas possessing unique talents and abilities, though their strength is typically inferior to that of standard jonin. Nonetheless, they represent the backbone of any ninja village. In the case of Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages, even with the inclusion of special jonin, there are barely over 100 jonin, each an elite in their own right. The disappearance of any jonin warrants the Hokage's attention. However, as Hokage, while he acknowledged the importance, Sarutobi understood that he could not afford to squander excessive time on the case of a missing special jonin. 3 weeks had already elapsed. Under such circumstances, the traditional belief of needing to see the living or the dead was a rather naive notion. As a member of the Umbu, a mere special jonin's death was hardly surprising. What troubled Sarutobi most was the possibility of defection. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk as his gaze shifted to Orochimaru. I recall that Manzawa was once under your command. What is your perspective on this matter? Orochimaru, with his long black hair and unnaturally pale complexion, adorned with purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils and blue-green, comma-shaped earrings, exuded an insidious aura. Indeed, Manzawa was my subordinate, however, since his integration into the Umbu. I have seldom encountered him. Based on my understanding of his character, I do not believe he would defect. He is likely deceased. Orochimaru's expression remained unervingly tranquil. Speaking of his former subordinate's demise as one might casually remark on the death of a grasshopper on the roadside. To Sarutobi's ears, the mere utterance of such words was jarring. Hearing his disciple's indifferent comment stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Approaching 50 years of age, he was acutely aware that his time at the pinnacle of power was waning. The selection of the next Hokage loomed before him, and amidst the shadows of Konoha. The reputation of the legendary Konoha White Fang had been tarnished by his suicide, making the search for a successor among the Sannin all the more pressing. Among them, Jiraiya was the most formidable and suitable candidate. Regrettably, his frivolous nature and lack of ambition for the Hokage position made him a challenge to persuade. As for Tsunade, being the princess of the Senju clan, she was inherently a fitting candidate. Unfortunately, due to the tragic loss of her brother and fiancé in battle, she developed a severe phobia of blood. Thus, without a doubt, Orochimaru became her primary and sole choice at this moment. However, despite Orochimaru being her disciple and having established a formidable reputation, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unsettling discomfort within. Orochimaru was no longer the same individual he once was. The experiences of war and witnessing countless deaths, including that of his beloved student on the battlefield, had rendered him increasingly cold-blooded and indifferent towards his subordinates. This starkly contradicted the essence of the Hokage's will. Moreover, a critical issue loomed. Orochimaru remained a pivotal figure within Root. The relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage and Danzo, the leader of Root, was inherently complex, embodying both camaraderie and enmity. For various reasons, he did not consider Orochimaru a suitable successor for the role of Hokage. Ultimately, the root cause was singular. Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored a deep-seated skepticism towards Orochimaru. Was there truly no alternative? Observing his disciple's disregard for life and his indifferent demeanor ignited a flame of anger within Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a swift motion, he struck, leaving a crimson mark suddenly appearing on Orochimaru's downcast face. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed sternly at his once favored disciple. Humph. If you genuinely aspire to the position of Hokage, refrain from making such careless remarks. Do you comprehend the essence of the will of fire? Are you aware of the number of elite shinobi in Konoha? Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. I apologized, sensei. His golden eyes fixed intently on Sarutobi Hiruzen, devoid of any semblance of remorse. Sarutobi Hiruzen rapped his fingers on the table, his voice frosty. Humph. You may leave now. His emotions toward this disciple were exceedingly complex. Orochimaru bowed politely and exited the room. Once outside, he paused momentarily, extending his serpent-like tongue to taste the blood on his lips, a smirk creeping onto his face as he descended from the Hokage building. Just as he emerged through the main entrance, he encountered 3 disheveled young boys making their way towards the Hokage building. Upon spotting him, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's golden gaze swept over the trio before he strode away. Meanwhile, Niko Shun and his companions had been summoned by the Hokage. Upon catching sight of Orochimaru in front of the Hokage building, Niko Shun felt a shiver run down his spine. Although he did not exude the same eerie aura as in later times, Niko Shun had no hesitation in recognizing the identity of this man. When Orochimaru's gaze fell upon him, Niko Shun's heart raced uncontrollably, even though Orochimaru did not regard him as a target. Niko Shun felt as though he were under the watchful eyes of a fierce beast. In this world, if one were to compile a list of the individuals they fear most, Orochimaru would undoubtedly claim the top position, without contest. The mere thought of one's own physical constitution being exposed would undoubtedly result in being treated as a test subject. The prospect of being placed in a nutrient tank for dissection sends shivers down Niko Shun's spine. It is imperative to keep this perverse individual at a distance. Fortunately, despite feeling an unusual level of tension, it is evident that he has not attracted Orochimaru's attention or suspicion. Just as Orochimaru departs, Niko Shun breathes a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Orochimaru's aura is indeed formidable. Nakazawa Naka strides forward, looking visibly shaken. Hyuga Hikari is also drenched in cold sweat. Facing him feels akin to encountering a predatory beast. Is this what the legendary Sannin embodies? Truly frightening. The more sensitive individuals are, the more they can appreciate the terror that Orochimaru instills. Observing the reactions of his companions, Niko Shun feels a sense of relief. Indeed, it is only natural for children of their age to harbor fear towards someone with such a sinister aura as Orochimaru. It is only reasonable for him to react in such a manner. Let us proceed. The trio enters the Hokage building. 3 weeks pass, and Niko Shun's eyebrows have grown substantially, and with some grooming, his appearance no longer seems so ridiculous. Moreover, he no longer has to borrow an eyebrow pencil from Naka. With this thought, Niko Shun's gaze inevitably drifts toward the energetic young girl and the languid boy beside her. He vividly recalls the day he appeared before them as a bald individual, and how they laughed so hard they could barely stand. His excuse was that he had burned his eyebrows while cooking. This explanation was surprisingly convincing, and everyone believed him. No one suspected he had been struck by a fire-style jutsu, as he bore no injuries apart from the lack of eyebrows. In the Hokage office, after receiving permission, the trio pushes the door open. Upon entering, they find Sarutobi Hiruzen seated at his desk, with a middle-aged man donning a headscarf and a Jainin forehead protector standing before him. Grandpa Hokage. Upon entering, the 3 little ones approach the desk, and Naka sweetly calls out. Upon hearing the young girl's address, Niko Shun distinctly observes a momentary stiffening of Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression. Niko Shun, watching the slightly awkward expression of the man in his 40s, feels the urge to laugh but restrains himself. In terms of age, Sarutobi Hiruzen could indeed be considered a grandfather figure to them. However, the pivotal issue remains that Sarutobi Hiruzen's second son, Asuma, is merely 10 years old and is of the same generation as Niko Shun and his companions. They even share the same academic level, though Asuma has yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. From this perspective, addressing him as uncle would be more fitting. Upon hearing Nakazawa Naka's address, Hyuga Hikari discreetly tugs at the girl's sleeve, clearly having realized the same inconsistency. Unfortunately, the girl is genuinely oblivious, looking back at Hyuga Hikari with a puzzled expression. What is it? Niko Shun pretended not to notice the scene and respectfully called out, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded indifferently. Faced with the endearing address from the naturally innocent little sister, even the third Hokage, with his profound thoughts, found himself at a loss for words. Would it be too narrow-minded to correct a young girl's form of address? Rising from his seat, He approached the side of his desk and gently ruffled the girl's hair. Ahem, you arrived just in time. I have someone to introduce to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured towards the man beside him, who smiled and nodded at the trio. Hello there. Chimu Shun's gaze shifted to the man. Judging by his forehead protector, he was a Jainin. He was quite handsome, yet his appearance lacked any distinctiveness, making him a character who had not appeared in the original work. Not even a mere supporting character. Even as a Jainin, he seemed to belong to the lower echelon. Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced him, saying, This is Noera Daku, a former member of the Hokage's guard and an exceptional Jainin. He will be your new instructor moving forward. At this revelation, the three displayed varied expressions. A new instructor implied. Nakazawa Noka couldn't help but ask, What about Teacher Misato? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily before replying in a somber tone, I regret to inform you that after such a lengthy absence, we believe Misato Wanzawa has met with an unfortunate accident. He was an orphan, and next week, the village will hold a memorial service for him. An orphan lacks rights, with no parents, who would truly care whether he was alive or dead, given the special circumstances. There had been little opportunity for thorough investigation or search for his remains after half a month without any sign. It could be assumed he was either dead or had defected. However, even if there was a possibility of defection, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never acknowledge it, as the impact on the village's reputation would be far more severe than that of a mere disappearance or death. Thus, Misato Wanzawa had to be considered deceased. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Chimu Shun let out a silent sigh of relief. Initially summoned by the Hokage, he had harbored some concern. However, given the current situation, the trio had acquired a new instructor, indicating that the higher-ups of Konoha had essentially abandoned their investigation into Misato Wanzawa's fate, for whatever reason. The 3 weeks of his disappearance officially classified him among the deceased ninjas. With this, Chimu Shun had little left to worry about. His gaze briefly swept over the unremarkable Jainin instructor beside him, Noera Daku. He appeared to be in his 30s, and his surname clearly did not belong to any of Konoha's prominent clans, reflecting on the original Naruto series. Chimu Shun recalled that the only notable figure with the surname Noera was Noera Kazan. Whether there were others, he could not quite recall. Could he be the father of that Noera Kazan? It certainly seemed plausible. Although Chimu Shun was not on the same level as Shiranui Jinkan and was not particularly acquainted with him, he held a notable impression of the young man, due to their shared graduation year and the fact that he had learned his name. Subsequently, Jinkan became part of Kai's team, further solidifying Chimu's recollection of him. Moreover, Chimu was aware that Shiranui Jinkan later ascended to become one of the 4th Hokage's guards, while the current Shiranui Daigo had also served as a bodyguard to the Hokage. Comparatively, the likelihood seemed greater. However, Chimu Shun felt a sense of hesitation. In such extraordinary times, after the disappearance of their special Jainin instructor, could Konoha truly afford to assign yet another Jainin teacher? He couldn't help but glance over at Hinata Hikaru. Was it perhaps because of him? Hikaru belonged to the esteemed Hinata clan, even if he was not particularly conspicuous. Being a member of such a prominent family warranted special attention from Konoha. Following this, the three left the Hokage's office alongside Shiranui Daigo, their spirits weighed down. Chimu Shun discreetly squeezed out a couple of tears from the corner of his eye, putting on a semblance of sorrow. Shiranui Daigo sighed, acknowledging the situation, and advised them not to dwell in sadness. He suggested that when the news of their instructor's disappearance had first emerged, they should have considered this possibility. The trio stood momentarily speechless, and Xiang Zhao suddenly burst into tears. Please don't cry, Daigo stammered, caught off guard. Chimu Shun produced a tissue and handed it to her, gently patting the girl's shoulder in silence. In terms of emotional intelligence, this Daigo was certainly inferior to the previous Manzawa Misato. In such circumstances, words held little power. In truth, the trio had not spent much time with Manzawa Misato, and their relationship was not particularly deep. Xiang Zhao's tears were simply a manifestation of the moment's emotional weight. Regardless, it was best to let her weep freely. After a considerable while, the young girl finally ceased her sobbing, her face slightly flushed as she looked at Shiranui Daigo, speaking in a soft tone, I'm sorry, Daigo-sensei. Daigo shook his head and continued, I believe that Misato-sensei, were he here, would not wish for you to remain in sorrow. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Daigo also nodded, sighing once more. I hope you understand one thing. The world of ninjas is exceedingly cruel. No one escapes death. The trio turned their gaze towards Shiranui Daigo. Clearing his throat, Chimu Shun remarked with an odd look, the way you say that. It sounds so genuine. If I weren't certain of my own immortality, I might actually believe you. With a tone tinged with gravity, Daigo continued. I have participated in the Second Ninja World War. Although we of Konoha emerged victorious, we still endured countless separations and losses, not to mention others. I have lost many comrades myself. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he pressed on. To speak bluntly, the current situation is far from peaceful. War could erupt again at any moment. As ninjas, we do not have the luxury of time to mourn. What we must do is dry our tears, uphold the legacies of those who have passed, and bravely forge ahead. Indeed, the young girl rubbed her reddened eyes and nodded emphatically. Upon witnessing her emotions finally come under control, Shiranui Daigo let out a sigh of relief. After the trio introduced themselves, he produced a document and addressed them, stating, I have reviewed your reports. Over the past 3 months, your team has successfully completed 108 D-rank missions, with commendable performance, save for a few failures. Among the graduating Genin teams this year, your results are quite impressive. In my opinion, you have demonstrated the capability to undertake C-rank missions. He continued. Failures in D-rank tasks often stem from uncontrollable circumstances, such as searching for lost pets. There is little one can do when faced with such challenges. Hinata Hikaru was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brightening as he exclaimed, Does this mean, Sensei, that we are finally eligible for C-rank missions? It was rare to see this usually squinting individual so animated. Kazuki Shun also turned to Shiranui Daigo, wondering if they were indeed about to embark on C-rank assignments. Shun was eager for higher-level missions, as C-rank tasks fell within the grasp of Genin and involved adversaries suitable for their level. However, the complexity of these tasks was considerably greater. Not only did they offer generous rewards, but they also provided ample opportunity for self-improvement and experience against foes. In light of the impending challenges, Shun felt an urgent need to enhance his abilities. His encounter with Manzawa Masato had highlighted his shortcomings and the lack of combat experience, fueling his anticipation for future confrontations. For Shun, even against ordinary opponents, training without unlocking the 8 gates could still serve as a means of honing his skills. Shiranui Daigo shook his head and cautioned, Do not be hasty. While your completion rate does qualify you for C-rank missions as your guiding Genin, I have yet to gain a clear understanding of your true capabilities. It would be irresponsible to make such a determination without further assessment of your skills. As it concerns your safety, the 3 youngsters exchanged glances, comprehending the implication of Daigo's words. He would decide on their readiness only after thoroughly evaluating their true strengths. Following a brief familiarization with their instructor, the new team was dismissed for the time being. Later that night, in an open area near Kazuki Shun's home, he struck a towering boulder with a powerful punch. He was practicing his Taijutsu. The Might family's techniques, aside from the 8 gates, primarily focused on leg techniques. While moves like Shadow Dance and Leaf Whirlwind were undoubtedly practical, their effects were somewhat limited. In contrast, Shun was tailoring his training to focus on hand techniques. His teammate, Hinata Hikaru, mastered the Hyuga clan's ultimate skills, such as Bagwazang and Gentle Fist, which Shun could not hope to learn merely by observation. Having been exposed to the physical techniques of the Hyuga clan and having gleaned insights into the principles of Gentle Fist from his teammate, he became aware of certain vulnerabilities in the human body's pressure points. Drawing upon the theoretical knowledge he possessed, Shun Kazuki endeavored to develop his own unique fighting style. After unlocking the 8 gates, he found himself endowed with formidable strength and unparalleled speed, particularly after opening the 4th gate. Moreover, one cannot overlook his extraordinary regenerative abilities. By synthesizing these numerous advantages, he formulated a combat strategy. Although both approaches target the enemy's weaknesses, the essence of Gentle Fist lies in the infusion of chakra into the body's chakra points. However, due to his insufficient chakra reserves, his martial art relies on raw power and incredible velocity, coupled with his indomitable body, trading injury for lethality. He decided to name it Frenzied Fist. At this juncture, he had only a rudimentary understanding of this technique. Whether it could truly be classified as a martial art or proven effective would require validation through combat. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, his fist struck the stone before him with the ferocity of a tempest. The impact shattered the massive rock into fragments. Simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through his shoulder. Upon inspection, he discovered that the jagged bone had protruded through the skin of his right arm. Blood flowed freely. Gritting his teeth, Shun grasped his right arm and forcefully retracted the bone, then painstakingly retrieved a bandage from his pocket to wrap his injured shoulder. It was through such brutal training, even bordering on self-inflicted torment, that his physical prowess was rapidly evolving. Surveying the shattered stone on the ground, he nodded in satisfaction. Achieving such results without activating the 8 gates was commendable, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. He decided to conclude his training for the day. The following morning, the alarm clock chimed insistently. Shunkazuki, dragging the heavy sandbag, rose from his bed. Unable to suppress a yawn, he rolled out of bed. During this period, apart from bathing, he had carried the burden of double weight in all his activities, including mundane tasks such as using the restroom and sleeping. Initially, this was quite cumbersome, making even standing a challenge. Given that he had previously struggled with a single weight, the transition to double was daunting. Consequently, he faced numerous obstacles in his daily life. A careless step could lead to a twisted ankle, let alone maintaining his training regimen. He even nearly toppled into a pit while attending to nature's call. His training volume had diminished significantly, yet the effectiveness had markedly increased. Additionally, he continued to bear the weight while undertaking missions, which inevitably led to further difficulties and some disdain from his teammates. Nevertheless, he persevered. After more than 3 weeks of grueling training, he had fully acclimated to the added weight. His basic movements were no longer hindered, and he could even run and engage in combat, albeit with some limitations on speed. Yet he managed to perform adequately. Undoubtedly, this accomplishment is built upon countless instances of suffering. Heaven knows how many bones he has fractured during this period and how many tendons have been torn. No matter how swiftly the wounds heal, the agony itself remains irreplaceable. In a few days, he shall attempt to increase the burden. Niko Shun rotated his wrist, secured his lower ninja headband, and stepped out of the room. After his morning exercise, Niko Shun arrived punctually at the predetermined gathering spot where he was to meet his teammates. Hinata, Hikari, and Asakawa now had been waiting there for quite some time. Good morning. Niko Shun yawned and greeted the two. Asakawa now, however, cast a disapproving glance at him and huffed. Why are you only just arriving? What time do you think it is? Niko Shun glanced at Hinata Hikari, who was stifling a laugh. With a resigned expression, he slowly raised his wrist. It's barely past 9. I'm only 2 minutes late. To his dismay, this defense only seemed to aggravate Asakawa now further. The young girl, hands on her hips and her face flushed, stared at Niko Shun and exclaimed, Only 2 minutes late? Is that the standard you set for yourself? Lately, you seem to be falling behind, even compared to Hikari. And you've gained quite a bit of weight. You're so sluggish in everything you do. How can this be? Wait. Niko Shun reflected on the rapid increase in his physique, which had indeed led to a substantial appetite. However, the noticeable weight gain was primarily due to the added burden he was carrying, necessitating looser clothing that made him appear somewhat bulky. Hinata Hikari rolled his eyes and chimed in, Come on, you even have time to poke fun at me? Am I really that exaggerated? I believe I'm quite diligent. Niko Shun shot him a sidelong glance, feeling a sense of helplessness as he regarded the small girl, who was still fuming with her hands on her hips. At the tender age of 18 or 19, with the mindset of a mere student from his past life, Niko Shun found himself ill-equipped to handle such spirited young ladies. Asakawa now puffed up her chest defiantly. Since when do diligent people declare their own diligence? Have you ever heard me brag about my own hard work? Niko Shun could only gaze in silence at this rosy-cheeked and exuberant girl. Reminded of the young ladies from the Ninja Academy, whether it was Shizune, Yuhi Kurenai, or Rin, they all exuded a delicate charm in his presence. The benefits of being handsome were indeed present, but alas, Asakawa now was not swayed by such superficialities. Frustration welled up within him as he noticed the girl preparing to redirect her focus towards Hinata Hikari, which would surely lead to an endless stream of chatter. Enough, now. Niko Shun interjected earnestly, locking eyes with both of them. He then sincerely embarked on a self-reflection. It is entirely my fault. I have lowered my own standards. In the future, I shall arrive ahead of time for any engagements. I promise to avoid any procrastination. Moreover, in this situation, the most reasonable response is a humble admission of guilt. Any excuse would merely serve as a pretext. With Niko Shun's understanding of the young girl, he realized that this approach would render her speechless. Indeed, upon hearing Niko Shun's earnest words, the girl momentarily paused, her tone softening as she replied, Actually, I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just that compared to your former self, you seem a bit lethargic now. You're not merely that wealthy young master. I don't wish to see you become dispirited or fall into decline. Niko Shun felt a warmth in his heart and gazed deeply at the girl. Although her comprehension was flawed, her intentions were clearly for his benefit. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, Rest assured, Naoka, I will become the most formidable ninja. I shall not relent until I achieve this goal. Though this girl is merely a minor character in the main storyline of Naruto and likely not destined for greatness. In Chimu Shun's world, she is a significant companion. What she may become in the future is inconsequential. What matters is the person she is today. At that moment, the leaves on a nearby tree rustled. The three of them looked up simultaneously, only to see a figure appear before them. Chimu Shun's pupils involuntarily constricted. The speed was astonishing, far superior to that of Manzawa Masato, a special jonin. The figure wore a loose robe and had their face concealed. Without uttering a word, they hurled a barrage of shuriken towards the trio. Chimu Shun swiftly positioned himself in front of Naoka, flipping a kunai into his hand. Though burdened, which limited his limbs' mobility, his fingers remained agile, allowing him to deftly flick the kunai towards the assailant. In broad daylight, he did not suspect this to be a spy from a rival village. Anyone capable of evading the numerous patrolling ninjas of Konoha was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Chimu Shun was unwilling to believe that such a person would risk revealing themselves for an ambush on three youngsters. Thus, the identity of this individual became evident. It was most likely Shiranui Daigo, who had spoken of testing their strengths the previous day. Consequently, Chimu Shun did not feel overly anxious and chose not to shed his burdens immediately. Meanwhile, Hinata Hikari activated his Byakugan with remarkable speed, precisely tracking the trajectory of the incoming shuriken. With his kunai held horizontally, he raised his hand to intercept the projectiles. At that moment, Chimu Shun's kunai was also in flight. The assailants slightly tilted their body, effortlessly dodging Chimu Shun's kunai, and then engaged with the swiftly approaching Hinata Hikari and Chimu Shun. The trio clashed with the figure, presumed to be Shiranui Daigo. Even with the 8 gates released, Chimu Shun doubted his ability to contend with this instructor. In fact, without activating the 8 gates, he showed no intent to hold back. There was no need. Hinata Hikari unleashed his full capabilities, activating his Byakugan and launching a series of gentle fist strikes. The two martial arts experts advanced to grapple with Shiranui Daigo, while Naoka maintained her distance, crouching behind to throw kunai. The individual in question is none other than the masked figure, Shiranui Daigo, who has deliberately concealed his identity to genuinely assess the combat prowess of the children during their skirmish. However, he is taken aback by the remarkable agility displayed by the trio. Hesitant to inflict serious harm upon the young ones, he resorts to utilizing his own physical techniques for counterattacks, only to discover that engaging in combat is far more challenging than he had anticipated. Chimu Shun strikes with the swiftness of the wind. Each blow is heavy and powerful, exhibiting strength that belies his youth. His mastery of physical techniques is astounding. Yet what truly astonishes Daigo is the reckless abandon with which this boy fights, always willing to exchange injury for injury, exhibiting a ferocity that is quite unsettling. The crux of the matter lies in Daigo's reluctance to truly injure Chimu Shun, which renders him incapable of fully unleashing his own abilities. What a bizarre style of boxing. This child fights without regard for his own safety. However, his weaknesses are evident. Chimu Shun is indeed a formidable opponent, yet his speed of attack is slightly diminished. In contrast, Hinata Hikari compensates for Shun's brief pauses with his soft punches, targeting vital chakra points on Daigo's body with precision. While he may not possess the raw power of Shun, his tenacity elevates the challenge to an entirely new level. Dealing with these two youngsters is already quite taxing for Daigo, and he must also remain vigilant of the distant kunai being thrown by Yukizawa Naka, who, despite her role as a medical ninja, demonstrates impressive accuracy. As a J-nin, Daigo can only feel a sense of exasperation. He has yet to employ any ninjutsu, having barely tapped into half of his true strength, and yet he is managing to withstand the trio's relentless assault through sheer physical prowess. Chimu Shun, too, is astonished. Although his speed has been reduced due to the added weight he bears, this very weight amplifies the force behind his punches. The sheer mass of his fists, weighing several hundred pounds, is undeniably formidable. Regrettably, it proves to be of little consequence against the exceptional skill of Shiranui Daigo. It must be said that the power of a J-nin is truly formidable, and unlike a special J-nin who may excel in a particular area, a true J-nin possesses no weaknesses whatsoever. Without the use of ninjutsu, he remains incredibly strong. Whoosh! A kunai restricts the direction of movement, while Hinata Hikari's soft punches press in from the side, leaving Daigo with no option but to confront Chimu Shun's incoming fist. Yet, in the next instant, Daigo's body swiftly transforms into a block of wood. Boom! Chimu Shun's heavy punch shatters the wooden block into splinters. Meanwhile, Daigo leaps down from the tree and removes his mask, brushing off his hands. Thus, the battle concludes. Observing the splintered remnants of the wooden block on the ground, He discreetly wipes the cold sweat from his brow. He harbors doubts that had his real body met that wooden block, he would likely have sustained significant injuries as well. The three children cease their actions and gather before Daigo, gazing at his face with expressions that clearly convey their realization. Upon witnessing their reactions, Daigo is momentarily taken aback. "You recognize me?" he inquires. Hinata Hikari lazily replies, "Only you, sensei, would appear here at such a time." The other two nodded in agreement. Although the trio was young, they possessed a commendable level of discernment. However, Shiranui Daku was utterly bewildered and turned to Kuki Shun with incredulity, exclaiming, "Shun, knowing my identity, you dare to employ such tactics?" Kuki Shun simply nodded, replying, "Because I am confident that you, master, would never harm us." Daku chuckled in disbelief at the audacity of the young lad. Clearing his throat, he addressed them with a serious tone, "You three have performed admirably. As Jinin, you managed to push me, a Jonin, to this extent. Well done." Despite Daku's praise, Kuki Shun did not allow himself to feel overly proud. He understood that Daku had not revealed his true strength. In fact, he had not even discerned Daku's ninja type. In this battle, Daku had employed only one technique, the body replacement technique, being one of the most versatile and easily learned jutsu in the Naruto world. It was commendable that three young ninjas could compel a Jonin to utilize it. Daku then began to assess the trio's performance in battle. "First, I must commend all of you. As a team of three, you recognize the significance of the medical ninja." The two combat ninjas proactively engaged the enemy to ensure the medical ninja's safety. This decision was astute. The three exchanged smiles, having developed a certain camaraderie during their time together. Daku's gaze then shifted to Kuki Shun. "Shun, your taijutsu is genuinely impressive. I did not expect a purely physical ninja to be so formidable. Your striking power is astonishing, far beyond that of a genin. I believe even a chunin would hesitate to withstand your blow. However, your shortcomings are equally apparent. Your speed is rather lacking, no matter how strong your strikes. If you cannot land them, they are of little use." Kuki Shun nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the truth in Daku's assessment. Had it not been for Hinata Hikari's support, he would never have posed a threat to Daku. The added weight he carried enhanced his strength but diminished his speed, a trade-off he could not escape. Daku squinted slightly, scrutinizing Kuki Shun before stating, "However, your movements appear unnatural. If I am not mistaken, you must be carrying some additional weight." Kuki Shun was momentarily taken aback, then rolled up his sleeve to reveal specially designed sandbags beneath, smiling as he said, "You guessed correctly, master." Hikari and Sakuzawa Noka looked on in astonishment. Kuki Shun couldn't help but marvel at Daku's perceptiveness. Indeed, the Jonin was worthy of their rank. Despite spending considerable time with Hikari and Noka, they had failed to notice. Yet, after just one battle, Daku had seen through it. Sakuzawa Noka pondered aloud, "I was wondering why you seemed so sluggish lately. I thought you had caught something from Hikari, but it turns out it was this." Kuki Shun smiled at Hikari beside him. The young man gazed at Yukizawa Noka with a look of utter disbelief, muttering, "No way, you managed to step on my toes like that. I certainly did not anticipate this." In response, Yukizawa Noka playfully made a face at Hinata Hikaru. This spirited young lady often relished the opportunity to tease Hinata, a testament to the camaraderie among the trio. Despite Hinata being a scion of a prominent family, he had never shown discontent regarding their playful jibes. Then, the girl approached and pinched the sandbag on Keiki Shun's body, exclaiming, "Shun, this is remarkably hard." Keiki Shun nodded affirmatively. "Of course it is. This is my specially crafted sandbag. It contains a blend of tightly packed iron and lead powder. While it may resemble a typical sandbag, its combined hardness rivals that of steel. Its size appeared unremarkable, yet its weight was undeniably formidable." Of course, the three of them could not discern this from mere appearances. Unknowingly, Uchiha Daigo nodded in satisfaction and then winked at Keiki Shun, saying, as expected, "No wonder your speed seems off. I eagerly anticipate the day you shed this burden and reveal your true strength." However, his expression turned serious as he continued to address Keiki Shun. "That said, I must caution you. While training with weights is indeed beneficial, it can also lead to physical harm. Moderation is key. I hope you do not misjudge your limits." Keiki Shun nodded solemnly, recognizing that this was advice echoed by their instructor on numerous occasions. The fact that Daigo imparted such wisdom reflected his sense of responsibility. Daigo then turned his gaze towards Hinata Hikaru, remarking, "Now, I must address you, Hikaru." Hinata, having composed his expression, regarded Daigo with earnestness. Though he often appeared lackadaisical, he aspired to become a commendable ninja. Daigo smiled at him. "Hikaru, although your personality diverges significantly from the other members of the Hyuga clan I have encountered. I must commend your prowess. You truly embody the strength of a Hyuga descendant. While this was a rather affirmative appraisal, Niko Shun noticed a subtle shift in Hinata's demeanor. He seemed less than thrilled by the compliment. Shun sighed inwardly, realizing that Hinata was likely a member of the branch family. How could a caged bird ever take pride in its identity? Unbeknownst to Daigo, who continued his discourse with enthusiasm, he stated, in terms of pure taijutsu lethality, you may not surpass Niko Shun, but when it comes to tenacity, you undoubtedly excel. Moreover, with your Byakugan, your contributions to a team are invaluable. The chakra-infused gentle fist technique employed by Hinata specifically targets the enemy's chakra points. While it may not guarantee a swift defeat, a successful strike would have a profound and subtle impact on the foe. Furthermore, the reconnaissance capabilities of the Byakugan are far more critical on the battlefield than those of the Sharingan, potentially serving a strategic role. Daigo continued, finally, I wish to speak of Yukizawa Noka. At this juncture, he paused momentarily. The gazes of the crowd were fixed upon the young girl. As a medical ninja, her physical and ninjutsu skills were merely average. In her previous encounter with Nara Shikaku, aside from tossing a few shurikens, she seemed to have made little impact. Yet, Nara Shikaku nodded in commendation, stating, I must say, you possess a remarkable understanding of your role. As a medical ninja, it is wise to avoid the heart of battle. Charging recklessly into danger would be the height of irresponsibility for one in your position. Ensuring your own safety while supporting your comrades and providing timely assistance when they are wounded is the hallmark of a competent medical ninja. Upon hearing such praise, Nakazawa couldn't help but grin, stroking her ponytail joyfully. That silly girl Niko Shun chuckled softly, acknowledging the truth in Nara Shikaku's words. Understanding one's position is indeed crucial, especially for a medical ninja. Generally, medical ninjas are less powerful than their combat-oriented counterparts. Rather than foolishly rushing into the fray and becoming a liability, it is far more prudent to safeguard oneself and maintain a strategic distance. Nara Shikaku continued, while you have performed admirably, I must reiterate one vital point. Noticing the seriousness etched on Nara Shikaku's face, the three of them immediately composed themselves, focusing intently on him. You must always remember this. In battle, a medical ninja must never perish before the combat ninjas. Niko Shun nodded solemnly. Since the Second Ninja War, Konoha had placed an unprecedented emphasis on medical ninjas. This was largely due to Tsunade's efforts. She even proposed that each team include an additional medical ninja, but this suggestion was dismissed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, due to a lack of personnel and skills. Nevertheless, despite these limitations, Konoha's regard for medical ninjas far surpassed that of other villages. Nara Shikaku assessed each of the three in turn, offering praise, clearly satisfied with their performance. I must admit, although your time since graduation has been brief, I believe you have already earned the title of competent ninjas. I am confident that even when facing experienced chunin on the battlefield, you will not be outmatched. Such commendation was indeed significant. However, Niko Shun realized that Nara Shikaku seemed unaware of his previous encounter where he had valiantly defeated a chunin spy. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so confidently. Afterward, the three gazed at Nara Shikaku with eager anticipation. He smiled back at them and declared earnestly, in my view, you have already attained the capability to undertake C-rank missions. Hooray! That's wonderful! Nakazawa Naka exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. At the mission assignment office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was conspicuously absent. It was hardly surprising. As the leader of the village, how could he possibly spend every day at the mission desk? He only occasionally graced the office to lend it some presence. The staff at the mission assignment office appeared to be acquainted with Nara Shikaku. In a casual yet animated exchange, Shiranui Daigo approached the individual. The two engaged in light-hearted banter before the person turned to the trio of young ninjas. The new Daigo class. Your first C-rank mission involves escorting duties, and the detailed intelligence is contained within this document. Feel free to peruse it, he said, handing the mission file to Daigo. He continued, I must remind you that this mission's destination lies near the Land of Water, specifically in the Village of Mist, which carries a certain degree of danger. If you lack confidence in your abilities, I suggest you reconsider. It was indeed peculiar for the mission issuer to explicitly state that they could withdraw. Yet, for Niko Shun, such candor seemed entirely reasonable. After all, the mere mention of the Land of Water served as a formidable deterrent to the trio. The Land of Water, located to the east of the Land of Fire, is an island nation surrounded by sea on all sides and ranks among the 5 great shinobi countries, albeit as the smallest in terms of land area. Throughout the previous 2 shinobi wars, the Land of Water, due to its insular geography, had minimal interactions with other major nations and refrained from participating in the conflicts. However, this did not imply that their relations with Konoha were amicable. On the contrary, the greatest disturbances for the Leaf Village at that time stemmed from the Mist Ninjas. The female nin that Niko Shun had previously defeated hailed from the Mist. Moreover, Shun was acutely aware that the incessant harassment from the Mist would ultimately culminate in a confrontation with Konoha during the 3rd Great Ninja War. The notorious 7 ninja swordsmen, a formidable force from the Mist, were led by Might Duy, who would later cripple them. Tragically, his companion from the Ninja Academy, Noara Rin, would perish in a surprise attack orchestrated by the Mist, indirectly precipitating Obito's descent into darkness. Taking a deep breath, Niko Shun looked at his 2 hesitant companions. Shall we proceed? For the trio. The transition from trivial tasks of catching cats and dogs to escorting individuals into the infamous blood mist of the Mist Village was undeniably daunting. It is crucial to recognize that, at this juncture, the Mist Village was under a regime of terror and isolationist policies, unequivocally the most perilous of all ninja villages. While Niko Shun was uncertain about the duration of the blood mist, he recalled several key figures. One was Zabuza Momochi, who famously slaughtered all his classmates during the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy, causing a significant uproar. Consequently, the Mist Village decided to abolish its isolationist policy. Zabuza was of a similar age to Kakashi and Guy, likely on the cusp of graduation within the next couple of years. Recently, Shun had not heard of any further incidents involving his massacre of peers, suggesting that the Mist still enforced its bloody regime. It is worth noting that during the 3rd Great Ninja War, Rin's death would lead to Obito's transformation, as he subsequently manipulated the newly appointed 4th Mizukage using his Sharingan, triggering the resurgence of the Mist's brutal governance. Indeed, several years later, the once underperforming, eccentric youth Shun had encountered at school would be capable of orchestrating actions of a Kaga-level figure, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Upon reflection, what significance does my external support hold? It is an unceasing endeavor to grow stronger. If I could attain the strength of a Jonin in a few years, I would consider it a fulfillment. How truly small and humble I am. Narashikaka scrutinized the details of the mission briefing and pondered. No wonder this is merely a C-rank task. The escort target is simply a merchant convoy of ordinary people, carrying commonplace goods, with the threat of bandit and mountain robber attacks being the primary concern. Moreover, while the ultimate destination is indeed near the Land of Water's hidden mist, it is still a considerable distance from the village itself. Kikuchi Shun merely sneered. The Land of Water is not entirely engulfed in peril. Yet the presence of a leaf ninja in such territory undeniably carries risks. While the task's difficulty is low, the location elevates its potential challenges beyond that of a typical C-rank mission. Silently observing the map, Shun noticed the unusual expression on Hyuga Hikari's face. Seeing that the trio was unable to make a decision, Narashikaku handed the detailed mission briefing to them, saying, "Take some time to deliberate today before reaching a conclusion. I shall wait for you in our usual spot tomorrow." With that, he exited the mission office. The 3 youngsters exchanged glances before departing the Hokage building. In the open space, Asakawa Noka held the mission details, hesitating as she looked at the 2. "What are your thoughts?" Kikuchi Shun replied directly. "It is a task that can be undertaken or declined. The mission itself presents little difficulty, yet traveling to the Land of Water undoubtedly entails risks. Potentially life-threatening ones at that. My suggestion is to forego it. While wartime missions cannot be rejected, it is curious to encounter such tasks during a period that has not yet fully descended into conflict." Shun's stance was clear. They should not accept the mission. The fervor he had previously felt for battle was temporarily extinguished by the mention of the hidden mist. Of course, this was not a display of cowardice. If they were to arrive in the Land of Water without encountering danger, all would be well. However, should peril arise, both of his companions might falter. Whereas he believed his own abilities had yet to reach their zenith, there was no need to traverse such a distance and face unknown risks to complete this task. Moreover, Shun sensed that the assignment of this mission, along with the inclusion of a Jonin instructor, was not merely coincidental. The specific reasons eluded him, yet he wished to decline if given the choice. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Narashikaka stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, his expression one of uncertainty. "Lord Sarutobi, do you truly intend to send those 3 youngsters with me to the Land of Water?" Could this not be overly perilous? After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window, then turned to Nara with a subtle smile, his demeanor enigmatic. The decision lies with them. I will not impose. What of the Hyuga clan's stance? Nara sighed, replying, the Hyuga clan does not oppose, yet they remain non-committal. They merely stated that the Hyuga descendants are first and foremost ninjas of Konoha before identifying as members of the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his expression subtle, and with a cold chuckle remarked, this is acceptable. After all, the two civilian ninjas were merely inconspicuous disciples of the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to elaborate further. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, before taking a deep breath and mustering the courage to counter. I firmly believe that the risks are too great. Should the Byakugan be leaked, the consequences. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, his gaze sharp as he firmly interrupted. That is not your concern. Nara Shikaku found himself at a loss for words. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes drifted through the window, his expression inscrutable. As Hokage, his considerations extended beyond the interests of any individual within the village. He weighed the overall strength of the village and the balance of power among its clans. Konoha, while perhaps no longer the most formidable among the 5 great shinobi countries, undeniably possessed the richest heritage, particularly among its prominent clans, which wielded immense influence and power. The decision to send a peripheral disciple of the Hyuga clan to the Land of Water was not merely a cover for Nara Shikaku's covert mission. It primarily served as a means to gauge the Hyuga clan's stance and boundaries, and perhaps even to assert dominance over them. Was the Byakugan significant? Certainly, it was. Yet, on the vast battlefield, instances of Hyuga clan members being slain or the Byakugan being lost were not unheard of. Even in later years, there were reports of other nations successfully transplanting the Byakugan. It was precisely due to the Byakugan's significance that Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored apprehensions towards this clan. For him, maintaining internal equilibrium within Konoha was of greater importance than any external threat. This may seem absurd, yet considering the lengths to which one might go, such as allowing the Uchiha clan to face extinction, what actions might Sarutobi Hiruzen not consider? However, when Niko Shun directly suggested abstaining from the mission, he anticipated that the typically laid-back Hyuga Light would concur. To his surprise, Hyuga Light agreed. Observing Niko Shun's astonished expression, he recalled the conversation he had with his father the previous night, took a deep breath, and inquired, the rating for this mission is C rank, correct? Niko Shun nodded. Hyuga Light followed up. C rank missions are indeed the standard tasks for Genin, am I right? Niko Shun frowned. It's not quite so straightforward. He was cut off by Hyuga Light, who insisted, just answer with a yes or no. This young man had never been so earnest before. Niko Shun, observing the unusually resolute expression on Hyuga Light's face, sighed, yes, that is correct. Upon hearing Niko Shun's tone, Hyuga Light's demeanor softened, and he smiled, saying, my apologies. I simply feel that if we shy away from a C rank mission, how can we honor our identity as ninjas? If we are to decline a second C rank mission to the Hidden Cloud, and a third to the Hidden Sand, must we continue to forfeit opportunities? Niko Shun shook his head, asserting, it's not that simple. Should we grow stronger or face mandatory missions during wartime, traveling to the borders or enemy territories? I would have no objections. However, the current situation is not one that demands our presence. Observing Hinata Hikaru's unprecedentedly resolute expression, Niko Shun sensed an unsettling change. He refrained from further conversation, instead turning his gaze towards Sakazawa Noka. Let us adhere to the majority, he suggested. Upon meeting Niko Shun's eyes, Sakazawa Noka's gaze momentarily flitted away, evading his scrutiny. Niko Shun was taken aback. After a brief silence, the young girl spoke. My father has stated that the evaluation of our first C-rank mission holds significant implications for subsequent tasks, and I believe Hikaru is right. Niko Shun sighed, his eyes fixed intently on the pair. In their pupils, one could discern a blend of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. Yet overshadowing that was a courageous resolve to confront the challenges ahead. Nodding, Niko Shun turned back to Hinata Hikaru, exclaiming passionately, in that case, I honor your opinions. Let us proceed. Fear not, for having made this decision, I shall protect you through any peril we may encounter, even if we face formidable foes. Be they the elite shinobi of the water country, even if I must sacrifice my life for it. I shall not retreat. At these words, the two were rendered speechless. After a lengthy pause, Hinata Hikaru glanced at Niko Shun and reassured him, you need not worry, should danger arise. I will not allow you to bear it alone. We shall advance and retreat together. Hikaru's earnest reply left Niko Shun at a loss for words. He sighed, Their attitudes suggested a subtle dissonance. Despite their youth, they were no fools. The likelihood of encountering enemy ninjas in the water country was low, especially the elite ranks, unless Noera Daigo were to recklessly assault the village of Kirigakure. Niko Shun began to realize that both were influenced by some external force, unwilling to easily relinquish this first C-rank mission, even at the cost of certain risks. These two foolish youngsters, if they are so eager to venture to the water country, then so be it, Niko Shun thought helplessly. He had spoken his piece, the majority rules. He pursed his lips, opting for silence. As members of the same team, they were bound to share both honor and disgrace. Advancing together, Niko Shun had expressed his dissent, yet regrettably, he could not sway his companions' approval. Of course, had he insisted, there would be little they could do. But he was reluctant to abandon the team and preferred to respect their opinions. Nevertheless, his concession stemmed from the understanding that this mission, while bearing certain risks, was not insurmountable. His immortality rendered the dangers significantly lesser. His primary concern lay with his two teammates. He turned to Sakazawa Noka, who held the mission briefing, and inquired, "What of Teacher Daigo? Will he accompany us?" Sakazawa Noka paused, then comprehended Niko Shun's intent. She lifted the mission briefing, presenting it to him, and nodded. "It states here that the leading instructor will join us." With that clarification, Niko Shun's worries dissipated. It is no wonder they dared to assign such a task to their team. It turns out they were accompanied by a seasoned jonin. In this manner, the risks involved are significantly mitigated. However, despite this reassurance, Niko Shun could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. We are not in a time of complete peace. To reach the land of water, one must traverse the seas, which will undoubtedly delay their journey. It seems rather peculiar for a jonin to squander so much time escorting 3 genin on such a mission. In these tumultuous times, even the distinguished jonin Wanzawa Masato is too preoccupied to spare a moment, let alone the former bodyguard of the Hokage, Nara Daigo. Niko Shun narrowed his eyes. If that is the case, then surely, Teacher Daigo would not allow us to encounter any dangers, would he? Reflecting on Hinata Hikaru's unusual and resolute demeanor, Niko Shun sensed that this young man likely knew more than he let on. Nevertheless, Niko Shun refrained from pressing further. Moreover, Hikaru was correct. As ninjas, when faced with adversity, one must not yield if they aspire to become strong. The renowned Sannin of Konoha, along with the late Konoha White Fang, earned their reputations on the battlefield. Furthermore, even if they were to venture to the land of water, Niko Shun did not believe they would necessarily cross paths with the ninjas of Kirigakure. The village is notoriously insular, with its inhabitants rarely departing. Even in the unlikely event they encountered a Kirigakure ninja, it is doubtful they would confront a formidable adversary, considering it is merely a C-rank mission. Even if fortune were to betray them, and they did encounter a notable figure from Kirigakure, their disguises would likely prevent them from arousing suspicion. The reason Niko Shun initially suggested it was optional to go was rooted in this very thought. Surely my luck cannot be that unfortunate? It is improbable that a simple mission would lead to calamity, right? This was Niko Shun's reasoning. He did not perceive himself as perpetuating the ill-fated legacy of his past life. And indeed, over the course of his 2-year journey, he had encountered remarkably few unexpected situations. What he needed to consider was the potential risk of being discovered as a Konoha ninja by the Kirigakure shinobi, due to their opposing affiliations. That night, Niko Shun once again visited the Might household. Through their 2 years of camaraderie, he had come to regard these two men with watermelon-like hairstyles as family, wholeheartedly appreciating their dedication and perseverance. However, he maintained a skeptical view of their aesthetic choices. Thus, he had resolutely declined their repeated requests for a unified uniform and hairstyle. Seated around the table with the two men clad in green spandex, Niko Shun enjoyed a simple homemade meal. He shared the news of his impending departure from Konoha with them. Upon hearing this, Might Duy was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down his face as he felt immense pride for his disciple. Shun was to undertake a C-rank mission. How wonderful, how splendid. It is worth noting that Might Duy, a perennial genin, possesses only average strength without the use of the 8 gates technique. Due to a lack of understanding in navigating social interactions and a rather haphazard approach to tasks, I have consistently failed to complete even the most basic D-level assignments, never having had the opportunity to undertake a legitimate C-level mission. Observing my son and apprentice maturing and gaining recognition for their skills at such a young age brings me immense joy. At this moment, Guy is giving a thumbs up to Shun, grinning widely, yet he adds, "You're just a step behind me. I have already accomplished a C-level task." He then expresses his frustration. "Now that you are leaving, I want to be able to challenge you to a duel during this time. This fellow truly exhibits a singular focus, with little more than muscle occupying his mind. Shun chuckles. You could always seek out Kakashi. Back when Shun had yet to commence his training in physical techniques, Kakashi was the person Guy esteemed most at the Ninja Academy. Subsequently, he became a relentless admirer, pursuing Kakashi fervently, challenging him to duels every day. Upon hearing Shun mention Kakashi, Guy's expression darkens. Don't even mention that guy. He has ACH Nin, and the lowest tasks he undertakes are C-level. He often takes on B-level missions and even A-level ones, frequently absent from the village as fellow students. The brilliance of Kakashi can be overwhelming, despite their similar ages. Kakashi's ventures to the borders and even enemy territories have become routine, while I find myself agonizing over whether to undertake a mission to the Land of Water. It is worth noting that his future companions, Obito and Rin, are still idling away at the Ninja Academy, oblivious to when they might ascend to the rank of Genin. Guy's face displays a distinct sense of grievance. He and Kakashi have a rivalry of sorts. Suddenly, Guy turns serious, addressing Shun. In any case, you must be cautious. The Land of Water is fraught with danger. Ensure you return safely. Even a person as carefree as Guy recognizes the perils of the Land of Water and genuinely worries for Shun's safety. Shun smiles gently, reassuring him, do not fret. Guy, are you not aware of my capabilities? A mere sea-level mission is hardly a concern for me. In the presence of the Might Father and Son. Shun cannot help but exude optimism. Might Duy stands before them, giving a standard thumbs up, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Haha, Shun, you are quite audacious. But I admire that. Youth should embody such spirit, always harboring grand ambitions, never fearing, and courageously forging ahead. Guy also rises, mirroring Dai's posture. Both green-clad figures striking a similar pose. Go for it, Shun. Shun's heart warms at their support, and he reciprocates with a raised thumb. Wait for my return. The following day, having packed his belongings, Shun arrives at the designated meeting place with Hinata Hikari and Sawano Kaori. Both are similarly prepared for departure, laden with their packs. Shun's gaze falls upon Hinata. During such times, the Hyuga clan permits the Byakugan to venture forth, suggesting he is likely a branch family member. Noticing the determined expressions on their faces, Shun declares, it seems you have truly made up your minds. Let us proceed to find Teacher Daigo. At the Hokage building, Daigo Nara gazes at the 3 with an inexplicable melancholy, observing their earnest demeanor. With a slight sigh, he said, in that case, please follow me. The 3 young ones trailed behind Noara Daigo as they departed from the Hokage building to meet the clients for their mission. At first glance, the group appeared to be an ordinary merchant caravan, comprising no more than a dozen individuals, including their families. Their cargo consisted of 2 heavily locked carts filled with large boxes. Are you the ninjas dispatched by Konoha? What a joke. Just 3 little kids. The leader of the caravan, a short man with graying hair and a prominent nose, reeked of alcohol. The 3 youngsters were momentarily taken aback. Having summoned their courage to accept this assignment, they were now being doubted by their employer. Noara Daigo smiled and replied, actually, I am also here. And although they are quite young, each has been assessed and deemed a qualified ninja. If you have any doubts, you may cancel this mission and submit a new request. We can send another team. As he spoke, a sense of relief washed over him. If things unfolded in this manner, it would indeed be for the best, sparing the 3 youngsters from undue risk. Upon hearing Noara Daigo's words, the drunken leader cast a sidelong glance at the trio, pondering for a moment. I trust that Konoha, as the foremost ninja village, would not deceive me. In that case, I apologize for my earlier remarks. To you 3 young ninjas and this esteemed ninja, the safety of our caravan is now entrusted to your capable hands. He bowed slightly to the quartet, expressing his gratitude, despite the earlier skepticism regarding their abilities. The swift change in the old man's demeanor indicated a newfound trust in Konoha. Rest assured, sir, Nakazawa Noka proclaimed, patting her small chest and raising her tiny fist in assurance. This young girl, with her delicate features and twin ponytails, was truly endearing to all. However, the drunken leader glared at her with displeasure. Grandpa, am I old? He was clearly offended. Nakazawa Noka blinked. I didn't mean. The man huffed. You little girl have no sense. I'm not yet 40. It's a bit early to be your grandpa. Chimu Shun, unable to suppress his amusement, touched his thinning hair and remarked, but your white hair. I was born with white hair, the man replied with an air of pride. Chimu Shun was momentarily at a loss for words. White hair. In his previous life, he had encountered a cultural fascination with white-haired individuals, and he was no exception. Yet, the combination of an uncle with white hair was quite the conundrum, especially when coupled with his furrowed brow. One could easily mistake him for 60. Immediately, Niko Shun clasped his hands in apology and playfully delivered a light thump to Nakazawa Noka's head. Uncle, this girl is just a bit naive. Let me teach her a lesson. Please overlook her transgressions. I'm sorry, uncle. The little girl quickly covered her head, gazing at the drunken leader with a pitiful expression. On the verge of tears. With a sigh, the character known as Sake Nose decided to refrain from further chastising the young girl, muttering to himself that he had goods to organize. As he turned to busy himself with his tasks, he noticed a dramatic change in the expression of Nakanishi now, who clenched her small fists, wearing a triumphant grin as she exchanged mischievous smiles with Niko Shun. Clearly, the earlier display had been mere theatrics. Niko Shun, however, merely smirked in derision, thinking, ah, women, such acting prowess. It was later that Niko Shun discovered that Sake Nose was actually Sakata Naoya, the leader of the merchant convoy. He had evidently chosen to place his complete trust in the ninja team, even going so far as to hand over the keys to the cargo boxes for their safekeeping. He seems to have a great deal of faith in us. Niko Shun mused as he tucked the keychain away. In truth, the keys held little significance, should they encounter bandits or marauders. The boxes and their contents would likely be taken regardless. A swift strike could easily sever the lock, rendering the keys useless in the face of such threats. Nevertheless, since the employer was willing to entrust them with the keys, Niko Shun felt compelled to honor that trust. From what he observed, the members of the merchant convoy appeared to be ordinary individuals. Thus, no matter how precious the cargo, it was unlikely to provoke an attack from high-ranking ninjas. Including the steadfast Shiranui Daku, the group had mentally prepared themselves and, after a brief period of organization, set off directly. The journey through the Land of Fire proved to be far more effortless than anticipated. The ninja team, along with Shiranui Daku, removed their headbands and donned casual attire. Blending seamlessly into the merchant convoy, the three young ones were treated as the convoy's family, departing the Land of Fire without encountering any thieves or bandits. At the port, the three children boarded a grand vessel bound for the Land of Water, leaning over the railing to gaze out at the vast expanse of the sea. In both this life and the previous one, it was Niko Shun's first encounter with the ocean, and his spirits soared as a result. After 2 years of traversing through the ninja village's conflicts, which had instilled in him a fear of venturing beyond its borders, this marked his inaugural departure from the Land of Fire. A sensation of boundless freedom washed over him. He felt liberated from the confines of a singular world, finally grasping the reality of a vast and expansive universe. Hey there, little ones. Is this your first time seeing the sea? Sake Nose approached the trio, holding a bottle of sake. The children nodded eagerly in response. All three were born during a time of war, and with the ongoing Cold War post-conflict. They had never ventured outside their homeland after graduating from the Ninja Academy amidst the escalating tensions between the ninja villages. While you ninjas are undoubtedly formidable, it seems rather cruel. If I had children, I would never allow them to travel so far for a mission, Sake Nose remarked, taking a hearty swig from his bottle. Niko Shun found himself at a loss for words. The existence of his original self epitomized the stark brutality of the ninja world. An orphan child, bereft of parents on the battlefield, would likely have become a mediocre ninja, ground down by the passage of time. In the forthcoming Third Great Ninja War, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere cannon fodder. There were far too many such individuals in the ninja world, rendering them scarcely worthy of mention. Only those endowed with strength, the survivors, possessed the luxury of aspiring for and forging a future. Indeed, throughout the entirety of Naruto, including the formidable bosses within its universe, many have suffered the torment of warfare, enduring the loss of loved ones and friends, which has led them to deviate in their thoughts and even resort to extreme actions. This is precisely why some believe that there are no unequivocal villains in the Naruto world. Ultimately, the fault lies with this fractured reality. Gazing at the vast ocean, Niko Shun quietly clenched his fist. Power is the true path. The voyage across the sea did not last long. By the evening of the third day, the ship docked, and Niko Shun set foot on the territory of the Land of Water. The climate here was distinctly different from that of the Land of Fire, marked by an overwhelming humidity and dense mist. No wonder the ninja village of the Land of Water is called the Hidden Mist. The port was rather desolate. At this moment, the harsh policies of the Hidden Mist had instilled fear within the hearts of the populace, resulting in a significant decline in foreign merchant caravans. However, this also meant that the port did not impose excessively stringent inspection standards. Strictly speaking, The land of water is an archipelago, with each island boasting its own customs. The travelers were heading toward the largest inland area. Although surrounded by the sea, one could see mountains and peaks when looking inland from the port. Niko Shun yawned and walked toward the dock, contemplating the distant mountains. He mused to himself, the journey ahead may not be easy. As time passed, on the third day in the land of water, the trio finally escorted the merchant caravan to the edge of their destination. The journey had unfolded smoothly, far surpassing Niko Shun's expectations. That night, as they camped outdoors, the three young ones gathered around the campfire, eagerly discussing the day's experiences. With the journey nearing its conclusion, no unforeseen incidents had occurred. The sense of urgency that once filled their hearts had diminished since their arrival. Over the past 3 days, the group had encountered no ninjas, nor even a single thief or bandit. In fact, the inhabitants of the land of water they met, whether innkeepers or passers-by, were remarkably courteous and polite. They appeared extremely reluctant to provoke any trouble. Initially, Niko Shun had imagined that the oppressed people of the land of water, under such a brutal regime, would be exceedingly frenzied and agitated. It turned out he had overestimated the situation. Niko Shun reflected, commoners are commoners, no matter where they are. Whether during times of war or peace, faced with powerful ninjas, commoners possess no capacity for resistance, they can only endure passively. Only ninjas can contend with ninjas. Ironically, the greatest challenge encountered during this period was assisting the merchant caravan in traversing the rugged terrain. The geography of the land of water is truly arduous, filled with cliffs and dense jungles. I had thought the land of water was perilous, keeping me restless at night, but it seems it is not so daunting after all. Tomorrow, we shall reach our destination and complete our first C-rank mission. Nika's face was alight with excitement, her cheeks glowing warmly in the firelight. Hinatake's expression was taut, cautioning against premature joy. We were now at the point in our journey closest to the hidden mist village, and thus in the most perilous circumstances. Niko Shun yawned, acknowledging that while vigilance was essential, excessive anxiety was unwarranted. The hidden mist village, notorious for its gruesome isolationist policies, meant that its ninjas seldom ventured far from their home. In my estimation, the likelihood of encountering a hidden mist ninja on this final day was exceedingly low. Moreover, even the chances of encountering bandits in the vicinity of the village were diminished. It is important to note that a C-rank escort mission typically served merely to deter thieves. The ninjas of the hidden mist would not be inclined to raid a merchant caravan. All we needed to do was conceal our identities as leaf ninjas. Having spent 3 days within the land of water without incident, with merely half a day remaining, the probability of danger was minimal. Just as Niko Shun finished speaking, a loud whistle pierced the distance, and a series of torches ignited in the night. A cacophony of voices erupted, demanding that we surrender our belongings. Amidst this chaos, the screams of the merchant women rang out for help, pleading not to be harmed. The 3 youngsters exchanged glances. Niko Shun furrowed his brow, then relaxed, his tone laced with intrigue as he remarked, they must be ordinary bandits. However, given our proximity to the hidden mist, there is a possibility they could include rogue ninjas. Hinata shot him a glance, shaking her hands as she dashed forward. Following closely behind was Takizawa Noka, casting a glare at Niko Shun. Despite being a medical ninja, the young girl demonstrated commendable combat prowess against ordinary bandits. Niko Shun, however, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the flickering orange flames in the woods, realizing that just after he had claimed no bandits would appear near the hidden mist, fate had proven him wrong. From the number of torches, it appeared that the assailants did not number more than 10. In the scuffle, they had remarkably managed to inflict no injuries, suggesting they were not particularly ruthless thieves. With this thought, Niko Shun charged forth, delivering a powerful punch that sent a scrawny bandit, who was entangled with a merchant, sprawling to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Niko Shun, taken aback, withdrew his fist in astonishment. Was this an act of pretense? It soon became evident that this small group was indeed a band of nearby brigands. Their weakness was apparent. They numbered merely a dozen, and none were ninjas among them. Their weapons were dull and ineffective. The 3 lower-ranked ninjas unleashed a torrent of force, and within 10 minutes, absent the presence of Shiranui Daigo, they had incapacitated the lot without spilling a drop of blood. Only one remained standing, a rotund man adorned with a headscarf, the leader of this ragtag band. As the trio closed in, he scowled fiercely, bellowing, "Do not corner me." Niko Shun retorted with a cold smirk, "And what if we do?" As he spoke, he raised his fist, only to see the man's face contort with fear. Suddenly, with a thud, he knelt down on the ground. "3 young masters, we were wrong. Spare our lives. We are merely trying to make a living." Niko Shun was momentarily taken aback, his raised fist left without a purpose. 2 minutes later, the bandits, bruised and battered, were tied together, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Uncle Sakata, with the expression of one who has found treasure, remarked, "Indeed, the strength of you three young ones is formidable. Fortunately, we encountered these bandits before reaching our destination. Otherwise, I would have felt something was amiss." He was genuinely pleased with the performance of the three youngsters. Niko Shun smiled and nodded at Uncle Sakata, silently acknowledging that he had indeed stumbled upon a gem. Hearing the praise, Takazawa Noko raised her small fist in triumph, unable to contain her joy. After all, as a lower-ranking ninja, she had experience dealing with bandits during D-rank missions, so she handled the situation with relative ease. Of course, being a ninja aside, she was still a young girl, and her vanity inevitably flared up. Hinata Hikaru humbly nodded, a slight expression of joy gracing his face. Niko Shun, however, regarded the bandits with suspicion. Based on their previous encounter, these individuals crumbled at the first sign of confrontation. They were indeed mere ordinary folk, their skills lacking and their attire decidedly amateurish. It was clear they were not rogue ninjas. Yet, the more he considered this, the more perplexed Niko Shun became. What audacity compelled ordinary people to act in such a manner in this location? He stepped forward and seized the collar of one of the bandits, demanding, "How dare you commit robbery here?" The distance to the Hidden Mist village was such that an ordinary person might require 2 or 3 days to traverse it. However, for a ninja, this distance could be greatly reduced. A proficient upper-ranking ninja might reach the village in just 3 or 4 hours at full speed. The leader of the bandits bowed his head in supplication, revealing their motives. It turned out these individuals were local peasants, unable to sustain their livelihoods under the oppressive conditions of the water country, which led them to a life of banditry. They were acutely aware of the policies set by the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist village and understood the village's current state of isolation and bloodshed. Driven by desperation, they devised a strategy that took advantage of the darkness beneath the lamp. The closer they were to the Hidden Mist village, the less likely anyone would suspect bandits to operate in the vicinity. As the ninjas remained confined within the village, as long as they were cautious while scouting, they believed they could minimize their risks. Moreover, their typical modus operandi involved only a small portion of theft, akin to extorting traveling merchants, rather than taking everything, which had forced some merchants to swallow their losses. Upon hearing this confession, Niko Shun couldn't help but chuckle. While their belief that the most dangerous places are the safest may hold some merit, attempting to play tricks in the land of blood mist was undeniably foolish. One could only commend these individuals for their audacity. To assume that all ninjas are fools would indeed be the height of folly. It is essential to recognize that even the 3 genin among them could effortlessly annihilate this band of mountain brigands, let alone the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village. The leader of the mountain thieves pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Esteemed sirs, we have erred. Our judgment was clouded by greed, and in a moment of folly. We beg for your forgiveness. We are willing to offer compensation. Please spare us." Compensation? Upon hearing the brigand's sense of reason, the eyes of the 3 young ninjas sparkled with intrigue. Niko Shun cleared his throat and inquired, "How much can you offer?" The brigand shot a glance at Niko Shun and then at the elder Sakata Naoya, saying, "My lord, this." Sakata Naoya, with a dismissive grunt, wisely stepped aside. The 3 young ninjas then huddled closer to the leader of the bandits. "If I am not mistaken, you 3 must be esteemed ninjas from the Hidden Mist, executing a commissioned task," Niko Shun remarked, a slight frown crossing his brow. The trio, inexperienced in their endeavors, instinctively revealed their identities through the use of kunai, the quintessential tool of ninjas, thus exposing themselves. He was not surprised by this revelation, yet reflecting on it now, it seemed rather unfavorable. He turned to find Hinata Hikari's expression equally grave. The bandits had discerned their identities as ninjas and, at this moment, evidently believed that all 3 were from the Hidden Mist. Feigning indifference, Niko Shun replied, "What of it? Whether true or false, it matters not." The brigand leader smirked lecherously. "Ninja, sir, you must be genin, yes? For such a task, how much would you earn? 30,000 ryo? 40,000 ryo? At most. Each of you could pocket 20,000 ryo, right?" The 3 exchanged glances, realizing the brigand's guess was not far from the truth. Even for their mission to the land of water, after deducting travel expenses, each would receive a little over 10,000 ryo, which was indeed a handsome sum. To them, such a reward was ample. A mere bowl of ramen cost only a few ryo. This profit of over 10,000 ryo could afford him hundreds of bowls of ramen. In fact, they would need to undertake dozens of D-rank missions to equal the reward of this single C-rank task. Niko Shun narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by this? Are you attempting to bribe us? Bribe? Nakazawa now, equally indignant, blushed and exclaimed, "You are delusional. If you can deduce that we are ninjas, you should understand that we are not swayed by monetary gain. Our missions are our very essence. You insult us." Seeing the fury of Niko Shun and his companion, the brigand leader realized he had made a grave miscalculation and hastily proposed, 50,000 Rio. How about it? You three honorable sirs possess great mercy. Just let us go. This is an easy 50,000 Rio. If you spare us, no one will be the wiser. And it won't interfere with your mission. Humph, delusional. Nakazawa now retorted fiercely. Niko Shun crossed his arms, nodding in approval at the young girl. While she often displayed a somewhat mercenary disposition, in critical moments, she proved to be reliable and aware of priorities. In the current predicament, monetary concerns are trivial. The paramount issue lies in the potential exposure of our identities as ninjas. How could we dare to let them go? If they were indeed Miss Ninjas, it would matter little. However, the crux of the matter is that they are not. Observing Niko Shun's increasingly frigid demeanor, the bandit leader felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. 100,000 taels, how can we manage that? We have just established our stronghold. And on our very first day, we are apprehended by you esteemed individuals. We truly possess no surplus, he stammered. Niko Shun, both exasperated and amused, retorted. Is this truly the moment to discuss money? Even if you offered 150,000 taels, it would be of no consequence. The young girl, fueled by indignation, chimed in, exactly. Do you take us for mercenaries? A ninja would never stoop for mere wealth. Gritting his teeth, the bandit leader countered. Then let it be 200,000 taels. Niko Shun sighed in resignation, unwilling to engage further with someone so oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, before Niko Shun could respond, the young girl blushed fiercely, leaping to her feet, her face alight with enthusiasm. Deal, she exclaimed. Niko Shun stared in astonishment at the sudden shift in the girl's demeanor. Still brimming with excitement, she declared. The 200,000 taels you mentioned, no reneging on the deal. With a swift motion, Niko Shun delivered a light smack to her head. The girl looked up, puzzled and aggrieved. What was that for? Shun. With a huff, Niko Shun pulled her aside to a secluded area and signaled to Hinata Hikari, who followed closely. Niko Shun regarded the woefully innocent girl with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Did you not just proclaim that ninjas do not bow to greed for wealth? The girl, rubbing her forehead, replied pitifully, but they offered too much. 200,000 taels. I've never seen such a sum in my life. Niko Shun could not suppress another light smack to her head, exclaiming, what a disgrace. It is merely 200,000. His gaze hardened as he observed the girl, clutching her forehead and feigning innocence, feeling a surge of anger within him. Does money in the realm of Hokage truly hold value? One must recall that in the future, Asuma's bounty in the black market reaches 35 million taels, and Tsunade could sell a pet pig for 100,000 taels. After becoming a high-ranking ninja, money becomes a trivial concern. This girl, in such a moment, is unable to discern the gravity of our situation. She truly is a fool. Taking a deep breath, he turned serious. It seems you have yet to comprehend the peril we face. We have revealed our identities as ninjas in close proximity to the Mist Village, which renders our situation exceedingly precarious. In truth, the scenario was not as dire as it appeared. However, in such circumstances, it is prudent to exercise caution. The girl, still holding her forehead with a flushed mark, felt her expression shift. Hinata Hikari, having remained silent until now, was also contemplating this pressing issue. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at his two companions, pondering their next course of action. Should we eliminate them all? Xiangze Anoka made a gesture as if to slice her throat, speaking with a cruel edge. Hinata Hikari and Niko Shun were momentarily taken aback by her words. This little girl certainly exhibits a decisive nature. Yet, it remains uncertain whether this reflects her true thoughts or if she merely believes such a statement to be more impressive. Niko Shun pondered. To avoid the exposure of our identities, this may indeed be the most prudent course of action. Hinata Hikari sighed, exasperated. Do not jest. Naoka, if we were to kill them all, who would carry out the deed? Can you truly bring yourself to take a life? Upon hearing this, Xiangze Anoka's expression became complex as she pouted, suggesting that it may not be suitable for the two boys to take such actions. Niko Shun could not help but cast a glance at the girl. Hinata Hikari continued. Fine. Even if we were capable of such actions, these individuals do not deserve death. Moreover, if we consider the possibility of them revealing our identities, wouldn't the merchants be even more likely to do so? They are fully aware of our identities as Konoha ninjas. Are we to eliminate them as well? As a member of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hikari still clung to certain moral principles and personal convictions. Furthermore, while killing might be a seemingly appropriate solution, it is certainly not the only one. The crux of the matter is that he is merely 10 years old. He cannot so easily decide the fate of others. Additionally, he spoke truthfully. These mountain bandits merely harbor suspicions about their identities, while the merchants are fully cognizant of their status as Konoha ninjas. Xiangze and Oka remained pouting, asking, "Then what do you propose we do?" "We are to escort the merchant caravan to their destination tomorrow, and it will take 3 days to return to the port and leave the land of water. During this time, it would be inappropriate to hand them over to the authorities, yet we cannot simply leave them to fend for themselves." The three were momentarily at a loss for words. Niko Shun stroked his chin, also momentarily speechless. He felt as though they had overlooked something. The two turned their gazes toward him. In unison, the three exclaimed, "Teacher Daigo." Niko Shun narrowed his eyes, deciding it would be best to leave this matter to the more experienced Teacher Daigo. However, in this desolate wilderness, where could he possibly be? It had been a whole night without a glimpse of him. Could it truly be that he was merely occupied elsewhere? Niko Shun squinted. Such a sudden disappearance at this juncture. Where could Teacher Daigo have gone? This conundrum necessitated his counsel. Xiangze and Oka and Hinata Hikari also expressed their agreement. At the outskirts of the hidden mist village, beneath the moonlight, a figure darted back and forth, vanishing like the wind at the periphery of the village. Concurrently, within a house at the village's edge, a young man with flowing blue hair suddenly opened his eyes. He pushed the window open and climbed onto the roof, directing his gaze toward the place where the earlier figure had vanished. Shortly thereafter, a shadow appeared beside the young man, inquiring, "Ching, have you discovered anything?" A young man named Ching, with talismanic earrings swaying in the wind, furrowed his brow and remarked, "I seem to sense a considerable amount of chakra energy departing from the village, at least at the level of a jonin." As a jonin with heightened perception, Ching held a prominent position within the village. Could it be a ninja returning from a mission? Shaking his head, Ching pondered that while a returning ninja might be expected, it was unlikely for one to be dispatched at this moment. Moreover, the nature of that chakra felt vaguely volatile. It should belong to a fire-type ninja. The Hidden Mist Village predominantly comprises water-type ninjas, although the atmosphere of the village is far from pleasant. The nature of chakra does not change with the character or environment of individuals. The chakra of water-type ninjas would never exhibit such a volatile transformation. Are you suggesting a ninja from Konoha? That seems implausible. They wouldn't have the audacity to dispatch a jonin for reconnaissance at a time like this. This is particularly relevant given that the land of water, the land of lightning, and the land of fire are separated by seas, with tensions primarily existing between these two nations. When fire-type ninjas are mentioned, Konoha often springs to mind. However, despite the ongoing frictions between the Hidden Mist and Konoha, they remain minor skirmishes. The term jonin signifies the apex of a great ninja village's combat prowess. Sending such formidable ninjas, regardless of intent, does not bode well. Sheen shook his head and replied, "That may not be the case, with the threat of conflict looming. Any scenario is conceivable. The village is already rife with anxiety and instability. If critical information were to leak at this juncture, we would be left entirely at Konoha's mercy. Perhaps you are overthinking this. The village is not devoid of fire-type ninjas. Moreover, as you mentioned, this is merely a feeling. You have not seen anyone, after all." Ching sighed, stating, "Without the relevant ocular techniques of our bloodline limit, our village must rely on keen instincts for perception, and I trust in my abilities. I shall report this matter to Lord Mizukichi. He will provide the answer regarding whether any jonin has ventured out on a mission tonight." Suddenly, with a soft thud, a figure clad in a dark robe, Noera Daigo, stealthily descended from a tree, returning to the encampment. However, he was met by a pair of gleaming eyes before the campfire. "Shunyu." Niko Shun had not slept a wink throughout the night. He waited until the late hours for Noera Daigo's return. With eyes sharp as a hawk, he scrutinized Noera Daigo, clad in a tight-fitting outfit, and inquired, "Master Daigo, where did you go tonight?" Noera Daigo was covered in grass and dirt, evidently having been on the move throughout the night. "Ah, well, the scenery of the land of water is quite lovely." Noera Daigo's words were evasive. Niko Shun frowned, observing the obvious signs of trouble in Noera Daigo's demeanor. "You visited the scenery in the middle of the night? Do you think I'm a child?" Nevertheless, Niko Shun did not suspect him of being a spy from an enemy nation due to his lackluster performance and deception. Upon witnessing the expression of Shiranui Daigo, Niko Shun could not help but curse inwardly, speculating whether the Hokage had entrusted him with some clandestine task. Shiranui Daigo fumbled for words, unable to provide a coherent response. However, from his averted gaze, Niko Shun surmised the truth. Indeed, he thought to himself. From the very beginning, Niko Shun had found this assignment to be illogical, initially believing it to be a deliberate trial set by the Hyuga clan to temper Hinata's indolent nature. Yet now it appeared to be connected to that old coot Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was evident to even a fool that the three of them were merely being used as decoys, even if discovered. The only justification would be the pretense of fulfilling an escort mission. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not a man to be trifled with. And Niko Shun could not help but speculate maliciously about his intentions. He could only lament his naivety, underestimating the ruthlessness of the Hokage and the higher echelons of Konohagakure, while overestimating Hinata's status and influence. That old geezer, Niko Shun, was naturally vexed, had it not been for their encounter with mountain bandits. They might not have realized Shiranui Daigo's mysterious disappearance in the dead of night. Yet, given the current predicament, reproaching Shiranui Daigo would serve no purpose. He took a deep breath, refraining from further comment, instead conserving his energy and mentally preparing for any potential adversaries. Soon after, Nakazawa Naka and Hinata arrived before Shiranui Daigo. "You finally returned, Teacher Daigo." Shiranui Daigo, taken aback, exclaimed, You all haven't slept? Why are you still awake so late? Don't we have a journey ahead tomorrow?" Nakazawa Naka animatedly recounted the earlier encounter with the bandits, before steering the conversation back to the pressing issue at hand. Shiranui Daigo, equally perplexed, questioned, "How could there be bandits in a place like this? Aren't they afraid of the mist ninjas?" Niko Shun elucidated the theory of being blind to danger in familiar surroundings. Shiranui Daigo frowned, exclaiming, "Such audacity! We cannot let these scoundrels go unpunished." Nakazawa Naka whispered, "Should we kill them?" Shiranui Daigo frowned in silence. His hesitation was not due to indecision, but rather the realization that these miscreants did not deserve death. Moreover, to kill a dozen men near the village of Kirigakure, would they be expected to dig graves for them in the dead of night? Having just returned from the village, they might already be under scrutiny. Suddenly unleashing the stench of blood would surely alert the ninja hounds to something amiss. Naturally, they could not afford to waste time in such a manner. Furthermore, such an act would undoubtedly incite panic among the ordinary traders, unless they could completely avoid the movements of the merchant caravans, which, looking at the three youngsters before him, was clearly unfeasible. Thus, he proposed, "How about this? We keep an eye on these bandits, led by Boss Sakata, for 2 or 3 days before reporting to the authorities. By then, we will have already departed from the land of water, and there will be no need to worry about our identities being questioned." In truth, the merchant caravan shared a common stance with them regarding the affairs of the Konoha ninjas. Naturally, they were reluctant to divulge such information and would agree to Nara Daigo's request, or rather, demand. As for how the caravan would ultimately deal with the mountain bandits, that was no longer a concern for Chimu Shun and his companions. "What a splendid idea," Chimu Shun expressed his approval. "Very well, this matter is settled. Since we are all too restless to sleep, let us set off under the cover of night. Arriving early will allow us to withdraw sooner." Seizing the opportunity, Nara Daigo interjected. Zaiangzawa and Hinata Hikari readily concurred with Nara Daigo's suggestion. However, Chimu Shun furrowed his brow, suspecting that Nara Daigo's eagerness to depart might stem from ulterior motives. Thus, Chimu Shun and his companions escorted the caravan through the night, providing Sakata Naoya with the rationale of fearing additional bandits. Naoya, not being foolish, had no intention of opposing the ninja team, given the clandestine nature of their activities and the formidable prowess of the ninja squad. Consequently, with the bandits in tow, the caravan traversed the mountains under the cover of darkness. After half a day's journey, they finally reached their destination, the inaugural mission of the Daigo squad. And indeed, Chimu Shun's first C-rank assignment was successfully accomplished. Naoka and Hikari exhibited palpable excitement, yet Nara Daigo's expression remained notably grave. He promptly led several subordinates to begin their return journey. The return was significantly more relaxed, no longer encumbered by the caravan. The 4 ninjas sprinted with remarkable speed. In less than a day, they covered the distance that had taken them 2 days to traverse on their way there. They finally stopped to rest and set up camp. Zaiangzawa, the least physically resilient, collapsed onto the ground and quickly fell asleep. Hinata Hikari furrowed his brow, glancing at Nara Daigo. "Master Daigo, must we be in such a hurry?" The caravan was safely escorted without encountering any mist ninjas. "There is no reason to believe we will face them upon our departure." Nara Daigo vaguely muttered something about the danger of the land of water and the unpredictability of the mist village. Chimu Shun's eyes sparkled as he too closed his eyes to rest. His recovery and stamina were nearly boundless, yet his mental energy had its limits. Though his body was not fatigued, his mind required repose. At this point, Chimu Shun felt no inclination to engage in further conversation with Nara Daigo, choosing instead to set aside this favor for the time being. Should adversaries arise, he would be ready to confront them. Before too long, Chimu Shun fell into a deep slumber. It was unclear how much time had passed when he was awakened by Nara Daigo. The dawn light began to break. Yet heavy fog obscured visibility just a few meters away. Nara Daigo swiftly roused Hinata Hikari and Xiangzhou Naoka, feeling revitalized. Chimu Shun turned to find Nara Daigo's expression unusually grave. "What is the matter?" he asked urgently. Nara Daigo frowned. "Did you hear that?" "There are sounds of barking dogs." Chimu Shun perked up his ears, listening intently, and indeed, he could faintly discern the sound of barking emanating from the foot of the mountain. Yawning, Sakurano Ka looked through her tousled hair, questioning the commotion caused by the barking of dogs, deeming it rather commonplace. Hinata Hikaru shook his head, asserting that while such sounds were not unusual in inhabited areas, the situation here was different. We were in the wilderness. Surely, it wasn't the case that someone was hunting this early in the morning? Chimu Shun's expression shifted slightly as he speculated. Could it be ninja hounds? Nara Daigo inhaled deeply. Reasoning that this vicinity should not be a territory for wild dogs, it was highly plausible that they were indeed ninja hounds. Sakurano Ka's countenance turned pale. Surely not. How could there possibly be ninja hounds? We are merely on an escort mission, and we have not encountered any mist shinobi, even if they were aware of our presence. It wouldn't warrant them coming specifically to capture us. Chimu Shun then turned to Hinata Hikaru, saying, "Hikaru, under these foggy conditions, our visibility is severely compromised. Please utilize your Byakugan to observe the situation in that direction and ascertain whether we are indeed being pursued by ninjas." The Byakugan possesses the abilities of insight, long-range vision, and the capacity to perceive the flow of chakra, rendering it ideal for reconnaissance. Understood. Hinata Hikaru nodded earnestly, then gracefully leaped and scaled the nearby tree until he reached its apex. Moments later, he descended from the tree with a serious expression, informing the others, indeed, they are ninjas from the mist. A team of 12, accompanied by 3 ninja hounds. Judging by their chakra, at least 2 of them are Jonin. The Byakugan allows one to see the flow of chakra, thus enabling the assessment of an enemy's strength from a distance. Chimu Shun cast a knowing glance at Shiranui Daigo, fully aware that this matter was undoubtedly linked to both Shiranui Daigo and the elderly Sarutobi. However, he chose not to dwell on the subject, as he understood that now was not the time for such discussions. Having recognized the potential risks ahead, he had willingly accepted the mission and followed along, mentally preparing himself for the consequences of his actions. Yet, he could not help but glance at his companions, Hinata Hikaru and Sakazawa Noka, hoping they would not regret their earlier decisions. Clenching his fists, he addressed the group, stating, "Given the current circumstances, it is evident that we are being watched. While the source of the scent information remains unknown, the presence of ninja hounds means we must not squander any more time. Let us take a moment to regroup and prepare for departure." His notion of regrouping was not one of rest, but rather a brief effort to erase the traces left from the night and discard any unnecessary belongings. Although this might not effectively confuse the adversary, it was better than nothing. Shiranui Daigo took a deep breath and concurred, "Shun is right. There are certain matters and pieces of information that I cannot disclose to the 3 of you. I can only hope to assist you in escaping." With that, Shiranui Daigo sprang into action, launching a shuriken that transformed into a raven upon landing. The raven, despite being struck, showed no signs of injury and struggled vigorously. Shiranui Daigo swiftly removed his headband, binding it to the raven, and with a flick of his wrist, the raven flew off into the night. Simultaneously, he produced a bottle of fragrant liquid from his palm, spraying it over himself and the 3 companions, releasing a faint metallic scent meant to mislead the ninja hounds. Though its effectiveness would likely be limited, Chimu Shun bent down to relieve himself of all his burdens. Thud, thud, thud. The weights fell to the ground with a series of resounding impacts, creating several small craters in the earth. Upon shedding the weights, Chimu Shun felt an immediate sense of relief, his limbs growing remarkably light as he leaped into the air with ease. Shiranui Daigo looked on in astonishment and approached to lift the sandbag, only to find its weight far exceeded his expectations. It took both hands to grasp even one. "Shun, do you carry 8 of these every day?" he inquired. Chimu Shun nodded in affirmation. Sakazawa Noka's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Shun, you've slimmed down." Chimu Shun could only chuckle in response. Meanwhile, Hinata Hikaru pouted and stepped forward to weigh a sandbag as well, remarking, "Shun's chakra energy is so minimal that he can scarcely perform a shadow clone technique. This guy graduated from the Ninja Academy at 8, relying solely on his physical prowess. Not to mention, his level of dedication truly instills despair in others. To compete with someone like him, one must possess extraordinary talent." The essence of this passage reveals that in terms of effort, no one can truly compare to Kiki Shun. Only those endowed with exceptional talent can surpass his extraordinary dedication. Noera Daigo expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "This is exceedingly perilous. Such a burden could overwhelm even the most capable Nin with inadequate physical prowess. And one misstep could lead to severe injuries." He was astounded by the audacity of the young man, exclaiming that he was recklessly endangering himself. Kiki Shun, however, merely smiled at Noera Daigo, saying, "Sensei, this is not the time for lectures. We should hasten our departure." Without further elaboration, he proceeded to rupture the sandbag, causing the tightly packed iron sand and lead powder within to scatter. Subsequently, he buried the fabric bag in situ, as discarding it carelessly by the roadside might reveal their passage to adversaries. Noera Daigo, recognizing the gravity of the situation, was indeed shaken by Kiki Shun's burden, prompting his uncharacteristic display of concern. Once the group was prepared, he effortlessly ascended a nearby towering tree. "Follow me. We must be on our way," he commanded. Kiki Shun and his companions followed closely behind. As the leader, Noera Daigo, being a Nin with the most chakra and the keenest perception, naturally took the lead. However, the terrain of the Land of Water, characterized by its mountainous landscape and dense fog, particularly in the early morning, significantly hampered their movements. Soon, Noera Daigo recognized this issue and halted, awkwardly turning to Hinata Hikari. "Hikari, activate your Byakugan and clear the path ahead. Everyone else stay close behind me." Hinata Hikari promptly complied, leaping ahead. In this urgent scenario, the advantages of the Byakugan became apparent. Approximately 10 minutes after their departure, the sound of barking echoed as a small team of mist ninjas arrived at the location where Kiki Shun and his companions had rested the previous night. Leading them was the perceptive Nin, Ao. In his presence, 3 ninjas led by a Nikin walked ahead. They were the only 3 genin in the team. One of them bent down to pet the Nikin, stroking its fur, and remarked, "This is undoubtedly the place with the strongest scent of Konoha ninjas. They must have rested here. We have finally caught up." His expression was one of excitement, as their relentless pursuit had yielded results. He then added, however, "The scent weakened significantly thereafter, diverging into 2 directions, one towards the southeast, where the scent is faintest, and the other directly west. Ao, should we split up to pursue?" Ao furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before gesturing for calm. The others exchanged glances. A Nin stepped forward, stating, "Ao. Their behavior clearly indicates they are aware of our pursuit. If we waste any more time, we risk allowing them to escape." Ao regarded him with narrowed eyes, responding, "Are you attempting to instruct me on how to proceed?" The individual immediately lowered his head, addressing Lord Qing with deference. "I dare not question." "I merely," Lord Qing interrupted with a calm demeanor. "Are you implying that you doubt my judgment?" "Humph. I hope you grasp that I am the sole decision-maker of this team, and tonight's endeavor is a result of my discovery." This squad was hastily assembled. As the temporary captain, Qing felt compelled to assert his authority to maintain control over the others. His firmness was a reflection of his confidence in his own judgment. "My perception and discernment are unparalleled within the entirety of Wuin, even lauded by Lord Shuing. I suspect that the ninjas from Konoha have concealed something significant here. Hence my choice to refrain from pursuing them for the time being. Should you have any dissenting thoughts, feel free to keep them to yourself or share them with the village's higher echelons upon your return." The man's expression shifted subtly. "Lord Qing, you misunderstand me. I am not—" Qing cut him off with a huff. "If that is not your implication, then spare me your words." "Yes, the Nin." Upon hearing Qing's resolute stance, dared not speak further and obediently retreated, his gaze lingering on another Nin within the temporary squad, who, however, offered him not a glance. Qing surveyed the surroundings with a keen eye, kneeling to grasp a handful of soil, which he slightly raised, revealing black powder swirling within. He furrowed his brow in confusion. Indeed, traces of rest remain here. Yet, why is there lead powder? What could this signify? Could lead powder mask scents? I have never heard of such a thing. He then nodded at the ninja holding the Ninkin, who bent down to feed the dog a small blue pill. Instantly, the canine appeared invigorated, its eyes glowing crimson. The ninkin sniffed the air, barking fervently, before suddenly moving and halting in a corner, its front paws digging frantically. It had uncovered something buried. What were they concealing here? A spark of realization lit up Qing's eyes as speculation brewed within him. The most perilous locations often harbor the greatest safety. These Konoha ninjas' retreat was merely a ruse, hiding the truly vital items right underfoot. Had he truly divided his forces based on scent, the ninkin would have never detected the secret here. Such a profound strategy. Taking a deep breath, Qing understood that this adversary would not be easily dealt with. He then regarded the digging ninkin with utmost seriousness. The ninkin, paws working vigorously, swiftly unearthed a pit in the soil. Soon, it ceased its efforts, grasping an object in its mouth. Qing's eyes widened with intrigue. The ninkin had retrieved what appeared to be a piece of cloth. Indeed, the ninjas from Konoha had absconded with intelligence, indicating that there was a spy within the village. Qing wore an expression of vindication. The other ninjas gazed at him with admiration, recognizing Lord Qing's great wisdom. Had it been just us, in pursuit of the enemy, we might have overlooked a grave matter. Qing shook his head modestly, stating, I merely possess a greater aptitude for observation and contemplation. Some truths lie concealed beneath a thin veneer, and all one must do is reach out and break through it. The other ninjas regarded him with admiration. One of them boldly remarked, joining Lord Qing on this outing has imparted much knowledge to me. Qing slightly shook his head, suggesting, let us await the outcome. The lower-ranked ninja, accompanied by his loyal hound, bent down to scratch the dog's neck before retrieving an object from its mouth and presenting it to Qing. Upon examining the item, Qing discovered it to be an ordinary burlap sack, albeit one that had been torn. Indeed, it contained numerous black powdery granules. Qing weighed and scrutinized the sack, yet could not discern any immediate anomalies. At that moment, a ninja stepped forward, asserting, this item undoubtedly harbors some significance, otherwise the ninjas from Konoha would not have taken the trouble to bury it. Could it be a report inscribed with invisible ink? Qing's eyes brightened instantaneously at this suggestion. You are correct, he exclaimed, contemplating the resilient fabric of the sack. The possibility seemed increasingly plausible. Consequently, Qing solemnly gathered the tattered burlap sacks and called upon his trusted aide, Shintaro. Lord Qing. Shintaro, a fellow Chunin, immediately knelt before Qing upon hearing his name. Taking a deep breath, Qing declared, I entrust you with a formidable task. Take these items, which may contain vital information, and return to the village at once. Ensure that you personally deliver them to Lord Mizukichi. Trust no one. I suspect that spies from the enemy nation have infiltrated our higher ranks. The Chunin's expression was filled with fervor as he regarded Qing. Rest assured, Lord Qing, even if it costs me my life, I will guarantee the safe return of this information to the village and deliver it personally to Lord Mizukichi. Qing nodded in acknowledgement, gravely placing the burlap sacks into Shintaro's hands. He then turned to address the remaining ninjas. The rest of you, follow me to pursue the Konoha ninjas. We shall split into two groups. Ryota, you lead one team. Take Yato and the hound to chase in the eastern direction, while the others accompany me towards the southeast. Ryota was another Jonin in their temporary squad, and Yato was the strongest among them, having achieved the rank of special Jonin. Geographically, the Land of Fire lay to the west of the Land of Water, with a sea separating them. Thus, traveling directly west to the port seemed the most prudent route. Consequently, the western direction appeared to be the more logical choice. Yet, Qing sensed that it would not be that straightforward. Surely, the ninjas from Konoha were aware of this as well. Their scents diverged into two distinct trails, one evidently leading inland within the Land of Water, which seemed most suspicious. On the surface, it appeared straightforward to discern their correct path. However, Qing harbored doubts, believing that these Konoha ninjas had likely adopted a contrarian strategy. Most likely, the southeast direction was their true course of travel, while the western path served merely as a decoy. Even if he perceived an 80 probability of success, he dared not take the gamble. Thus, he led the most formidable team in pursuit towards the southeast, while the others ventured westward. Each team possessed combat capabilities that surpassed the typical elite ninja. However, as Qing and his squad, consisting of 2 Chunin and 2 Genin, advanced in the southeastern direction, he discovered that the situation was far from straightforward. The scent became increasingly faint. The tracking hounds often required considerable time to discern the trail, and once located, the enemy's movements were erratic and continuously shifting. Lord Qing, are we perhaps chasing the wrong target? After the third change in their pursuit direction, The genin holding the hound appeared perplexed. Ching, however, smiled confidently, asserting that if there were no issues, that would indeed be the real problem. The more challenging it seems, the more convinced I am that we are on the right path. Let us persevere. In our domain, I believe the ones fleeing are more fatigued than we are. Meanwhile, Niko Shun and his three companions were indeed quite exhausted, particularly Hinata Hikari. As the four navigated through the lush foliage, the rising sun did little to dissipate the mist, which continued to severely obstruct their visibility. As a mere genin, Hinata Hikari had limited chakra, making it impossible for him to maintain the Byakugan indefinitely to lead the way. After over an hour of travel, Hikari was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale. Nara Daigo, unable to continue, called for a halt. Hikari, you should rest for a moment. Continuing like this could deplete your strength and further hinder our progress. Subsequently, Nara Daigo, as a jonin, took the lead. With his larger stature and superior vantage point, he encouraged, at our current pace, we should reach the coastline in no more than 2 hours. Unfortunately, despite Nara Daigo's jonin status, his field of vision could not compare to that of the Byakugan, and he could only verbally motivate the trio. Their speed of movement was inevitably constrained. Approximately half an hour later, Nara Daigo's expression shifted dramatically as the sound of barking echoed from behind them once more. Not all ninja hounds were obedient creatures, many were untamed beasts beyond human control. Their barks served as a clear signal to Niko Shun and his companions. With faces paling, they halted their advance. Hinata Hikari activated his Byakugan again, glancing back, and reported, the number of pursuers has changed. There are now only 6 behind us, with the strongest chakra being that of a lone jonin. The other 5 consist of 3 chunin and 2 genin. The mist-hidden ninja were undoubtedly more agile in the fog-laden terrain of the Land of Water. Had it not been for Hinata Hikari's Byakugan guiding them earlier, they likely would have been caught long ago. To have maintained their lead for over an hour before being pursued was, despite the circumstances, quite commendable. At this moment, the seaside is merely an hour's journey away. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamura finally breathed a sigh of relief, though his expression remained grave as he regarded the 3 equally serious chunin. He remarked, it seems our previous tactic of concealing our presence has borne fruit. With only 1 jonin, our chances of escaping have significantly increased. Unfortunately, the chaotic movements of the crows have likely alerted another group to the trap, making it difficult for us to employ the same strategy again. Had we still been pursued by a dozen adversaries, despair would have truly set in for the 4 of us, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Hyuga Hinata felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Maintaining the Byakugan for an extended period was quite taxing on his body. Should we confront them head-on? He inquired. Nara Shikamaru shook his head, cautioning against such an approach given the uncertainty of the enemy jonin's combat prowess, as their numbers were indeed disadvantageous. Had Nara Shikamaru been a top-tier jonin, he might have been able to engage the opponent single-handedly, but he was not. In a direct confrontation, the superficial strength of their 4-man team would undoubtedly fall short against the 6-member squad of their adversaries. Likewise, Niko Shun nodded in agreement. Even with his own strength bolstered by the opening of all 4 chakra gates, he could reach a level akin to a special jonin. Yet he remained uncertain of his ability to surpass the opposing team. Hyuga Hinata assessed the enemy's combat strength based on chakra levels, though he recognized this could be misleading. The Byakugan could discern chakra quantities but not necessarily true combat capabilities. A clearly superior chakra wielder might be a jonin. Yet the 3 weaker ones could possess unexpectedly formidable fighting skills. Even among chunin, significant variations in strength existed. Their deductions were merely optimistic projections, and it was uncertain whether those with lesser chakra levels included jonin or special jonin. At this juncture, Hyuga Hinata had exhausted too much chakra, and the combat capabilities of the medic ninja, Takazawa Noka, went without saying. The fighting strength of the 2 was no longer to be relied upon. It would be quite a feat for Nara Shikamaru to either intercept or lure away the enemy jonin. Niko Shun, with all 4 gates opened, felt confident in facing such a formidable foe, yet he could not guarantee the safety of his 2 companions. Nara Shikamaru continued, in a head-on conflict. Our odds are far too slim. Therefore, we must resort to ambush tactics to create an opportunity for escape. In the worst-case scenario, we must eliminate their ninja hounds. Otherwise, in the Land of Water, we will continuously encounter new enemies. Niko Shun nodded firmly. As long as we can reach the seaside, the vast ocean would prevent the mist ninja from pursuing us across the waters. However, our immediate concern is to evade our pursuers. Niko Shun cast a glance at his 2 companions, who wore solemn expressions and furrowed brows. Hyuga Hinata reassured them, "It's all right. We chose to come to the land of water, fully aware that such situations could arise. Our enemies may be ruthless, but we are not weak." Despite his words, Niko Shun noticed the slight tremor in Hinata's legs. He was engulfed in fear, not only from the sunlight, but also from the presence of Yoshizawa Noka beside him. The young girl, usually so enamored with her beauty, now bore a disheveled appearance, her usual charm forsaken in this moment of crisis. Nara Daigo nodded. Thus it was decided, we shall conceal ourselves here, and I will take the initiative to eliminate one or two of the weaker ninjas, subsequently diverting the attention of the Jonin. You all should attempt a surprise attack on the enemy. If that proves futile, then we will seize the opportunity to dispatch a couple of ninja hounds and make a swift exit from the battlefield. The three nodded in agreement. At that moment, Nara Daigo turned his gaze to Niko Shun and inquired, "Shun, how many gates of the 8 gates can you open at present?" Niko Shun was momentarily taken aback. It was surprising that Nara Daigo was aware of his ability to utilize the 8 gates. It seemed that Sarutobi Hizashi's choice to assign his team as a cover for his secret mission was not mere coincidence. The 3rd gate. Niko Shun instinctively uttered a falsehood, concealing his true capabilities. For the concept of the 3rd gate and the subsequent ones were vastly different. The 3rd gate, the opening gate, was indeed the last bastion of safety among the 8 gates. Nara Daigo regarded Niko Shun with astonishment, though his understanding of the 8 gates was limited. He recognized the formidable challenge it presented. For a child to cultivate up to the 3rd gate was no small feat. This technique required not the conventional talent for ninjutsu, but rather a rare quality, the talent for perseverance. The remarkable effects of this technique suggested that it was impossible for no ninja from Konoha to have attempted its cultivation, yet few had made significant progress, underscoring its difficulty. After all, for ordinary ninjas, strengthening oneself through the regular practice of ninjutsu sufficed. Who would go to the extreme of training their physical abilities while practicing such a notoriously flawed technique? Only someone as stubborn as Guy or Lee would do such a thing. Yet, this had also birthed 2 legends within Konoha. Reflecting on those 2 watermelon heads, Niko Shun clenched his fists tightly. Amidst the tension of facing formidable foes, he also felt a flicker of anticipation. Nara Daigo sighed inwardly. During his earlier probing of Niko Shun's strength, he had sensed the child's terrifying power. With the weights removed, his final limitation had been obliterated. At this moment, if he were to catch the Chunin off guard, victory was within his grasp, especially with the enhancement provided by the 8 gates. Nara Daigo took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "In that case, Shun, you shall be responsible for eliminating 2 ninja hounds. Upon completion, make your immediate escape. Hikari and Noka will focus on containment. If the surprise attack fails, prioritize your own safety. Understood?" Hyuga Hikari, having expended a significant amount of chakra in activating his Byakugan, found it difficult to maintain its activation, let alone engage in battle. As for Yoshizawa Noka, being a medical ninja, expecting her to excel in a surprise attack was a mere fantasy. Niko Shun inhaled deeply and nodded emphatically. His body trembled. Not from fear, but from the exhilarating clash against the espionage ninja of Konoha, a sensation entirely distinct from that of confronting Manzawa Masato. This feeling surged within Niko Shun, igniting a fervor in his veins. Teacher Dai often expresses the sentiment that the essence of youthful ardor is encapsulated in such moments. The gaze of Nara Daigo swept over the trio, a fleeting shadow of remorse flickering in his eyes as he solemnly stated, "Above all, your lives must take precedence. Should a surprise attack falter, do not engage recklessly. With Hinata Hikari's Byakugan assisting you, I am confident you can navigate through the dense fog to escape." His attention then shifted to Hinata Hikari. "Hikari, your identity carries profound significance, and I need not elaborate further. Guard yourself well." Hinata Hikari inhaled deeply, choosing silence in response. Thanks to Hikari's Byakugan, the 4 were forewarned of the positions of the pursuing ninjas, prompting them to conceal themselves in nearby locations. Remembering Hikari's words, Kinoshita Shun hid behind a grand tree, estimating where the enemy would emerge, closing his eyes to mentally rehearse his course of action. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and nodded towards Hinata Hikari and Sakazawa Noka, who were also hidden behind the tree not far away. Time rewinds to half an hour earlier. In an undisclosed location within the land of water, like a headless fly, Ao led his subordinates, successfully closing in on their target. The crow, draped in a headscarf, circled the sky while cawing loudly, seemingly mocking Ao's efforts. With a swift motion, a glimmering black blade flashed, and the crow fell with a cry. Ao executed a somersault, landing with the crow firmly grasped in his palm. Raising an eyebrow, these Konoha ninjas were indeed formidable. They had anticipated this move. Rubbing his temples, he mused on the adage that intelligence can sometimes be one's downfall. In the realm of skilled combatants, both logical and counterlogical strategies hold potential. It ultimately hinges on who can delve deeper into the intricacies of the situation. From his current perspective, Ao surmised that he had made a misstep. Drawing a deep breath, he remained undeterred. Fortunately, I have exercised sufficient caution. Splitting our forces, the Konoha ninjas may not be accustomed to the fog of the land of water. Now, it depends on Ryota to stall them without lingering. He promptly returned, racing towards his original direction. In the forest, the sounds of barking dogs grew increasingly pronounced. Amidst the fog-laden woods, rustling noises persisted. Soon, a ninja's voice rang out with a warning. Everyone, be cautious. We are drawing ever closer to the Konoha ninjas. Concealed behind the tree, Kinoshita Shun narrowed his eyes slightly. They are aware that we are Konoha ninjas. Was it Noera Daigo's actions that disclosed our identity? Or did Uncle Sakata encounter unforeseen circumstances that alerted the mist ninjas? Kinoshita Shun inhaled deeply. At this juncture, pondering the reasons holds little significance. He retrieved a kunai from his pouch. Before his journey into this world, the original holder had a remarkable precision with kunai, which was nearly the sole distinction of his ninja prowess. Yet, despite the increasingly close sounds of barking, Kinoshita Shun refrained from striking or revealing himself. He cast his gaze toward Hinata Hikaru, who was also hiding behind a nearby tree. The boy's Byakugan was activated, allowing him to clearly discern the enemy's positions and formations through the foliage and thick mist. At that moment, he extended his finger, indicating the precise locations of their adversaries. Chimu Shun nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding, then inhaled deeply, gradually channeling the subtle chakra within him, preparing to activate the 8 gates technique at any moment. The sound of barking dogs grew increasingly closer. Suddenly, swish, a volley of shurikens sliced through the leaves. Be careful, someone's there. The warning from the mist ninja coincided with the screams of others. It was undoubtedly Noera Daigo who had made his move, though the specifics remained obscured. The sounds indicated that Noera Daigo's ambush had indeed borne fruit. Chimu Shun's hands trembled, yet he restrained his urge to act. The enemy consisted of at least 1 jonin, 3 chunin, and 2 jinin. Even at full capacity, he could only reach the level of a special jonin, and 2 chunin could easily restrain him. Even if he could simultaneously contend with 3 chunin, it was utterly impossible for him, alongside Hinata Hikaru and Yukizawa Noka, to confront the remaining foes. Thus, he must not act in haste. Soon, the forest was filled with the sounds of fierce combat and shouts. Fire style, fireball jutsu. This quintessential technique of Konoha was unleashed once more, undoubtedly by Noera Daigo. Although he bore the surname Noera, he remained a quintessential fire-style ninja. Naturally, Noera Daigo's opponent was not someone as reckless as Chimu Shun, so it was unlikely he would actually hit the enemy. Then came a shout, water-style, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, it was as if water and fire were extinguishing each other. A thick vapor rose between the trees, intensifying the already dense mist. Following this, a series of attacks echoed through the woods. Turning back, Chimu Shun observed Hinata's serious expression, his Byakugan witnessing everything. Meeting Chimu Shun's gaze, Hinata shook his head. Chimu Shun couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Judging by Hinata Hikaru's demeanor, it seemed that Noera Daigo's skirmish with these ninjas had not yielded favorable results. Chimu Shun felt helpless. Dealing with so many ninjas was still too taxing for Noera Daigo. Amidst the sounds of battle, a voice soon rang out. Konoha ninjas, do not think of escaping. Fight me. You all should stop pursuing. Those who can't keep up will stay here to guard the injured and the ninja hounds. The voice grew increasingly distant. The speed of a jonin escaping with all their might was something ordinary ninjas could not hope to match. This was also the reason behind Noera Daigo's tactical approach. Confident in his speed, he knew he would not be entangled by other ninjas. Otherwise, even as a jonin, he could not manage to take on multiple foes. Upon hearing this, Chimu Shun turned back and solemnly regarded Hinata Hikaru, who nodded in response. With the jonin's departure, it was now time for him to make his move. Hinata Hikaru conveyed the locations and distances of various ninjas to Kiki Shun through gestures. Kiki Shun, understanding the situation, quickly mimed back to Hinata and his companion, instructing them to conceal themselves while he would draw the enemies in for a surprise attack. Engaging in direct combat was not an option for them. Although filled with apprehension, Hinata nodded, choosing to trust in Kiki Shun's speed and strength under the 8 gates technique. Beside him, Nakazawa Noka was visibly anxious, and Niko Shun offered her a reassuring smile, mouthing the words "Don't panic." The young girl nodded in a flustered manner. With a deep breath, Niko Shun focused his mind and prepared himself fully. He activated the 8 gates technique, opening the 4th gate, the Gate of Wounds. A surge of vibrant green energy erupted from him, and his body became astonishingly light. He leaped forth, hurling the kunai with all his might as directed by Hinata. Simultaneously, Niko Shun surged forward, his fists clenched and ready for action. His already exceptional speed was magnified to a terrifying degree by the 8 gates. At the moment he launched the kunai, 2 anguished screams echoed, and Niko Shun could discern the outlines of his foes, with a barking dog beneath his feet. Almost instantaneously, he lunged toward the visible figure. It was the first time since his month of weighted training following the defeat of Manzawa Masato that Niko Shun truly exhibited his full prowess. His velocity was so astonishing that it instilled fear even within himself. His fist, raised high, struck the ninja's face in the blink of an eye. A sickening crack echoed as bone shattered under the force of his blow, one that no mere genin could withstand. The entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking speed. The enemy, having just faced an assault from Shiranui Daigo, was unprepared for the rapid follow-up, especially from such a young adversary. The onlookers stood in shock as the child emerged from the mist, sending one of their comrades flying. As Niko Shun's fist connected with the ninja's head, the man was launched into the air, his mind racing with confusion. How did he know my location? Why is he so fast? How can such a small frame possess such strength? With a cry of agony, the ninja's face caved in, his cheekbone collapsing as he flew backward and collapsed to the ground, convulsing before falling unconscious. A genin could barely endure a full-strength punch from Niko Shun without facing grave consequences. There was no chance of recovery. Simultaneously, the ninja's companion dog lunged at Niko Shun with ferocious barks. However, following his successful strike, Niko Shun swiftly retaliated with a kick, the Leaf Whirlwind. With a resounding thud, the dog was sent flying, blood streaming from its eyes, and it soon lay lifeless. While the dog's agility was commendable, its vitality was sorely lacking. Without hesitation, Niko Shun immediately lunged once more towards another individual and their canine companion positioned beside him. Simultaneously, the other ninjas began to react in quick succession. Upon hearing Hinata Hikaru's earlier explanation, Niko Shun understood that the 2 accompanying mean dogs had the least chakra among their ninja companions, suggesting they were merely lower-ranked ninjas. This made them the most significant and easiest targets to eliminate. Having previously taken down one ninja with a single, unexpected blow, this notion was further corroborated. In the current situation, if he could dispatch these 2 nin dogs and escape, it would ensure that they could not pursue him and his allies for the time being. As for the other team dispatched by the enemy, by the time they arrived, he and his companions would have long since fled. With his mind racing, Niko Shun's gaze hardened as he launched himself towards the lone man and his dog. Under the 8 gates technique, his speed transcended the realm of ordinary comprehension. Niko Shun was already remarkably swift, and the results of his weighted training had only enhanced his velocity further. Now, having opened the 4th gate, his speed was comparable to that of a seasoned warrior, striking terror into the hearts of his foes. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time Niko Shun reached them, his astonishing swiftness left the lone man and his dog incapacitated before the remaining mist ninjas could react. Take this. One of the injured individuals, his abdomen wounded, glared at Niko Shun with furious intent. Despite the pain in his shoulder, he aimed a kunai at him and hurled it with fierce determination. The other 2, presumably mid-rank ninjas, also responded promptly. One lunged directly at Niko Shun, showcasing exceptional taijutsu as he sought to intercept him. The last of the mid-rank ninjas, with multiple sanban embedded in his thigh, likely inflicted by Shiranui Daigo earlier, struggled to move. He quickly formed hand signs for a water technique. Yet, Niko Shun seemed oblivious to it all. In a flash, he had successfully closed in on another lower-ranked ninja. This particular ninja lacked the reflexes of the 3 mid-ranked adversaries and bore a kunai lodged in his chest, a result of Niko Shun's earlier actions. Upon witnessing his teammate being struck down, this lower-ranked ninja stared wide-eyed at the approaching youth, his face drained of color. He stumbled backward, hands trembling and failing to form the necessary seals, clearly overwhelmed by fear. Meanwhile, his canine companion bared its teeth at Niko Shun, growling, "Fool, move aside." Accompanied by the sound of a kunai slicing through the air and the rushing sound of water, the mid-ranked ninja unleashed his jutsu, water release, great water flow technique. In such a critical moment, the power of the ninjutsu was far from formidable. The kunai thrown by the other mid-ranked ninja served primarily as a diversion. They had shouted out during the confrontation to alert Niko Shun of their attack, hoping to compel him to evade and abandon his assault on the lower-ranked ninja. They were well aware of Niko Shun's current speed, knowing he could easily dodge if he chose to. However, Niko Shun displayed no intention of retreating. His focus remained unwaveringly fixed on the foe before him as he delivered a powerful punch towards the lower-ranked ninja beside him. The ninja dog bared its teeth and lunged at Niko Shun's fist. As Niko Shun's fist soared upwards, the dog's head was crushed, letting out a mournful howl as blood splattered across the ground. This noble creature sacrificed itself to save its master. No. The lower-ranked ninja before him glared with crimson eyes. You killed my Dawan. In that brief moment of the dog's distraction, the attacks from two others behind Niko Shun surged forth. He felt a sharp pain in his neck. A chill ran down his spine, as a kunai had already embedded itself there. The precision of the strike was remarkable. While it was indeed painful, it was not fatal. However, an urge to scoff arose within him. What does it mean to strike me in the neck? For a human, this isn't considered a lethal wound. Whether it would be fatal for an ordinary person, Niko Shun was uncertain, but for him, it was not overly serious. Nonetheless, suffering was unavoidable. Before he could react, a tremendous force surged from behind him, nearly toppling his small frame, accompanied by a crashing sound. His body was struck by a torrent of rushing water, instantly drenched. He struggled to stabilize himself, yet the impact wasted precious time, delaying him for a moment. The area where the water struck his back throbbed with pain. Water seemed the gentlest of substances, yet the force of its high-speed current was fearsome. Thankfully, the distance was still considerable. Even though Niko Shun was hit by the water, he was not swept away. His teeth clenched in discomfort, and after enduring 2 attacks, he chose not to retaliate or flee immediately. Instead, he gritted his teeth and raised his fist once more, coldly gazing at the lower ninja before him. Not only will I kill your dog, but I shall also take your life. Given the current circumstances between the two nations, being captured would yield no favorable outcomes for him, regardless of who the opponent was. Whether familiar or not, Niko Shun would show no mercy. This was his resolve. At this moment, the lower ninja, emboldened by the sacrifice of his beloved pet, drew a kunai and bravely met Niko Shun's fist amidst the chaos of his comrades' attacks. With bloodshot eyes, he declared, I will make you pay with your life. The two locked eyes, determination blazing in their gazes. Yet, unfortunately, although Niko Shun was small in stature, his strength was akin to that of a formidable beast. With a swift motion, Niko Shun unleashed a fierce punch, bringing down both his fist and the kunai raised by the lower ninja upon his head. At that moment, a third Nin enemy approached, shouting, You little brat, stop. With a resounding thud, a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Niko Shun waved his right hand, which bore a red gash from the kunai, blood streaming down. The lower ninja lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide open. A horrific red scar etched across his face, the kunai deeply embedded in his brain along the path of the gash. The breath of life has ebbed away. The previously struck lower ninja, who had been hit directly by Niko Shun, may have merely lost consciousness, but this unfortunate soul, harmed by his own kunai, is undoubtedly beyond salvation. At this moment, a middle ninja, clearly proficient in Taijutsu, finally stood before Niko Shun. Did I not command you to cease? Cursed brat. Seizing the moment just as Niko Shun had thrown a punch, the middle ninja gritted his teeth and delivered a powerful blow to Niko Shun's head, exerting all his might. Though the foe was but a child, as a member of the Blood Mist, he would show no mercy to any adversary. At an age typical for children, a strike of such magnitude would surely be fatal. But even Niko Shun, on rare occasions, felt a pang in his nose. Blood gushed forth as his body fell backward to the ground. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, and he instinctively reached to touch his face. How painful! Enduring this blow left Niko Shun feeling dizzy. This strike was truly no trivial matter. He then shook his head vigorously. With a swift roll, he leaped back to his feet. In an instant, he unleashed a fierce kick, the leaf gale, observing Niko Shun with a kunai lodged in his nape. His face smeared with blood, yet still vibrant with life. The onlooker appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Did I truly land a hit? After all, despite his mature appearance, Niko Shun, due to his tender age, still resembled a child. It was already remarkable that such a young boy could become a ninja, let alone aspire to be a higher-ranked one. To have stealthily eliminated 2 lower ninjas in a life-and-death battle was a feat in itself. From this ninja's perspective, the kunai in Niko Shun's neck was evidently a lethal wound. He was certain the boy was running on sheer willpower to remain standing. The middle ninja had anticipated that a single punch would effortlessly incapacitate this child. Yet the outcome was starkly different. This boy had not only absorbed the attack, but sprang back to his feet with astonishing speed, still brimming with vitality. Were it not for the blood smudged across his face, the middle ninja would genuinely question whether he had struck the boy at all. As Uchiha Shun executed a sharp turn and launched his kick, the middle ninja reacted swiftly, attempting to catch the blow with both hands. Alas, he had gravely underestimated the formidable strength of this youthful frame. Crack! With a resounding sound of bones fracturing, the middle ninja recoiled in horror. Instinctively retracting his arms and stumbling backward, his face flushed bright red. This boy possesses tremendous power. Just as Uchiha Shun prepared to pursue once more, his expression shifted slightly. He swiftly sidestepped to evade the hurled kunai. Simultaneously, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air split with the sound of several shuriken hurtling toward him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Uchiha Shun gritted his teeth and chose to absorb the oncoming shuriken, resolutely continuing his pursuit of the retreating Taijutsu middle ninja. Not far away, the ninja who had thrown the shuriken wore an expression of astonishment and bewilderment. Had this reckless youth no regard for his life? Unfortunately, despite his superior speed and strength, Uchiha Shun ultimately failed to catch up with the Chunin. Just as he closed in, a torrent of water struck him with tremendous force, sending his small body flying backward several meters. The power of this water-based jutsu far surpassed the previous one, reaching a level that exceeded even that of a C-rank technique. By all accounts, this was no ordinary Chunin skill. Coughing and gasping for breath, Uchiha Shun struggled to rise, battered by the violent currents that assailed him. He couldn't help but glance toward the ninja in the distance, who was completing hand seals, if nothing else. The potency of this jutsu clearly indicated a shinobi of Jonin caliber. Could it be that this individual was also a special Jonin? The Byakugan of Hinata Hikaru could only assess the chakra levels to determine ranks, and typically, a Jonin's chakra was substantially greater than that of other ninjas. However, this was merely a generalization. Some ninjas with minimal chakra might still attain the ranks of Jonin or special Jonin due to their formidable combat prowess and unique techniques. Uchiha Shun lamented silently. Although his strength was formidable, his body remained that of a child, far lighter and smaller than an adult's. In the face of such a powerful torrent, unless he had a solid footing, he would be at a significant disadvantage. After the onslaught of water, he struggled to regain his footing, only to see three figures, at least Chunin, gathering together, standing in opposition to him. A sigh escaped his lips. After witnessing his earlier defeat, it would be exceedingly difficult to recreate a one-on-one scenario. His adversary was a water-style ninja, whom he least wished to confront, second only to illusionist ninjas. While the offensive power of water jutsu might not be overwhelming, the myriad of binding and entrapment techniques were quite numerous. In truth, any ninja capable of employing techniques like the water prison would render him significantly passive. Fortunately, he had fought with such desperation that they had only resorted to some urgent jutsu, employing less advanced techniques to resolve the situation. Without any high-level ninjutsu aimed at ensnaring him, observing the chaotic battleground and the two ninjas and two dogs lying lifeless on the ground, Uchiha Shun quietly exhaled in relief. He felt a sense of satisfaction with the results of his desperate struggle. With the two ninja hounds deceased, he believed he could devise a means of escape without immediate danger. His gaze remained fixed on the trio before him. The three stood ready, their expressions grave as they regarded the youth opposite them, a fierce-looking boy, his body riddled with kunai and stained with blood, yet still standing resolutely after enduring countless assaults. In that moment, they could no longer view him as an ordinary child, but recognized him as a genuine adversary, one who fought viciously and showed no fear of death. Such a foe demanded their utmost respect and caution. Thus, the three began to advance, gradually positioning themselves in a triangular formation, directly confronting Uchiha Shun. Deep within his heart, the youth had prepared himself for the imminent leap of his adversary. Yet, in the very next moment, the actions of the young man astonished the trio. Uchiha Shun was enveloped in a magnificent surge of green energy, staggering as he turned and dashed into the thick mist. However, his velocity appeared significantly reduced compared to before. The three ninjas were left dumbfounded. Was he fleeing? There are no stipulations that a ninja must confront the enemy head-on. Throughout his 2 years of training, Uchiha Shun had developed a unique three-step approach to combat tailored to his abilities. The first step is to exhaust, the second to contend. He had engaged in a fierce struggle, achieving commendable results. Now, with the three adversaries united, he understood that it would be exceedingly difficult to secure any victory in a direct confrontation. Thus, he opted to alter his strategy temporarily and chose to execute the first step once more. Deliberately, he fled in the opposite direction of Hinata Hikaru and Yoshikawa Noka, consciously slowing his pace. The remaining three were undoubtedly of the nin rank or higher, and it was evident that Hinata Hikaru and Yoshikawa Noka would pose no threat. Given their combat prowess, they would struggle to make an impact in such a high-caliber battle. And their youth and inexperience meant that even a surprise attack might yield little effect. Hence, Niko Shun found himself playing the role of the Good Samaritan. Simultaneously, he feigned weakness to mislead his foes. Of course, in an authentic life-and-death scenario, a retreat in such a tense atmosphere would likely lead to a grim fate. As the saying goes, one should never expose their back to an enemy. This adage holds true among ninjas as well. Witnessing Niko Shun's sudden flight into the mist left his three adversaries utterly astonished. With the boy's audacious combat style, they had been prepared for a fierce confrontation. Yet he had escaped with remarkable agility. The three exchanged bewildered glances. Their kunai and shuriken were hastily hurled into the mist, eliciting cries of distress from Niko Shun. Yet, his figure was entirely consumed by the fog, gradually reducing to a mere silhouette. The trio paused, each wearing a perplexed expression. Should we pursue him? 2ch nin and a special j nin stood by, watching as Niko Shun vanished into the mist. Just as they hesitated, Niko Shun's voice echoed through the woods. Two of the ninja hounds are dead. Do not emerge. Assemble at the designated location. Initially, the three remained in a state of indecision. One of the special j nin could not contain himself. This brat is nearing his limit. His words are clearly intentional. Though his vitality is formidable, his speed has diminished. A prodigious ninja of his age must not be allowed to escape back to Konoha. We must pursue him. With their ninja hounds and companions slain, if they allowed this boy to slip away, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences upon the return of j nin Rita. Thus, the other two nodded in agreement. They all noticed the stark contrast in Niko Shun's speed upon entry and in his retreat. Although they were unaware of the true nature of that verdant energy, it was undoubtedly some arcane technique that augmented physical strength, likely not enduring. Simultaneously, a sense of trepidation arose within them. At such a tender age, exhibiting such ferocity, seemingly indifferent to mortality, marked an exceptional talent that was arduous to cultivate even amidst the blood mist. To allow such an individual to escape would be the utmost irresponsibility towards the village. Thus, despite a lingering fear, the three of them resolutely pursued the direction in which Niko Shun had departed, determined to follow closely. You little brat, you shall not escape. Though all three bore injuries, they were not grievous, and their nimble steps remained unhampered by their wounds. At that moment, an odd sound emerged from behind. No. Ugh. As they moved, they could not help but halt, turning to gaze into the mist-laden forest. They hesitated once more, glancing between the two directions. Anxiety and doubt gripped them. Where should they go? One could not restrain himself from exclaiming, surely it is the little brat's companions behind us. But why would they make a sound at such a time? Another countered with certainty it must be a trap, designed to afford that brat a chance to escape. If we turn back, we may be ambushed again. If it is another who masters that same forbidden technique, then we. Their gazes fixated on the particular jonin among them. That man gritted his teeth, declaring, do not concern yourselves. The ninja hound is dead, and we are in the shadows. Returning may not yield any results. Should we fall into another ambush, it could result in further casualties. Our mission today is singular. We must, by all means, pursue him and apprehend or slay that little brat. Whether spurred by a desire for vengeance after suffering significant losses at Niko Shun's hands, or the intent to eradicate such a prodigious ninja for the sake of the village, they ultimately chose to continue their relentless pursuit of Niko Shun. Upon hearing these words, the other two nodded in agreement and strode forward, vanishing into the nebulous mist in the blink of an eye. Once the trio had completely departed, another mournful sound resonated. Behind the great tree, Xiangzawa now held Hyuga Hikari's mouth tightly with one hand, while her other hand clutched his body, trembling violently. Hyuga Hikari's pallid cheeks were slick with cold sweat. His once wide eyes now suffused with crimson veins. As he struggled futilely, his chakra expended to the point where he could not even rival this young girl in stamina. As a medical ninja, Xiangzawa now possessed the weakest combat prowess. Yet at this moment, she preserved her utmost strength. No, I cannot go out. The young girl bit her teeth, her eyes streaked with tears, yet she steadfastly covered Hyuga Hikari's mouth. Relying on the 8 gates, Niko Shun could contend with the 3 chunin, yet Hyuga Hikari, drained of chakra, along with Xiangzawa now, a mere medical ninja, would stand no chance against those 3 unless caught off guard. The earlier sound had been emitted in an emotional outburst from Hyuga Hikari. In the instant he had uttered that sound, Xiangzawa now had covered his mouth. She was acutely aware that neither of them possessed any combat capability. Revealing their location in advance would undoubtedly lead to their demise, although she was oblivious to the specifics of the unfolding events. The sounds of the previous battle were unmistakably intense, and she distinctly recognized the final hint from Kiyaki Shun, affirming that he was still alive. That was sufficient for her. She understood that if she did not cover Hinata Hikari's mouth, all of Kiyaki Shun's efforts would be in vain. She chose to trust in Kiyaki Shun's speed. Hinata Hikari's emotional turmoil stemmed from witnessing Kiyaki Shun's every move through his Byakugan. He saw Kiyaki Shun fearlessly confront death, witnessed him pierced by countless shurikens, blood flowing profusely. And even as he struggled to escape in a different direction, he heard the hint that he uttered, one that proclaimed his determination to fight to the end. As a ninja, witnessing his companion sacrifice himself for his sake was unbearable for Hinata Hikari. What he yearned to do was to physically block the enemy, buying Kiyaki Shun time to escape, nothing more. Regrettably, the moment he attempted to speak, Naoka covered his mouth and tightly restrained his body. Meanwhile, the Mist Ninja faced a choice and ultimately decided to continue their fierce battle against Kiyaki Shun. At that moment, Hinata Hikari was engulfed in profound despair and anguish. His weak self, devoid of chakra, found himself unable to break free from the grasp of his medical ninja companion, Naoka. He had no opportunity to sacrifice himself for Kiyaki Shun's escape. Soon, Hinata Hikari's struggle ceased. The surroundings fell silent, prompting Naoka to release her hold. Naoka offered words of comfort. Hikari, you need not worry. Shun will be all right. He has said that with his 8 gates, he possesses unmatched speed. Moreover, even when burdened with heavy weights, it does not impede his swiftness. He will surely escape. He must. Hinata Hikari wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, forcing a smile despite his still red eyes. In a hoarse voice, he replied, I'm sorry, Naoka. I acted impulsively. I too believe that Shun will survive. His gaze was resolute as he looked into the distance, temporarily closing his Byakugan. At that moment, Kiyaki Shun and the 3 pursuers had completely vanished from his sight. Reopening his Byakugan would only squander time and energy. In such circumstances, he could not convey to Naoka the details of Kiyaki Shun's battle or his injuries, nor could he share his own conjectures. It was highly likely that Kiyaki Shun had diverted the enemy at the cost of his own life. His duty now was to fulfill Kiyaki Shun's wish, to strive to survive. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he uttered those 2 words, Mist Ninja, though diminutive in stature. Hinata Hikari understood all too well that when Naoka had restrained him, he had lost the opportunity to assist Kiyaki Shun in his escape. The notion of pursuing Kiyaki Shun to provide aid was merely a futile dream, not to mention their respective speeds, even if he could catch up. Their current conditions would only serve to deliver themselves as prey. It is precisely because Shun Seiki comprehends this reality that he chooses to flee in the opposite direction, deliberately avoiding leading the enemy into the ambush set by the 2, as it serves no purpose. Hinata Hikaru takes a deep breath. For his immediate goal is to survive and grow stronger. At times, a person's maturity can manifest in an instant. Of course, as a scion of the Hinata clan, Hikaru has always displayed a certain level of maturity. However, the recent experiences in the Land of Water have deepened his understanding of the fate of ninjas amidst chaos. It is inevitable that he feels a twinge of regret for having accepted this mission. Yet, such feelings are fleeting, for he recognizes that in these tumultuous times, even if they were to undertake another C-rank mission, its successful completion would hold little significance, as one mission cannot define much. And ninjas are invariably entwined in the struggle between life and death. Nevertheless, doubts linger in his heart. Naoka, do you not find this peculiar? Once his emotions have settled, Hikaru cannot help but inquire. Naoka Sakuzawa, having stepped on the remnants of tears, finds herself overwhelmed and begins to sob uncontrollably, a reaction following the most frantic moments. She sniffs delicately, gazing at Hikaru. What? Hikaru, unable to contain his curiosity, responds, Our task is to escort the merchant convoy. The 3 of us, as lower-ranked ninjas, are the primary executors of this mission. Teacher Daiku is merely accompanying us, and the people in the convoy are unaware of his prowess. I ponder. Even if the ninjas of Kirigakure were to capture Uncle Sakata and interrogate him to learn of our situation, they should not dispatch such formidable forces to apprehend us. Should they? It is more likely they would assume we are of Chunin level. After all, this is merely a C-rank mission. Naoka pauses, her mind racing as the danger subsides. You make a valid point. Just as Hikaru is about to elaborate further, They suddenly hear a series of violent coughs nearby. The two exchange a glance and promptly seal their lips. It dawns on them that their position is not particularly secure. The pursuing Jonin and Chunin could return at any moment. Hikaru gestures for Naoka to leave first. However, the coughing intensifies. Hikaru furrows his brow and turns back. Just as he intends to retreat, he unexpectedly pivots and dashes past a large tree. Naoka, in a flurry of panic, hastily follows behind him. They soon arrive at the site of their earlier skirmish. Naoka instinctively covers her mouth, surveying the chaotic scene around them. The ground is littered with debris, blood, and water. And there lie two individuals and two dogs, with the source of the coughing being a weakened figure sprawled on the ground. This individual is none other than the lower-ranked ninja who was knocked unconscious by Shunseki's initial strike. His face is grotesquely deformed, with sunken cheekbones and exposed bone fragments, presenting a horrifying sight. After such a long time, he has finally regained consciousness from his stupor, though he remains disoriented. Shunseki's punch did not kill him. A stroke of luck indeed, and his indomitable spirit prevails. Having confirmed that the figure was not an enemy, Yukizo Akana let out a quiet sigh of relief, though her expression remained tense as she gazed at the coughing individual on the ground. In a hushed voice, she inquired, "What shall we do?" Hinata Hikaru glanced at her momentarily before retrieving a kunai and approaching the figure. He bent down and murmured, "I'm sorry, no one desires to take another's life, especially when it should be a matter devoid of any connection between two individuals." The fault did not lie with him or with Hinata Hikaru. It resided with the two great ninja villages standing in opposition and with a world on the brink of an all-out war. Yukizo Akana clamped her mouth shut, her eyes widening as she watched the kunai in Hinata Hikaru's hand descend. With a swift motion, he stood resolutely, turning back, and she understood that the Hinata Hikaru she knew, often gentle, prone to complaints, and always seeking to avoid work, was now irrevocably changed. Meanwhile, Niko Shun, having fled into the thick fog, suddenly halted. He realized he had not heard the sound of pursuers behind him. A moment of astonishment washed over him. Despite his slowed pace, had he truly not been convincing enough? He had deliberately kept his kunai sheathed to project an image of someone gravely injured, yet persevering against overwhelming odds. After a brief hesitation, he could not resist turning back. If those three had indeed retreated, what fate awaited Hikaru and Kana? No, those two youngsters could not possibly contend with such formidable opponents, even in a surprise attack. At that moment, he heard a jubilant shout from behind. "It's that kid. I see him. He has stopped. He must have reached his limit." Niko Shun squinted, finally perceiving the three figures emerging from the mist. A wave of relief washed over him. He feigned weakness, retreating while glancing around in a panic. He then pretended to trip over a stone and fell to the ground. "No, please don't." The three figures approached cautiously, regarding Niko Shun with pity as he appeared small and helpless. The vibrant green energy that had once enveloped him had vanished. It seemed his forbidden technique had reached its threshold. The other two nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. Niko Shun's earlier display of ferocity had left a significant impression on them, and the sudden shift to vulnerability was striking. However, despite this, they did not draw nearer to Niko Shun. Instead, they surveyed their surroundings with suspicion. The leader cautioned, "Be careful, this kid may be on his last legs. But do not approach him, there may be other traps nearby." The three maintained a safe distance, launching their kunai. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They then began to perform a series of hand seals, unleashing water ninjutsu, water release, great water flow technique, water release, water dragon bullet. Each one executed their respective water techniques in unison. A child of no more than 10 years, subjected to relentless torment by three brutish men, evokes a profound sense of compassion. The water bullets, propelled with terrifying force, struck Niko Shun, propelling him violently and shattering the massive tree behind him. Following this, Niko Shun let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless. Niko Shun's strategy involved a series of 3 steps in combat. The third step was feint. Feigning death, feigning injury, and then waiting for an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. As Niko Shun fell to the ground with a cry, the 3 adversaries exhaled a sigh of relief, yet their expressions remained far from relaxed. Naturally, they had all but concluded that Niko Shun was dead. Such a level of assault would deter even the most seasoned of ninjas from enduring it physically, unless all 3 had simultaneously succumbed to an illusion. There was no conceivable way for this child to still be alive. Their elation was tempered, however, despite being ninjas from the blood mist. The brutal act of slaying a child of such tender age, even one who had slain their comrade, did not bring them any joy or satisfaction. Nevertheless, after testing their ninjutsu, they confirmed there were no traps. The violent onslaught of water would have either destroyed or triggered any traps, leaving no other possibility. The particularly seasoned ninja, leading the group, slowly approached the seemingly lifeless body of Niko Shun. Child, do not blame us. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at your Hokage for sending a mere child like you to the land of water on a mission. Just as he bent down to seize Niko Shun's corpse, he was suddenly struck with horror. For he witnessed the eyes of the supposedly deceased Niko Shun flutter open once more. Niko Shun opened his eyes with a sinister smile. Reactivating the 8 gates of Uchiha, a verdant energy enveloped his entire being once more. Alarmingly, the ninja was taken aback. His initial instinct being that he had returned from the dead. However, rationality quickly restored, and he realized that his opponent was likely feigning death. He attempted to retreat urgently, only to find himself firmly gripped by Niko Shun's hand around his shoulder and neck. In a state of shock and panic, he struggled futilely against the fierce strength of this young demon, focusing solely on his desperate attempts to break free. The ninja's reaction was swift. Confirming escape was impossible, and with no opportunity to utilize ninjutsu, he drew a kunai and began to swing it wildly. With a ripping sound, Niko Shun's clothing was torn apart, revealing multiple gashes that marred his already disheveled form, making him appear even more terrifying. Regrettably, Niko Shun gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and paying no heed to the man's attacks. While maintaining his grip on the ninja's shoulder and neck, he extended his other hand to seize the kunai-wielding hand. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful strike with his head against the man's jaw. This proved effective, as the excruciating pain radiating from his jaw induced a piercing scream from the ninja, causing his movements to become increasingly frantic. With a whoosh, the kunai pierced Niko Shun's palm. Yet, he remained undeterred, for at that moment, he successfully grasped the man's hand. Though a small hand had been penetrated by the kunai, it held fast to the larger hand with unwavering strength. This shocking scene left the mist ninja astonished and bewildered. More critically, he realized he could not escape the grip of this young boy, gazing at the blood-soaked visage of the child before him. Even the battle-hardened mist ninja could not help but feel a pang of fear. How could such a monstrous being exist in this world? Niko Shun, enduring the pain in his palm, cast a glance at the terrified man before tightening his grip and forcefully twisting backward. With a crack, a crisp sound echoed as the man's hand grotesquely contorted, swelling rapidly. No, though this individual was a special Jainin, his physical prowess was inferior to that of an average Jainin, and in a contest of raw strength, he utterly fell short against Niko Shun, resulting in the shattering of his hand bones. This astonishing sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye, catching everyone off guard. The 2 other ninjas, initially contemplating a temporary retreat, now witnessed this shocking display and were incensed, shouting in outrage. "Stop it, you little demon. Let go of the captain." Niko Shun, however, was well aware that the so-called captain could not possibly be the leader of the pursuit team, with 2 clearly superior Jainin leading the charge. This man was likely the 3rd in command. No wonder he had previously executed jutsu surpassing the C rank. It was evident he must be a special Jainin at the very least. He had caught a big fish. With a sinister laugh, Niko Shun raised his other hand, aiming directly at the face of the now powerless adversary. This strike was delivered with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. Like the resounding of a colossal drum, his fists, imbued with terrifying power, relentlessly pounded the face of this man, who had descended into despair. As the thunderous beating of the drums resonated, the other 2 individuals gradually approached, acutely aware that their companion was tightly grasped by Niko Shun. Naturally, they dared not employ large-scale ninjutsu for fear of endangering their ally. Instead, they merely tossed shurikens from a distance and unleashed streams of water. Alas, none of this could hinder the force of Niko Shun's fists. Suddenly, swish. With a shuriken piercing his forehead, Niko Shun let out a cry, collapsing face up. His arms fell limply by his sides, and the man beside him, whose features had been utterly battered, convulsed briefly before slipping from his embrace and crashing to the ground. Thud! The 2 bodies hit the ground simultaneously, their blood mingling as they fell, entangled in a tragic embrace. The scene before them suggested a mutual demise. No, Captain. A trembling ninja approached the obscured figure of their comrade. Another attempted to grasp his arm, warning, "Be careful. What if this little brat is merely feigning death?" Yet, undeterred, the first ninja broke free from the latter's grasp, his eyes reddened with despair. He knew that the brief resurgence of life in their captain was likely due to forbidden drugs and techniques. If such substances could truly grant him continuous revivals, then the Mist Village would never need to engage in conflict with Konoha, for victory would be an impossibility. It was precisely because of the ongoing skirmishes with Konoha that they understood even the most potent enhancements of physical potential had their limitations. Not far away, Niko Shun lay on his back, a shuriken embedded in his forehead, his eyes wide open as if he had indeed succumbed to death. With these words uttered, the previously vocal ninja was left speechless. The resolute ninja approached the severely injured captain, his expression filled with anguish. "Captain," he whispered, bending down and trembling as he cautiously reached out to feel for his captain's breath. Both were part of the same squad, summoned for an urgent mission, only to encounter such a grim fate. Deep down, he understood the improbability of their captain surviving such a brutal assault. Yet he still struggled to accept the reality of his demise. Despite having faced the harshness of life and death, he found himself unable to relinquish hope. His hand hung limply in the air. In the next moment, a sharp command pierced the silence. "Watch out." He looked up in astonishment. Swish. A small hand tightly gripped the bloodstained shuriken, wielding a terrifying force capable of piercing through anything, and it plunged into his temple. His mind went blank as he watched the boy, now rising like a demon from the depths of despair. How is this possible? This thought was the last to flicker in his mind, for Niko Shun had twisted the shuriken in his grasp, reducing the very thoughts he clung to into a mere pulp. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed before his captain. The two perished together. "It seems you truly do not comprehend the significance of the final strike." Niko Shun shook his head, turning to face the last remaining opponent. "Now, it was just you left." Under the ghostly gaze of the youth before him, the Nin involuntarily retreated. The style of Niko Shun's previous combat, coupled with his repeated deaths and subsequent recoveries, instilled an overwhelming fear in this individual. How is this possible? What kind of forbidden technique is this? How can you remain unscathed? Niko Shun chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he advanced towards the Nin with determined strides. He had indeed found it somewhat taxing to confront the three opponents simultaneously, yet in a one-on-one encounter, he felt wholly unchallenged. The Nin hastily retreated, trembling as he raised his hands in an attempt to form hand seals. However, facing the rapidly approaching Niko Shun, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His motions faltered one after another. Ultimately, he failed to conjure even a single water bubble. Suddenly, he sensed a gale approaching from behind and swiftly executed a roll to evade Niko Shun's attack. In a panic, he collided with a tree, stirring up clouds of dust, and looked back in terror at the advancing Niko Shun. How could he be so swift? Niko Shun let out a cold chuckle and closed in once more, appearing before the Nin in the blink of an eye. "How do you wish to perish?" In terms of speed, the Nin was vastly inferior to Niko Shun. Moreover, his fear had significantly diminished his strength. "No, this cannot be real. Such a powerful forbidden technique cannot exist in this world." Suddenly, he stood up, facing Niko Shun directly. His eyes aflame with rage as he shouted, "Even a Nin could not possibly kill all five of us, let alone a mere child. I understand now. It's an illusion, so that I am." Observing the Nin, who was now on the brink of collapse, Niko Shun raised his hand. With a swift motion, blood splattered forth as the man clutched his throat, unable to utter another word. The pain in his neck seemed to affirm that what lay before him was not merely an illusion. Or perhaps, even if it were an illusion, it was of such a high caliber that it transcended his comprehension. Weakly, he sank to his knees, lifting his gaze to the young boy before him. And just before falling unconscious, he perceived a flicker of pity in the boy's eyes. With the last adversary vanquished, Niko Shun's heart, which had been racing frantically, gradually calmed. Although he had previously engaged with enemy ninjas and had faced life-and-death battles, the sensations evoked by this encounter were entirely distinct from the two prior instances. This was akin to a microcosm of war, where strangers were forced to kill one another. Niko Shun's emotions were undeniably complex. He may have felt regret for those who had perished, yet he bore no remorse for his actions. He understood well that in a world ravaged by conflict, showing mercy to enemies was tantamount to disregarding the lives of oneself and one's comrades. One by one, he removed the kunai embedded in his body and then briefly tended to the traces of battle. After taking the 3 ninja headbands, Niko Shun hesitated for a moment before deciding to take only one. There is no way around it, given his current strength and age. Attracting the attention of 3 or more Nin is exceedingly conspicuous. Should it inadvertently draw the notice of Sarutobi Hiruzen or Orochimaru, the repercussions would be far too severe. Although he is acutely aware that the higher-ups of Konoha do not genuinely aspire to embody the Hokage's selfless spirit of illuminating others, his sense of belonging to this village is nonetheless strong, primarily due to his friends and comrades. Yet, a sense of belonging does not preclude the necessity for caution. Not only is Orochimaru a deranged experimental fanatic, but even the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cannot be deemed an unequivocal paragon of virtue. As a mere commoner, lacking the strength for self-preservation, revealing his extraordinary talents too soon could prove detrimental. The act of defeating a nin of a higher rank is entirely distinct from simultaneously vanquishing several. The implications are vastly different. At least until he can unlock the 8th gate, he has no intention of prematurely exposing his capabilities. His immortality, while comparable to the rapid recovery of Tsunade and Sage Body, pales in endurance and other aspects, rendering it excessively conspicuous. Unless he can genuinely selflessly burn himself to illuminate others, actively choosing to become Orochimaru's test subject could lead to him becoming a trusted confidant. Yet it could equally result in him being sliced apart, with no chance of witnessing another dawn. Thus, despite his envy of the accolades for defeating a particularly formidable Nin, Kazuki Shun resolved to forego that ambition. He decisively discarded both headbands, solemnly stowing one away. Exhaling with satisfaction at the current outcome, he reflected on how he had triumphed over foes far superior to himself through extraordinary wisdom and strength, indirectly diverting the enemy and saving his comrades' lives. Although this resulted in numerous injuries, he deemed it entirely worthwhile. Without hesitation, he turned and departed, fully aware that the Nin lured away by Inuzuka Daku could return at any moment. Additionally, he understood that another pursuit team, led by the Crows, was still in the vicinity, accompanied by a ninja dog. The danger was far from abated. Without Hinata Hikari and Inuzuka Daku at the helm, he could only steadfastly race towards the due west. His only means of navigation lay in the position of the sun, now separated from Hinata Hikari and the others. Kazuki Shun could not utilize Hinata Hikari's Byakugan for reconnaissance, rendering him unable to ascertain the proximity of any enemies. Thus, he remained vigilant. Here's a tune for the sound of barking. He vividly recalled that initially, Hinata Hikari's Byakugan had detected a squad of 12 enemies, 3 of whom were ninja dogs. Kazuki Shun had dispatched 2, while 1 had been drawn away by Inuzuka Daku's crows. He was naturally concerned about another small team, as they should have already discovered the issue with the crows and would be in pursuit. Dogs are mere beasts, except for those select ninjas with individual consciousness. Even the most rigorously trained ninkin typically lack normal intelligence. While humans might control them to track the enemy's location through scent, it is utterly impossible to restrain their instinctual howling. Of course, there exist well-trained ninkin capable of controlling their barks, but at least those pursuing him and his companions were not among them. Chimu Shun and his comrades were able to initially ascertain the position of the enemy because they heard the dogs barking, subsequently relying on Hinata Hikaru's Byakugan. Now, Chimu Shun could only depend on his ears. He traversed through mountains and valleys, unaware of how many trees he had collided with. After crashing into a branch for the 13th time, Chimu Shun, with foliage entangled in his hair, rose to his feet, unable to suppress his frustration regarding the bizarre weather of the land of water. It was already midday, yet the fog remained dense. Although it was considerably thinner than in the morning, visibility was still severely limited. However, he dared not linger even for a moment. After fleeing for nearly an hour and confirming he had temporarily escaped the danger zone, Chimu Shun finally had a moment to rest. He washed the blood and battle scars off his body in a small river. Due to his earlier appearance, he had avoided populated areas, necessitating several detours. Now, having temporarily evaded danger, his wounds had mostly healed. The more serious injuries had scabbed over and fallen away, revealing fresh, tender skin beneath. He then leapt onto the largest nearby tree, scanning the surroundings, but regrettably, the pervasive fog obscured all visibility. As the sun reached its zenith, Chimu Shun found it increasingly difficult to discern direction by the sun's position. He hesitated, observing his surroundings, furrowing his brow as he glanced in a particular direction, recalling, "Was I coming from there?" Even someone with a keen sense of direction can easily become disoriented in unfamiliar terrain. In truth, Chimu Shun possessed a good sense of direction. It was just that in a peculiar climate like that of the land of water, even he struggled to identify where west lay. He leapt down from the towering tree and turned, proceeding westward based on his judgment. Meanwhile, Hinata Hikaru and Makuzawa Noka stumbled their way to the edge of the ocean. Gazing at the misty sea, Hinata Hikaru turned around to view the indistinct islands, tears streaming down his cheeks. He wiped his eyes and activated his Byakugan once more. After scanning the surroundings and observing the ambient activity, he commanded, "Follow me," and swiftly led Makuzawa Noka in a specific direction. In such an urgent situation, attempting to return to the land of fire via regular passenger ship was a mere pipe dream. Thus, he made his way toward the nearby fishing boats. 10 minutes later, Hinata Hikaru forcibly broke into a fisherman's hut, and moments later, he tossed the collected fresh water and food onto the fishing boat before pushing it into the sea with Makuzawa Noka. The anchor was plunged into the sandy depths of the shallow sea. Are we truly to embark upon this journey across the ocean? Standing in the shallow waters, Sakurako gazed at the fishing boat before her, her expression fraught with uncertainty. Hinata, however, swiftly boarded the vessel, nodding resolutely, his gaze unwavering. One must not underestimate the fishing boat, nor the prowess of our ninjas. Just as the fishermen venture into the sea aboard their boats, so too can we ninjas traverse the ocean. Of course, this is facilitated by the relatively short distance separating the land of fire from the land of water. As long as there is ample fresh water, we avoid tempestuous waves, and do not lose our bearings in the vastness of the ocean, all will be well. The vitality of a ninja is remarkably resilient. As he spoke, Hinata's gaze shifted towards the fog-enshrouded land. Following suit, Sakurako joined him on the boat. Her eyes also drawn to the interior, her heart inevitably troubled for both Shun and Daigo. She then turned to Hinata, her expression laced with hesitation. "What shall we do now?" Hinata withdrew his gaze, enveloping himself in contemplation, awaiting, resting, and recharging his spirit. Sakurako, lost in thought, trembled as she murmured, "Is there truly nothing we can do to assist them?" Hinata kept his eyes closed, his hands clenched tightly together. "At this moment, we are powerless." Sakurako found herself at a loss for words. Hinata took a deep breath and stated, "I shall activate my Byakugan every 10 minutes to assess our surroundings. After half an hour, we shall set forth, away from the land of water." Given the current circumstances, they could scarcely afford to focus on themselves. Placing their hopes instead on Daigo and Shun, praying they would navigate towards their original path without straying too far, and return swiftly. Half an hour. This was the final time frame Hinata had deliberated upon, deemed the last moment of safety. Meanwhile, amidst the fog-laden land of water, within a certain forest, after freshening up, although he wore tattered clothes, Shun appeared quite charming with his rosy lips and white teeth. He wandered through the woods when suddenly he halted. A slight furrow of his brow indicated his alertness as he discerned a rustling sound nearby. "Who goes there?" He swiftly turned his head towards the adjacent thicket. The rustling continued. Soon, a dog and a figure emerged from the underbrush. The dog charged straight towards him. From the forehead protector adorning the canine, Shun recognized it as a ninja dog. He instinctively recoiled, sidestepping the dog's advance, and pretended to stumble, collapsing to the ground. Seated there, he looked up in trepidation at the pair of man and dog before him. The very scenario he had feared had come to pass. The dog had not barked in advance. Earlier, he had felt fortunate that the foolish fog-hidden dog would bark wildly while pursuing him, granting him an opportunity to escape. Yet now, he found himself in an awkward predicament. This was an intelligent dog, one that did not bark unnecessarily. Shun lamented inwardly. "Why must fortune elude me so?" Recalling past events, "I appear to be an extraordinarily unfortunate individual, plagued by misfortune in my previous life, plummeting from an elevator, being involved in a car accident, and finding myself trapped on railway tracks. Heaven knows the despair I felt as I helplessly witnessed an oncoming train hurtling towards me, awakening in a new world. I finally found an opportunity to harness my potential and grow stronger. Yet, in my own ninja village, I encounter a spy ninja while merely disposing of garbage. A jog leads me to another spy ninja. After barely graduating from the ninja academy, my first instructor turns out to be a perverse old man. And just when I manage to switch to a new teacher, he proves to be duplicitous, using me and my peers as mere pawns. While on a mission in the land of water, I encounter no bandits until I utter a single word, at which point they immediately appear when pursued by enemy ninjas. My companions and I find that their dogs alert us in advance, but when I am alone, the dogs remain silent. Where can one seek justice in this absurdity? To make matters worse, behind me and the single dog, there are several figures advancing, a total of 5 individuals and 1 dog. The leader, adorned with a talisman earring, exudes an aura of menace. Upon seeing the child before him, with rosy lips and bright teeth, He pauses in surprise. Surely this is just a child? Indeed, at this moment, after cleansing my face and healing my wounds, I am but a tender young boy, nearly 8 years of age. While my physique is considered developed for my age, it remains too diminutive to be conspicuous. Thanks to my remarkable regenerative abilities, my skin, despite enduring the ravages of sun and rain, retains its fair complexion. As I gaze at the leader, a sense of familiarity washes over me. Yet I cannot recall his name. Is he a minor character from the original tale? This is troubling. Encountering a familiar figure from the world of Naruto suggests that he is no ordinary adversary. The ninja dog, restrained by a lower-ranking ninja, bares its teeth at me, yet remains silent. I swallow nervously and feign innocence, addressing the group with a childlike voice. Why is it so fierce towards me? The ninja named Ao furrows his brow as he scans my ragged appearance and innocent demeanor, then turns his attention to the lower-ranking ninja beside the dog. What is going on? Wasn't I clear that you were to lead us to pursue the likes of Kairi and his companions? The most conspicuous issue lies in how a mere child came to be in such a mountainous forest. Yet, the more apparent the question, the more it can mislead. And a ninja like Ao, prone to overthinking, is likely to overlook these superficial phenomena and delve into the essence of the matter. As a ninja with keen perception, he quickly notes the faint traces of chakra emanating from me, which further reinforces his belief that I am merely an ordinary child. To speak rather bluntly, the level of chakra possessed by this individual may fall short of the admission standards of a standard ninja academy, struggling even to execute the most rudimentary technique of the shadow clone. The ninja accompanying the dog wore a peculiar expression, holding the leash and addressing Ao, Lord Ao. This person carries a blend of scents from the Leaf Village ninja and those of Lord Ryota, albeit faint. Upon hearing this, Niko Shun involuntarily raised his head. Terror etched upon his face as he regarded Ao, his mind racing to recall the identity of this individual. Was he not the capable aide to the 5th Mizukage, Terumime, in the future? Moreover, he was the first man to successfully transplant the Byakugan, earning him the title of Byakugan Killer, thus landing him on the infamous bounty list of Konoha. Niko Shun's gaze could not help but drift toward the man's eyes. At this moment, both of his eyes appeared ordinary, lacking the eye patch that characterized his future self. Niko Shun recalled that by the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, this man had already completed the Byakugan transplantation. More audaciously, during this time, he had infiltrated the Leaf Village to launch a surprise attack, only to be thwarted by the long-range genjutsu of Uchiha Madara. Aware of his own limitations against Madara, Ao had swiftly retreated with his subordinates. Niko Shun was unaware of the origins of Ao's Byakugan, only knowing that it had been acquired during a battle amidst the Third Ninja War. At this juncture, although the full-scale war had yet to erupt and the concept of the Third Ninja War had not been established, from a future perspective, the continuous skirmishes among the major ninja villages could very well be classified as part of the Third Ninja War. In this moment, Niko Shun found himself thinking of his companion, Hinata Hikari. He realized something alarming. He had never truly verified the identity of the caged bird that was Hinata Hikari. Surely, it couldn't be, he told himself, yet he could not suppress the nervous gulp that followed. Naturally, Ao, possessing keen perceptive abilities, noted Niko Shun's anxiety. Ironically, the more he observed, the more he felt reassured. A child witnessing the sudden appearance of several ninjas would naturally be terrified. Ao's gaze shifted toward the ninja beside him, who held the dog, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. After all, this was merely a child, and his direction of travel seemed entirely unproblematic. However, the evident discrepancies in various details suggested to Ao that there was no cause for concern. Niko Shun's expression indeed resembled that of a frightened child. His gaze lingered on the battle attire of the 5 ninjas before him, taking a deep breath, 1 J-nin, 2 Ch-nin, and 2 Jinin. In the earlier skirmish, despite suffering dearly, Niko Shun had managed to deplete the resources of his special J-nin, 2 Ch-nin, 2 Jinin, and 2 ninja hounds. The present enemy formation did not appear significantly stronger than those adversaries. Perhaps he still possessed the capability to fight back? It is not for that little brat Hinata. How could I, a self-proclaimed refined egoist, exert myself for such a child? At this very moment, the mind of Kageyama Shun, filled with courage, decisiveness, and fervor, fails to recognize the vast chasm that separates a special J-nin from a regular J-nin. Or rather, in the original narrative, there is no distinctly defined hierarchy of power, and Kageyama Shun has never faced an adversary of such caliber, although both are referred to as J-nin. The distinction between a regular J-nin and a special J-nin is profound. A special J-nin refers to a ninja whose particular skill has reached the level of a J-nin, while a true J-nin is acknowledged for their comprehensive capabilities or a high completion rate in missions. Generally speaking, the term J-nin implies a formidable individual with no weaknesses, excelling equally in both physical and ninjutsu prowess. In truth, Kageyama Shun harbored certain expectations. Yet his physique granted him a modicum of confidence. Moreover, in this predicament, he was convinced that his disguise could only last for a fleeting moment and would not easily deceive the enemy ninja. Rather than allowing the opportunity to slip away, he resolved to exploit the moment when his identity remained unconfirmed to launch a surprise attack. His gaze flickered, quietly scanning the few individuals present, ultimately resting upon the J-nin AO. At this juncture, he believed that the full force of his blossoming power would match the J-nin's level. Additionally, the immense advantage bestowed by his frenzied fist could bridge many gaps in strength. Simultaneously, AO, positioned across from Kageyama Shun, found himself in considerable distress. From AO's perspective, the strength of the Leaf Village ninja was uncertain, yet he was acutely aware that among them resided an exceptionally intelligent individual. The earlier encounter, in which they had been toyed with at the enemy's whim, served as undeniable evidence. Knowing that they were indeed heading westward, towards an escape from the land of water, AO doubted the coincidence of encountering a young ninja fleeing in the opposite direction. He could not help but suspect that this child was likely akin to the crows they had previously captured, a deliberate diversion intended to mislead their pursuit. However, it was unrealistic to expect that Kageyama Shun could be easily released. Furthermore, he could not afford to squander much time. After careful consideration, AO's gaze returned to the bewildered Kageyama Shun. Child, he gradually approached Kageyama Shun and stated, "Reveal your identity and everything you have experienced thus far. Most crucially, why are you here?" Kageyama Shun, filled with trepidation, looked up at AO, lowered his head, and timidly stammered, "Ninja Lord, it is like this." In the instant he bowed his head, he clenched his fist and struck towards AO's torso. Simultaneously, the resplendent green energy within him erupted forth, activating the 8th gate. With a swift motion, his fist, imbued with raw power, hurtled towards AO's chest. Given Kageyama Shun's stature and the current action, this was the optimal position for his attack. As the punch was unleashed, AO's expression shifted dramatically. Behind him, the expressions of the other 4 ninjas transformed with urgency. It was evident to anyone that this young boy posed a significant problem. At the beach, with a sudden burst of determination, Hinata Hikari abruptly stood up, activating his Byakugan once more. Across from him, the anxious Yukisawa now frantically inquired, "Have you seen Shun?" Within the cataract-like depths of Hikari's eyes, only the dense fog of the land of water was mirrored. Taking a deep breath, Hikari's face reflected a myriad of complex emotions as he shook his head. "It's not Shun, it's Teacher Daigyo. Follow me." With that, Hikari leaped from the small boat, his residual chakra enveloping his feet as he sprinted across the water. Upon hearing that Shun was not the one in sight, now felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, Shun had been their companion for several months, while Daigyo was merely a teacher they had met a few times. Despite being only 10 years old, the nuances of closeness and distance were clear to her. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed after Hikari. Teacher Daigyo's return would surely aid in locating Shun, she thought, reigniting her hope. In the dense forest, like a phantom, Shun's fist collided with 2 overlapping palms. The force of his punch erupted with magnificent power. Though it did not strike directly at the chest of AO, the man's expression shifted dramatically as his body was hurled backward, smashing through 2 towering trees before finally dissipating the force. His feet sank into the ground, and he waved his hands in pain, his palms now swollen and red. Blood gushed from his mouth. Meanwhile, Shun realized the gravity of his situation, shaking his own sore fist. The reflexes of a J-nin were indeed terrifying. Despite his close-range ambush, the man had managed to block it. Although blood still spilled from his mouth, Shun sensed that the injury was not overly severe. Recognizing that his stealth had been compromised, he gritted his teeth and continued to pursue AO. At such proximity, even a J-nin would find it excruciating to endure such a strike. He was determined to seize this opportunity. Yet, as Shun approached AO like a tempest, he was met with the sight of the tall man wearing a mocking smile. A jolt of apprehension shot through Shun, but he dared not hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he threw another punch with reckless abandon. Just as Shun's fist was about to connect with AO's head, a resounding thud echoed. The man before him transformed into a stone, shattered into fragments by the force of Shun's rapid assault. When had this occurred? Indeed, a J-nin was worthy of their title. Shun had not even noticed when the ninjutsu had been employed. On the other side, the man with the smirk derisively regarded Shun. You think a J-nin is merely a child's play? With swift motions, the man's swollen hands pressed together. And in an instant, as if a butterfly had taken flight, he dazzled Shun's eyes. Water release, water surge wave. As Chimu Shun gritted his teeth, he lunged forward once more, but this time his fist struck the turbulent waters instead. No matter how resilient his fist, against the water it could only create a few splashes. The relentless torrent that followed completely disrupted Chimu Shun's balance. This was dire. The young boy was repeatedly pushed back by the surging waves. As the water receded, Chimu Shun struggled to cough and turn himself over, only to find 5 vigilant ninjas before him, weapons drawn and surrounding him protectively. Lord Qing, the ninja dog, also bared its teeth menacingly at him. Suddenly, a shuriken whizzed past Chimu Shun's eye, drawing blood. He could not help but swallow hard, glancing towards the confident man among the ninjas. It was clear to him that this shuriken had been intentionally aimed to miss. The other ninjas observed him with predatory gazes, choosing not to strike simultaneously, for they deemed it unnecessary. Could a mere child, no matter how formidable, truly contend against a jonin? No one would entertain such a notion. Little brat, if you wish to live, surrender. As Lord Qing proclaimed this, Chimu Shun raised his arm, unleashing a flurry of shuriken, with all his might behind them. The projectiles were indeed formidable. Yet, Qing merely shook his head. Do you still not comprehend? With a flick of his sleeve, a series of talisman-like papers soared forth. Chimu Shun's shuriken struck these papers, causing no disturbance whatsoever. Witnessing this, Chimu Shun sighed inwardly. If he could not close the distance, he would stand no chance against a jonin-level ninja. How could he fight like this? Without a moment's hesitation, Chimu Shun turned and fled, his movements fluid from practice. As he ran, he could not help but curse under his breath. The strength of the jonin, or more specifically, Qing's power, exceeded his expectations. Even his close-range ambush had proven ineffectual. Not only had he failed to eliminate his opponent, but it seemed he had not inflicted any significant harm upon Qing at all. Meanwhile, as Chimu Shun marveled at the jonin's might, Qing was equally astonished by the tenacity displayed by the young boy before him. Appearing no older than 10, Chimu Shun had managed to unleash such formidable strength and speed in the face of peril, demonstrating courage and decisiveness in his assault. It was nothing short of astonishing. Qing reflected that, had he been in the boy's position, he would not have had the audacity to act with such resolve. Moreover, Chimu Shun's punch had indeed been powerful. The injury sustained by Qing from the strike was not trivial, as evidenced by the blood he coughed up. He understood all too well that if Chimu Shun had chosen to attack someone else, none present would have been able to withstand such a devastating blow. This is undoubtedly comparable to the prowess of a typical elite ninja, showcasing remarkable martial skills in close combat. It was merely his acute senses that allowed him to instantly perceive the murderous intent emanating from Niko Shun. Despite his timely reaction in blocking the blow, his hands throbbed with excruciating pain, and even the speed of his hand seals experienced an imperceptible decline. He maintained a facade of calmness. Yet faced with the formidable fist of Niko Shun, even as an elite ninja, it was impossible for him to remain entirely unscathed. Previously, the fierce glint in Niko Shun's eyes suggested a ruthless determination, although Aoi intended to capture him alive. He recognized that this young boy had completely disregarded his own life during the attack. However, when Niko Shun, having failed in his ambush, chose to turn and flee, Aoi was left utterly stunned. Was he afraid of death or not? This was entirely at odds with Niko Shun's earlier brazen assault. Simultaneously, the ch-nin and genin surrounding Aoi could no longer remain idle. They raised their kunai, shuriken, and saban, unleashing a barrage toward Niko Shun's fleeing form. Whoosh, whoosh. Aoi sighed, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately chose not to intervene. His gaze followed Niko Shun, who was exposing his back in a frantic escape. And he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was this boy truly overestimating his own capabilities? No matter how swift or strong he was, even rivaling the elite, exposing his back to the enemy was akin to courting death. No matter how fast a person is, they cannot outrun a ninja's kunai. Regretfully shaking his head, he could only hope that this lad possessed a strong vitality and would not succumb easily amidst the hail of projectiles. Aoi watched helplessly as the weapons flew forth. As expected, the chaotic onslaught of projectiles struck true, hitting the fleeing boy with precision. Aoi shook his head. While Niko Shun's strength and speed were commendable, he seemed to lack experience in combat. In the face of an opponent too powerful to confront, retreating was not an unwise choice, provided two crucial points were observed. First, one must avoid exposing their back and strive to move towards cover. Second, one should avoid moving in a straight line. Although the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, such a direct approach makes one susceptible to enemy predictions and attacks. Yet, Niko Shun had erred on both counts. Another rookie ninja, Aoi lamented. Niko Shun's earlier performance had been astonishing, yet now Aoi questioned his initial judgment. As the projectiles effortlessly struck the swiftly moving Niko Shun, it came as no surprise that the boy emitted a series of anguished cries. Most of the kunai and similar weapons struck his lower body, particularly his legs. Just as Aoi anticipated that Niko Shun would falter and lose his balance due to the pain from this assault, he found himself once again dumbfounded. He could distinctly see the blood pooling beneath Niko Shun's feet. He knew that even with the formidable resilience of the human body, instinct would dictate a response, and such injuries would undoubtedly impair his speed. However, the reality is that after being struck by a hidden weapon, Niko Shun appeared to be even more invigorated. His speed not only undiminished but seemingly enhanced. In truth, Niko Shun was indeed a novice. Relying on sheer physical strength and naively adhering to a mathematical principle, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Yet, he overlooked the burdens imposed by his worsening injuries, which can only be attributed to his lack of experience. In that moment, he found it impossible to remain calm. What was happening? A whirlwind of disordered thoughts flashed through his mind. He glanced at his subordinates beside him, who were equally bewildered, returning his gaze with confusion. Qing was momentarily stunned, turning his head to watch Niko Shun, undeterred by the numerous hidden weapons, once again plunge into the mist-laden forest. It was only then that he suddenly regained his senses. He took large strides, shouting, "Don't let the brat escape." He dashed forward, with the Chunin and Jinin following closely behind. Though Niko Shun possessed what was often referred to as an immortal body, he was not impervious to pain. Being struck by a hidden weapon naturally elicited grimaces and cries, a visceral response of the body. However, the pain he experienced, while considerable, did not signify severe injury. Particularly, the wounds from the kunai were shallow, preventing him from becoming weak. Instead, they invigorated him further. Thus, he was able to surpass his limits and accelerate his pace. For him, rather than opting for intricate evasive maneuvers to dodge the projectiles, it was far more effective to flee in a direct line over the shortest distance. Consequently, Niko Shun endured the intense pain from behind, daring not to linger, and fled into the forest with utmost speed. In the mist-enshrouded thicket, he navigated with agility, lamenting that the strength of a jonin had reshaped his personal understanding and reignited a sense of urgency within him. Simultaneously, he began to reflect on his actions. In truth, his choices and decisions could hardly be deemed incorrect. His reckless, erratic punches held significant advantages in close combat. The proximity of his ambush had the potential to seize the initiative. The reason he failed to achieve a decisive outcome could only be attributed to encountering someone like Qing. Initially, Niko Shun believed that Qing had chosen to trust him temporarily. Yet his immediate reaction and counterattack to such a sudden ambush suggested that he had long been prepared for the possibility of such an occurrence. Moreover, he swiftly formed hand seals, employing ninjutsu to create distance between them, leaving Niko Shun with only the ability to throw kunai. Water-style ninjas were exceedingly troublesome. Niko Shun believed that had he faced a fire-style ninja instead, he would not have been distanced due to ninjutsu. Ultimately, the type of adversary Niko Shun dreaded the most, aside from illusion-type ninjas, was undoubtedly water-style ninjas. While they may not excel in offensive power or lethality, they were undoubtedly the most vexing class of ninja. The art of water ninjutsu encompasses not merely the forceful impact of water, but also defensive techniques, deceptive maneuvers to befuddle foes, and binding strategies to ensnare adversaries. Upon contemplating this, his pace quickened. In the earlier moments of his sudden strike, their reactions were sluggish, perhaps merely instinctive defensive measures. However, as they regained their composure, he would soon be confronted by an array of intricate ninjutsu. He did not fear a desperate battle, but the thought of being misled or entrapped was undoubtedly the most undesirable outcome for Niko Shun. At that moment, Niko Shun also discerned the sound of hurried footsteps and rustling foliage behind him, indicating that his pursuers had finally reacted. Despite the multitude of chasers and the fact that they were in enemy territory, Niko Shun was confident that, with all his gates opened and his speed at its zenith, the mid-level ninjas could never keep pace with him. Only those exceptional upper ninjas or special nin might close the gap. This meant that among the 5 trailing behind him, his primary concern, the one he could not shake off, was none other than the figure of Ao himself. With a swift motion, the 2 figures darted through the thicket. It was unclear how long the pursuit had lasted, but Ao continued to leap through the dense forest with remarkable agility, now devoid of any companions alongside him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ao observed the relentless figure ahead, who was fleeing with wild abandon. As a mist ninja endowed with keen perception, the dense fog posed little hindrance to him. He believed, however, that this thick mist would significantly impair the small, frantic boy in front of him, who was burdened with numerous shurikens lodged in his back. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Niko Shun resembled a colossal bear, crashing through obstacles, adorned with branches and leaves, yet daring not to pause. Each time he barreled through an impediment, his speed inevitably waned. Strangely, however, despite his diminishing velocity, Ao's pursuit had not drawn any closer. With a steely gaze, Ao hurled a shuriken with precision, striking Niko Shun in the back. The boy let out a pained cry but remained remarkably spirited. This marked the 4th instance in which Ao had hit Niko Shun during the chase. Yet the boy seemed entirely unfazed by the shuriken's harm. Squinting slightly, Ao regarded the boy, who radiated a magnificent green energy, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. He called out with authority, "Boy, cease your flight. Return with me to the hidden mist and clarify the situation. If you have not committed any actions harmful to our village, we will not take any action against you." Hearing Ao's cold command echo behind him, Niko Shun merely scoffed, quickening his pace and daring not to linger. At this juncture, only Ao remained in pursuit. The other ninjas had been left far behind. Niko Shun, not lacking in intelligence, noticed that Ao, despite trailing him, had not attempted to employ any ninjutsu to obstruct him during moments when he was hindered by obstacles, nor had he closed in aggressively. Understanding Ao's strategy, he realized that Ao intended to engage him in a battle of attrition. With this revelation, Niko Shun felt a surge of elation within. This also illustrates that Qing's objective is, for the time being, not to end his own life. On the surface, his physical strength and injuries are inferior compared to Qing. Upon witnessing his own power, Qing opts to wait for his adversary's injuries to manifest or for him to exhaust himself. Whether to kill or to capture presents an equally opportune moment. Choosing not to confront head-on cannot be deemed a misguided decision. It could even be argued that, while this approach may introduce some complications, it is decidedly more prudent. After all, a cornered beast still fights fiercely. And engaging with a formidable foe who is willing to risk everything entails significant peril. This individual is remarkably rational, and Niko Shun has discerned Qing's character traits. This is indeed a strength for Qing, yet when faced with Niko Shun, it becomes a vulnerability, although he cannot presently outpace Qing. As long as Qing continues to refrain from action, he will eventually exhaust him. As for Qing's assertion that as long as he does not threaten the interests of the Mist Village, he will be unharmed, Niko Shun dismisses this with scorn. Even the children of Konoha would not believe such nonsense. The mere mention of the Mist Village is enough to terrify a 3-year-old, owing to its oppressive and violent policies. At such a time, would a Konoha ninja captured after continuous skirmishes be simply let go? Absolutely not. Niko Shun would never be foolish enough to surrender without a fight. Meanwhile, Qing, who is closely pursuing him, observes that Niko Shun's speed remains unwavering, his expression growing increasingly cold. He realizes that attempting to sway Niko Shun's resolve is futile. His gaze sharpens as he contemplates, "I shall see how long your forbidden technique can endure." To Qing, the frenzied power emanating from the boy's body, along with his ability to persist despite being wounded by kunai, seems decidedly amiss, stemming from that volatile chakra. Thus, Qing deduces that this must be some form of forbidden technique wielded by the boy. His decision to refrain from employing ninjutsu or launching a surprise attack, instead choosing to closely follow, is to instill in the boy a false sense of security, a belief that he can escape. Once the after-effects of the forbidden technique take hold, capturing him will be effortless. Qing is indeed astonished by the force with which Niko Shun had previously attacked and his unwavering speed in the face of numerous projectiles. Yet, as the moment to validate his suspicions arrives, he realizes that he has waited far too long. Time passes. Breathless, Qing strives not to be outpaced by Niko Shun. He has already expended all the shuriken and kunai he possessed. Niko Shun has run at full speed for 20 minutes, and Qing has pursued him with equal fervor for the same duration. Even for a jonin, maintaining such a velocity for an extended period exacts a severe toll on stamina. He is no longer as composed as he once was, and his astonishment at Qi Shun's performance only deepens. What sort of forbidden technique possesses such formidable efficacy? He begins to doubt whether his strategy of engaging in an endurance contest with this boy was indeed a miscalculation. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the Eight Gates technique remains activated for an extended duration, Qi Shun's skin has suffered considerable damage. Gradually, blood droplets begin to seep from his entire body. Given the current physical condition of Niko Shun, even merely opening the four gates for an extended duration could lead to damage to his skin pores. The pervasive sensation of itchiness coursing through his body rendered him exceedingly uncomfortable. Prolonged utilization of the Eight Gates of Duinjia had pushed his body to its temporary limits. Even at this moment, it was inconceivable for Niko Shun to maintain the injury gate without being affected. Should this continue, his wounds would only worsen. Of course, it was not beyond his capacity to endure. However, abruptly, he halted in his tracks, retracting the verdant energy enveloping him, and turned to gaze at the panting figure of Aoi, who had similarly come to a standstill. Extending his palm, he inquired of the man, "What you just said, does it still hold true?" Upon witnessing the bloody child's weakened spirit, Aoi turned his gaze towards him, a smile gracing his lips as he paused his advance. He clenched his swollen hands, nearly resorting to unleashing a large-scale ninjutsu attack. Had the duration of this child's forbidden technique finally elapsed? It seemed his gamble had paid off. As a feeling of joy welled within him, he couldn't help but marvel at the child's terrifying resilience. Niko Shun, his complexion pallid, lifted an arm towards Aoi, panting for breath, and reiterated, "Is what you just stated genuine?" Aoi deliberately maintained his distance from the child while seizing the opportunity to catch his breath. Responding with a smile, "Rest assured, I am a Jonin of the mist. I would not deceive a mere child." The sparse hair that had just begun to sprout from Niko Shun's scalp had turned a crimson hue, stained by the blood seeping from his pores, and his entire skin bore a similarly alarming appearance. "Is that so?" Niko Shun's large eyes sparkled with innocence as he looked at the man. Yet a twinge of disbelief crept in. "I require your assurance. You must swear you will not deceive me. Only then will I believe you." At this, Aoi was taken aback momentarily, his eyes narrowing. "Swear? How naive." He chuckled coldly. "You do not truly believe that I am engaging in a childish game with you, do you?" With that, he swiftly hurled a kunai from his hand. Qi Shun slightly turned his head, raising his hand to grasp the shuriken firmly in his palm, blood oozing from the weapon. Yet, in mere moments, the flow of blood ceased. This superficial wound was something Qi Shun could recover from instantaneously. Faced with the bloodied and disheveled Qi Shun, Qing raised an eyebrow. "Promises? Oaths? How absurd. If I were to deceive you, my vow would be utterly worthless. If I do not deceive you, even without swearing an oath, I will still strive to preserve your life." Qi Shun narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yet, striving, is that truly enough?" He scoffed coldly, intentionally stating, "Indeed. You are deceiving me, aren't you? Your reluctance to swear reveals your inner turmoil." "Inner turmoil?" Qing momentarily froze, this insolent child. He inhaled deeply, then stepped forward, advancing toward Qi Shun one step at a time, proclaiming loudly, "Think as you wish. Do you truly believe I would jest with you? Presently, you, devoid of that forbidden technique's power, are utterly incapable of resisting me. Surely, you do not think you still have a choice?" The reality was precisely as Qing asserted. On the surface, Qi Shun had indeed exhausted his strength, unable to sustain the Eight Gates of Duinjia due to the after effects. Thus, Qi Shun's words seemed somewhat naive. What reason did he have to demand assurances? However, as Qing drew nearer, Qi Shun resolutely withdrew a shuriken lodged in his back, placing it against his neck, coldly declaring, "If you take another step closer, I shall end my own life." Upon hearing Qi Shun's declaration, Qing halted, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I have already stated, this is not a playground for your games. You are a Leaf Village ninja, are you not? What makes you think that I, standing on the opposing side, would be compelled to care for the life of an enemy? Do you not find this situation laughable?" Listening to Qing's nonchalant words, Qi Shun retorted coldly, "I shall repeat myself. Qing, cease your advance. Your speed cannot surpass my hand. The shuriken in my grasp is aimed at the major artery of my neck. Should I cut it, it is not comparable to your trivial shurikens." Qing hesitated slightly, his gaze turning icy as he continued forward, stating, "Are you unable to comprehend my words?" Qi Shun sneered. "Had it been during my ambush, I am certain that if you could have eliminated me, you would have done so without hesitation. But now..." Qing continued to regard Qi Shun with a cold smile, listening to his words. Qi Shun proceeded. In your eyes, I am already at my last gasp. Capturing me holds far greater value than killing me. Setting aside intelligence, the mere forbidden technique I possess ensures that you cannot afford to let me die here. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Qing's eyes. This young boy possesses profound thoughts, yet he snorted coldly and lunged toward Qi Shun. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Speculation? Allow me to inform you, your conjectures are nothing but a farce. As Qing approached, Qi Shun's pupils constricted, and he pressed the shuriken deeper into his flesh without hesitation. The kunai carved a gash, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. A peculiar flush spread across the blood-stained face of Qi Shun. Meanwhile, Qing, witnessing this scene as he advanced rapidly, wore a cold smile. Yet, astonishingly, Qi Shun pressed forward. Suddenly, he executed a backflip, returning to his previous position, inhaling deeply before conceding. You have won, little ghost. I promise you, I swear it. Qing, feeling a sense of helplessness, cast a deep glance at Qi Shun. The latter's gaze was resolute, his hands unwavering. Qing marveled inwardly. This individual was indeed prepared to sever his own arteries. Such a paradoxical little ghost, initially unafraid of life and death, opting for a sneak attack, yet now fleeing in abject fear. Even Qing found it impossible to ascertain whether this boy was rational or deranged. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that Qing was a rational being. He cared little for the demise of his enemies. However, given the current situation, after dedicating so much effort to pursue, he was unwilling to settle for merely the death of an adversary. Indeed, it was Qing's anxiety and overthinking that had led to this bizarre scenario. An assailant, worried that his quarry might take his own life, choosing to retreat. It was truly remarkable. Of course, this situation also possessed an element of chance. Despite Qing's multitude of thoughts, had Qi Shun not been bleeding profusely, appearing utterly incapacitated, Qing would not have genuinely considered compromising with him. It was precisely because Qing perceived the possibility of capturing Qi Shun alive that he was deceived. To Qing, the risk he faced against a severely injured Qi Shun was relatively low. After all, Qing's character was cautious and rational, naturally striving towards the most favorable outcome. For him, the death of his pursued enemy bore no substantial difference from the enemy's escape. Ultimately, once a life is extinguished, whether information has been transferred or concealed becomes unknowable. As this pursuit unfolded, Qing also recognized something potentially more significant than mere intelligence, the forbidden techniques possessed by Qi Shun. Regardless of the consequences, this technique must not be overlooked. If both sides lacked it, that would suffice. The most awkward scenario would be if the enemy possessed it while he did not. Of course, had he known that the Eight Gates technique on others differed entirely from that which Qi Shun wielded, and that it bore a high threshold of restriction, perhaps he would not have been so eager. Yet, in this era, prior to Might Duy's explosive confrontation with the 7 ninja swordsmen, the notoriety of the Eight Gates technique remained alarmingly low, while some of the elders in Konoha were aware of it. Individuals from other villages might not have even heard its name, and at this moment, Qi Shun smiled as he released the kunai from his grip, then pressed firmly on his neck, the blood that gushed forth momentarily pausing before gradually ceasing. A cold smile formed within him, an exhalation of relief echoed in his heart. This was a game of wits, and he had ultimately emerged victorious. His hand remained unwavering, resolutely slashing at his throat. For he was acutely aware that he would not suffer harm from this act. The risks he bore were minimal. Qi Shun gazed weakly at Qing and urged, "You recite the vow with me." Qing's complexion turned ashen, embodying the feeling of accompanying a little ghost in a childish play. He muttered in frustration, "You go ahead." Qi Shun's lips curled slightly. "Recite with me. I, a mist-hidden shinobi. By the way, what is your name?" Having previously overheard the names of other ninjas, he was indeed aware of his name. His inquiry was merely a means to pass the time. During the opening of the 4 gates, Qi Shun required a brief respite. An unrestrained activation would not only lead to a surge of blood throughout his body, but would also diminish the effects. In fact, compared to his earlier practice, he was now able to maintain the state for a significantly longer duration, though it was not without limits. Previously needing a minute of rest, he now estimated 30 seconds? Meanwhile, Qing, with an air of indifference, stated his name. "A fine name." Qi Shun nodded, then raised his head in suspicion. Have you subtly inched closer to me? Quickly, step back a few paces." Qing's gaze turned icy as he silently retreated, taking a deep breath. He warned, "Little ghost, you had better not be deceiving me, or else." Yet he maintained a watchful distance, observing every movement of the boy. "Given my condition, How could I deceive you? Niko Shun rolled his eyes, feigning weakness. Then let us continue. Qing scoffed softly, his eyes sweeping over Niko Shun's blood-stained body, ultimately resting on his neck. The boy still clutched the kunai tightly against his throat, not an inch of movement. Thus, Qing dared not act recklessly. In truth, Niko Shun's other hand was free, and he was adorned with various kunai and shuriken, yet he had refrained from removing any. He understood well that to do so would hasten the healing of his wounds. A few might be inconsequential, temporarily obscured by bloodstains, but if there were too many, Qing's perceptive abilities would surely unveil the truth. A sense of regret washed over Niko Shun, for he could not control this regenerative ability. It was entirely passive. Thus, he could only present himself like a hedgehog in the face of Qing. As he flexed his wrist, he continued, I, a mist-hidden shinobi, Qing. Here swear. Qing's brow twitched, his eyes narrowing. I, a mist-hidden shinobi, Qing, here swear. The lengthy and intricate vow was uttered haltingly from Qing's lips. Meanwhile, time had long surpassed 30 seconds, stretching even beyond 2 minutes under Niko Shun's deliberate misdirection. At this moment, Qing's patience reached its zenith. He suppressed the turmoil within, directing his gaze towards Niko Shun. Little brat, I have sworn my oath. You are free to accompany me now. Niko Shun suddenly chuckled and replied, Since you, Lord Qing, are so steadfast in your promises, I shall now divulge a piece of information. The forbidden technique I possess is called the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method, although the 8 Gates of Duinjia technique was not something that required deliberate concealment. As it was not a secret in itself, Niko Shun would not easily allow Qing to be privy to it. Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the mention of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method, that enigmatic forbidden art. The name itself exuded an air of grandeur. Niko Shun's voice no longer feigned weakness. He twisted his neck and added, Moreover, there is another matter. Qing looked up, continuing to regard the boy, sensing an ominous undertone in his words. What? Niko Shun coldly declared. Aside from what I just said, everything else was a deception. In fact, that last statement was also a ruse. At that moment, his body had sufficiently recovered. Time had far exceeded 30 seconds. Not only had the side effects of the 8 Gates of Duinjia subsided, but his internal injuries had also healed significantly. The instant he uttered those words, Niko Shun unleashed the power of the 8 Gates of Duinjia once more. A magnificent green energy enveloped him in the blink of an eye, causing any shallowly embedded hidden weapons in his back to instinctively shoot out with the force that erupted from him. With a flurry of sounds, Niko Shun cast a glance at the now ashen-faced Qing, turned away, and smashed through the branches before him with a single punch. I shall take my leave, Mr. Qing. It has been truly delightful conversing with you. I hope we shall meet again. The reason for Niko Shun's lengthy discourse with Qing was, of course, to provoke him. Even the most rational individuals can succumb to anger, and such a character, when incited, may act irrationally. Niko Shun was no fool with merely brawn. His combat style, while appearing ferocious and mindless, was tailored to be the most effective for his physique. This included his self-invented frenzied fist, which, though it seemed chaotic, was grounded in profound principles and intricacies that could not be succinctly articulated. As Niko Shun continued his string of remarks, witnessing him escape with vitality only fueled Qing's rage further. Very well. The astonishment at your sudden vigor shall be eclipsed by my wrath. Enraged, he raised his somewhat swollen hands, his voice low and menacing. The game is amusing, is it, little brat? Then I shall play to the very end. His fingers danced like butterflies, swiftly transforming in intricate gestures. The time taken to form the seals far exceeded that of the previous ninjutsu, experiencing a full 2 seconds of delay. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A roaring water dragon surged forth, hurtling towards the direction in which Niko Shun had fled. Indeed, Niko Shun's speculation proved accurate. Provoked by his words, Qing no longer held back. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a formidable large-scale explosive ninjutsu. A colossal water dragon surged forth from in front of Qing, sweeping towards Niko Shun with relentless force. As a B-rank ninjutsu of the water release type, this technique's casting time and destructive power far exceeded the water bullets and streams that Niko Shun had previously encountered. It was even more potent than the average B-rank ninjutsu. However, this technique was not particularly suited for direct combat between two ordinary upper ninjas, as the hand-sealing process was painfully prolonged. A standard ninja would require over 40 seals, ample time for an opponent to close the distance and strike. Yet, in scenarios where allies provided assistance or an enemy was ensnared, this maneuver remained a viable offensive option. At this moment, as Niko Shun focused solely on fleeing, heedless of exposing his back to Qing, it became an opportune moment to deploy such a technique. The indignation stirred by Niko Shun's taunts had even led Qing to harbor thoughts of utterly defeating him. Whether Niko Shun would survive was left to fate. Unfortunately, Qing misjudged the situation. While Niko Shun had faced many water-release ninjas, he was never intimidated by such offensive techniques. With a thunderous roar, the raging water dragon shattered countless branches in its path, rapidly closing the distance on Niko Shun, who had only been running for a mere 2 seconds. Feeling an overwhelming force approaching from behind, Niko Shun's expression changed abruptly, and he swiftly altered his course. Alas, his speed could not rival that of the ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious water dragon engulfed his diminutive form. Niko Shun's small body was tossed about like a fragile boat amidst a tempestuous sea, racked with pain from all sides. Even so, he was swept away by the torrent, carried dozens of meters before the deluge finally subsided. As a B-rank ninjutsu, the water dragon technique possessed a destructive force and scale far superior to the B-rank fire release technique unleashed by Wanzawa Masato that Niko Shun had previously encountered. Of course, comparing ninjutsu from different elemental affinities is inherently challenging, and rank is not a definitive measure of a technique's merit. Niko Shun could only intuitively sense the greater destructive power of this technique. As the deluge receded, Niko Shun struggled to rise, gasping for breath. He felt the excruciating pain radiating from various parts of his body, causing him to involuntarily inhale sharply. It hurt like hell. At that moment, his neck appeared grotesquely twisted, and his entire body was marred with bruises and swelling. When he reached for his side, he discovered even more agony there, realizing that several ribs were likely fractured. In the wake of the water dragon, nearly all of his shuriken were washed away. The bloodstains from his prolonged use of the 8 gates technique had vanished entirely. However, the impact of the water dragon had inflicted numerous lacerations upon him. New wounds opening up as fresh blood flowed, once more staining his skin. In this moment, some minor wounds rapidly scabbed over and healed. Niko Shun closed one eye tightly, then exerted himself to twist his neck with a sharp crack, aligning it back into place. Just then, a man stood before Niko Shun once again, panting and gazing at him in astonishment. You truly are still alive. Niko Shun's arm hung limply, while the other clutched a kunai, teetering as he faced the man. Fortunately, the blood from his lacerations had smeared across his skin, concealing the gradually healing wounds. Otherwise, the man would undoubtedly have noticed something amiss. Yet, even so, Niko Shun dared not linger any longer. If he did, the anomalies on his body would surely be discovered. With a fierce expression, he declared, I have disappointed you. Not only am I alive, but I also possess the capability to retaliate. One arm hanging weakly, he raised the other. Whoosh! A streak of dark light flashed by. The man's expression froze momentarily, and he tilted his head just enough to dodge the kunai. Coldly, he remarked, your strength has diminished significantly from before. I am eager to see how much energy you have left to run from me again. Observing the man before him, panting and with only his hands injured, Niko Shun felt a surge of trepidation. He was uncertain of how much stamina the man had remaining, but he understood that had the man been able to follow up with the water prison technique after the water dragon bullet, he would have already been captured. Of course, from the man's perspective, surviving the water dragon bullet in his current disheveled state was already a stroke of luck. He had not anticipated that he could still maintain his resolve, nor did he realize the necessity to employ the water prison technique again. In such a critical moment, Niko Shun had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring with the man. With a whoosh, he unleashed the power of the 8 gates once more. The earlier kunai had been thrown out of desperation. Due to his injuries and the lack of activation of the 8 gates, its force had been rather feeble. Now, however, he flipped his body and retrieved another kunai. Whoosh! He instantaneously hurled the kunai, then swiftly closed the distance toward the man. Again, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he swiftly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the kunai, leaving a trail of blood on his cheek. His expression darkened. Damn brat, were you feigning weakness just now? This maneuver would have been effortlessly dodged during his prime. However, the pursuit had drained a considerable amount of his stamina, and executing such a large-scale ninjutsu had also consumed a significant portion of his chakra. He had not anticipated that Niko Shun, despite being gravely injured, would still exhibit such formidable fighting spirit. Yet, looking at Niko Shun's drooping arm and swaying body, he understood all too well that this brat had truly reached the limits of his strength. In this sudden confrontation, The man could not perform the hand seals for ninjutsu at lightning speed. He could merely muster his spirit and engage in physical combat. At this moment, only the single arm of Niko Shun remained fiercely powerful, yet it was evident that he was somewhat overwhelmed. As their fists collided, the dazzling exchange of martial prowess unfolded, and they passed each other in a blur. With a resounding thud, Niko Shun was propelled backward. The unmistakable sound of cracking bones echoed once again. His previous injuries had not yet healed, and this renewed assault inevitably exacerbated his condition. However, for Niko Shun's robust physique, recovery was merely a matter of time. The injuries he sustained were undoubtedly more severe than he outwardly displayed, yet healing required patience. After their clash, Aoi performed 2 consecutive backflips, swiftly creating distance from Niko Shun. The swelling around his eye twitched involuntarily, and he promptly raised both hands, seizing the opportunity to form hand seals. The chakra of water in the air began to coalesce. Meanwhile, Niko Shun was hurled backward, crashing into a sturdy tree. Like a nimble monkey, he grasped the trunk, pivoted to the opposite side, and forcefully propelled himself upward once more. Feeling the relentless surge of water chakra behind him, he couldn't help but lament, "Damn it. The strength of AJ Nin is rather formidable." In terms of physical combat, Aoi should not have been weaker than Niko Shun in his current state. But coupled with the vexing ninjutsu, Niko Shun's resolve began to wane. At this rate, if I can't even hold my ground, my opponent is undeniably too strong. Kid, don't even think about escaping again. As Niko Shun turned to flee once more, Aoi's furious roar reverberated through the forest. This is the 3rd time. Do you understand the consequences of exposing your back as a ninja? If not for my mercy, you would have perished 1,000 times over. Niko Shun merely scoffed, accelerating his pace. That old fool had unleashed his B-rank ninjutsu, Water Dragon Bullet, with full force, leaving no room for leniency. At this moment, Niko Shun's speed was slightly diminished compared to before, but with the gradual recovery of his injuries, he would inevitably regain his full velocity. In contrast, Aoi, who was pursuing him, was evidently slower. Niko Shun was confident that with Aoi's current chakra reserves, another Water Dragon Bullet would not match the previous one in potency. Indeed, as events unfolded, Aoi could only hurl shuriken from a distance, gradually falling further behind. As Niko Shun distanced himself from Aoi, a cold smile crept across his face. There was no doubt that Aoi was far stronger than him. Even with ambush tactics, Niko Shun was unable to gain the upper hand. Had Aoi not made a critical miscalculation from the outset, he might have very well subdued Niko Shun. The greatest flaw of this adversary was his propensity to overthink. Just as Niko Shun believed he had successfully evaded Aoi, his expression suddenly changed. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a whizzing shuriken. As he turned to face his assailant, he was momentarily taken aback. Niko Shun gazed at the imposing figure before him, unable to resist casting a sidelong glance. For obstructing his path was none other than another manifestation of Qing. Stunned, Niko Shun involuntarily glanced back, catching a glimpse of Qing's silhouette emerging through the mist. Still some distance away. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. It was a technique of duplication. Though he was uncertain when Qing had employed this technique or how long the duplicate had been concealed here, he understood that if it was merely a duplication technique. His gaze turned contemplative. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the Qing before him lunged forward, disregarding his own safety as he launched a fierce assault on Niko Shun. As he witnessed the silent advance of Qing's duplicate, a fierce expression crossed Niko Shun's face, and he clenched his fist, unleashing a devastating blow. Die. Regardless of the nature of the duplication technique, the power of a duplicate could never compare to that of the original. Determined not to be ensnared, Niko Shun unleashed the full might of the 8 inner gates. Enhanced by the terrifying speed of Lianhua, he struck towards the kunai in the duplicate's hand with ferocity. Boom. Following the eruption of his overwhelming force, the duplicate of Qing disintegrated into a puddle. The water clone technique. The clones created by this technique possess only 1/10 of the original S strength and cannot stray too far from their source. The drawbacks were glaringly apparent. Niko Shun's decisive blow against this clone served as a testament to that. With ease, a smirk graced his lips as he prepared to rise, only to feel an involuntary chill creeping down his neck. He heard footsteps approaching from behind, sensing a presence touching his back. "Hey, kid, how is my acting?" Qing's voice resonated in his ear, accompanied by heavy breaths. How could he have caught up so quickly? Niko Shun's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively kicked backward. Yet, Qing deftly sidestepped Niko Shun's kick. Just as Niko Shun intended to exploit this moment to create distance, he noticed the smirk on Qing's face and the parting of his lips. If my stamina were truly insufficient to pursue you, I would have surrendered outright. The reason I have persevered until now is to ensure my plan bears fruit." Suddenly, the puddle on the ground surged upwards, and in an instant, Niko Shun was drenched from head to toe as Qing unleashed a torrent of water upon him. The force of the water was not particularly strong. However, the critical issue was that it enveloped Niko Shun entirely, forming a sphere of water around him. Qing's hand reached into this watery sphere. Simultaneously, Niko Shun felt an immense pressure surrounding him from all directions, rendering him utterly immobile. The water prison technique. This is bad. Observing the mocking glint in Qing's eyes, Niko Shun realized the gravity of his predicament. He finally recognized his own shortcomings. Truly, he was facing a seasoned jonin. Even without first-hand experience of this technique, he understood the formidable stance. This was indeed the fabled water prison technique. Though merely a C-rank ninjutsu, in the hands of an elite shinobi like Ao, it possesses the terrifying capability to ensnare another elite shinobi. In the original narrative, Zabuza employed this technique to trap Kakashi, who was also of the same rank. To speak candidly, even if Niko Shun were to consume 100 water dragon jutsu, he would remain unfazed. Yet, confronted by such a C-rank technique, an involuntary sense of panic began to stir within him. With one hand submerged in the water bubble, Ao, equally breathless, bluntly stated, "I had long since left a water clone nearby to prevent being deceived. You cannot genuinely believe I would be so easily provoked." Observing the flush on Ao's face, Niko Shun could ascertain that the man had indeed been incensed moments ago. His current words merely served as a means of self-preservation. Niko Shun stared intently at Ao, soon realizing that although trapped within the water prison, he could still breathe. It was a peculiar sensation. Yet, he was acutely aware that, despite his ability to inhale, the oxygen within the water prison was limited, and his time was short. Agitation surged through him as he struggled, even with all his might. The overwhelming water pressure rendered him unable to break free. Raising his hands was an arduous task, his features contorted under the tremendous resistance, more effective than any burden he had ever faced. In this critical moment, he pondered that he might harness the power of water in his training. Alas, in such a dire situation, that was hardly a blessing. Amidst the urgency, he took a deep breath. Grappling with his fear while striving to recall the lessons learned from Master Duy on the 8 Gates technique. He had long understood the principles and methods of opening the gates, yet mere knowledge did not equate to mastery. It took Might Duy 2 decades to truly grasp the 8 Gates, and even Kai, whose talents surpassed those of his father, only managed to break through the gates after years of training following his father's demise. At this moment, Niko Shun, who had only recently learned the 4th gate a month prior, realistically estimated that he would require 1 to 2 years to genuinely surpass the 5th gate. Yet, faced with an unprecedented crisis, his mind raced to remember Master Dai's teachings about the 5th gate, the door of death. It is often said that great potential arises between life and death, and Niko Shun realized that this precarious situation might serve as his opportunity to advance prematurely. Thus, he began to attempt to breach the 5th gate of the 8 Gates technique. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes, repeatedly envisioning the location of the door of death within his body's meridian system. In an instant, his complexion flushed crimson and violet, his hands straining to clench tightly. Then, in the next moment, a magnificent surge of green energy erupted from his entire being, creating a flurry of bubbles within the water prison. He silently chanted, "Door of death, grant me." Suddenly, blood erupted from his body, quickly becoming diluted in the water prison, as the water orb gradually took on a faint pink hue. He failed to break through the water prison, and was subsequently harmed by the very force that he had unleashed, resulting in minor injuries to his physical tissues. In this peculiar realm, such injuries were easily inflicted by the pressure of the water, causing the skin to rupture. At that moment, Niko Shun opened his eyes, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. In the next instant, he met the subtle, scrutinizing eyes beyond the water prison. "Little brat, cease your fanciful dreams. Even if you are a jonin of Konoha, do not presume you can easily escape my water prison technique." It was evident that his opponent had discerned the reasons behind Niko Shun's earlier actions. This is all a deception. Niko Shun could not vocalize his thoughts, yet silently cursed his fate. They often spoke of how one might unleash their potential amidst the throes of life and death, but such notions were absurd. Setting aside whether his body could withstand the power of the 5th gate, it was implausible that he could instantly learn to open it under immense life-threatening pressure without prior mastery. While his body possessed a remarkable capacity to endure the adverse effects of erroneous attempts, it did not imply that he could bypass the necessary accumulation of experience. Upon realizing his impotence in the current predicament, Uchiha Shun paradoxically found clarity amidst the chaos. He then dispelled the power of the 8 gates, and curiously, after doing so, he felt no significant pain in his body. This sensation was peculiar. When he attempted to resist, the water pressure felt overwhelmingly intense. Yet when he remained still, he was spared from its harm. Truly, it was a fascinating ninjutsu. Indeed, the water prison technique had never been known to utilize water pressure to crush a person's body. Its primary function lay in confinement. However, this did not imply that the technique was without peril. The limited oxygen supply within the water prison represented its most terrifying aspect. For an ordinary individual, even a jonin, survival in an oxygen-deprived environment was impossible. From a certain perspective, this technique's practicality might surpass that of many B-rank ninjutsu. Once Uchiha Shun regained his composure, he began to contemplate his situation with keen scrutiny. He understood that severe oxygen deprivation would lead to extensive organ and tissue damage due to lack of oxygen, particularly affecting the brain, resulting in asphyxiation and death. Of course, this held true under normal circumstances. However, Uchiha Shun was distinctly aware that his immortal nature rendered him an anomaly. He would undoubtedly suffer from the agony of asphyxiation. Yet his organs would not succumb to irreversible damage, as his regenerative abilities would promptly heal any harm incurred. His knowledge of this was not merely a figment of his imagination, but a conclusion drawn from his previous experiences of prolonged breath-holding. He had discovered that while enduring such discomfort was painful, he could persist indefinitely if he so desired, albeit at the cost of his physical well-being. Yet, he had never truly challenged the limits of his breath-holding capacity. However, the earlier panic experienced by Niko Shun was not due to the potential lack of oxygen, but rather the sheer predicament of being trapped. When one is free from the fear of death, one must ponder, is being confined truly so terrifying? Or, at this moment, is his entrapment genuinely so daunting? While maintaining the water prison technique, Uchiha must ensure that his hand remains submerged within the water sphere. This implies that during this time, his body is rendered immobile. In fact, the water clone can also employ ninjutsu, even to sustain the water prison, thereby liberating Uchiha. However, the strength of the water clone is merely a fraction, 1/10, of the original, and the clone's water prison may not effectively hold Niko Shun. Moreover, even with the guidance of ninja hounds, his teammates would undoubtedly be unable to arrive within a brief span. This signifies that, for the time being, even if he manages to control himself, there is no means to extricate himself. As for his immortal body, he is largely unconcerned about any actions Uchiha might undertake against him. Thus, he possesses ample time at his disposal. Contemplating this, Niko Shun's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. As his thoughts unfolded, the oxygen within the water prison rapidly diminished. In the original narrative, Neji had utilized his Byakugan and the 8 trigrams palm to shatter Kisame's water prison. Regrettably, this was an operation that Niko Shun was utterly incapable of replicating. Without the Byakugan, he cannot accurately gauge the chakra pathways constituting the water prison technique, let alone breach it. As for brute force overcoming finesse, it is patently unfeasible for Niko Shun at this moment. After much reflection, Niko Shun realized that, for the time being, he appeared powerless to act. But what could Uchiha possibly do? Therefore, his gaze shifted towards Uchiha beyond the water prison. He would observe how his adversary intended to proceed. If this stalemate persisted, his injuries would gradually mend, while Uchiha lacked any more effective means to maintain control over him. He could not transfer himself, and he harbored no fears regarding Uchiha's potential decision to end his life. For him, this may not be a misfortune. Presently, Uchiha's condition is rather dire. Although he had not suffered severe injuries during his encounter with Niko Shun, his stamina and chakra had been significantly depleted in their prior exhausting confrontation. At this juncture, faced with the already graspable Niko Shun, he truly had done nothing. Indeed, he was merely gasping heavily, seemingly seizing this moment to recuperate. Yet, Niko Shun was acutely aware that matters were not so simple. His eyes darted around, scrutinizing the surrounding environment. A desolate, empty mountain forest lay before him, with sheer cliffs ahead. The area was utterly devoid of life. Given the speeds at which he and Uchiha had been exerting themselves, it would likely take Uchiha's subordinates 2 to 3 hours to catch up, and before that, the oxygen within the water prison would surely be exhausted. Niko Shun fixed his gaze on Uchiha, his resolve unwavering. "I shall see what you intend to do." Glub. Occasionally, sporadic bubbles surfaced within the water prison. As time flowed on, Uchiha remained silent, refraining from employing any water manipulation techniques or engaging in other actions. Within the watery prison, oxygen was rapidly depleting. Niko Shun's visage soon transformed into a ghastly hue of blue and purple. His limbs instinctively thrashed in a futile struggle, alas. The immense water pressure rendered him incapable of executing any effective movements, even with his injury gate opened. Moreover, Qing continued to observe Niko Shun's agonizing plight with a detached gaze. The earlier display of Niko Shun had instilled a sense of caution in Qing. Even the potential for Niko Shun's demise did not sway Qing from the decision to refrain from liberating him prematurely. This young boy's earlier theatrics had been excessively exaggerated. Although Niko Shun appeared to be suffering immensely, he would not succumb to the effects of hypoxia. While the lack of oxygen could inflict damage on his organs, leading to necrosis, the severely injured tissues would swiftly recuperate in the face of his formidable regenerative abilities. Thus, Niko Shun would experience the torment of asphyxiation, yet would not lapse into unconsciousness or meet his end. Of course, this sensation was far from pleasant, indeed. From a certain perspective, enduring such agony might be more excruciating than death itself. Furthermore, the extreme hypoxia could disrupt the circulation of blood within his body, which was why his complexion appeared so discolored. To Qing's mind, while Niko Shun's forbidden techniques held considerable value, a cunning adversary such as him could not be permitted to roam free. As a result, Qing watched as Niko Shun struggled desperately within the oxygen-deprived confines of the water prison. He maintained a glimmer of hope that Niko Shun might lose consciousness without perishing. Niko Shun's suffering was not feigned, thus, even Qing could not discern any deception. He merely observed Niko Shun's anguished reactions. He was biding his time, waiting for the moment when Niko Shun would completely lose consciousness. Under no circumstances would Qing prematurely terminate this ninjutsu. The earlier ruse by Niko Shun had left a lasting impression on Qing, who steadfastly gazed upon Niko Shun's agonizing struggle against asphyxiation, his resolve unwavering. It was only when Niko Shun's eyes rolled back, his mouth opened in involuntary gasps, and his exposed skin began to take on a bluish tint that Qing confirmed he had indeed lost consciousness. Yet, Qing did not immediately dispel the water prison technique. Despite his initial instinct that Niko Shun had succumbed to unconsciousness, perhaps even death, Qing remained composed and collected. He swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, summoning a water clone. Only then did he release the water prison technique. Simultaneously, he and the water clone moved forward to seize Niko Shun's now rigid arms, pulling them firmly back. Unbeknownst to him, exposed to the air, Niko Shun's lips were slightly parted, breathing slowly, evenly, and discreetly. However, due to prolonged hypoxia, Niko Shun's blood circulation had temporarily faltered. Although this would not lead to death, it did impede the normal functioning of his bodily systems, contributing to his rigidity. Thus, a certain amount of time is required for repairs. Will he survive? That little rascal. Qing sighed deeply, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet there was nothing to regret. Niko Shun, such a peculiar character, though he wished to capture him alive, was aware that due to the opponent's cunning nature, such an attempt would only lead to his own downfall. Having previously embarrassed himself and nearly allowing the little rascal to escape, Qing was naturally reluctant to repeat that mistake. He considered it quite a feat to have managed to confine him thus far. Nevertheless, he still did not release the little one's arms. The numerous twists and turns Niko Shun had brought him left him in a state of unease, as he felt the arms firmly restrained behind him. Niko Shun was equally speechless. Qing was excessively cautious. At this moment, Qing finally had the opportunity to calm his mind and observe Niko Shun's condition up close. He noted that the injuries that should have marred his exposed skin had all healed. He was momentarily taken aback. It was at this juncture that he comprehended why Niko Shun, despite his severe injuries, still retained his combat prowess. It turned out that he possessed such formidable regenerative abilities. Alongside his trepidation, a multitude of thoughts began to swirl within Qing's mind. How could such a powerful forbidden technique possibly exist in this world? It was exceedingly unreasonable. He strained to rummage through his memories, seeking any reference that could align with Niko Shun's current display. Could it be the legendary sage body? He had heard of the immense strength of the first Hokage of Konoha, even if they were not of the same era. Upon this realization, his eyes brightened momentarily, only to furrow his brow again. This little rascal's chakra was minimal, and he had been utilizing Taijutsu throughout the battle, which significantly differed from the legendary sage body of the first Hokage. At that moment, as if struck by inspiration, he suddenly changed expression, lowering his gaze towards the little rascal before him. Upon seeing Chi Shun's still lifeless and rigid visage, and realizing that his own hands were gripping the little one's stiff arms with increasing force, he felt no resistance. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, I opted for the water prison technique to suffocate him. His gaze turned cold, and internally he breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, no matter how robust your physique, I refuse to believe you can disregard the consequences of oxygen deprivation. He couldn't help but feel a sense of fortune. Had he employed another offensive ninjutsu, it might have truly allowed this little rascal to survive. Yet, he remained unaware that Chi Shun's body seemed to be losing its rigidity. Of course, even if Chi Shun was feigning, Qing did not believe that the little one could easily break free from his hold. After a moment's hesitation, Qing chose not to dissipate the water clone, remaining vigilant for any unforeseen developments. As he observed the lips of Chi Shun, now tinged with a deep shade of purple, a sigh escaped him. Young one, is your vitality not robust? You must not succumb so easily to death. The value of a being suspected to possess an immortal physique far exceeds that of one who has perished. At that moment, Chi Shun reopened his bloodshot eyes, asserting, I shall not perish so easily. His feet propelled forcefully against the ground as his body executed a backward somersault. Accompanied by Chi Shun's fierce declaration, Qing's heart sank momentarily. Overwhelmed by a mix of astonishment and a hint of panic, his hands instinctively tightened their grip on Chi Shun's arms. Almost instantaneously, Qing cast aside those bizarre, irrational thoughts and exclaimed in wonder, You are still alive. Chi Shun's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, I heard your voice. So I clawed my way back from the depths of hell. What is the matter, uncle? Are you having second thoughts? With narrowed eyes, Qing exerted more force, while his water clone prepared to strike. In the face of such absurdity, he couldn't help but commend his own prudence. Fortunately, I am sufficiently cautious, he thought, his gaze resolute as he firmly grasped the young man's arms. After all, he was merely a boy. As long as I hold him, no matter how great his strength, he shall not escape. However, Qing was soon met with a startling crack, his expression shifting to one of incredulity as he beheld the boy's movements. Chi Shun's arms twisted in an uncanny manner, and with a backward flip, he completed a full 360-degree rotation. The two found themselves facing each other. Chi Shun's visage bore an unnatural flush as the 8 gates of Duanjiao once again activated, unleashing a magnificent surge of green energy. Qing, momentarily dazed, lowered his gaze to Chi Shun's arms, which now resembled twisted strands of dough. The distance between them had closed more than ever before. What a fierce young man. The instant that thought crossed his mind, Qing realized the peril he was in, recalling the terrifying strength Chi Shun had displayed in their previous close encounters. All of this transpired in a flash, and the proximity was so great that even Qing could not react in time. Rather, he remained entranced by the absurdity of Chi Shun's resurrection and the astonishing nature of his actions. In that moment, Chi Shun's head collided with Qing's own. Qing swiftly turned his head to the side, but alas, his speed was no match for the premeditated assault of Chi Shun. Bang! Qing felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his skull. Blood trickled down his forehead. The immense force caused even him to see stars, leaving him momentarily dazed. It was precisely in this fleeting lapse of awareness that Chi Shun's contorted arms broke free from Qing's grasp. With a fierce countenance, he pushed off the ground, creating distance between himself and Qing, while Qing's water clone lunged forward. How will you defend yourself without your arms? Chi Shun grounded himself, his 2 contorted arms whipping through the air with unparalleled force and terrifying speed, striking diagonally. With a resounding crack, the moment his arms made contact with the water clone, a wail escaped his lips. As Chi Shun's arms lashed out like whips, they transformed the water clone into nothing more than a puddle upon impact. After delivering this powerful blow, Chi Shun immediately distanced himself from the water remnants, wary of being ensnared by Qing's water prison once more. However, he did not retreat far before turning back. With a cold gaze, Chi Shun looked at the now slowly rising Qing and thought, Who said I have lost my arms? Have you never heard of the armless fist? Fool. The will of the water clone was intrinsically linked to Qing's own, and thus, the words spoken were a direct reflection of Qing's own thoughts. This was Chi Shun's retort. In that fleeting moment, Qing's water clone lunged forward to obstruct him, aiming precisely at the point where Chi Shun's arms had been twisted. Alas, Chi Shun had not truly lost his arms. They were merely twisted, temporarily beyond his control. Although Chi Shun claimed to employ the armless fist, he had not genuinely mastered this martial art. Rather, He attempted it through sheer determination. Having witnessed the combat styles of martial arts enthusiasts in his previous life, he had observed the armless fist and adapted it to his own understanding. Nonetheless, one must concede that the effect was quite commendable. It was simply excruciating, using his twisted arms as whips. The force he exerted surpassed even the might of his authentic frenzied fist. This could indeed be assimilated as one of the techniques within his frenzied fist repertoire. After all, given his unique combat style, having twisted arms might become a recurring norm. At this moment, as he flung his arms outward, they gradually began to return from their contorted state, though they still hung limply at his sides. Chi Shun's regenerative abilities had their limits and required time, especially when it came to internal injuries and twisted bones. Meanwhile, Qing's chest heaved violently as he stood, tears brimming in his eyes. His visage smeared with blood and his nose swollen. "Why the tears, old man?" Chi Shun's teasing voice echoed in Qing's ears. This, of course, was a psychological tactic. Even the most composed individuals can be rattled when their understanding of reality is shattered repeatedly by pain. As he gazed at Chi Shun, who stood not far from him, Qing shook off his astonishment and fury, his eyes burning crimson as he glared at Chi Shun. "Little brat." With a swift motion, he hurled kunai adorned with various talismans towards all possible escape routes of Chi Shun, attempting to seal off his retreat. While he could not achieve a complete blockade, he certainly aimed to hinder Chi Shun's escape speed. He had learned his lesson, despite Chi Shun's apparent fearlessness as he faced him. Who could predict whether he might suddenly turn and flee once more? Qing lacked the confidence that he could pursue Chi Shun again. Chi Shun gazed coldly at Qing, his eyes unwavering. "You will never anticipate my escape route, for..." With a powerful swing of his arms and a fierce grip of his feet, the ground beneath him cracked and splintered. His body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, his resolve stronger than ever. "This time, I will not flee again. Before your demise, I shall not retreat an inch." Following a series of thrilling battles and psychological duels, Chi Shun decisively opted for a strategy of direct confrontation with his adversary. At that moment, the chasm between them had vanished. His expression was icy and formidable. "And that ninjutsu of yours, do not think you can ensnare me again." Such audacious words spoken by a boy of merely 10 years old carried a peculiar weight. Yet, as Chi Shun's phantom-like figure surged forward, Qing's countenance shifted dramatically. He immediately pressed his palms together, his swollen hands intertwining, only to separate in an instant. For Chi Shun's speed was simply too swift. Given Qing's current physical condition, he could not possibly activate his ninjutsu in time to counter Chi Shun's assault. Although he had regained considerable stamina while maintaining the water prison technique, Chi Shun, having suffocated within that prison, had recovered even more rapidly. With nearly all his previous injuries healed, this ebb and flow of vitality was the true reason behind Chi Shun's resolute choice for a desperate fight. However, facing Chi Shun's shadow-like presence, Qing, with unwavering determination, drew forth a kunai. "You little brat, just what I wanted." Chi Shun gritted his teeth, vigorously swinging his arms, propelled forward with astonishing speed. Unimpeded and unyielding, he met Qing's kunai head-on. With a sharp crack, a resounding collision echoed, and blood sprayed forth. Chi Shun's body was flung back, severing trees behind him, leaves and dust erupting into the air. Meanwhile, Qing, equally pale, clutched the bloodied kunai in his hand, his arms swollen and trembling violently. Even in such a state, Qing still found himself temporarily in the advantageous position of battle. He swiftly placed the kunai in his mouth, retreating rapidly while forming hand seals with his palms pressed together. Realizing Chi Shun's bizarre regenerative abilities, Qing understood that engaging him head-on was far from the right approach. He needed to rely on ninjutsu, not the large-scale, offensive types like water dragon bullet, but rather low-consumption techniques that confound and ensnare the enemy. In the blink of an eye, a small silhouette emerged once again from the swirling dust. "Do not think you can escape." Chi Shun bore a gruesome, deep wound on one arm, the stark white of bone shocking to behold. His face was once more smeared with blood, his expression twisted in agony, resembling a demon as he charged forth, reappearing before Qing. Qing's face paled, the water chakra he had gathered dissipating helplessly. The kunai falling from his mouth as he raised his hand to intercept Chi Shun's whip-like arm. Yet this time, blood gushed uncontrollably from Qing's mouth. An unbearable agony surged through him, causing Qing's hand, which clutched the kunai, to tremble violently once more. At last, he could no longer withstand the force of Chi Shun's whip-like arm, and with a swift motion, he was sent flying backward, losing control. With a whoosh, accompanying the spattering of blood was Qing's kunai. This was disastrous. His expression shifted abruptly. He hastily retracted his flailing arm, intertwining his hands in a desperate attempt to block Niko Shun's strike. However, the arm whip, striking with the force of a blade, slammed into Qing's body. Though it did not cut through the skin, Qing felt as if his arm belonged to someone else entirely. In an instant, his hands lost their control. He could only watch helplessly as Niko Shun's relentless strikes rained down upon him, now aimed at his body. Crack! At such close range. Qing finally found himself launched away, the full force of Niko Shun's assault sending him hurtling through the air. Thud! Trees were once again severed in half, but this time, the role of the assailant had changed. Debris and dust erupted in the aftermath. Niko Shun shook his arms, feeling the twisted bones realign. Suppressing the pain as he flexed his wrist, still unable to regain complete control over his arm and hand. Yet, he maintained his composure, for the long-arm technique remained effective. Niko Shun's gaze turned cold as he peered into the cloud of dust. Following the principle that smoke indicates no injury, Qing could not possibly be finished off by that blow. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward once more. Then, in the next moment, his eyes narrowed, and he rolled sideways onto the ground. Turning back to his original position, a torrent of water surged forth. He had resorted to using ninjutsu again. Fortunate that his body had not been struck by the deluge. Niko Shun breathed a sigh of relief, not because the technique was particularly formidable, but because he sought to prevent Qing from employing the water prison technique once more. What a joke, kid. Amidst the dust, Qing's eyes gleamed a fierce crimson, his hands, swollen and bloodied, entwined tightly together. I'm a Jonin. Moments later, a figure leaped from the cloud of dust. His hands wove together rapidly. Beginning to form seals the instant, he pushed Niko Shun back. Niko Shun inhaled deeply, gazing at the towering figure before him. He could not help but be struck by the sight. Despite his poor condition, this man displayed a terrifying fighting spirit. However, before me, you shall not have another opportunity to successfully perform ninjutsu. Niko Shun moved like a gust of wind, his fists like hammers, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the towering man. Yet, Qing showed no sign of retreat, not even glancing at Niko Shun, completely ignoring the rapidly descending fists. He continued to form seals with remarkable speed. Something was amiss. Niko Shun narrowed his eyes, yet his assault did not falter. And at the moment Niko Shun struck Qing, he caught a glimpse of the corner of Qing's mouth curling into a smirk. Niko Shun felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and in an instant, his feet moved with remarkable swiftness. With a resounding crash, the man before him was reduced to a mere puddle of water, while a thick mist began to rise in the air. The technique known as mist concealment. If visibility had initially been several meters, it was now so obscured that Niko Shun could scarcely discern the objects before him. His gaze shifted to the spot where the tree had been struck earlier. Another water clone. Niko Shun quietly inhaled, his expression gravely serious. This indicated that Qing had conceived such a meticulous plan at the very moment he shattered the tree, simultaneously executing two ninjutsu, one to obscure Niko Shun's senses with water, while secretly summoning another water clone. Truly, a worthy opponent of the Jonin rank. However, Niko Shun took a deep breath, his eyes darting about, ears perked up, determined to ascertain just how much chakra Qing had left to expend. In the current situation, Qing was already aware of Niko Shun's abilities, and Niko Shun was equally fired up, given Qing's reaction speed and chakra reserves. Niko Shun was confident he would not be ensnared by Qing's water prison again. The dense fog billowed upward, transforming what had once been several meters of visibility into a realm where one could hardly see their adversary unless standing face to face. At that moment, Niko Shun had completely lost his target. He subtly shifted his stance, turning his back to the nearest tree while keeping his ears attuned. Qing might choose to escape at this juncture, but intuition told Niko Shun that Qing would not easily concede. Aware of the mist concealment's deadly technique known as silent killing, Niko Shun dared not let his guard down in the slightest. In the stillness of the forest, he held his breath. Not a whisper of movement within the woods could evade his ears. Rustling. Suddenly, he turned his head, focusing on a certain direction, and executed a swift sidekick. Crack. It struck nothing but air. He narrowed his eyes, catching only a fleeting outline before him. Was it Qing? Despite missing the strike, Niko Shun remained undeterred, his eyes gleaming with determination. For he could still hear the sound of Qing's footfalls, though faint. was still perceptible to Qi Shun's keen senses. This was not the silent killing technique. Whether due to inability or some other reason, he could indeed hear Qing's movements. And he confirmed that Qing had not chosen to retreat. Even in such a state, with various tactics rendered ineffective, Qing refused to give up. Qi Shun's spirit ignited with fervor. What a tenacious adversary! Moreover, if the original Qing had been so formidable that even a direct confrontation would have left Qi Shun at a disadvantage, perhaps even captured, then now, without a doubt, Qi Shun had secured a genuine opportunity for direct combat. At this moment, Qing's reaction capability and the speed at which he executed ninjutsu had diminished significantly. As the battle wore on, Qi Shun had gained a clearer understanding of Qing's combat style. His water prison technique requires a cover of water. Yet here he finds himself amidst the mountains and forests, devoid of any natural water source. As long as he remains cautious and avoids being struck by the water-style ninjutsu of AO, even if AO is aware of the counteractive nature of the water prison technique against him, he will remain powerless. However, at the moment he launched his attack, the display of force allowed AO to take advantage of the opportunity to conceal himself once more. Qi Shun, with a sidelong glance, listened intently to the sounds of AO's movements, constantly adjusting his facing direction. Then, with a swift motion, he dashed forward, heading straight towards the direction from which he had just heard the sound. However, mid-air, his expression shifted dramatically as a colossal shadow loomed before him. A powerful fist came crashing down upon the large tree directly in front of him. With a thunderous boom, a sizable hole formed in the tree, leaves cascading down as the sturdy trunk swayed precariously. Qi Shun's brow furrowed. This was disastrous. The tremendous noise from his impact had drowned out the subtle rustles around him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to discern AO's current hiding position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air reached his ears. In an instant, Qi Shun raised his hand. With a swift motion, his palms were filled with shurikens. Blood trickled from his fingers, staining the sharp, dark shurikens. He frowned involuntarily. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the shurikens back towards the same direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet, there was no response. Once again, silence enveloped the surroundings. Simultaneously, Qi Shun dared not linger in place. Quickly taking off towards the location from which the kunai had been launched, he could not afford to hesitate. For AO was aware of his position and could easily hide in the shadows to unleash ninjutsu. Knowing his secret, AO would likely continue to employ water-style techniques targeted at him. He absolutely could not stop. As Qi Shun dashed forward, he abruptly came to a halt. With a series of agile backflips, he evaded a fierce torrent of water that surged toward him along his original path. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. He coldly addressed the nebulous figure shrouded in mist, declaring, "You shall not strike me." Although he could not discern the exact location of Qing, he was acutely aware that the cacophony generated by his vigorous movements provided Qing with a clear understanding of his trajectory. True to form, Qing seized the opportunity once more. This time, Qi Shun was unequivocally able to pinpoint his adversary's whereabouts. This time, victory is mine, he proclaimed as he forcefully propelled himself forward, cracking the ground beneath him like a spider's web. As he advanced, he distinctly heard the sound of retreating footsteps, and soon, he beheld the figure of his opponent, who was hastily withdrawing. With an icy gaze fixed upon the silhouette before him, Qi Shun remarked, "Your gravest error lies in choosing to continue this battle rather than fleeing in such dire circumstances." Although Qing possessed formidable abilities, after enduring a prolonged pursuit and combat, even the remnants of his strength could not surpass 70% of his prime. In stark contrast, Qi Shun, unburdened by the consequences, was entirely confident in his capacity to unleash a staggering 1,000% of his power. Consider the audacity of severing his own arms to escape Qing's grasp. Such an act would be tantamount to suicide for an ordinary ninja. Yet, even after losing his limbs, Qi Shun drew upon the wisdom of his past life to devise innovative techniques, achieving unexpected triumphs, a miraculous feat unique to him. Following this series of skirmishes, the injuries from his dislocated arms were gradually mending. Although complete recovery would require time, it did not hinder his mastery over the situation. In Qi Shun's perspective, the moment Qing chose not to flee, the outcome of their confrontation was already sealed. At last, he caught up to the outline obscured by the dense fog. Upon glimpsing the man finally emerging from the haze, Qi Shun paused momentarily, his gaze shifting. The man appeared haggard, his hands entwined as if he were still forming seals. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Shun launched himself into the air, delivering a powerful kick, an opening move of the shadow dance leaf. However, in response to this attack, Ching abruptly spread his arms wide, abandoning the execution of his ninjutsu to lunge at Uchiha Shun. In the instant he reached Uchiha Shun, his body was struck by the shadow dance leaf, a move intended as an initiation that utterly obliterated Ching, transforming him into a vast pool of water. Yet, this pool did not descend but rather hung suspended in the air. Simultaneously, from the depths of the mist beside Uchiha Shun, a swollen hand emerged. The man, drenched in cold sweat, cast a steely gaze upon Uchiha Shun. With a single hand, he deftly executed a series of hand seals. Little brat, this time victory is mine. Your physical prowess is formidable enough to compel even me to retreat, yet you possess a critical weakness. You cannot use ninjutsu. Thus, you are forced into close combat, which affords me an opportunity. The second water prison technique. I shall not release you again. A dense surge of water chakra began to coalesce. At that moment, Uchiha Shun maintained an air of calm, turning his head to regard him with a serious expression, and inquired, "Is it truly, as you say, uncle?" Amidst the fog, "It seems you cannot perceive the movements of my hands, can you?" His azure eyes were resolute, yet upon witnessing Uchiha Shun's seemingly relaxed demeanor, a shadow of doubt crept into his heart. A vast expanse of water swiftly enveloped Uchiha Shun's youthful form, rapidly coalescing into a water sphere. Hearing Uchiha Shun's final words, the man's pupils constricted in disbelief as he lowered his head, his gaze shifting dramatically. He could hardly fathom Uchiha Shun's intertwined hands. This was the first time he had witnessed Uchiha Shun performing hand seals after pursuing him for half the afternoon, with his hands entwined. Uchiha Shun smiled at the man, saying, "Indeed, having fought against me, you should be well aware of my characteristics and strategies. After battling you for so long, why would I fall prey to your water clones repeatedly? Uncle, this is the third time, isn't it?" Yet, the man, who had seemingly completed the water prison technique, suddenly paled. He recognized the ninjutsu represented by the hand seals Uchiha Shun had formed, an exceedingly basic technique that required hand seals for execution. Had he been vigilant enough to notice the boy's seals, he could have easily evaded this scenario, waiting for him to release the ninjutsu before making his move. However, in the thick fog, discerning anything beyond mere silhouettes was a challenge. Even he had relied on sound and perception to locate Uchiha Shun. He had never anticipated that this boy, who had refrained from using ninjutsu even in life-threatening situations, possessed more than mere physical skills. With a sudden explosion, Uchiha Shun within the water sphere transformed into a piece of driftwood. At that moment, the man felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end as he perceived a sound behind him, accompanied by a surge of force. "Uncle, although my chakra reserves are low, I am still a ninja. How could I possibly be incapable of ninjutsu? You underestimate me far too much." During his 2 years at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Shun had mastered only this one technique. Yet, it was undeniably the most formidable of them all. The body replacement technique. This was Uchiha Shun's ultimate secret skill, one he would never employ until the final stages of a confrontation. The man's expression shifted drastically as he swiftly extended his hand towards the water sphere. With a splash, the driftwood fell to the ground amidst the water spray. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shun launched himself forward, delivering a kick that was already upon him. In that moment of extreme proximity, evasion was impossible. It was the shadow dance leaf technique. In a frantic bid, the man attempted to evade, yet due to the angle and distance, even he could not manage to dodge or block in time. With a resounding impact, tremendous force erupted behind him. His tilted back felt the force of a kick akin to that of a ferocious beast. With a splatter, blood erupted from his mouth. This was both a culmination of his previous injuries and the acute frustration of a failed strategy. In that instant, his body lost all balance and soared into the air. His mind experienced a fleeting blankness. This blow, or rather the failure of his strategy, instilled in him a profound sense of helplessness against this young adversary. His body spun slightly as he ascended, and his hands instinctively flailed, desperately attempting to regain equilibrium. Meanwhile, his peripheral vision caught sight of the boy who had leapt from the ground, a flicker of despair igniting within his pupils. His stamina and chakra had been depleted far too much. "Who are you?" In the moment of disorientation, the youth, propelled through the air, hastily moved his hands, the tattered robe billowing outwards. A paper talisman, akin to a spiritual charm, scattered into the air. Simultaneously, he weakly reached for the drifting talismans. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his pupils constricted once more. for he beheld the small figure, seemingly unperturbed by the fluttering talismans, as if traversing the void, and the tattered strips of cloth that had come loose from his person. No, no. The youth struggled to regain his balance, but was soon confronted by the advancing Niko Shun, who pressed forward atop the talismans. Niko Shun waved his hands, the ragged cloth ensnaring the drifting form of the youth. In that moment, the youth's eyes turned crimson, chakra surging into the talismans. How can I possibly? Yet before he could finish his thought, he was met with the force of Niko Shun's clenched fist. With a thud, his body spun as if it were a rag, desperately attempting to restore its balance. Blood sprayed through the air. An unbearable pain surged through him, clouding what had been a fleeting clarity of thought. Niko Shun, undeterred, launched another punch. Thud, thud. Niko Shun moved like a phantom, as if walking upon air. Accompanied by the explosive sound of air rushing, he unleashed his fists time and again. Sweat and blood mingled, streaming down his nose. This was the first time he had revealed his complete state of the Lotus of the inner circles. In the depths of the crater, even as the battle concluded, Niko Shun's blood flowed fiercely, his heart racing wildly. He strained to support himself, gazing at the disheveled figure before him. I have won. He remained oblivious to the true nature of the youth's talismans. Even if he were to know, it mattered not. They were perhaps akin to explosive charms. Such devices, capable of obliterating a high-ranking ninja at close range, would not instill fear in Niko Shun. Of course, he did not genuinely disregard the threat of an explosion, nor could he remain entirely indifferent. At the moment when it was finally feasible to eliminate his adversary, Niko Shun found himself compelled to momentarily disregard the potential anguish that certain tools could inflict upon him. As the battle ignited, his foremost concern was to vanquish the foe. Fortunately, Ao ultimately refrained from detonating the talismans. After enduring the full force of Niko Shun's hereby technique, Ao nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. With a tremor, he rose from the gaping pit in the ground. Niko Shun withdrew a kunai from his leg, bending low to aim it at Ao, whose body had become a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh. Yet he still clung to life, instinctively moaning and lamenting. Niko Shun sighed, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "You are a formidable ninja." Breathing heavily, Niko Shun noted that Ao's eyes still darted about, though they remained stubbornly shut. The blood-stained palm of Ao quivered slightly in that moment. Simultaneously, Niko Shun heard his faltering final words. Your name." With another sigh, he held the kunai close to Ao's ear and declared, "I am a genin of Konoha, and my name is Niko Shun." With a swift motion, the dark kunai pierced Ao's neck. The man's erratic breaths gradually ceased. The fact that he had withstood the onslaught of Niko Shun's hereby was a testament to his remarkable vitality. Furthermore, his role as a mere supporting character in the original narrative was indeed reflective of his prowess. As he wiped the blood from the kunai, Niko Shun inhaled deeply, feeling a mixture of sorrow for the fallen genin and a profound sense of pride. In truth, when Niko Shun discerned Ao's intent to employ the same trick with a water clone, the outcome of the battle had already been determined. Experiencing a wave of fatigue, he took a deep breath, gradually retracting the aura of the 8 gates, before clambering out of the pit and leaning against a tree to rest. Gazing at his bloodied hands, he surveyed the surrounding chaos wrought by the skirmish and exhaled with relief. Niko Shun slowly closed his eyes, an unprecedented weariness enveloping him. He wondered how his comrades were faring and longed for a restful slumber. The soreness in his body began to dissipate, yet his eyelids felt exceedingly heavy, making him reluctant to open them. Soon, his hands fell limply to his sides. In the tranquil forest, the sound of Niko Shun's steady breathing filled the air. After 30 seconds, however, he abruptly opened his eyes, yawned, and climbed back to his feet. Although his spirit was undeniably weary, he recognized that this was not a suitable place for repose. Stretching, he heard his body crackle and pop. With a sigh, he remarked, "At last, we are safe." Indeed, this day had been rife with events. Ao's defeat and demise signified that his team's journey in the land of water had reached a secure conclusion. Unless the Mist Village could, in such short order, dispatch a genin-led team, Niko Shun deemed this likelihood to be exceedingly slim. As I reflect upon the multitude of events that transpired on this day, a sense of profound emotion washes over me once I find solace and safety. This is not my first encounter with adversaries, nor is it my inaugural experience of bloodshed. However, it is indeed my first confrontation with such formidable foes, and it marks the unprecedented moment of extinguishing a life. For someone like me, Niko Shun, who grew up in an era of peace, my worldview has largely taken shape, and the act of ending another's existence is hardly a pleasant sentiment. Yet, I find myself gripping my slightly trembling palm. Strangely, this tremor does not arise from fear of having taken a stranger's life, but rather from the exhilaration of battling a powerful opponent. Is this what my teacher, Dai, referred to as the fiery essence of youth? It seems rather exhilarating. Indeed, understanding my position, I harbor no burdens regarding the act of ending an enemy's life, despite my aversion to it. I embody what could be deemed the unstable elements of a so-called peaceful society, the latent warrior within. Due to my physical prowess, I am unencumbered by fear, and the visceral thrill of striking flesh, of blood cascading, captivates me immensely. I extend my tongue to taste the blood at the corner of my lips, salty and wet. Surprisingly, it is not as unpleasant as I had imagined. I turn my gaze into the thicket, pausing briefly before glancing back at the lifeless body, then resolutely plunge into the forest. As the afternoon progresses and the sun begins its descent, I regain my sense of direction. The sea lies ahead. I should reach it at full speed in no time. I hope that Hikari and the others are still there. However, after half an hour of traversing swiftly through the 8 gates of Uchiha, I arrive at the beach. I gaze at the hazy ocean before me, momentarily taken aback. Where's the familiar place? Meanwhile, upon the waves, a fishing boat sways gently. The pale-faced Daigo Shiranui stands aboard, holding what resembles a compass. Hikari Hinata gazes resolutely towards the obscured horizon before turning decisively. Beside him, a young girl weeps openly, her face obscured by her hands. It is now deep autumn. As the weather grows increasingly frigid, the number of espionage ninjas wreaking havoc around the village of Konoha diminishes. The once vibrant leaves turn yellow and fall, rendering the bare trees incapable of concealing human traces. Nonetheless, to prevent any espionage ninjas from executing a counterintuitive ploy, numerous patrolling ninjas still survey the area daily, though actual encounters with scouts and spies have notably decreased. While the enemy ninjas around Konoha have lessened, the borders remain the most contentious zones, frequently igniting small-scale skirmishes. Today, a heavily cloaked youth has stepped onto the soil of Konoha village. At the main gate, Kion Taro gazes at the individual before him with incredulity. You claim to be a genin of Konoha? What a jest! Before him stood a young lad, seemingly no older than 13 or 14, with an air of youthful innocence. In the hands of Kion Taro lay a record book, as he noted that during this period, no genin had ventured out alone to undertake missions. Who are you truly? Why do you resort to deceit? He questioned. It is worth noting that genin are prohibited from accepting missions unless they are part of a team, regardless of their strength. They cannot undertake tasks alone, especially in such tumultuous times. Who would dare venture out? That would be akin to courting death. Moreover, Kion Taro scrutinized the boy's opulent kimono and the meticulously tied small braid at the back of his head, alongside his fair and strikingly handsome visage. From any angle, he appeared to be a youth of noble lineage, one accustomed to a life of luxury. He bore no semblance to a genin trained in the ways of Konoha. Perceiving the peculiar gaze of the gatekeeper, the young boy was acutely aware of the man's skepticism. Curse this facade. It has rendered me unable to return home. He lamented, lightly tapping his forehead. His voice, already on the cusp of maturity, resonated as he continued. I am a genin who embarked on a mission to the land of water 4 months prior. I became separated from my comrades, and thus my return to Konoha has been prolonged. Indeed, this boy was none other than Niko Shun. After enduring the arduous journey back to Konoha, being barred from entry evoked a profound sense of heartache, a poignant reminder of the home he could not return to. The memories of the past 4 months flooded his mind, and tears welled in his eyes as he recalled the despair he felt that fateful day. Racing along the coastline in search of his companions, yet finding none. The absence of a designated meeting point for their regrouping, coupled with a momentary lapse in direction, had led him astray amidst the vast expanse of the beach. Fearing future entanglements with the mist ninjas, Niko Shun had procured a compass and gathered supplies nearby. Drawing upon his experiences from watching survival shows in a past life, he constructed a makeshift raft and ventured into the sea. The thought of risking a return aboard a passenger ship was too daunting, and he lacked the funds to purchase a vessel outright, even if he could afford one. The time spent navigating the complexities of boat sails and their accompanying stipulations felt overwhelming. Had he not acquired the compass, venturing into the ocean would have been unthinkable. He had no desire to embark on such a quest again. What alternative was there to building a raft? It was unlikely that a fishing boat would simply materialize along the shore. When faced with life-threatening circumstances, he found himself unbound by moral constraints. though it was merely a lack of opportunity that had prevented him from doing so. Thus, after hastily preparing, Niko Shun embarked upon his maritime journey. Alone, he drifted upon the vast ocean, unaware of the secrets of navigation or specific routes. However, he had perused a world map and understood that the land of fire lay to the west, familiar with the general locations of the two nations. This knowledge sufficed. With a body resilient to suffocation, he harbored no fear of his raft capsizing. Moreover, he possessed a degree of confidence in his craftsmanship. Even if his raft were to overturn, as long as it remained intact, he would be just fine. Clearly, he was oblivious to his own unfortunate and jinxed identity. On the day of his departure, a tempest arose, capsizing his raft and scattering his supplies across the tumultuous sea. The remnants left behind consisted solely of a piece of wood, a length of rope, and a compass along with a confiscated forehead protector. Thus, he bound himself with the rope to the piece of wood and swam, inching towards his predetermined direction. Eventually, he came to appreciate the ocean's abundant resources and the formidable power of water that tested human endurance. Diving to a certain depth, the pressure enveloped him. Surpassing the burdens he once bore, encountering a school of sharks turned into a harrowing struggle for survival, continually thrusting Niko Shun into the crucible of life and death. Among the myriad challenges in the sea, the most terrifying was undoubtedly the storm, with towering waves that could instill fear in the bravest of hearts. Within the tempest, Niko Shun felt the fragility of human existence. In such moments, even his resilient physique dared not breach the surface of the ocean. Recalling the force of water cannons he had previously endured, which seemed trivial compared to nature's might. To recuperate from mental exhaustion, he attempted to rest while clinging to a piece of wood, yet a moment's inattention could lead him to plunge into the depths. A sensation so bizarre it brought him to the brink of tears. The most arduous and embarrassing ordeal, however, was addressing his physiological needs in the vast expanse of the sea. While the smaller matters were manageable, the larger ones presented a unique challenge. Yet, amidst the helplessness and discomfort, this immense pressure became a new source of motivation for him. The terrifying trials imposed by nature fostered an extraordinary enhancement in his physical capabilities. Thanks to his remarkable recuperative powers, he gradually acclimated to the peculiar life of the ocean. Thus, Niko Shun grew rapidly while wrestling with the sea. Perhaps it was due to the substantial strain on his body that accelerated his cellular division, resulting in a noticeable increase in his growth rate during this period. He now appeared considerably older than his peers. When Niko Shun revealed that he was a ninja who had embarked on a mission to the land of water 4 months prior, the hand of Kiyono Taro trembled as he held the record book. He surveyed the young boy before him with disbelief. What is your name?" Niko Shun paused, then candidly replied, "My name is Niko Shun." Upon uttering this name, he observed the middle-aged ninja's expression momentarily freeze. What kind of joke is this? Niko Shun was taken aback. He noticed the man's anger and the slight tremor in his hands. He was genuinely furious. "Even if you are but a child, I will not tolerate such jesting." "Jesting? I am not joking." Niko Shun felt perplexed, wondering why stating his name elicited such a vehement reaction from the man. I will never forgive you. Do not play such tricks on me again. I shall ask once more, what is your name?" Niko Shun gazed solemnly at the man before him and declared with utmost seriousness, "I am Niko Shun." Upon becoming a genin, Shun Niko had once triumphed over a nin, a feat not entirely secret, yet known to only a select few. After all, the higher echelons of Konoha had a certain understanding of the 8 gates technique and did not pay much heed to this matter. Nor did they come to regard Shun Niko's talent as particularly formidable. However, many admired his unwavering resolve. Outside of the Konoha Umbu, this incident was virtually unknown. Thus, the ordinary shinobi Shun Niko, who was perpetually engaged in D-rank missions, remained largely unrecognized throughout the village, save for a handful of friends, classmates, and his teacher, Might Duy. In comparison to Kakashi, his younger peer who had officially become a nin the previous year, Shun Niko was somewhat less conspicuous. Therefore, when the gatekeeper inquired about his identity, Shun Niko merely stated it plainly, not anticipating such a profound emotional reaction from the man. Shun Niko was certain that this individual did not recognize him. Although he appeared to have matured somewhat, his visage had not undergone a drastic transformation. And there was no reason for the man to dwell on this matter. Could it be that the name Shun Niko had gained considerable renown in Konoha? This thought abruptly crossed Shun Niko's mind, only to be dismissed with a shake of his head. How could that be? Even in Konoha, there were always ninjas who failed missions each year, some going missing or sacrificing themselves. In fact, during tumultuous times. This was the very norm of the shinobi world. The disappearance of someone like Masato Manzawa, a special genin, had stirred no waves, let alone that of a mere genin like himself. After Shun Shimu repeated his name, the gatekeeper remarked, "Ah, you young lad. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Kiyono Taro set aside the booklet in his hands and turned to pass it to the bespectacled kunoichi, Nin Fukuda, saying, "This task is temporarily yours. I shall take this lad to see something." Shun Shimu's gaze lingered on the mature, short-haired kunoichi, whose fair complexion was strikingly at odds with her robust physique, presenting a rather elegant countenance. The woman accepted the booklet from Kiyono Taro and, seemingly aware of Shun Shimu's attention, smiled and winked at him. Flustered, Shun Shimu quickly diverted his gaze to the stern-faced Kiyono Taro beside him. "What are we going to see?" he inquired. Kiyono Taro replied coldly, "We are off to witness a piece of evidence that will shatter your lies. Humph. Follow me." With a glare directed at Shun Shimu, Kiyono Taro led him into the village. Initially, Shun Shimu assumed they would head to the Hokage's building to verify his identity. But gradually, he began to realize they were veering off towards a more secluded part of the village. "Where are we going?" Shun Shimu could not help but ask the man striding ahead with a stern demeanor. Kiyono Taro let out another cold huff. "If you are indeed Shun Shimu, how could you be unaware of our destination?" Shimu Shun furrowed his brow slightly, surveying the tranquil surroundings, as memories of the original owner surged forth. Before his transference, Shimu Shun had frequented this place, and he inhaled deeply. Suddenly, Kiyono Taro halted his steps, turning to Shimu Shun, saying, "You know where we are. No need for me to elaborate." Shimu Shun offered a wry smile. It seemed that one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Was this truly his own coffin? Indeed, this was a graveyard, or rather, the cemetery of Konoha. Had he been deemed deceased? The uncertainty of what transpired during his absence gnawed at him. How was it that even an ordinary seinen assigned to guard duty knew his name? Following Kiyono Taro to a particular gravestone, he turned to the silent Shimu Shun, urging, "What is this? You should see for yourself." Shimu Shun rubbed his temples, gazing at the freshly adorned gravestone encircled by floral tributes, inscribed with the words, "The hero of Konoha, my dearest friend, Azure Dragon Shimu Shun's grave." Staring at the inscription, Shimu Shun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This was undoubtedly the bizarre creation of that fellow Kai. Ever since their days at the Ninja Academy, he had referred to himself as the Azure Beast. In truth, Shimu Shun understood that only when the 8 gates of opening reached the 7th gate would one's body turn azure. Prior to that, the title Green Beast would be far more fitting. Perhaps, in Kai's view, the name Azure Beast truly sounded impressive. As for Azure Dragon, both azure and blue are related to green and blue hues, and he had indeed mentioned his fondness for dragons, those fantastical creatures. Kai must have made that connection. Nevertheless, the name Azure Dragon struck him as odd. It would be far more pleasant simply to call it Azure Dragon. He sighed. "I can comprehend how a few months of absence could lead to one being declared deceased, but I am indeed Shimu Shun. Uncle, can't you accept that I am merely missing and not dead? And as for the title Azure Dragon, doesn't it sound rather lame?" Swish. A hand swiftly swung towards him. Shimu Shun calmly extended his hand, catching the palm in his grasp, his eyes narrowing. "Hey, uncle, what are you trying to do?" The individual struggled in vain, staring incredulously at Shimu Shun. "You've already attained seinen strength at such a young age. No wonder you dare to act against me. However, regardless of your prowess, I shall not permit you to insult the hero of Konoha." Shimu Shun was utterly bewildered. "Huh?" Kiyono Taro continued earnestly, "Azure Dragon, Shimu Shun. It was to rescue his comrades and fulfill a mission that, at the tender age of 8, he single-handedly lured multiple foes stronger than himself away. You wouldn't dare claim that you are only 8 years old now, would you?" Shimu Shun was taken aback. So that was the reason. He sighed, releasing the other hand, spreading his palms in a gesture of resignation, and said, "Strictly speaking, I celebrated my birthday last month. I am now a full 9 years of age." "You scoundrel, are you still lying?" The man, displaying no restraint, unleashed his physical prowess and charged at Shun Kazuki. In response, Shun deftly tilted his head, pivoted, and delivered a swift kick to the man's chest. In the blink of an eye, he lunged towards the man, brandishing a kunai before him. The man's eyes widened in anger. "I absolutely will not permit, however." Shun Kazuki simply retracted the kunai, rising to his feet. "Though I possess little to substantiate my identity, you must have a photograph of me or something similar, right? I may have grown a bit, but it's not to the extent of a complete transformation. The man, momentarily taken aback, faltered, yet retorted defiantly, "What nonsense, Shun." Seemingly ignoring his words, turned to the man and remarked, "Your martial skills are rather mediocre. In the future, refrain from engaging me at such close quarters. I fear I might inadvertently harm you." Having emerged from the harrowing battles in the land of water and the grueling training akin to hell, Shun Kazuki had undergone a remarkable transformation since his departure. Moreover, if a confrontation were to ensue, it would be prudent to relocate, as this place is hardly suitable for combat. His gaze swept over the surrounding gravestones, and he let out a soft sigh. "Are you serious, kid? If you are fabricating lies, they will soon be exposed. You must understand that. The Land of Leaves is not a place where one can act with impunity simply because they have learned a few martial arts techniques." Shun Kazuki regarded the proud-faced man with uncertainty on how to respond, ultimately relenting. "Yes, yes." Together, they exited the cemetery. As they stepped outside, they brushed past a young girl with short brown hair. Shun Kazuki halted momentarily. "What are you doing, kid?" Taro Kaion eyed Shun with suspicion. "You're not telling me you've changed your mind, are you?" Shun, observing the wary expression on the man's face, suddenly smiled. "I have a better way to prove my identity, uncle. Follow me." He turned and re-entered the cemetery. A quick glance revealed the girl standing before his gravestone. "That girl is a former classmate from my ninja academy. If it's her, she should be able to validate my identity." He pointed toward the young girl, who was placing a bouquet at his gravestone, her hands clasped in prayer, eyes closed. Taro Kaion's gaze sharpened, scanning back and forth. "But you appear to be much older than her. Are you truly of the same age?" Shun, undeterred, walked directly over to the girl and gently patted her on the shoulder. "Hi, Rin, long time no see." Indeed, this young girl was Rin Noera, a classmate from Shun's ninja academy. Although Shun was somewhat inept in ninjutsu, his excellent academic performance, handsome appearance, precise kunai throwing, and sufficiently gentle and mature demeanor had made him quite popular during his time at the ninja school, although he didn't particularly care about it. It must be said that he was quite popular among the girls at the ninja school. A girl with short brown hair opened her eyes in surprise and gazed up at the tall boy before her, instinctively saying, "Big brother, I am Rin." "But you are," her words trailed off. The moment her deep brown pupils reflected the face of the boy opposite her, a ripple of recognition surged within her, and her previously gentle expression contorted into one of sheer panic as she stared at him. Despite having matured slightly, he remained strikingly handsome, and in that fleeting moment, Rin recognized him as Shun Kiki. Her eyes then lost their focus entirely. She curled up, covering her head, and closed her eyes, muttering incessantly, "I saw nothing. Nothing at all." Shun Kiki, feeling awkward, cast a helpless glance at Taro Kiyono beside him and paused, exclaiming, "Hey, Rin, Noera Rin, open your eyes and see clearly." "It's me. It's really me, Shun Kiki." Noera Rin cautiously opened her eyes and looked at Shun Kiki before vigorously patting her slightly chubby cheeks, trying to rally herself. "Come on, Rin, how could there be ghosts in this world? It must be an illusion. It must be." As she spoke, she opened her eyes once more and was met with Shun Kiki's handsome face again. Without hesitation, she buried her head in her knees, sobbing, "Mom, save me. I saw a ghost." Shun Kiki, exasperated, reached out and ruffled the girl's short brown hair. "I'm not a ghost. It's me. I'm real. I'm not dead." Noera Rin, still teary-eyed, looked up at Shun Kiki with a pitiful expression. With a sigh, Shun Kiki gently touched the girl's palm. "My hand is still warm. How could I be a ghost?" Feeling the warmth of his arm, Noera Rin opened her eyes again, her gaze still teary as she looked at Shun Kiki. Her face still etched with fear. Tentatively, she extended her hands and gently grasped Shun Kiki's outstretched palm. A cold, delicate sensation enveloped her. Observing the small girl finally muster some courage, Shun Kiki felt a sense of relief wash over him. "It really is warm." As the girl held on to Shun Kiki's hand, her expression shifted from panic to calm. After a considerable pause, she finally exhaled, "What a relief. It turns out you're not a ghost. You scared me to death." Watching Noera Rin's actions, Shun Kiki remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Of course I'm not, Rin. Quickly tell the uncle who I am. He still doesn't believe it." At that moment, outside the cemetery, another lively child wearing goggles rushed in and immediately spotted Noera Rin holding Shun Kiki's hand, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "What are you doing? Let Rin go, now." The child charged forward and delivered a flying kick directly at the crouched Shun Kiki. However, Shun Kiki effortlessly raised his left hand to catch the child's foot, twisting his hand to send the child spinning to the ground. Turning his head, Shun Kiki remarked, "You, Obito, are still as reckless as ever. How infuriating." The still tender and fragile Obito struggled to rise, exclaiming, "You bastard, dare to," but before he could finish, he caught sight of Shun Kiyomi's visage. In an instant, his expression of anger morphed into one filled with terror, and he turned to flee. Shun Kiyomi, a ghost. Shun Kiyomi, with a sense of resignation, stood up and addressed Taro Kaion, "Uncle, now you can surely confirm my identity?" The reactions of Rin Noara and Obito Uchiha served as the most compelling evidence. Taro Kaion, in a state of shock and disbelief, remarked, "You truly are the Azure Dragon, Shun Kiyomi, just turned 9? With a face reflecting a mix of discomfort and embarrassment, Shun Kiyomi replied, "Indeed, I am Shun Kiyomi. But could you refrain from using that title? It is exceedingly awkward." As he spoke, he turned to glance at the gravestone and the flowers adorning it, many of which had already withered and fallen. A soft sigh escaped his lips as he imagined the profound sorrow of his comrades and friends upon believing him dead. He reached out once more to ruffle Rin's brown hair, saying, "I apologize for causing you worry." Rin Noara, with tears of joy streaming down her face, sniffled, "Oh, this is wonderful. Shun, you're alive. I knew it, I knew it." Shun then turned to Taro Kaion, stating, "Uncle, let us depart. Now that my survival is confirmed, this gravestone can be temporarily removed, cannot it?" Gazing upon one's own gravestone is hardly a pleasant experience. Taro Kaion inhaled deeply, still grappling with his astonishment, muttering, "This truly is astonishing." Accompanied by the young Rin, they exited the cemetery. As they encountered the approaching figure, Shun Kiyomi could not help but chuckle. It turned out that Obito had returned once more. With his legs spread apart and kunai firmly grasped in hand, Obito declared with unwavering conviction, "Shun Kiyomi, even if you have become a ghost, I will not allow you to harm Rin." "Since when have I harmed Rin?" Shun Kiyomi replied, bewildered, taking a step forward. After all, it was Rin who had held his hand. To his surprise, he noticed Obito retreating a step back. A giggle escaped Rin's lips from behind. Obito swallowed hard, assuring, "Rin, do not worry. I will not allow anyone or anything to harm you." Shun Kiyomi found amusement in observing this boy, still trembling with fear. Though his words were bold, he was evidently frightened. Truly, a peculiar member of the Uchiha clan. Gazing at this young boy who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, Shun Kiyomi felt a strange sensation arise within him. If he continued on his current path, it would not be long before this lad could wield shadow-level power. Yet here he was, trembling before him. In the Hokage building, within Sarutobi's office, the nearly 50-year-old Hiruzen Sarutobi, draped in the Hokage cloak and wearing a conical hat, sat at his desk, diligently writing. Despite the weather causing a reduction in the number of enemy ninjas near the village, conflicts along the national borders with enemy nations were escalating. Especially at the borders of Thunder and Fire, the ambitions of Yunin are growing increasingly audacious, with persistent skirmishes erupting in various locales. Moreover, it is now the critical time for troop rotations along the border. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is undoubtedly beset by concerns. Rising from his seat, Sarutobi stretched languidly and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the serene and tranquil village, letting out a resigned sigh. While external tensions persist, the internal atmosphere of Konoha is hardly placid. The power wielded by the prominent clans is excessively formidable. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent rapping at the door interrupted Sarutobi's tumultuous thoughts. He returned to his desk, picked up a document, and, with a calm demeanor, said, "Come in." A young man burst through the door, panting heavily and wearing an expression of acute anxiety. Hokage-sama furrowing his brow. Sarutobi cast a sidelong glance at the man before replying in a nonchalant tone, "I do. Have I not advised you to maintain a tranquil heart regardless of the circumstances? One must learn to be composed and steady. These are essential qualities for those aspiring to strength." The young man named Idu took a deep breath, taking a moment to regain his composure before responding, "You are right, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi nodded and returned to his work. "Now, what is it? Has there been any movement from the Hyuga clan?" Idu shook his head. Although discontented rumors had circulated among the Hyuga after recent events, the clan leader had not publicly addressed the matter, had he? With a sigh, Sarutobi remarked, "I would prefer that old man cause a ruckus instead. The more subdued he is, the more my worries amplify." Idu, perplexed, replied, "Are you perhaps overthinking? This may very well reflect the Hyuga clan's reasonableness. After all, they are part of Konoha, and it is perfectly normal for their youths to undertake missions. Risks are, after all, uncontrollable. Saratobi smiled and shook his head. Let us hope that is the case. Now, enough of your ramblings. What has stirred your agitation so? I do, with a wry smile, said Hokage-sama. Do you recall the civilian child? Confirmed dead a month ago, the one whose title you posthumously awarded? Saratobi narrowed his eyes. The image of a figure flashing in his mind, the companion of the Hyuga boy, Azure Dragon Niko Shun, right? How could I forget? He was a diligent civilian ninja, highly regarded by the Umbu. Regrettably, he looked up at Idu. Why bring him up now? It has been 4 months since his disappearance. Surely, his gravestone has already been erected. Although it is unfortunate to die in such a brilliant manner, it is perhaps a fitting end for a civilian ninja. Idu's expression turned peculiar. That boy. He has returned. Returned? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Ito, who had just yawned, and suddenly froze, rising to his feet. What nonsense is this? Wasn't that little brat confirmed dead long ago? Instantly, he lost his composure. He inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Ito. Are you certain? You did not misjudge? Ito managed a wry smile, responding, based on the photographs, it indeed appears to be him. We also inquired about some personal matters and found no anomalies. Although he is slightly taller than expected for his age, it should be him. Upon the return of Hinata, Hikaru, and others, Hikaru had reported the specific details of Kazuki Shun's battle. He had witnessed Shun, despite sustaining severe injuries, eliminate 2 lower-ranked shinobi and subsequently divert at least 3 mid-ranked opponents. The higher-ups of Konoha, aware of this, had all but confirmed his demise. This had even stirred a sense of regret among certain members of the Umbu. After all, as described by Hinata, Shun's combat prowess enabled him to swiftly dispatch 2 lower-ranked foes amidst overwhelming adversaries, enduring immense pain with unwavering determination. Had he not met an untimely end, he could undoubtedly have evolved into a remarkable civilian ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen was engulfed in confusion. Could it be? Ito's wry smile offered no answers. Hiruzen's gaze deepened, and he sighed heavily, pacing back and forth in the office. A ninja, once honored with a title, had seemingly returned from the dead. His emotions were exceedingly complex. Titles commonly bestowed upon ninjas were earned through valor in battle. Renowned figures like the god of ninjas, Konoha's White Fang, and even he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the professor of ninjas, had all attained their fame through formidable prowess. Yet, Kazuki Shun was an exception. In terms of both identity and strength, he clearly did not merit the grand title of Azure Dragon. However, the pressing issue was, he was a deceased individual. While Shun's foundational abilities were modest, his performance had indeed been commendable, especially considering the formidable opponents he faced. Bestowing a title upon a departed soul was not entirely unacceptable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It could inspire more civilian ninjas and serve as a paragon. After all, the death of Konoha's White Fang had subtly altered the village's atmosphere, and Hiruzen desperately needed a figure of inspiration. The reason he had heeded the suggestion from the young Might family member to posthumously award Kazuki Shun the title of Azure Dragon was based on the firm assumption of Shun's demise. Ito observed, his expression a mixture of curiosity and caution as the Hokage paced, hesitant to speak. After a considerable pause, Hiruzen returned to his seat. Ito cautiously ventured. Lord Sarutobi, what should we do? Should we revoke his title? Hiruzen scratched his head, exclaiming helplessly, have you ever seen anyone retrieve spilled water? Ito fell silent. Suddenly, Hiruzen chuckled lightly, continuing, never mind, this is his fate. That little brat has garnered quite a reputation in Konoha. For him, this may not necessarily be a blessing. He merely hopes that in the future, he does not tarnish the title of Azure Dragon. Summon him in. For this lad must have endured considerable hardship during this time. Ito nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples and added, upon bringing him in, seek out a member of the Uchiha clan from the Umbu to assist in verifying whether this young one has defected or betrayed us. Ito paused for a moment, then solemnly nodded in agreement. In truth, after learning of the remarkable act of self-sacrifice displayed by Kazuki Shun, few would entertain the notion of his betraying the cause. Furthermore, the name of the Uchiha in Konoha is renowned throughout the world. Before them, no secret can remain concealed. Lord Sarutobi is indeed a man of profound foresight. With such thoughts, Ito exited the Hokage's office. Chimu Shun pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and was met by a pair of eyes. The crimson tomo in those pupils sent chills down his spine. It was the Sharingan. With just a glance, Chimu Shun felt his spirit completely ensnared. When he regained his senses, he found Sarutobi Hiruzen smiling at him. It was indeed him, unwavering in his loyalty. Beside him stood a cold, indifferent youth, who nodded at Sarutobi before exiting the office. Shun caught a glimpse of the Uchiha boy as he left, and only then did he turn his attention back to Sarutobi's expression. There was no cause for concern. He let out a silent sigh of relief and stepped forward. Third Hokage. Shun bowed respectfully, seemingly forgetting the tumultuous events in the land of water and the enchantment of the Sharingan. His back, however, was already damp with sweat. He had two formidable adversaries, Orochimaru and this Uchiha. The elderly Hokage approached with a look of contentment, but as he beheld Shun, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Had this boy grown so much since their last encounter? He seemed quite different from the Shun he remembered. Yet, this momentary surprise was quickly masked. He came closer, grasped Shun's hands, and with misty eyes said, "You are alive, and that is what matters." A wave of discomfort washed over Shun as he awkwardly smiled. Sarutobi then led him to a nearby sofa, urging, "Come. Let us converse about how you managed to escape that dire predicament." Shun had already prepared his narrative and spoke confidently. "It happened this way. I opened the 8 gates, which enhanced my speed tremendously, and under the immense pressure of life and death, I made a breakthrough. Ultimately, I fell into a nearby river, cutting off my breath, and was rescued by a humble family in the vicinity, where I have been recuperating." Had the Uchiha boy still been present, he would not have dared to speak so freely. "By the way," Shun exclaimed, producing a severely damaged forehead protector from his bosom, "this belongs to a ninja I fought fiercely against during my entanglement with the enemy." Sarutobi accepted the protector, his hands trembling slightly, and his eyes glistening with moisture. "It is remarkable that you survived," he murmured. "Heh." Shun scratched his head. "It was merely luck." Just then, Sarutobi abruptly stood, gazing intently at Shun, and with a tone filled with regret said, "Shun, it is my fault that you found yourself in such dire straits." "What do you mean, Hokage-sama?" Shun interjected, stepping forward in alarm. While internally he scoffed. This matter was indeed closely tied to Sarutobi's actions. Although Shun cared little for such superficialities, he still felt compelled to act accordingly. "It was my greatest dereliction to place a shinobi of your age in such peril. I owe you an apology." Shun smirked inwardly. Had it merely been a routine escort mission, it would not have been a matter of great concern, but given the grave dangers they faced, Sarutobi would certainly bear some responsibility. Perhaps he acted for a greater good, yet it is indisputable that he disregarded the safety of himself and others. Consider the existence of Hinata's light. Sarutobi Hiruzen might have been deliberate in his actions, perhaps even testing the patience of the Hyuga clan, or signaling them. After all, while Sarutobi may not be deemed a particularly successful Hokage, he has, in his own way, endeavored to do what he believes is right, even at the potential expense of sacrifices. From the perspective of one such sacrifice, it is only natural to harbor a profound disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen's conduct. Yet one is left powerless. He would rather venture to the borders of the nation and engage in battle with the ninjas of enemy countries, where at least the dangers are apparent and known. Following their excruciating pleasantries, Shun promptly inquired about the well-being of his 2 teammates and Noera Daigo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was somewhat ambiguous as he reassured, "Rest assured, they have returned safely." Shun noted the slight disquiet in Sarutobi's demeanor, but chose not to press further. Ultimately, the fact that they were alive was what mattered most. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Shun with a tinge of helplessness as he remarked, "After your disappearance for a week, Noera Daigo relinquished his position as your team's instructor and voluntarily requested to head to the borders." Shun narrowed his eyes and sighed. It was one thing for him, a mere civilian genin, to encounter danger, but when the safety of the Hyuga clan's offspring was at stake, even if the Hyuga family chose to remain silent, someone must bear the responsibility for this matter. It appeared that Noera Daigo was that individual. Voluntarily heading to the borders? Shun did not dwell on the issue. Although not the primary party responsible, Noera Daigo should still be accountable for his actions. Being embroiled in such matters left Shun feeling quite unsettled. He looked at the tearful Sarutobi Hiruzen, suppressing the urge to land a fist upon his face, and then inquired, "How are Hinata and Yuzawa Naka currently faring?" Sarutobi Hiruzen directed his gaze toward the young Ito, who promptly stepped forward and replied, "Hinata, the genin, and Yuzawa Naka, the genin, are presently on a mission to escort confidential documents. I cannot disclose their exact location, but they have confirmed that they are on their way back." Niko Shun nodded. A C-rank mission? C-rank missions are generally not overly difficult. Even escorting confidential documents typically falls within the capabilities of a genin. Moreover, for those not undertaking their first C-rank mission, a supervising teacher's presence is often unnecessary. A competent genin can independently fulfill a C-rank mission, much like the one that involved a journey to the land of water, which, despite unforeseen complications, bore no relation to the mission itself. They successfully escorted the caravan to its destination, even dispatching a band of bandits along the way. However, taking on a new mission also signified one important fact. They had acquired new comrades. Niko Shun sighed, as it had taken him 4 months to return. And the arrival of new companions was, indeed, within his expectations. Yet, observing Niko Shun's expression of melancholy, Ito remarked, "This is not merely a C-rank mission." Niko Shun was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to the unremarkable middle-aged man before him. "Could it be?" Ito continued, "after your disappearance, Hinata and KG's team filled the vacancy left by the unfortunate loss of a member. Subsequently, they undertook 7 C-rank missions, and this marks their first B-rank mission." Niko Shun's face reflected astonishment. A B-rank mission implied that the task itself could pose threats from enemy ninjas, typically of a level below that of a CH nin. However, such missions were usually reserved for those of CH nin rank. Niko Shun's eyes sparkled as memories of the 2 little imps he had not seen for months flooded his mind. Had they grown to such an extent? No. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, Niko Shun lifted his gaze to Ito, pondering how they could have achieved this level of strength, considering they were graduating the same year as him. Even if that brat worked tirelessly, it was unreasonable to think they could reach the level of a chunin in less than a year. Niko Shun was confident that even without opening the 8 gates, he had undoubtedly attained chunin-level prowess. However, his unique training method, which spanned oceans, was entirely unreplicable, unless they had some external aid or had been engaged in life-and-death struggles. It was impossible for them, with their innate talents, to become chunins in just a few months. This was not a slight against them, but rather a factual observation. Individuals like Kakashi were truly rare, appearing only once in many years. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Could it be that during these months, they had been at the borders, embroiled in battles against enemy ninjas? The ambitions of the cloud-hidden village clashing with the dignity of the esteemed Konoha would not lead to easy concessions from either side. The distance between the land of thunder and the land of fire was not an ocean but a series of smaller nations, which had become the battleground for the 2 great powers. At this moment, chaos reigned. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. They were still just children. Far too early for them to face the battlefield. Even if they fervently insisted, I would not consent to it before they became chunits. Niko Shun couldn't help but glance at Sarutobi, surprised that such words came from him. Yet, he understood that such sentiments could only be expressed at this moment. It would not be long before war erupted in full force, and once chaos ensued, no one would be able to escape. Thus, only one possibility remained. Niko Shun furrowed his brow, his tone peculiar. "After my disappearance, has a chunin taken my place as a new member?" Ito nodded. Before he could say more, Niko Shun's heart stirred with realization. He believed he knew who it was. It was a strange feeling to know that the new teammate of the 2 must be of similar age. At this age, the only one capable of becoming a chunin seemed to be that kid, who was always on the brink of success. Moreover, he recalled that Kakashi had indeed experienced multiple instances of switching teams due to the sacrifice of comrades. It was quite awkward, regardless of who Hinata's new teammate was. As a fallen genin, Niko Shun had become a solitary figure. In truth, he found solace in solitude. There was no need to worry about his unique physique being discovered by others, allowing him to train and complete tasks without reservation. However, therein lay the problem. One could not undertake missions alone nor participate in the chunin exam as a solitary entity. With only a little over a month remaining until this year's chunin exam, Niko Shun was confident that he could achieve chunin-level strength without opening the gates. Firmly believing he would succeed this year, less than a year after graduation, he became a chunin, which seemed rather impressive at first glance. However, when considering his capability to defeat chunins and his achievements in the land of water, it was quite justifiable. As the years progressed and the war erupted, an increasing number of genins honed their skills through life-and-death trials, making the rapid ascension to chunin status less remarkable. It was during this period that figures like Obito and Rin rose to prominence. Setting aside other distracting thoughts, Niko Shun cautiously gazed at Sarutobi Izashi, pondering the fate of his teammate. Sarutobi, resting his chin on his hand and scratching his head, suggested. You've just returned to the village. Perhaps it would be wise to take a moment to rest. Once the young Hyuga returns, you can discuss matters amongst yourselves. If that does not suffice, we can await the village's arrangements. With a resigned demeanor, Niko Shun replied, very well. This situation was undeniably awkward, as he and Hinata had only spent 3 months together, while she had been missing for 4. In that time, she had likely formed a bond with her new teammates. The thought stirred a profound sense of discomfort within Niko Shun, realizing that they might have developed a rapport that would be difficult for him to penetrate. In front of the Hokage building, 3 figures stood. Upon seeing Niko Shun emerge, one of them began to tremble uncontrollably and dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, Niko Shun found himself facing a green blur that launched an attack. Konoha Hurricane, came a familiar voice. Niko Shun smiled and effortlessly blocked the kick, then performed a backflip, countering with a kick of his own. The young boy, arms crossed in a defensive stance, managed to ward off the strike. It's really you, Shun. You've grown stronger. Niko Shun regarded him with a smile, replying, it seems you have grown weaker, Kai. Originally, they were of similar height, but now Niko Shun stood a head taller. Without hesitation, the youth, his fist wrapped in bandages, launched another strike. Niko Shun, undeterred by his traditional attire, responded with a punch of his own. The 2 figures became entwined in a flurry of movement. On the sidelines, an anxious Noera Rin watched the skirmish unfold, feeling helpless. She tugged at the sleeve of a boy nearby, who was engrossed in the fight. Hey, Obito. You need to stop them. Obito rolled his eyes, exclaiming, do you think I'm Kakashi? I'm not equipped for that. Realizing he had inadvertently belittled himself, he cleared his throat and straightened his posture. While I am not weaker than that guy Kakashi, Rin, you truly don't understand. The bond between men is forged through battle. You need not concern yourself with them. A look of realization crossed Noera Rin's face. Is that so? No wonder you often seek out Kakashi for a challenge. Obito's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. My rivalry with Kakashi is an exception. Rin stifled a laugh and chose to say nothing further. The battlefield's atmosphere shifted dramatically as Niko Shun's fist collided with Might Guy's face, signaling an abrupt conclusion. Guy collapsed to the ground, remaining motionless, his body trembling slightly. Lin hurried over, concerned. Might, are you all right? Her words faltered as she beheld the tear-streaked face of the young Might. Why you're crying? Noera Lin, flustered, instinctively reached for her handkerchief from her pocket, only to be met with a swift rejection from the boy on the ground. Who needs that? I'm not crying. I just got some bricks in my eyes. Embarrassed, Noera Lin tucked away her handkerchief. Just then, Obito rushed over, pulling Lin behind him and scowling. You big foul-browed oaf, why are you yelling at Lin? You're the one crying, and 1T admit it. And who are you? Guy shot a sideways glance at Obito. Obito, rolling up his sleeves, was ready to confront him, but Lin intervened. At that moment, Niko Shun stepped forward, extending his hand towards the muscle-brained, usually oblivious Guy, who was now sobbing like a fool. I'm back, Guy. Guy lifted his hands to rub his eyes vigorously, then slapped his palm against Shun's hand, breaking into a smile. Welcome back, Shun. The news of Niko Shun's return to Konoha spread rapidly through the village. As a rare genin bestowed with a prestigious title, Shun had gained significant notoriety, albeit mostly among the common folk. His return stirred a wave of excitement, though not overwhelmingly so. Amidst the fervent gazes of onlookers, he was pulled into the Might household by Guy. That evening, a multitude of friends from the Ninja Academy gathered at the Might residence to throw a welcome-back party for him. The tears of various young girls were hardly surprising. However, what truly took Shun aback was seeing Master Dai weep uncontrollably as he embraced him. Shun knew that Dai would eventually express that a ninja's worth is determined by their death. Yet, witnessing Shun's resurrection, he cried like a child. Indeed. While the death of a ninja may signify glorious valor, to their loved ones, the hope for survival often outweighs the honor of sacrifice. After the gathering dispersed, Niko Shun, instinctively returning home, found himself lingering in front of a doorway that no longer belonged to him. His home was gone. In essence, it was no longer his home. After all, more than 4 months had passed since he was declared dead, and with no other relatives, Niko Shun faced the harsh reality. The village had reclaimed not only his house, but also all his possessions and savings. While he was not overly concerned that Konoha's higher-ups would seize his meager assets, the abruptness of his return left him momentarily unprepared. Thus, he could only seek refuge at Guy's home. After spending a night at Kai's residence, the following day, his housing predicament was resolved, and the confiscated inheritance was also reclaimed. The esteemed Azure Dragon of Konoha found that this title was far more advantageous than the rank of A.J. Nin at that moment. Naturally, everything had to adhere to the official records and regulations, with the village compensating for some discarded items. With the assistance of Kai and others, Niko Shun furnished his new abode, once again possessing a space to call his own, as he donned the enhanced version of the threefold second-generation weights. Modified by Kai and Teacher Dai, he sat on the tatami contemplating various matters, particularly regarding how to counter ninjutsu practitioners. Just yesterday, within the confines of the Hokage's office, a mere glance had left him feeling utterly exposed. It was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen had, with the aid of that Uchiha youth, extracted some information from him. Niko Shun had indeed not betrayed anyone, yet he had woven fabrications in terms of actions and experiences. Should there be another encounter, he could not guarantee that his secrets would remain concealed. Anxiety gripped him. In the world of Naruto, Jinjutsu users are categorized into two types, those possessing the Sharingan and those without. The latter group posed little concern, with the former being the primary focus. In the original narrative, Chio of Sunagakure had discussed strategies for dealing with Uchiha clan ninjas. There were two scenarios. In a one-on-one encounter, escape was the only option. In a two-on-one situation, a pincer movement could be executed. In essence, in a one-on-one scenario, escape was inevitable, while in a two-on-one situation, one could assist the other in breaking the Jinjutsu if one fell victim to it. However, this merely highlighted the prowess of the Uchiha without offering substantial insight. This did not imply that Uchiha Jinjutsu was invincible. In fact, there were numerous individuals within the Naruto universe capable of contending with or even dispelling Uchiha Jinjutsu. The first individual that Niko Shun thought of was a perfect host for a tailed beast. Yet, the difficulty of this condition was exceedingly high, as beings like Killer Bee and Naruto were rare anomalies. For Niko Shun, setting aside the fact that he currently had no feasible means of taming a tailed beast, even if he were to eventually become a Jinchuriki, the mere thought of having another peculiar entity residing within him sent shivers down his spine. In such circumstances, it would be tantamount to exposing all of his secrets to the world. Conversations would become exceedingly awkward, let alone resolving the animosity of the tailed beast. The stark reality was that he had no opportunity to become a Jinchuriki. Shaking his head and reflecting on the plot of Naruto, another method dawned upon him. Albeit more extreme, transforming himself into a puppet. Sasori had done just that, making him the only ninja in the shinobi world to undergo such a transformation. In that state, he would become the red sand of Sasori. Possessing intellect yet devoid of any sensation, even the capacity for pain seemed to have vanished. His body was rendered as if crafted from wood, impervious to illusions, and his mental faculties had ceased to exist. Even the formidable Uchiha Itachi would find himself at a loss in such a predicament. It appeared almost flawless. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Niko Shun had no comprehension of puppet techniques. Even if he did, he would not dare to emulate that particular individual. It was simply too inhumane. Thus, this method was naturally dismissed. Another individual, however, was Kabuto Yakushi, who had sacrificed his own hearing and sight to resist the illusions. This approach presented the highest potential for Niko Shun, yet simultaneously seemed the least feasible. It was deemed the most achievable because, in comparison to the previous two methods, it was the simplest and bore the least difficulty of implementation. All that was required was to gouge out his eyes and impair his ears. However, due to his physical constitution, such a state could not be sustained. Moreover, even if he succeeded, it would hold little significance. Unlike Kabuto, he lacked the otherworldly abilities to seal his senses, rendering him incapable of fighting. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that only one final method remained. To counter Uchiha's illusions, there was another individual who possessed a unique approach. This person was none other than the Azure Beast of Konoha, his dear friend Might Duy. Although the chaotic chakra could effectively fend off illusions, relying solely on Niko Shun's current 8 gates technique proved insufficient. Guy's method did not involve opening the 8 gates but rather avoiding direct eye contact, instead judging the opponent's movements and sounds based solely on their lower body actions. This was the most straightforward yet indirect physical solution. However, the practical execution proved exceedingly challenging. It necessitated extensive training, synergy, and an astute grasp of the battlefield, not something to be mastered overnight. Yet, for Niko Shun at this moment, it was the most suitable strategy. Might Duy's famous words echoed in his mind. If one is not sufficiently outstanding, then one must toil doubly hard. While others may exploit external advantages, he would rely on sheer effort. Who could intimidate him? Determined, he blindfolded his eyes, seeking to enhance his coordination and ability to navigate without sight. 2 days later, nighttime, alone in his home, training diligently, Katsu Shun suddenly halted his movements. He tilted his head, straining to listen. Someone was approaching. With his eyes covered, his hearing had sharpened. At that moment, he discerned hurried footsteps heading directly towards his door. Although he deemed it improbable that an enemy from a rival nation would attempt an assassination at this hour, given his luck, Katsu Shun stilled his movements and turned around. After all, it was the middle of the night. Typically, one would not choose such a time for a visit. He removed the blindfold. Upon returning to the room, he was met with loud knocks on the door. As he pushed it open, a pink figure lunged towards him. Fortunately, recognizing the identity of the visitor, Katsu Shun nearly unleashed the 8 gates to deliver a swift blow. "Nika?" Katsu Shun exclaimed with joy as he embraced the small girl who had leapt into his arms, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He could almost envision the scene where, with a single slap, the young girl's head would explode. Am I being overly sensitive? The memories of encountering enemy ninjas while discarding trash and jogging at night had left an unpleasant mark on his psyche. As he touched the girl's cropped hair from an elevated perspective, his gaze shifted backward, landing on the stoic youth trailing behind. Although only a few months had passed, Chimu Shun could distinctly perceive a change in the indifferent boy's demeanor. He was no longer the gentle, languid youth of yore. "Shun, sob sob sob." He tousled the girl's short hair, murmuring, "Be good, don't cry." With a smile, Chimu Shun turned his attention to the boy across from him. "Hikari. Long time no see." Originally, these two were 2 years his senior, yet now it seemed the roles had reversed. After a few months apart, Hinata Hikari appeared considerably more mature, his stature having noticeably increased. Upon hearing Chimu Shun's greeting, Hinata Hikari approached silently and threw a punch. Instinctively, Chimu Shun raised his hand, effortlessly blocking the blow. He narrowed his eyes, pondering how it felt as though he had been struck frequently since his return. "Do you think you're a Kai?" With one hand ensnared, Hinata Hikari coldly remarked, "You bastard, in the land of water. Why did you deceive us?" Chimu Shun was taken aback, quickly realizing he was referring to his deviation from the original plan to lure the enemy ninjas into a trap. He sighed, casting a glance at the anxious girl beside him before finally resting his gaze on the irate boy before him. "Because if I hadn't diverted their attention, you all would have perished." At these words, Hinata Hikari's face flushed with anger as he retaliated with another punch. "And what about you? Did you not consider that you too could die?" Chimu Shun extended his other hand, effortlessly catching this punch as well, shaking his head. "I act as I do because I know I will not die. And now, standing here, I have proven myself correct." Hinata Hikari's pupils, clouded with frustration, brimmed with tears. "You fool, what on earth are you saying?" With his hands restrained, he attempted a kick, which Chimu Shun preemptively blocked with his leg. With a slight exertion, Chimu Shun made Hinata Hikari's knee buckle, forcing him to half kneel. Nakasawa now, feeling helpless, approached and clung to Chimu Shun's arm. "No, please, don't fight anymore." Chimu Shun cast a gentle glance at the young girl and reassured her, "It's all right." Hinata Hikari, completely losing control of his emotions, shouted, "No one is invulnerable to death." Chimu Shun shook his head, loosening his grip and returning Hinata Hikari's hands to him. He then looked at Hinata Hikari. "Do not let your rage cloud your judgment, Hikari. Your gentle punches are far too feeble. They cannot harm me." Hinata Hikari paused, and in that moment, he grasped Chimu Shun's underlying message. "It was I, who am too weak." Chimu Shun nodded, bluntly stating, "It is best that you understand. In such a dire situation, wishing to spare your lives, I could only take what I deemed the most rational course of action. If you wish to avoid such impotence again, then become strong, you scoundrel." Hinata Hikaru lowered his head, fist clenched, fiercely striking the ground. After a prolonged moment, he lifted his gaze, tears brimming in his eyes. He wept bitterly. "Yet, you scoundrel, you are still alive. How wonderful, truly wonderful." Upon witnessing Hinata Hikaru's sudden outburst of sorrow, the young girl beside him began to sob softly as well. Ever since the incident involving the disappearance of Keiki Shun, she had remained by Hinata Hikaru's side. Upon their return from the land of water, after being assigned new comrades and resuming their missions, Hinata Hikaru had always appeared so mature, so perfect. Yet now, he was as vulnerable as a child, although he was indeed just a child. Observing this poignant scene, Keiki Shun could not help but shed a few tears himself. After a considerable pause, he inquired, "Have you heard about the matter concerning teacher Noara Daigo?" Nika nodded, Teacher Noera is currently in the land of hot water. We have established a forward base there in Konoha, frequently encountering the ninjas of Kumogakure. We were tasked with completing a mission. The connection between the two great nations of Reikage and Haino Kuni is not direct, but separated by several smaller nations, with the land of hot water being one of them. Nika, the young girl, was interrupted mid-sentence by Hinata Hikaru, who shook his head at her. Although they were comrades, the escort of confidential documents was a matter that could not be disclosed at any cost. Keiki Shun felt a stir within. It seemed their mission had indeed taken them near the borders of the land of hot water. Nika stuck out her tongue and continued, "In truth, we cannot blame Teacher Daigo for what happened back then. After all, he also." Keiki Shun sighed and interrupted the young girl. "Teacher Daigo, willing to go to the frontiers for the safety of Konoha, demonstrates his broad-mindedness, which is unrelated to anything else." Nika was taken aback. "Shun, are you forgiving him?" Keiki Shun chuckled coldly. "Forgiveness? That doesn't even come into play." Hinata Hikaru's gaze was equally stern as he remarked, "As ninjas, our duty is to strive to accomplish our tasks in the face of potential risks, nothing more. Without resentment, how can there be talk of forgiveness?" Keiki Shun looked at Hinata Hikaru, who met his gaze in return. "Is it truly possible to harbor no resentment?" Keiki Shun smiled faintly, not delving deeper into the matter. He turned to Hinata and asked, "Hikaru, may I pose a question? Given your character, why did you insist on accepting the escort mission to the land of water despite my disapproval? Was this boy bearing some form of pressure?" Hinata Hikaru shook his head. "Is it still pertinent to discuss this now?" Keiki Shun was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed." He nodded, realizing that he was less insightful than a 10-year-old child. "This battle has passed. There is no need to revisit it. Or rather, before one's strength reaches a level that allows the disregard of such phantoms, further discussion is of little consequence. Thus, let all be kept in mind as a source of personal motivation. It suffices." By the way, Chimu Shun recalled something and, feeling somewhat awkward, said, "2 days ago, upon my return to the village, I had a conversation with the third Hokage regarding my companions." As soon as Chimu Shun uttered these words, he noticed a slight change in the expressions of the two youngsters before him. It was evident to him that they felt somewhat troubled. The young girl fidgeted, apologizing, "Shun, we have a new teammate now. Everyone believed you had perished, and we had no choice." She hesitated, adding, "Actually, I would quite like to team up with you again. That guy isn't a bad person, but compared to him, I prefer you." At this point, the young girl couldn't help but blush. She then cast a furtive glance at Chimu Shun, only to find him utterly indifferent. Hinata Hikaru shook his head and cleared his throat, stating that the crux of the matter was that the guy was quite decent. Thus, Chimu Shun wore a pained expression. The two had rushed here immediately after completing their mission, and their bond with Chimu Shun needed no elaboration. Yet, this situation was undeniably awkward. However, Chimu Shun found it hard to believe that this guy, Kakashi, was indeed a good person. That stoic expression and lifeless eyes. Wasn't he just consumed by his father's death, focused solely on fulfilling his mission, indifferent to his comrades? Hinata Naka laughed and waved her hand dismissively. "What nonsense are you talking about, Shun? How could a genius ninja like Hitaki Kakashi ever be on the same team as us?" As soon as she said this, Hinata Hikaru's expression turned somewhat complex. In truth, at their age, becoming a genin could be considered a testament to extraordinary talent, yet they were certainly not comparable to someone of Kakashi's caliber. Chimu Shun was momentarily taken aback. Was it not that guy? This was a presumption on his part. The majority of ninjas he encountered daily were mere names on the roster of the Hokage. In the original narrative, they were nothing more than a string of numbers. Yet in reality, they formed the very foundation of the ninja world. Hinata Hikaru and her companion's new teammate was indeed a chunin, albeit slightly older and a well-experienced young ninja with commendable character and attitude. Logically, they would not be assigned to a chunin-level teammate, as seasoned chunins could even lead a squad of genin in such circumstances. Although he was a newly promoted chunin, standard regulations would typically preclude them from being grouped together. This was merely an exceptional circumstance. The B-rank mission they undertook, while high in level, posed little actual danger. Given this, Chimu Shun could not stand by and watch his two friends feel awkward. He proactively bid them farewell. Naturally, amidst the life and death experiences they had shared, their bonds had already been forged, allowing them to temporarily overlook superficial connections, yet Chimu Shun still felt a sense of helplessness. 3 days later, Chimu Shun encountered his two new teammates. The renowned Azure Dragon, Chimu Shun, had been abandoned by his companions, a most ironic twist of fate. It was difficult to fathom that the sharp and cutting words came from a petite girl. Niko Shun approached the girl, who bore a resemblance to Noira Rin, adorned with a ninja headband atop her bun. I have not been abandoned. It is merely that my former companions have found new allies, he stated. Though the explanation felt rather feeble. Feeling a surge of indignation, Niko Shun retorted, such malicious words will surely stunt your growth. The girl swiftly swatted Niko Shun's arm, baring her small fangs in a fierce grin. How dare you speak to me like that? Just because you are famous and slightly taller. Niko Shun was momentarily taken aback and turned his gaze to a graceful girl beside her. Adorned with glasses and long flowing hair, who appeared a tad shorter than him, presumably around 13 or 14 years of age. She adjusted her glasses and remarked, "Do not be deceived by Rina-chan's unassuming appearance. She is indeed a veteran nin, having graduated 3 years ago." Taken aback by this revelation, Niko Shun pondered the peculiar title of veteran nin. Although the term seemed odd, it held a kernel of truth. During wartime, the environment in ninja academies was far more competitive than in times of peace. Typically, only those with considerable talent graduated around the age of 10, implying that the short-statured girl had likely been a ninja for at least 3 years. Observing the girl, Niko Shun marveled at the wonders of creation, how some individuals grow swiftly while others take their time. At that moment, the girl named Rina puffed out her chest proudly. I am not one of those ninjas who have risen through the ranks due to the decay of Konoha's upper echelons, like that old coot Sarutobi Hiruzen, she declared. But her words were abruptly silenced as the girl with long hair covered her mouth, maintaining a calm demeanor as she addressed Niko Shun. Rina-chan merely enjoys jesting. Lord Niko, please disregard her comments. My name is Sakamoto Maru, and you may call me Maru. A cold sweat trickled down Niko Shun's forehead as he raised his hands in surrender, insisting, I truly heard nothing. This audacious girl dared to speak her mind. He then turned to the bespectacled beauty, offering a gentle smile. You needn't call me Lord Niko, simply address me as Shun. Having been released from her predicament, Rina shot a resentful glare at Niko Shun and muttered, what does it matter to me? Niko Shun could only respond with a smile. Maru, hearing this, smiled serenely. How could I address the esteemed Azure Dragon, Niko Shun, by his given name? That would be exceedingly disrespectful. Niko Shun replied with a hint of frustration. The title of Azure Dragon was bestowed upon me posthumously, following my disappearance, which was erroneously deemed a death. I do not believe I am worthy of such a name now. In the grand context of his previous life, such a title was akin to a posthumous honor. And regardless of its beauty, it was an appellation acquired only after death, a most inauspicious sentiment. He paused momentarily. Moreover, I find little affection for this moniker. One can only say that Kai, the eccentric naming enthusiast, the long-haired beauty before me nodded with a smile, revealing her understanding. The living Azure Dragon can no longer be referred to as such. Niko Shun was momentarily taken aback. Observing the girl's serious demeanor left him at a loss for words, prompting him to abandon any attempts at sarcasm. Suddenly, the little girl beside them burst into laughter, clutching her belly. At that moment, Xiao Yuan seized the back of the little girl's collar, lifting her as one would a kitten, an act quite rude. She then gently informed Niko Shun, do not be deceived by Rina's appearance. She is a formidable ninja, highly skilled in weaponry and shurikens. Heh. The little girl Rina puffed out her non-existent chest, perhaps believing she was being praised. Although, the latter part was indeed complimentary. Niko Shun gazed at the girl with a smile that sent shivers down his spine, alongside the fiercely cursing little girl. He felt a complex mix of emotions at that moment. Is this truly my new team? He extended his hand, pleased to meet them. The little girl huffed in response. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan smiled and reached out her hand, shaking Niko Shun's warmly. When inquiring about their teammates, Xiao Yuan replied, our teammate abandoned the path of a ninja to return home and farm. Niko Shun's eyes widened in astonishment. Could such a reason for retirement truly exist? Moreover, would the village permit this during such extraordinary times? After all, running a ninja school is hardly a charitable endeavor. After expending such effort, one cannot simply walk away. Xiao Yuan then chuckled softly, taking a moment before saying, I was merely joking. He retired due to severe injuries. Upon hearing this, Niko Shun's expression hardened. Is this considered a jest? Noticing his reaction, the little girl Rina shook her head and remarked with an air of wisdom, if you think of Yuan as a typical beautiful ninja, you are gravely mistaken. In Konoha, the existence of a normal female ninja is a myth. Niko Shun let out a slow sigh. Yuzawa now is a normal female ninja, isn't she? Well, Aside from her name, everything else seems quite ordinary. At that moment, the bespectacled beauty Sakamoto Yuan blushed, exclaiming, "What? To be called a beautiful ninja is simply too embarrassing." Sharing a glance with the little girl, Chimu Shun suddenly found her rather endearing. Of course, he also held a great admiration for Xiao Yuan's hearing abilities. His head throbbed as he recalled a conversation from the previous day at the Hokage building regarding the selection of new teams, given Chimu Shun's reputation among the citizens of Konoha. The arrangement of teams would certainly be handled with care. Confronted by Kiki Shun, the ninja responsible for this matter in Konoha remarked, "Recently, there aren't any suitable vacancies for the lower-ranking ninja groups. Might Lord Kiki consider waiting a bit longer?" Kiki Shun keenly noted the nuance in his words. "There are. But they are not fitting, are they?" The ninja nodded in acknowledgement. Kiki Shun smiled, saying, "As long as there are options, I am indifferent." He possessed ample confidence in his abilities. To participate in the Chunin exams and undertake entrusted missions, a lack of formidable strength was inconsequential. "I see," adjusting his glasses. The ninja holding a thick roster noted, "They are all female ninjas, correct?" That was not a concern for Kiki Shun. In fact, he welcomed it with enthusiasm. The adage that a mix of genders makes for lighter work held true. Surely, no straight man would wish to be without two charming and lovely female companions, would he? Now, gazing at the two girls before him, Kiki Shun merely smiled faintly. It seemed he had spoken too soon about his indifference. These two young ladies were not merely beautiful kunoichi, they were much more. As they awaited the arrival of their guiding ninja, the trio began to strengthen their bond through casual conversation. Little Yuan adjusted her glasses, her expression one of astonishment as she asked, "Lord Kiki, you mentioned you cannot perform ninjutsu. Could that possibly be true?" Although Kiki Shun's reputation was illustrious, those who had only heard of him were not well acquainted with his rather lackluster chakra aptitude. Kiki Shun, displaying a hint of discomfort, clarified, "It's not that I cannot use ninjutsu at all. I can manage basic techniques like the clone technique and the substitution technique." Suddenly, the little girl Rina sprang up, as if she had stumbled upon a new continent, exclaiming, "A ninja who cannot perform ninjutsu is just an ordinary person, isn't that so?" Kiki Shun smiled. "It's not that I am entirely incapable of ninjutsu. I can still execute techniques like the clone and substitution techniques." At that moment, the bespectacled beauty waved her hand dismissively and cheerfully retorted to Rina, "What kind of statement is that? By your logic, wouldn't a pig that cannot fly simply be a regular pig?" Upon hearing this, both Kiki Shun and Rina were momentarily taken aback. Observing their perplexed expressions, little Yuan nervously inquired, "Did I say something odd?" The two remained silent for a moment. Kiki Shun then cleared his throat, adding, "Well, there are indeed ninjas who excel in taijutsu but struggle with chakra. I suppose I belong to that category." He deftly navigated away from the awkward topic. Rina eyed Kiki Shun with skepticism. Generally, isn't taijutsu considered a supplementary aspect for ninjas? While it is indeed significant, ninjutsu remains paramount, does it not? Kiki Shun was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing this was a limitation of the current era. Before Might Duy's explosive emergence, shattering the 7 ninja swordsmen with the prowess of a mere lower-ranking ninja, the prevailing perception among ninjas was that taijutsu was merely an auxiliary skill. In combat, the limitations of a pure taijutsu ninja were exceedingly vast. The discourse lacked references, rendering the topic rather unengaging, and it swiftly dwindled into silence. Little Yuan, ever curious, inquired about Chimu Shun's renowned battle. "In the land of water, did you truly confront 3 Chunin and 2 Genin, launching a proactive attack under such circumstances? Slaying 2 Genin, and valiantly diverting the 3 Chunin to protect your comrades?" Before Chimu Shun could respond, she scoffed, "Oh, little Yuan, how naive you are to believe such embellished and fictitious achievements. It's undoubtedly a fabrication. The third Hokage merely employed deification tactics to win the people's hearts." The petite girl twirled a kunai between her fingers, smirking coldly. In a way, she had indeed hit upon half the truth. Chimu Shun could only smile helplessly. Perhaps the promotional tactics were slightly exaggerated, but I did face 5 foes. However, calling it a desperate fight is misleading. I wield the forbidden technique known as the 8 Gates, which significantly enhances my speed and strength. I never believed I would perish. To be more precise, it was not 3 Chunin but rather 2 Chunin and 1 special Jonin. Well, truly, you are deserving of the title Azure Dragon. A fleeting shadow of melancholy passed through little Yuan's eyes, swiftly replaced by admiration and longing. Chimu Shun shook his head just as the sound of slicing air reached his ears. He turned slightly, A streak of black light grazed his hair. The little girl leaped up, her face flushed, glaring at Niko Shun, and exclaimed, "You boastful fool! Have you truly battled against Chunin? Do you comprehend their strength? You, who can hardly perform ninjutsu, who has only completed one C-rank mission and nearly perished. How dare you speak so grandly?" Her reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Had she been provoked? Niko Shun merely smiled, inhaled deeply, and threw the kunai forward, asking, "Are you prepared for this mentally?" Little Rin, taken aback, replied, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Niko Shun lunged forward, delivering a swift punch. Smack! It was astonishingly rapid. The girl's pupils dilated as she blinked, realizing that Niko Shun was already before her. Before she could draw a series of hidden weapons, he struck her abdomen with lightning speed. The kunai and hidden weapons scattered across the ground. Her petite frame was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. Thud! She clutched her belly as she fell to the ground. The punch itself wasn't particularly powerful. Its intimidating effect was far more pronounced. Niko Shun extended his fist forward, a smirk playing on his lips. Is this what it feels like to strike a woman? Niko Shun twisted his neck and regarded the paralyzed figure of the young ninja, Linai, seated on the ground with an air of indifference. If I were to threaten you with a kunai, demanding that you believe my words, that would indeed be my fault. Linai, clutching her abdomen, met Niko Shun's cold gaze and felt an involuntary shiver. I have never coerced anyone into believing my words. The reason I acted against you is not due to your skepticism, but rather to convey an essential truth. Niko Shun's expression remained frosty as he scrutinized the little girl before him. When you unleash a kunai at others, you must also be prepared to face their blows. Being a ninja is not merely a game, regardless of your reasons or past. They do not justify launching a kunai at your comrades. For him, the term comrade held an unambiguous significance, one that transcended mere words. No matter the circumstances, it was unacceptable for a ninja to recklessly throw a kunai at a teammate without the spirit of sparring. This was an inviolable boundary. He understood that the girl might have her reasons, yet ultimately, she struggled to master her emotions. This was entirely different from the sparring sessions with Kai. The two were not familiar enough to warrant such actions, and the implications of throwing a kunai were wholly distinct. At that moment, a worried little girl named Yuan rushed over, helping the tearful Linai to her feet. She glanced back and forth between Niko Shun and Linai, her expression fraught with concern. "Lord Niko, Linai-chan, this," the little girl sniffled as she tried to compose herself. I. She evidently recognized her inappropriate behavior, but was momentarily taken aback by Niko Shun's sudden seriousness, leaving her flustered. Niko Shun, however, offered no response, remaining rooted in place. Just then, a voice called out, I'm sorry, I'm late." A female ninja clad in the Leaf Village uniform hurried towards the group, but halted abruptly upon witnessing the scene before her. Niko Shun lifted his gaze to observe the woman adorned with a Chunin headband. It seemed that the term female ninja referred not only to comrades. Coincidentally, at that moment, Niko Shun, with his fist raised, faced two teary-eyed girls who were supporting each other. From this perspective, it appeared as though he were bullying them. What a ridiculous notion. Niko Shun cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward as he prepared to explain. The woman, unremarkable in appearance, indistinguishable in gender if not for the emblem on her chest, glanced at the two girls before turning her gentle smile towards Niko Shun. "You must be the Azure Dragon, Lord Niko. Welcome to my team." Her tone was exaggeratedly warm. Niko Shun was taken aback. Was this person being excessively polite? Hello, teacher. But is this really the appropriate moment for such greetings? The current situation is indeed fraught with misunderstandings. At that moment, he was about to speak, only to observe that the woman had already turned away, pulling the two individuals with her and creating a considerable distance from Niko Shun, glancing back furtively and whispering among themselves. Shortly thereafter, the female ninja returned, signaling an oka to Niko Shun, and then coldly declared, "Rest assured, Sir Niko Shun, I have imposed a gag order on those two. Aside from us, no one will know what transpired today." Niko Shun felt increasingly exasperated and helplessly replied, "You see, I haven't done anything at all. There's no need for you to impose any gag order." The woman appeared to realize something, her demeanor becoming more sinister as she remarked, "I understand now, Sir Niko, that nothing has occurred today. How did you know?" Niko Shun momentarily faltered, finally responding with resignation, "Please, teacher, do not be like this. I am merely a civilian ninja who has survived by chance in battle. There is no need for any special treatment towards me." "Understood," she replied promptly. patting her chest and giving Chi Shun a reassuring glance. Chi, classmate. Chi Shun wore a pained expression, wondering how he could feel at ease in this situation. The woman then clapped her hands, summoning the two girls over. Chi Shun will be a member of our team from now on. We are all civilian ninjas, so do not bully him. What do you even understand? Chi Shun took a deep breath, only to see Xiao Yuan tugging at Li Nai's hand, leading her to stand before Chi Shun. Xiao Yuan glanced at Li Nai, then released her grip. Looking at the earnest young man before her, the little girl sniffled, tightly clenching her fists, and lowered her head, pitifully saying, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have attacked you. However, although I was throwing shurikens just now, I deliberately did not aim at you. I had no intention of harming you." Chi Shun shook his head in response. If it were otherwise, do you think you would still be standing here talking to me? This was also why Chi Shun had refrained from giving the girl a more substantial lesson. The little girl was momentarily taken aback, then sniffled again. "I was just," her tone unusually feeble, a stark contrast to her earlier brazen demeanor. Chi Shun sighed. He had encountered many like her, who were tough until faced with intimidation, and indeed, a little scare had rendered her obedient. Seeing her pitiable appearance, Chi Shun waved his hand generously, saying, "All right, let's put this matter to rest. After all, we are teammates, and the little girl's apology seems sincere. I do not wish to escalate the situation." Furthermore, he was unwilling to quibble with a young girl. Observing the harmonious scene before her, the unassuming female ninja cast a look of approval at the two little girls, as if to say, "You truly understand." Subsequently, Chi Shun also experienced what it meant to rise from humble beginnings, only to eventually wield authority over those of the same status. The new teacher was named Hashimoto Nanami, an experienced female chunin nearing 30. Apart from her extensive experience, she possessed no other remarkable traits. However, Chi Shun began to notice some subtle nuances, even to the point of being somewhat conspicuous. This new teacher seemed to display a slight favoritism towards him. Chi Shun did not believe it was solely due to his handsome appearance, at least not entirely. It felt as though someone had specifically instructed her to extend special consideration towards him. Those who understand, understand. To speak bluntly, disregarding Chi Shun's current reputation among the common folk of Konoha, even his outward accomplishments alone did not warrant such preferential treatment from this otherwise unremarkable chunin instructor. Unlike the likes of Sayaka and Rina, who were only privy to scraps of information, she was well aware of the genuine experiences Chi Shun had undergone. Due to various reasons, it was inevitable that she would treat him differently. Initially, Chi Shun anticipated that after the conflicts of the first day, his interactions with his two teammates would become exceedingly awkward. Yet, he soon realized he had overthought the situation. These two girls could not be described as cunning, nor could they be said to be entirely naive. After receiving a thorough admonishment from Chi Shun, the little girl Rina remained stubborn and unyielding in her words, yet whenever Chi Shun fell silent, she would either become meek or retreat far away. She was unwilling to show weakness in front of him, yet simultaneously timid. Chi Shun gradually discerned that although Rina was brash and foolish, claiming to see through everything, she was, in fact, merely a simple girl without any ill intent. Once she ceased to exhibit such irrational hostility towards her companions, Chi Shun lost the inclination to bully her. However, he would occasionally tease her. From Sayaka, Chi Shun learned the reason behind Rina's words and inappropriate actions. Their previous teammate had retired after sustaining severe injuries in a battle against enemy chunin, where they faced 3 opponents simultaneously. Thus, when Rina heard that Chi Shun, a mere genin, had effortlessly eliminated 2 chunin while remaining unscathed, her disbelief fueled her anger. As Chi Shun sighed inwardly, he could only conclude that she was rather narrow-minded. What was his situation, really? In another 20 years, a mere chunin from Konoha might casually engage with figures of the Hokage level. Compared to those so-called elites, he truly felt insignificant. Although this young girl believed she could not match Chi Shun's prowess, she still lacked an accurate comprehension of his true strength. Naturally, he dismissed the rumors regarding his supposed ability to vanquish chunin with mere punches and kick genin away. It wasn't until their team embarked on a mission that her misunderstandings began to dissipate. Being seasoned ninjas, the 3 of them transitioned smoothly through several days of D-rank tasks, before finally undertaking their new squad's inaugural C-rank mission. Unfortunately, their luck did not extend to receiving tasks involving escorting merchant caravans to the land of lightning or the land of wind, or delivering messages. Instead, they faced a rather mundane bandit extermination task within the land of fire. Of course, a C-rank mission inherently suggested that the task would be anything but ordinary. Such missions generally did not present ninja-level adversaries. More often, they involved some destitute samurai or the like. During the actual combat, Uchiha Shun finally witnessed the capabilities of his two companions and unveiled his own power for the first time. To speak candidly, in terms of potential, these two girls paled in comparison to Hinata Hikari. However, their strength was surprisingly commendable. Though they did not hail from prestigious lineages, they had certainly been tempered by time. Particularly, the little girl Rina displayed a mastery of ninjutsu that starkly contrasted with Uchiha Shun's reliance on sheer brute force to hurl shuriken. Her skills could induce headaches in any adversary, regardless of their ninja status. Throughout the course of this C-rank bandit extermination mission, Rina's performance was astonishingly fierce, completely at odds with her outward appearance. With kunai and shuriken in hand, she wielded them with remarkable finesse, leaving Uchiha Shun in a state of awe. Oh, so there are such techniques, and one can shoot like this. The number of enemies she dispatched exceeded even that of Uchiha Shun. Naturally, with someone as unlucky as Uchiha Shun participating in this mission, it was anything but a typical C-rank task. They ultimately discovered that behind the bandits lurked a rogue ninja of Chunin rank from Konoha. The three youngsters, were they merely courting death? The rogue ninja, overconfident in his age, believed that he would easily deal with the trio. However, after a moment of derision, he was effortlessly taken down by Uchiha Shun, who surged forward at full speed, depriving him of any chance to utter a second phrase. With a resounding thud, the rogue fell to the ground. Uchiha Shun brushed off his hands, only to find the two girls staring at him with expressions of sheer astonishment. Was it a one-hit kill? The bespectacled girl gazed in wonder, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the esteemed Lord Azure Dragon." Even Rina, who had consistently worn a frown when regarding Uchiha Shun, found her perceptions shattered. She swallowed hard and murmured to herself in disbelief. How is this possible? Could it be the power of the 8 inner gates? It was clear that the combat prowess Uchiha Shun had exhibited far surpassed her imagination. He smiled faintly, offering no reply. At that moment, facing such adversaries, he found no necessity to even activate the 8 inner gates. Upon returning, Niko Shun sensed that the two young ladies occasionally cast curious glances in his direction. He was keenly aware that his prowess had left them utterly astounded. Yet, he remained unfazed. Dispatching a mere Seichnin was hardly a feat worth boasting about. At that moment, all 4 gates of his chakra were open, and seizing an opportunity, he struck with such force that even a Seichnin would struggle to withstand it. Before long, the petite girl shyly approached him, her demeanor somewhat stiff as she offered a hesitant compliment. "Niko Shun, you performed quite well today." Niko Shun smiled, urging her to speak plainly. "Just say what you mean, you little rascal." Surprisingly, the girl did not become angry. Instead, she grew even more bashful and inquired, "Do you have any intention of participating in this year's Seichnin exams? Although it might seem premature, given your strength, you could very well pass." The little girl rambled on, her intent clear. She was encouraging Niko Shun to enter the Seichnin exams. Amused, Niko Shun regarded her with a smile, remaining silent until her impatience became evident. Lena, seemingly fixated on the notion of the Seichnin exams, humbly approached Niko Shun, who had previously irked her. Coincidentally, this aligned with Niko Shun's own intentions, and after some playful teasing, he agreed to her request. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight. "You're not so dreadful after all." Niko Shun, however, couldn't resist ruffling her hair once more, playfully tormenting the unsuspecting girl. The Seichnin exams, designed for the promotion from Genin to Seichnin, are held biannually and typically serve as a crucial platform for observing the strength of various nations. Yet, the current circumstances were exceptional. With ongoing tensions among the great nations, it was improbable that they would convene easily for the promotion exams. Consequently, each ninja village would conduct its own examinations, occasionally involving smaller neighboring nations. In 1 month's time, the Seichnin exams would mark Konoha's second session of the year. Although registration is typically done in groups, the outcomes do not reflect group promotions. Generally, the Seichnin exams comprise 3 rounds. The first 2 are conducted in groups, while the final round typically features one-on-one duels. Having a formidable ally can significantly influence the first 2 rounds. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, ushering in the depths of autumn. Trees stood bare. The air grew colder, and winter approached. In an open field, Niko Shun focused intently on the ground, raising his hand to launch a shuriken. Whoosh! The swiftly spinning shuriken struck the distant scarecrow target with precision. Behind him, a young girl, burdened with a large scroll, stroked her chin and nodded appreciatively. You're quite accurate, aren't you? Niko Shun looked up to see the scarecrow bristling with shuriken. His body naturally possessed a talent for hidden weapons, and through diligent practice, he could effortlessly hit the target even without direct focus. Still, there's much room for improvement, Niko Shun mused, shaking his head. The scarecrow remains motionless. No matter how accurately one shoots at such a target, it is fundamentally different from engaging in combat with a living opponent. At this moment, having only undergone a month of training, he was still unable to fully gauge the extent of an adversary's actions merely by observing their lower body. The young girl, Renai, looked at Shun Kiki with an oddly curious expression. Are you consuming some sort of hormone? I can't help but notice you've grown taller. Shun's training standards were continuously elevated, and the immense pressure led to a terrifyingly rapid metabolism, with cells incessantly dividing, resulting in an extraordinarily accelerated growth rate. Although he could not compare himself to his past feats against the sea, his growth was undeniably swifter than that of an ordinary child. Internally, he felt his age surpassed his actual years, yet he was indifferent to this fact. He was surprised that the little girl beside him seemed to place significant importance on it. Observing the girl, who was nearly 14 yet appeared to be merely 8 or 9, though she spoke with an air of nonchalance, her eyes sparkled with curiosity and yearning. Shun couldn't help but chuckle. It's papaya juice. I drink a glass every morning and evening, which is why I've grown so tall. Papaya juice? The girl regarded Shun skeptically, a glimmer of doubt flashing in her eyes. You better not be lying to me. Why would I deceive you? As he spoke, Shun succumbed to temptation, reaching out to tousle her thick, dark hair. Witnessing her playful antics, yet hesitance to retaliate against him, brought him a sense of secret delight. Just then, a girl named Maru approached. This is the application form for the Chunin exam. Teacher Hashimoto has recommended us for this opportunity, she announced, her voice resonating with clarity as she held 3 application forms in her hands. Shun took his own form, stretching lazily. The Chunin exam, it has finally arrived. The next day, Shun awoke early, clutching the completed application and, after a long absence, made his way to the ninja school. The entrance was teeming with a crowd, predominantly composed of teenagers around 14 or 15 years old, with very few younger students and even fewer older ones. His companions, the 2 girls, had already gathered there. You really are quite leisurely, Renai remarked, sporting dark circles under her eyes. The bespectacled girl beside her appeared similarly anxious. Shun inquired with surprise. Is this your first time participating in the Chunin exam? Surely, you shouldn't be this nervous. Why do you say that, Lord Shun? I'm not nervous at all, replied the bespectacled girl, her teeth chattering as she nervously doodled people in the air with her fingers. Well, as long as you're happy, Shun said, stroking his chin. A certain degree of nervousness can be beneficial, but do you still remember your name? Maru smiled. Lord Shun, have you forgotten my name? I'm not nervous. Shun smiled in silence, while Renai, with a glum expression, stood on her tiptoes and pinched Maru's face. How disappointing, Maru. This marks our second participation in the Chunin exam. Yet how can we remain so anxious? Xiaoyuan, with a flourish, opened her arms wide and embraced Rina, who then buried her head into the little girl's embrace. As if she had found a beacon of hope, the tension on her face finally subsided. Supplement Rina's components. Unbeknownst to them, this act drew many curious gazes from those nearby. The petite Rina, overwhelmed, blushed and exclaimed, What are you doing? Observing the 2 girls entangled, Chimu Shun quietly distanced himself, making his way towards a group of lower-ranked ninjas engaged in conversation. These individuals likely constituted the eldest participants in this competition, predominantly male. When Rina finally extricated herself from Xiaoyuan's embrace, she noticed her companion trembling once more, pitifully calling out Rina-chan and retreating to a corner to doodle, occasionally nibbling on something. Come on, pull yourself together, Yuan. Seeing her companion in such a state of distress, the little girl sighed and, with a shy demeanor, offered, If my body can alleviate your anxiety, feel free to use it. Before she could finish her sentence, Rina, with fervent enthusiasm, pressed her face against Rina's. The 2 girls embraced each other. They were not just beloved beauties, but also a striking scene that attracted numerous gazes. Chimu Shun felt a chill run down his spine. How overly sentimental these 2 women were. Were they truly around 13 or 14 years of age? Goosebumps erupted across his skin. At that moment, he heard a derisive voice nearby. Are you joking? What do these 2 kids think the Chunin exam is? This is not a playground. The speaker, a man seemingly over 20, directed a disdainful glare towards Rina and Xiaoyuan. As his words echoed, others quickly chimed in. It would be better for such individuals to return to ninja school and repeat their studies. Do they think the Chunin exam is childish play? With their gaudy attire, are they here to take an exam or to perform? Is their choice of clothing truly an issue? Indeed. Niko Shun leaned in, remarking, the Chunin exam equates to a task at the squad leader level. Failure or the death of subordinates cannot be overlooked. It warrants a serious approach. A few individuals cast him knowing glances. Perhaps those two girls were merely here for show. Such individuals would likely not pass. I think so too. The graduation standards at ninja school are far too lenient. Now anyone can participate in the Chunin assessment. The exam is no longer solely a measure of strength. Undoubtedly, strength remains significant. The chorus of agreement grew increasingly grating. Niko Shun smirked and nodded, continuing, in such a sacred and solemn occasion, their behavior is entirely inappropriate. After all, we are all here with the understanding that we might face death in this examination. He deliberately emphasized the word death. Upon uttering those words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. No, this is somewhat excessive. Surely, participating in an examination would lead to death. The group hesitated, exchanging glances. Niko Shun, however, forcefully struck the adjacent wall with a resounding clap, gazing at those self-proclaimed serious individuals who casually pointed fingers at others. He fervently exclaimed, "What nonsense! Those who do not wager their lives are unworthy of becoming nin. If such individuals are allowed to slip through the cracks, how could we honor the cultivation of Lord Hokage? And how could we be deserving of the loyalty of our future subordinates?" The crowd exchanged bewildered looks at the visibly agitated Niko Shun. Wasn't this merely an examination? This fellow is taking it far too seriously. The atmosphere grew tense. Niko Shun clenched his fists, his gaze laced with an aura of menace as he surveyed the crowd. If I were to face any of you during the nin exams, I would approach our battle with the resolve to eliminate you. This is my way of showing respect to you and to the nin exams. Just hearing Niko Shun's impassioned declaration, coupled with the murderous intent emanating from him, affirmed one thing for the onlookers. This lad is utterly serious. Where did this reckless individual come from? I'll just step out for a moment. Soon, someone could no longer withstand the pressure and opted to make a hasty exit. I haven't even had breakfast. I'll take my leave first. Subsequently, several others engaged in idle chatter also dispersed. Observing the crowd's apprehensive retreat, Niko Shun let out a cold laugh and clapped his hands before turning away. These individuals hold disdain for everyone, yet despite their age, they have failed to pass the nin exams. They deserve their fate for not reflecting on their own shortcomings. Niko Shun paused and turned back, only to find a bespectacled individual with a notebook approaching his side. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, commanding, "Make way." The 123rd lap. A green figure dashed past the entrance. That individual. Niko Shun found himself momentarily stunned. That must be the green beast Might Duy, engaged in his running routine, so there was no need for concern. Niko Shun turned back and noticed the bespectacled individual, who had now positioned himself directly in front of him. Niko Shun couldn't help but glance up at this person, who was of similar height and appeared quite composed, likely around 14 or 15 years of age. The green beast? The bespectacled boy nodded. It was highly probable that it was indeed him. Despite his somewhat hasty demeanor, he was a diligent genius who had become a genin at the age of 7. Although he had just graduated from the Ninja Academy this year, his prowess was not to be underestimated. He was also the genin with the highest completion rate of C-rank missions in his newly formed team. Niko Shun couldn't help but scrutinize this individual. From his tone, it was evident that he did not recognize Guy, identifying him solely by his distinctive appearance. However, if the self-proclaimed Azure Beast, Guy, were to learn that others had dubbed him the Green Beast, he might very well be infuriated. Indeed, the Green Beast Might Duy. The bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses. It is said that he lacks proficiency in ninjutsu. However, his unwavering focus on Taijutsu renders him, in certain respects, one of the more formidable opponents among this year's participants. Yet, he is merely a novice, is he not? There is likely nothing to fear, mused Niko Shun. Peering over his glasses, the squint-eyed observer concurred. Noting that this individual is reputed to be quite foolish and unfamiliar with ninjutsu, his chances of succeeding in the first 2 rounds of assessment seem rather precarious. Niko Shun couldn't suppress a chuckle. How true that is. As a ninja dedicated to physical prowess, Kai's combat capabilities in close quarters could indeed be deemed impressive among lower-ranked ninjas. Yet, given his relative inexperience and his rather muscle-bound disposition, it seems unlikely that he will pass the examination this year. especially considering he has only just graduated. However, what truly captivated Niko Shun's attention was the squint-eyed individual before him. This person was remarkably aware of Kai, a lower-ranked ninja participating in the nin exams for the first time, knowing not only his name but also his character, a feat not easily accomplished. Niko Shun's gaze swept across the thick notebook in front of this individual. With a smile, the squint-eyed ninja declared, "To know oneself and to know one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. I have compiled information on all the recommended lower-ranked ninjas participating, including their ninjutsu habits and task completion rates. It took quite a bit of effort." The term recommended lower-ranked ninjas refers to the list provided by their guiding ninjas for participation in the nin exams. Impressive, Niko Shun marveled. The individual waved a hand dismissively, stating, "It is merely public information that anyone could gather if they wished. I merely aim to enhance my own chances of success in the exam." Nonetheless, his expression belied a sense of pride that contradicted his nonchalant words. Gathering and organizing information is no trivial task, and it was evident that this individual was adept at intelligence gathering. According to his own account, the number of lower-ranked ninjas in Konoha is vast, and he focuses primarily on those who are experienced or renowned as talented ninjas. When Niko Shun inquired about noteworthy individuals in this nin exam, the squint-eyed ninja wore an expression that suggested he was the right person to ask. He promptly began to elaborate. "If we are to discuss lower-ranked ninjas worth mentioning in this exam, we must not overlook the two great clans of Konoha." Niko Shun nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware of that. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan." The squint-eyed ninja shook his head. "Not quite. Therein lies your misunderstanding. The two great clans I refer to are the Uchiha and the Hyuga. As for the Senju, aside from the late god of shinobi and Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, how many others can you name?" Niko Shun quickly grasped the point. The Senju clan's renown is primarily tied to its name. Yet he could not recall any notable members. Their descendants have since changed their surnames and dispersed among the populace. The Senju may endure, but the name itself is no longer in common use. As for the Uchiha clan, it requires no elaboration. This year, Uchiha H is widely regarded as the most formidable contender for the nin exam championship, a fact known to all. Niko Shun nodded, albeit without knowledge of who this individual was. However, the mere mention of this surname warrants special attention. After all, how many remarkable individuals like Obito have emerged from the Uchiha clan over the years? As for the Hyuga family, ever since that branch member became a nin last year, there have been few noteworthy genin left in the clan. He swiftly flipped through his notes, and his eyes brightened. "Oh right. This year, there is a newly graduated genin named Hinata Hikaru, who has already completed a B-rank mission. He has registered for this exam, but one wonders how formidable his skills truly are." Niko Shun was momentarily taken aback. They are participating in the exam as well. Why are all the newly graduated ninjas flocking to the nin exam? Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Perhaps their abilities are not yet sufficient to pass the exam. But even if they are merely there as fillers, they could still gain valuable experience. Moreover, there remains a glimmer of hope for advancement. However, in addition to strength, mindset, luck, and experience hold equal importance. As for the others, the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans require some attention, but while they may be troublesome, their combat prowess is not particularly strong. With a little caution, they can be managed with ease. Truly noteworthy, however, are some seasoned veterans, not the failures mentioned earlier, but experienced genin who have participated in the nin exams 5 times or more. They possess not only exceptional strength, but also a wealth of experience. After introducing several formidable contenders, Mimian suddenly spoke cautiously. This year, whether from the Uchiha or the Hyuga clans, or those seasoned veterans, they all must yield to one individual. Anyone who crosses paths with him is unlikely to emerge unscathed. Niko Shun felt a stir of intrigue. Is there such a formidable expert? Mimian glanced around, his tone shifting to a hushed whisper. That individual has already earned the title of the strongest genin in Konoha. And you must know his name. Niko Shun was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? He had no idea who it was, merely echoing the other's words. Indeed, Mimian whispered, "I am confiding this only to you. Konoha's recently returned Azure Dragon, Niko Shun, is also participating in this exam." Niko Shun felt an overwhelming embarrassment. The Azure Dragon? Mimian's expression was ambiguous as he remarked, though this individual appears to be only 9 years old and also a freshly graduated genin. It is said he has triumphed in battles against nin. Niko Shun cleared his throat awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Mimian continued in a low voice. Hey, we may not have witnessed his true power, but his reputation is indeed vast. When he successfully returned to Konoha, even if his achievements in the land of water were exaggerated, they must have solidified into reality. And now that he has chosen to participate in the Nin exam as Konoha's Azure Dragon, he will undoubtedly succeed. With a wink directed at Niko Shun, he added, You understand what I mean, right? Niko Shun chuckled nervously. I understand. I grasp it all. I truly do. At that moment, a robust voice resonated. Hey, you scoundrel, Niko Shun, Teacher Hashimoto is calling us. Hurry over. The voice belonged, of course, to Rina. Upon hearing her call, the squinty-eyed individual was taken aback. For the little girl's call was directed right at this spot. The squinty-eyed one wore a peculiar expression, feeling a sudden jolt in his heart. Surely, she cannot be addressing you? Naturally, she was not. Niko Shun patted the dazed individual on the shoulder. I am not a scoundrel. He then turned and walked towards the little girl, leaving behind the strangely bemused squinty-eyed one. Quickly, he flipped through his notes, astonished. Didn't they say that the Azure Dragon is only 9 years old? The spacious classroom was filled with students, and the first round of the Chunin exam had officially commenced. Although the format of the exams varied slightly from year to year, they generally followed a similar pattern. The first round consisted of a written examination, the second assessed teamwork, and the third evaluated individual combat skills. Before Niko Shun lay an examination paper. To solve problems? Niko Shun scoffed. He picked up his pen and began to write swiftly. This examination differed from the one that Naruto experienced in the original work. There was no hidden question at the end. In Niko Shun's view, the questions were not particularly challenging. One might even describe them as rather simple. Having endured the rigorous education system of the Great Celestial Empire in his previous life, it would be no exaggeration to say that, in terms of academic prowess, he could easily surpass 99 of his contemporaneous ninjas. Of course, this refers solely to his learning capabilities. The questions this time were certainly not as simplistic as basic arithmetic. Rather, they were predominantly related to ninjutsu and chakra. The foundational questions, such as chakra attribute changes and their counteractive relationships, were exceedingly straightforward, once seen. They would not be forgotten. The subsequent questions were slightly more complex, involving the nature of certain jutsus and even relating to specific physical and chemical phenomena. Nevertheless, they were not overly difficult. Any student with a basic understanding of mathematics, not necessarily at an advanced level, but merely at the standard of an average middle school student from the Great Celestial Empire, would find them manageable. However, the awkward truth was that this was the extent of the capabilities of the vast majority of students. Ninjas in the world of Naruto typically graduated from ninja school in their early teens and immediately commenced undertaking missions, thereby lacking any further opportunities for public education akin to ninja school. Not to mention, there was no such thing as a 9-year compulsory education. Some prodigious ninjas even graduated at the age of 6 or 7, spending merely a year or two in school. In such a brief span, they were required to master ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other skills. As for cultural subjects, mastering basic addition and recognizing characters was considered an impressive feat. Moreover, cultural grades were generally not a stringent criterion for evaluating ninjas, resulting in a widespread lack of educational attainment among ninjas in this domain. To put it bluntly, they were nearly at the level of universal illiteracy. In the face of such a cultural examination, only a handful of self-taught scholars could rely on their innate abilities to cope. According to the customary standards of learning at the Ninja Academy, it is quite challenging to pass the examinations. Those who lack self-study during regular days naturally resort to cheating to succeed. In stark contrast, for someone like Shun, who has undergone a decade of rigorous education and has comprehensively watched the entirety of Naruto, it can be unapologetically asserted, in terms of academic prowess, all present are but mere trifles. His intellect in this realm, particularly among the lower ninjas within this classroom, finds no rival. He exerted less than half the effort he had during his previous academic life, and after daily training and task completion. Merely glancing at books and solving a few problems sufficed. 10 minutes later, having completed all the questions and reviewed them twice, Shun raised his hand. May I submit my paper early? Upon uttering this, nearly all candidates and the supervising instructor turned their gazes towards him. While many were familiar with the name Shun, only a few truly recognized him as the renowned individual he is. The supervising Nin, whose name remains unknown, was momentarily taken aback. Soon, a nearby Nin approached him, and the two engaged in hushed whispers. The J-nin's astonished expression returned as he shook his head. Early submissions were not permitted before the designated time. Shun hesitated, then obediently lowered his hand. A slight turn of his head allowed him to notice a certain little girl casting a sorrowful glance his way. He then subtly shifted his test paper aside and promptly succumbed to slumber. Upon waking from his nap, the three who successfully submitted their papers exited the classroom. This examination was indeed merely an ordinary test, devoid of any unforeseen hidden questions announced just before its conclusion. The little girl, Rina, patted her non-existent chest, exclaiming how perilously close she had come to not finishing. Shun merely smirked, surprised at her sluggish pace even while copying. However, she was fortunate that her randomly assigned seat was right next to his. At that moment, accompanied by raucous laughter, a green figure appeared before Shun, performing a handstand. Shun raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a chuckle. Ah, if it isn't the green whirlwind, Guy-sensei. However, Guy ignored the moniker entirely. Ha ha ha, Shun. I knew you would participate in the CH9 exams. Shun yawned, his gaze drifting to the energetic boy behind Guy, adorned with thick eyebrows, sunglasses, and a kunai in his mouth. These two were the enigmatic wolf, Hibisho, and the enigmatic Nara Shikamaru. At this moment, Shun genuinely wished to inquire about Shikamaru's relationship with the illustrious Nara Shikaku, but considering the latter was still on the front lines with an uncertain future, he wisely kept his silence. Meanwhile, Shikamaru displayed no discernible emotional response towards Shun. Shun redirected his attention back to Guy, teasingly inquiring, "What is it? Do you wish to be pummeled again?" Over the past month, Guy had frequently sought to duel with Shun, yet he had not won a single match. Given the nature of their rivalry, Shun held no concerns for damaging his pride. The thick-browed individual sprang to his feet, exuberantly patting Chi Mu Shun's shoulder, exclaiming, "Humph. This time, it's uncertain who will defeat whom. I have meticulously prepared a secret technique for the Chunin exam. Haha, I shall await you in the final round. On the arena, I will surely bring you down." Without waiting for Chi Mu Shun's response, he boisterously laughed and departed. "Hey, Might Guy, do you think you'll pass the first round? What about the finals? It would be quite embarrassing if you don't make it." His two teammates jestingly followed behind. Covering their faces, Chi Mu Shun turned to meet the curious gazes of his companions. Xiao Yuan covered her mouth and chuckled. Lord Shun's friend is indeed amusing. Chi Mu Shun smiled lightly. Rather than amusing, it was more accurate to say the fellow was a bit eccentric. However, as a companion, he was undoubtedly quite reliable. Having just stepped out of the classroom, a petite figure suddenly lunged towards Chi Mu Shun. A deliberately saccharine voice exclaimed, "Shun, I've missed you." Chi Mu Shun felt a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, a yawning boy with white eyes approached and pulled the girl, who had leaped into Chi Mu Shun's embrace, down with a gentle tuck. "Be a bit more reserved, Nika." After being pulled down, the girl instinctively latched onto Chi Mu Shun's arm. He found it impossible to shake off this clingy individual and helplessly glanced at the wide-eyed boy, greeting him. He then scratched his head, bemusedly looking at Nika, wondering why she was exhibiting such affection today. She had never behaved this way before. Unbeknownst to him, Nika subtly glanced at the two girls beside Chi Mu Shun. The two oblivious individuals failed to notice Nika's subtle intentions. Hinata Hikari, with a serious expression, looked directly at Chi Mu Shun and declared, "Shun, I knew you would participate in the Chunin exam." Chi Mu Shun paused slightly. This sentiment sounded familiar. Had someone mentioned it before? "Of course, I am determined to participate," he replied, maintaining a calm demeanor and lightly clearing his throat. He then turned to the two girls who were his current teammates. "Oh, right, I forgot to introduce you. These two are my former teammates." However, he could not complete his sentence. Xiao Yuan, with a look of realization, suddenly turned cold, stating, "So these are the two former teammates who abandoned Lord Shun. I wonder what they intend to do now. Are they here to ridicule him? You will be disappointed, for Lord Chi Mu Shun is now cherished by us, his new teammates." The bespectacled beauty clearly lacked the ability to gauge the atmosphere, causing an awkward silence to envelop the group, leaving everyone but Li Nai feeling uncomfortable. Li Nai blushed, insisting, "I do not like this guy." Yet she couldn't help but steal glances at Chi Mu Shun. Chi Mu Shun looked at Xiao Yuan with an exasperated expression. "Ahem. Please refrain from speaking carelessly." He then took hold of Xiao Yuan and moved away, turning back to wave. "Let us meet again in the next round of exams." As he gazed at the perplexed little girl, Shun Kaimi found himself at a loss for words to explain the situation. At that moment, he suddenly lifted his head and noticed a slender figure standing not far down the corridor. It was a young boy clad in an oversized robe adorned with a pattern of table tennis paddles. However, what was most striking were his eyes, gleaming with two crimson tomo, the Sharingan. Is he looking at me? Upon meeting Kaimi's gaze, the young boy nonchalantly averted his eyes. Kaimi furrowed his brows as he passed by him, yet the boy remained silent throughout. Arriving at the staircase, just as he was about to turn to descend, he felt a tug at his side. He heard the voice of the little girl, Shun, what's wrong? Kaimi was taken aback. He raised his head, and in that fleeting moment, the scenery around him underwent a subtle transformation. What he thought was the staircase abruptly morphed into a window. This is. Kaimi narrowed his eyes and turned back, only to see the Uchiha trio casting cold glances in his direction. Am I under a genjutsu? The little girl also noticed the shift in Kaimi's demeanor and, following his gaze, solemnly remarked, that guy is Uchiha H. They are the top seed team in the CH Nin exam. So, he is Uchiha H? Kaimi glanced back at the boy and quickly shifted his gaze, waving his hand dismissively. Let us go? The rules of the CH Nin exam prohibit fighting in private, making it pointless for him to linger here. Of course, the boy's actions held more of a testing nature than outright hostility. Such genjutsu cannot mislead or harm others, even without the little girl's warning. He would likely have realized the presence of the wall beneath the window. Nevertheless, Kaimi couldn't help but feel a tinge of annoyance. The training he had undergone to counter genjutsu was not in vain, yet his susceptibility to this boy's illusion was primarily due to a lack of mental preparedness. Naturally, Kaimi understood that this was no excuse. The enemy would not wait for you to be ready before striking. This lesson lingered in his mind. As Kaimi and his companions turned to leave, Uchiha H mirrored their action. The two individuals behind him approached. The genin with a headband spoke teasingly. So this is Konoha's strongest genin, the Azure Dragon? He seems rather unimpressive, completely oblivious to being caught in a genjutsu. Uchiha H merely shook his head, stating, a ninja's true strength cannot be discerned at a glance. You fell under a genjutsu as well. The speaking ninja faltered momentarily. Indeed, there exist various counterbalancing dynamics among ninjas. It is implausible to declare a ninja's ability to resist genjutsu as lacking, and thus label him an all-encompassing weakling. Another lower-ranked ninja could not help but remark, it is said that he escaped with his life from the combined assault of 3 J-nin, and even managed to defeat a J-nin. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain. If it is true, then all the better. If not, bearing such a title will only bring him suffering in the future. Uchiha Hang merely shook his head lightly. The hooded ninja interjected, regardless of the veracity of his exploits. I have witnessed Hang himself slay a J-nin. Upon hearing this from his companion, Uchiha Hang displayed no change in expression, as though he were not the subject of the discussion. Perhaps such achievements did not warrant his pride. Suddenly, the hooded ninja seemed to recall something, his expression turning mischievous. By the way, do you all remember the first round of the exam? He completed the entire test in just 10 minutes. Exuding confidence as he prepared to submit his answers, without a hint of pretense, Uchiha Hang coldly gazed at him. S.H. Tar, what are you trying to imply? The hooded ninja, known as S.H. Tar, was momentarily taken aback, then retorted mockingly, that guy must have been, but he halted mid-sentence. Caught in the chilling gaze of Uchiha Hang, with a dismissive wave of his hand, Uchiha Hang insisted that such baseless conjecture should not be entertained further. I do not wish for my companions to be mere speculators of unfounded conspiracies and failures. Moreover, the truth of this matter holds no relevance to us. Let us not invite unnecessary trouble. S.H. Tar pouted, but recognizing the growing chill in Uchiha Hang's demeanor, he refrained from pursuing the topic further. Uchiha Hang took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Truly a fool at that moment, another ninja chuckled slyly. Regardless, there are still 2 rounds left in this J-nin exam. If that fellow is not eliminated beforehand, we shall inevitably cross paths. At that time, let us see the so-called strongest lower-ranked ninja's title change hands, allowing the 3rd Hokage to recognize that Hang is the true strongest lower-ranked ninja of Konoha. Listening to his companion's words, Uchiha Hang shook his head nonchalantly. The title of strongest lower-ranked ninja? How trivial. I have no interest in such accolades. After this examination, I shall no longer be a lower-ranked ninja. Whoever desires it may take it for themselves. The two exchanged glances. Although Uchiha Hang kept his eyes shut, his voice grew increasingly icy. Naturally, should I encounter him in the subsequent examinations, regardless of the higher-up's intentions, I shall show no mercy for in my eyes. There exist only 2 types of individuals. He suddenly opened his eyes, the blood-red tomo within gleaming with an otherworldly light. The strong and the weak outside the ninja academy. The crowd awaited less than an hour for the results of the examination to be announced. Upon the release of the scores, the name of Niko Shun stood prominently in first place, truly deserving of the title, the Azure Dragon of the East. Remarkable. Unacquainted individuals flocked to greet Niko Shun, showering him with flattery and praise. It became evident that he was indeed Niko Shun. However, a few observers offered sardonic smiles, recalling that he was the one who attempted to submit his paper prematurely during the first round of examinations. Certain self-proclaimed intellectuals perceived ulterior motives in Niko Shun's actions during that initial test. Yet, they did not believe that his academic prowess was remarkable. Rather, they suspected foul play. Nonetheless, given Niko Shun's current reputation and popularity, even those harboring doubts were reluctant to openly confront him. No one wished to position themselves against him, as the risks outweighed the benefits. Having finally extricated himself from the incessant compliments, Niko Shun reunited with his companions, only to be met with the displeased countenance of the small girl, Rina. His expression shifted abruptly. What was amiss? Surely she had not failed. Given the simplicity of the questions, lowering his voice, he inquired, "Didn't I let you copy my answers?" The young girl, her eyes reddening, retorted indignantly, "Who said I didn't pass? Who said that?" Pouting, she turned and clung to the glasses-wearing girl, her face a portrait of grievance and sorrow. Was she truly so upset despite having passed? Niko Shun was perplexed. He later learned that although she had indeed passed, it was by a mere point above the passing mark, and that was with the aid of his paper. This clearly illustrated her academic struggles. While he was unaware of the specifics of previous year's first rounds of the Chunin exams, it was evident that without Niko Shun, she would likely have failed. Given her pride, it was understandable that she was not particularly elated. Women could indeed be quite complicated. While Niko Shun sighed in relief, he couldn't help but shake his head. He then approached Might Duy. "How did you fare, Akai?" He patted the young man's shoulder, only to see him turn away with a gloomy expression, mumbling, "This time. Considerate luck on your part." Niko Shun looked at him in surprise. Guy sniffled and declared, "I'll save my secret technique for the next battle." Ah, so that was it. From his despondent demeanor, Niko Shun grasped the outcome. Despite his fervent declarations about the finals, it appeared he had not even passed the first round. He patted Guy's shoulder again, encouraging him to try harder next time. Yet, Guy's glum expression dissipated within moments, and he rallied himself. "Failure in the exam. I shall punish myself by crawling like this." He suddenly turned his back, moving on all fours like a peculiar creature, and exclaimed, "Farewell, Shun. I shall return after rigorous training." In the blink of an eye, he swiftly crawled away. Niko Shun watched him disappear into the distance. Yes, that was very much in line with Guy's unique style. Reflecting on his friend's intellect and straightforward nature, it would indeed be odd if he managed to succeed on his first attempt. Niko Shun turned his attention back to the new students, who were oblivious to the intricacies of the Chunin exams, mistakenly believing it was merely a written assessment, and thus failure seemed entirely reasonable. The bespectacled squinter approached Niko Shun. "Once again, we meet, Lord Azure Dragon. Congratulations on passing this assessment with the highest score." It seemed as though he had completely forgotten the earlier awkwardness. Niko Shun looked at him in surprise. Thank you, but The squinter adjusted his glasses, gazing at Niko Shun. "Does this mean that this examination still tests the ninja's ability to gather intelligence?" The squinter nodded. "Truly worthy of being called Lord Azure Dragon, you have indeed discerned that point." Having frequently heard such flattery from teacher Hashimoto, Niko Shun was no longer particularly embarrassed by compliments. Yet, his expression was somewhat peculiar. Such a simple question was used to evaluate intelligence-gathering skills? With a bit of diligence and preparation, it shouldn't have been this troublesome. The squinter was momentarily stunned. Simple? Niko Shun nodded. An examination of such a low difficulty lacked any true value as a test of intelligence collection. The squinter found himself at a loss for words, while Niko Shun displayed little interest. After yawning, he turned his head and saw Hinata Hikaru and his companions wearing expressions of joy. He approached them. "Congratulations on passing." Hinata Hikaru waved his hand dismissively. "Compared to your top score, we're still far behind." As he spoke, Hinata Hikaru playfully punched the little girl on the head. That fool almost failed. Nakazawa Noko looked on the verge of tears, clenching her little fists. It's been nearly a year since graduation. Who remembers how to tackle those questions? Then, Niko Shun and Hinata Hikaru exchanged glances, both remaining silent. Niko Shun's academic prowess was unquestionable, and with his Byakugan, Hinata Hikaru could easily copy answers even if he were to struggle. The little girl, both foolish and timid, managing to scrape by was no small feat ultimately. Nearly half of the candidates were eliminated in this round of examinations. However, it is not to say that nearly half truly failed. Most were disqualified due to their teammates' shortcomings or being caught cheating, leading to the entire team's elimination. Yet, it must be said that the academic abilities of the people in this world were lacking, at least in Niko Shun's view. The exam questions had not reached a level requiring the majority to resort to cheating to pass. As Niko Shun observed the remaining ninja teams, he could not help but ponder. If I were to become Hokage, I would certainly implement regular cultural assessments for ninjas and make these part of the promotion criteria. For he understood well the terrifying consequences of ignorance. In the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly, a group of Jinin arrived at the foot of the mountain. The second round of the Chunin exams was to be held here. The examination was quite simple. A sport that Niko Shun particularly enjoyed, mountain climbing. Each group drew lots to determine their number tags. During the climb, they could seize the number tags of others. Each group's own number tag earned 3 points, while adjacent number tags also garnered 3 points, and any other tags earned only 1 point. Within a limited time frame of 3 hours, a team that successfully reaches the summit and accumulates 6 points will be eligible for advancement. During the ascent, combat is not prohibited. In fact, the presence of identification tags encourages competition among participants, albeit the act of killing one's opponent is expressly forbidden. This prohibition against lethal force is a considerable concession, aimed at minimizing internal strife among the Leaf Village ninjas. In the standard Chunin exams conducted by the Allied nations, candidates are often required to sign agreements acknowledging the possibility of death. This context elucidates why Niko Shun holds disdain for those who merely offer scornful remarks. In a typical Chunin examination, one should indeed be prepared to confront the prospect of mortality. Upon the announcement of the rules, Niko Shun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Climbing mountains is within my realm of expertise. He had previously accompanied his instructor on a climbing expedition. As the preparatory phase commenced, each team diligently concealed their identification tags. In a secluded corner of the crowd, the aloof Uchiha Hang and his 2 teammates engaged in hushed conversation. Have you noticed that our respective identification numbers are adjacent to those of those 2 teams? Both teammates shook their heads. The headband-clad Jinin, Tar, remarked. Everyone's numbers are revealed upon drawing lots, but the rules were disclosed only after the draw, so Uchiha Hang nodded thoughtfully, turning his gaze toward another member. What about Keisuke? Keisuke responded earnestly, I've memorized the identification numbers of several formidable teams, but none are adjacent to ours. Tar dismissed the concern. It doesn't matter. Even without a specific target, we only need to defeat 3 teams to proceed. If our team hadn't been delayed by a previous mission, we would have already attained Chunin status. For other teams, defeating 3 consecutive opponents represents a daunting challenge. However, for them, it is a relatively straightforward task. As Tar spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Keisuke. What about that fellow? You've remembered the number of the Azure Dragon? Haven't you? Him? Uchiha Hang inquired, shifting his gaze. Meanwhile, awaiting the commencement of the assessment, Niko Shun stifled a yawn and suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he was momentarily met with a pair of blood-red, tomo-adorned eyes. He instinctively averted his gaze and swiftly thrust a shuriken into his finger, detecting no abnormalities. Surely, I haven't fallen victim to another genjutsu? On the other side, the ninja named Keisuke hesitated briefly before nodding. He then turned to Uchiha Hang, his expression turning fierce. Hang, should we? There's no need. Uchiha Hang interjected firmly, shaking his head. If he is not our target, there is no reason to fixate on him. In the eyes of others, he is the Azure Dragon, but to me, he is no different from any other ninja who cannot withstand my genjutsu. Their eyes gleamed with resolve as they recognized Uchiha Hang's imposing stature. His vision and magnanimity surpassed that of an ordinary genin. Soon, the events would unfold. The examiner officially announced the commencement of the competition. Each team began to ascend the mountain from various starting points, creating a random distance between them. However, upon beginning the climb, Niko Shun soon realized that this seemingly simple endeavor was far more daunting than he had anticipated. In terms of scale, this mountain was incomparable to the modest hill he had previously traversed. Moreover, aside from the inherent physical exertion required for climbing, the terrain was laden with traps. Additionally, the scoring requirements compelled each group to closely monitor their neighboring competitors. Even those who had accumulated the requisite 6 points were unlikely to cease their efforts. It was evident that no one was naive. Despite the apparent lack of competition, the outcome would determine which contestants advanced to the next round. Who wouldn't wish for their formidable adversaries to be eliminated at the earliest opportunity? In this treacherous mountain, once ambushed successfully, regaining points within the time limit and reaching the summit would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. With a resounding crash, after narrowly escaping the descent of a boulder, Niko Shun and his companions paused to catch their breath. Niko Shun, maintaining a calm demeanor, held the number 17 tag and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do you recall which team holds the number adjacent to ours? The two women exchanged glances and shook their heads, although each participant announced their drawn number during the lottery. With a designated recorder present, the specific rules were disclosed only after the draw. The trio had indeed paid little attention to their neighboring numbers. Once the rules were announced, all teams hastily concealed their number tags, rendering them invisible. With a wry smile, Niko Shun understood the implications. This meant that they would likely need to defeat 3 teams consecutively to secure a chance at advancement. He then rose, stretched his neck, and addressed the two women. Have you both recovered? As his companions were female, their stamina was understandably somewhat diminished. Let us rest a bit longer, Xiao Yuan gasped. Niko Shun, smiling and shaking his head, replied, It's not that I wish to deny you a break. He turned towards the dense forest nearby and called out, Come out. How long do you intend to hide? After a moment of silence, the rustling of applause echoed from the woods. A confident male voice proclaimed, Indeed, it is truly the esteemed lord of the Azure Dragon. Simultaneously, 3 lower-ranked ninjas emerged from the thicket. The leader, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old with silver hair, bore a large sword wrapped in bandages across his back. Clearly, he was the captain of this ninja squad. In an instant, Liana and Xiao Yuan sprang to their feet, forming an inverted triangle with Niko Shun, ready to confront their adversaries. Liana's expression shifted slightly as she realized when the spirited youth stood opposite Niko Shun, she had mistakenly believed they were well concealed. Niko Shun shook his head and remarked, You have been following us since you entered the mountains not long ago. I am not a fool. Naturally, I have noticed. Li Nai and Xiao Yuan exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. You noticed, so you are not a fool. We did not notice. Does that mean? As he observed the silver hair and the large sword that adorned him, Niko Shun, in contemplation, paused for a moment before inquiring, Is your surname Tanai? The silver-haired ninja was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy, realizing that Lord Qing Jisong long remembered his name. What an honor it was. The reason Niko Shun recognized this individual's surname was due to a prior conversation with the squinty-eyed ninja, discussing noteworthy lower ninjas. Among those worthy of special mention, there were several seasoned lower ninjas, including this one. Due to his distinct physical traits, Niko Shun had retained an impression of him. However, who remembers your name? I only recall your surname. Niko Shun silently scoffed. Of course. Given that he was a senior lower ninja deserving of special attention, Niko Shun stretched languidly. His interest piqued. Although I do not remember the identification tag of my prey, there may well be those who have not forgotten this detail about us. Upon hearing this, the two women came to a realization. Before the rules were announced, the likelihood of remembering the team number related to oneself was low, but not impossible. Rather, considering Niko Shun's notoriety, it was likely that some individuals deliberately memorized his number. Facing the 3 ninjas, Niko Shun idly toyed with his team S number tag, number 17, and stated nonchalantly, So, are you number 16 or number 18? The 3 ninjas exchanged glances. The silver-haired ninja smiled slightly and replied, Apologies, Lord Shimu. But you are mistaken. Our number is neither 16 nor 18, but rather 51. Mistaken? Niko Shun was taken aback, his expression shifting as he questioned, If your target is not us, then why persistently pursue us? What does this mean? Typically, one wouldn't choose to confront someone like me, who has an illustrious record. Would they? Is it a path to self-destruction? Defeating 3 lower ninja teams and seizing their number tags. For Niko Shun, it may not be a daunting task. However, for ordinary lower ninjas, the difficulty would increase exponentially. If Niko Shun's team were their target, it would be understandable to take the risk, but if not, Niko Shun could not fathom their intentions. The silver-haired ninja chuckled, took a deep breath, and proclaimed, Who said our target is not Lord Niko Shun? Our purpose, however, is not merely for the extra 2 points. Upon hearing this, Niko Shun was taken aback. After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly understood. So that is it. The reputation of the Azure Song Long is well known, and yet, among the lower ninjas participating in the Nin exam, nearly all would be aware of it. His achievements are inextricably linked to his title, the moniker of the strongest genin of Konoha, the Azure Dragon of the Sky. Not only brings with it glory but also exudes a lethal allure to other shinobi. The implications of defeating Konoha's mightiest genin far exceed the mere acquisition of a few additional points. As Niko Shun experienced a flicker of annoyance in his heart, he simultaneously felt a subtle thrill. Such a title undoubtedly invites trouble, yet it equally signifies a challenge. He grinned widely, exhilarated, and declared, "If your goal is to defeat me, then I must apologize. I shall not be so easily vanquished." The moment Niko Shun's words fell, whoosh, 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 behind him, the young girl held a scroll, unleashing a barrage of shurikens from within. This technique is known as the art of rapid-fire projectiles. The expressions of the three opponents shifted dramatically as they frantically dodged. Although small in stature, Rina wielded her projectiles with masterful finesse. Seizing the opportunity to strike while remaining unnoticed, she gained the upper hand. The battle was on the brink of eruption, as countless projectiles rained down. Niko Shun couldn't help but give a thumbs up. A preemptive strike indeed. The adversaries were thrown into disarray. "I shall join the fray," he exclaimed, transforming into a blur as he charged forward. The trio of ninjas, evidently seasoned in combat, reacted swiftly to the deluge of shurikens. The silver-haired ninja did not draw the massive sword on his back at first. Instead, he deftly wielded a kunai. In such a dire moment, drawing his sword was out of the question, so he relied on his instinctive response. Though his kunai was short, it accurately intercepted all the incoming projectiles with ringing clangs. Meanwhile, the other two swiftly evaded, seizing the opportunity to find cover. The silver-haired ninja rolled behind a barrier, but before he could catch his breath, he saw Niko Shun's figure racing towards him. His fist raised high. The speed was staggering. The ninja's pupils constricted. "No way. Fire release," the silver-haired ninja, having narrowly avoided the kunai, immediately interlaced his hands and began forming hand signs with remarkable alacrity. His speed undeniably surpassed that of most genin Niko Shun had encountered. At the same time, he gathered fire chakra in his mouth, however. In the next instant, Niko Shun's speed surged yet again. Accelerated? His pupils dilated. But it was too late to evade, and he was struck squarely in the face by a powerful punch. Following this, Niko Shun executed a swift backward somersault, delivering another ferocious kick to the ninja's chest. After these two heavy blows, the enemy's body spun twice in the air before crashing to the ground, consciousness fading. The ninja behind him had yet to react when they witnessed Niko Shun, now a blur, bring the silver-haired ninja crashing down. The sheer speed left them utterly bewildered. How could he be so fast? The two hurriedly gathered their ninjutsu or threw shurikens, but alas, the speed at which Niko Shun freed himself from his restraints surpassed the imagination of the two, even without employing the 8 gates. Having previously defeated even Nin, his confidence against these mere Nin was decidedly high. Consequently, despite their efforts, neither of the ordinary Nin could land a single hit with their shurikens, and their haphazard attempts at ninjutsu yielded no results. One could only feel pity for them. As both focused their attention solely on Niko Shun, they unwittingly left themselves wide open. Though Rina and Sayaka were girls, their prowess was undeniably that of competent Nin, and they seized the opportunity immediately. Sayaka intertwined her hands and swiftly formed the hand seals, while Rina unleashed an enormous wind shuriken that spun towards their opponents like a colossal windmill. Whoosh! Faced with the rapidly approaching wind shuriken, the two scrambled to draw their weapons, barely managing to evade it. Yet their efforts only rendered them more vulnerable. The wind shuriken, spinning with great velocity, returned once more. The young girl leaped high and successfully caught it. In that moment, Niko Shun advanced once again, delivering swift punches that felled both adversaries. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Even as Sayaka was only halfway through forming her ninjutsu, she realized her opponents had already collapsed. She rushed forward and produced the rope she always carried, binding all 3 of them together. "Humph, you big fools. I haven't even made my move," she exclaimed, her glasses reflecting a gleam of triumph. Rina approached joyfully, her chest puffed out, while Niko Shun chuckled lightly and stepped forward to search the 3 bound individuals. This was indeed their most relaxed moment. Suddenly, a figure descended from the trees, appearing behind them. Meanwhile, in the mountain forest, a small ninja team of 3 advanced stealthily. The leader, a young boy, suddenly halted, his cataract-like eyes fixated on a particular direction. There are hidden teams ahead. Let us circumvent them, he instructed. This boy was none other than Hinata Hikari. Due to their team members being J-nin, they had temporarily added an ordinary ch-nin as a substitute for the exam. Though this individual was of average skill, he cooperated well with Hikari's commands. The rules of this round of the exam were undoubtedly conducive to the utilization of his Byakugan. Yukizawa Naka expressed her eagerness. Aren't we going to counterattack? Hinata Hikari shook his head. Let us locate our target. We need only defeat one small team to advance. Until then, the other teams are of no concern to us. During their preparations, he had successfully utilized his Byakugan to identify two target teams. Upon ascending the mountain, he had early on detected the enemy's positions, and as long as they weren't the targets, he would simply bypass them. He possessed a profound self-awareness. Recognizing that he and his companions had only just graduated, and their strength hardly ranked among the more formidable of the ch-nin teams. Thus, one must capitalize on the inherent advantage of having the Sharingan, striving to mitigate risks. Boom. Following the fierce blaze, Uchiha Hang approached calmly, effortlessly retrieving a numbered tag from the charred figure of the boy. What a feeble fist indeed. While the audacity to challenge me is commendable as my opponent, you still fall significantly short. He turned on his heel and departed. After Uchiha Hang's departure, the ninja named Sh-Tar bent down. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that aside from the Sharingan, Hang is utterly devoid of merit? With a light chuckle, Sh-Tar patted the scorched boy's cheek, mocking him. Even if you possess methods to counter illusion techniques, you could never surpass Hang, for he has no weaknesses. As despair flickered in the boy's eyes, Sh-Tar rose and sprinted in a particular direction. Hey, Hang, wait for me. He hurried to catch up with Uchiha Hang, once again meeting his cold gaze. Henceforth, refrain from uttering superfluous words. Sh-Tar rolled his eyes in resignation, knowing that you dislike ostentation. Rest assured, next time, I shall remain silent. As he yawned, he inquired, where are we headed? Uchiha Hang did not respond directly, but instead raised his hand, 3 numbered tags dancing in the air. Do you not sense that the genin participating in this ch-nin exam are somewhat lacking in prowess? He extended his palm casually. Clap, clap, clap. The 3 numbered tags fell into his hand with precision. His gaze turned upwards toward the highest point in the distance, the end point of this assessment. Such regulations imply that even the feeble can advance through sheer fortune, correct? The challenge of climbing itself is not particularly arduous, with a stroke of luck. Encountering a weak target team could easily equate to being granted a pass. Contemplating this, Uchiha Hang's eyes grew chillingly sharp. Niko Shun, upon hearing a swift sound behind him, realized something was amiss. He immediately performed a backflip to turn. Yet, he beheld a shadowy figure appearing beside the small round figure at the rear of the trio. Although Niko Shun possessed combat prowess equivalent to that of a ch-nin in normal circumstances, his reflexes and perceptive abilities were not exceedingly remarkable. He had been oblivious to the presence of another individual trailing behind him. Is this the proverbial mantis stalking the cicada, oblivious to the oriole behind? He saw this person brandishing a black dagger, poised to strike at the small round figure. Given that the small round figure's taijutsu was merely average in a flurry, she raised her kunai, only to be swiftly disarmed by a single blow. In such close quarters, there was no time for her to unleash ninjutsu. In mere moments, the assailant had positioned themselves at an angle to restrain the small round figure, the blade pressed against her neck. Turning swiftly, they encountered a shadowy figure that had silently appeared before them, causing their pupils to constrict sharply. The complexion of Niko Shun changed abruptly as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Stop, or else." Observing the viciously descending blade, his steps came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, the two were almost face to face. Just a single step forward would bring them within reach. Niko Shun silently lamented the near miss, realizing that time was exceedingly short. Now, he finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the individual before him. This was a youth clad in a tight black outfit, wearing a mask that obscured his features. Yet, the forehead protector of the Konoha's lower ninja adorning his head instilled a sense of calm within Niko Shun. The audacity to act alone revealed this individual's confidence in his abilities. Furthermore, the fluidity of his earlier movements attested to his formidable prowess. He had seized the optimal moment to strike, targeting the weakest among them, Xiao Yuan, just as the trio had defeated their opponent and let their guard down. Both his insight and execution were nothing short of spectacular. Xiao Yuan's swift downfall was not due to her lack of strength, but because this individual was exceptionally powerful. With such strength and a demeanor of restraint, even Niko Shun had to tread carefully. He finally comprehended why Konoha consistently maintained its stature among the major ninja villages, not solely due to the strength of the legendary three ninjas, but also because of the influx of such potent fresh blood. It seems your objective is me as well, Uchiha Shun mused with a calm gaze, feeling a sense of resignation. To bear such a title inevitably comes with its burdens. After a moment of silence, a muffled, incredulous voice emerged from beneath the mask. Who are you? Uchiha Shun paused. Noticing the gaze directed at him, he realized the other truly did not know his identity. His expression stiffened. Even if you are unaware of who I am, surely you heard the names called during the battle? Azure Dragon. Oh, Azure Dragon. The youth dismissed it nonchalantly. It doesn't matter who you are, just hand over your identification tags, and I will release this girl. Without hesitation, Uchiha Shun extended his arm, allowing an identification tag to slip from his sleeve into his palm. He then calmly offered it forward. Here you go. Do you dare to take it? The boy, undeterred, swiftly reached out and seized the identification tag from Uchiha Shun's hand, simultaneously glancing at the three individuals bound on the ground. Including the one, Uchiha Shun's hand lingered in the air as he coldly smiled. You truly dare to take it? Almost instantaneously as the boy grasped the tag, a surge of green energy erupted from Uchiha Shun's entire being, exponentially increasing his speed. He then abruptly raised his hand upward. Witnessing this, the boy sneered, his arm holding the identification tag twisting like a serpent. You can't possibly catch me. Yet. In the next moment, his pupils involuntarily constricted. He realized that Uchiha Shun's rapidly raised hand was not aimed at his left arm, but was instead reaching for the black short blade positioned in his right hand. As he reached for the number tag with his left hand, he mentally prepared himself to evade, so when faced with the sudden uplift of Uchiha Shun's hand, he instinctively reacted. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that the other party aimed directly for his short blade. At that moment, it was already too late for him to respond. In truth, he was at a loss for how to react. His intent had merely been to intimidate, never to slay the bespectacled girl. Thus, with bare hands, he grasped the blade without any protective measures. The sharp sound echoed as crimson liquid gushed along the blade, while Uchiha Shun's palm firmly gripped the edge of the knife. Uchiha Shun's gaze then settled on Xiao Yuan. In that fleeting instant, Xiao Yuan swiftly executed an elbow strike, successfully hitting the young man, and took the opportunity to bend and roll, freeing herself from her restraints. Everything transpired like a flash of lightning, all within the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the young man tucked away the number tag, his other hand still tightly clutching the hilt of the short blade. His eyes, cold as ice, locked onto Uchiha Shun's. This match allowed for injury, albeit not for murder. If you choose to court death, do not blame me. Resolutely, he twisted the blade with all his strength. He could almost foresee the even more shocking scene that was about to unfold. Yet, he soon realized he could neither twist nor withdraw the knife. Even though Uchiha Shun's expression was obscured by a mask, he could still sense the bewilderment and astonishment in the boy's eyes. Uchiha Shun then raised his left hand and delivered a powerful strike. Choose between relinquishing the knife or enduring the blow. Observing the fist imbued with an aura of green terror, the masked youth decisively released his grip and turned to evade Uchiha Shun's punch. Just as he retreated a couple of steps, he heard the sound of slicing air. Before him, two chains surged forth, accompanied by a massive wind-infused shuriken spiraling towards him. Choosing to ambush one opponent necessitated readiness for a situation of fewer against many. Although his strength was commendable, faced with the attacks from both, the youth had no choice but to frantically dodge left and right. At that moment, Uchiha Shun unleashed his full speed and charged ahead once more. The young man, already in a state of panic, barely had a moment to blink before a colossal fist came crashing toward him. With a thud, Uchiha Shun smirked as he withdrew his fist, weighing the short blade in his hand, coolly observing the youth being propelled backward. You can drop the knife, but you will still feel the blow. Behind him, two girls with grim expressions pursued closely, one wielding a massive concealed weapon, the other swinging two iron chains. The youth was forcefully flung through the air, crashing to the ground. Yet, he proved remarkably resilient, managing to grit his teeth and spring back to his feet upon landing. Still, he was inevitably dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. He shook his head frantically, raising his gaze in confusion, only to find Uchiha Shun once again at his side. With the two girls behind him watching with predatory intent, Uchiha Shun showed no intention of holding back, swiftly closing the distance. Faced with the onslaught declared by Uchiha Shun, it was over. The young boy bit down hard on his tongue, momentarily freeing himself from the haze of dizziness, only to witness the expression on Uchiha Shun's face shift dramatically as he raised his fist once more. That fist, should it come down again, could very well mean death. Acting with resolve and without hesitation, he swiftly pulled out 2 numbered tags from his pocket and hurled them into the distance before turning to flee. Niko Shun let out a light chuckle, retracting his fist and leaping high into the air. With both hands raised, he successfully caught the 2 numbered tags in his palms. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan's 2 iron chains struck towards the boy's back. However, the boy, well versed in the art of escape, twisted like a serpent, causing the chains to miss entirely. Yet, the wind demon shuriken wielded by Li Nai transformed into a whirlwind, accurately predicting and striking the boy's form. In a puff of smoke, the shuriken only embedded itself into a piece of withered wood. Curse be it, a miss. As Niko Shun observed her retract the shuriken, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Thank heavens it did not hit. Had it struck, it would have surely resulted in a fatality. She was eager to pursue further, but Niko Shun grasped her hand, shaking his head. Do not chase a desperate foe. Their strength is formidable. And with 2 teammates' whereabouts unknown, pursuing them now would serve no greater purpose than to satiate our anger. With that, Niko Shun retracted his 8 gates technique, albeit only opening the first gate. Nonetheless, the fact that this boy could withstand his punch and still remain standing warranted a measure of respect. In terms of overall strength and resilience, this lad had likely attained the level of an average chunin. Meanwhile, the 2 girls approached, their expressions filled with concern as they gazed at the injured palm of Niko Shun. Xiao Yuan's face was awash with guilt, her eyes reddening, lamenting. It's all my fault. I was so foolish. Though Niko Shun's hand appeared to be drenched in blood, the wound had already begun to heal during this time. He casually tore off the cloth band wrapped around his arm, wrapped it around his hand, then shook it off with a smile, reassuring the 2. I'm fine. He then pocketed the 2 numbered tags, his gaze shifting to the 3 individuals still bound and unconscious. Compared to the earlier opponent, these 3 were far inferior, merely reaching the standard of upper genin. He approached them to search but found no numbered tags in sight. Subsequently, Niko Shun delivered a resounding slap to each of the 3. They awoke in a disheveled state. Haha. The prowess of the Azure Dragon truly lives up to its reputation. I am impressed. However, we have long since hidden the numbered tags away, and you shall not lay hands on them. Niko Shun pondered an important realization. There was no stipulation that the tags must be held in hand. Gazing at the smug expressions of the 3, the petite Li Nai dashed forward, delivering a kick squarely to the silver-haired boy's face. Will you hand them over or not? Blood gushed from the boy's nose as he retorted, You can kill me, but I will not yield. Li Nai approached again, landing another punch. Repeating her question, Will you hand them over or not? This boy remained obstinate, still refusing to comply. Of course, Li Nai did not employ physical techniques nor channel chakra. She merely wished to inflict pain. Until the silver-haired youth transformed into a grotesque figure, Li Nai finally turned her attention, panting heavily, to the 2 individuals beside her. This time, however, she refrained from asking questions and instead launched into a flurry of punches and kicks. The 2 cried out in agony, yet remained tight-lipped. Niko Shun, unable to bear the sight any longer, intervened and restrained the girl's movements. Observing the trio before him, now resembling swollen caricatures, yet still maintaining a smug demeanor, Niko Shun smiled radiantly. Your scheme appears astute, but it is riddled with a fundamental logical fallacy. Do you not recognize it? The silver-haired youth, struggling for words, sneered. Why must Lord Azure Dragon engage us in such verbal games? We have declared our intent not to surrender our identification tokens, and we shall not. Niko Shun merely smiled faintly and shook his head. Your greatest error lies in the belief that by withholding your tokens, you incur no loss. You have forgotten that the 3 of you remain in our grasp. Should you refuse to relinquish your tokens, prepare yourselves mentally to be bound here for 3 hours. At the utterance of these words, the triumphant expressions of the trio froze. Niko Shun regarded them with a cold smile. Concealing their tokens while attempting to attack others was indeed a clever strategy, yet they had overlooked the current predicament. If they failed and were restrained, they would be unable to act freely. Even if their opponents could not obtain their tokens, they would inevitably be eliminated once the time expired. Moreover, had they chosen to surrender their tokens, they still possessed a slender chance of overcoming a sufficient number of teams within the remaining time. Now, however, they risked obliterating any opportunity for victory. The 3 exchanged glances, their faces a portrait of despair. This was the folly of intelligence turned against itself. The silver-haired ninja inhaled deeply. Though he realized this truth, he gritted his teeth and retorted, So what? Even if we cannot win. Do not think you will either. Do not think yet as his words trailed off. His voice dwindled to a whisper. Do not think what? Do not think you can attain the qualifications for advancement? Or perhaps do not think you can secure your tokens? Niko Shun chuckled coldly. Then produced 2 identification tokens for them to see, nonchalantly stating, we have 2 hours left. Defeating just 2 more teams will secure our victory. Do you believe we cannot accomplish this? The silver-haired youth fell silent, his expression faltering. Niko Shun, with a single punch, felled all 3, his strength undeniably surpassing theirs. Noting their silence, Niko Shun shook his head. He spoke only the truth. The notion of failing to advance to the next round had never crossed his mind. It was merely a matter of inconvenience. However, for the 3 before him, being ensnared here nearly guaranteed their elimination. Unless during this period we encounter a team of lower-ranking ninjas akin to the Virgin Mary. Of course, the likelihood of such an occurrence is far inferior to that of encountering a psychopathic killer ninja. In truth, this team is not lacking in strength. Based on Niko Shun's estimations, they are at least above average. With a stroke of good fortune, they might very well succeed in advancing. Niko Shun chose not to elaborate further. He simply rose to his feet and addressed the 2 young ladies. Let us be on our way. The little girl, Linai, pouted and followed obediently behind him. The trio turned to leave. After a few steps, little Yuan could no longer contain herself and asked, Are we really just going to walk away? Niko Shun nodded, responding nonchalantly, If they are not fools, they will certainly call out to us, little Linai interjected. But what if they are? Niko Shun chuckled. If they are indeed fools, how pitiable it would be. Why should we contend for a number plate with a group of simpletons? Linai was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, little Yuan burst into laughter. Her spirits evidently lifted. However, the sound of Yuan's innocent laughter seemed to mock the trio the most. The silver-haired youth sighed with a wry smile. Finally resolute in his decision, he called out, Wait, Lord Azure Dragon. Upon hearing this, Niko Shun exchanged glances with the 2 girls and smiled slightly. It seems they are not fools. He then turned back to the silver-haired youth. Speaking kindly, you may simply call me Niko Shun. The silver-haired youth took a deep breath and said, I understand. I agree to hand over our number plate to you, but I hope you will grant me one condition. Niko Shun frowned, displeased that he dared to make a request at such a juncture. Nevertheless, he was willing to hear the specifics before passing judgment. The silver-haired youth, with a hint of resignation, explained, Here's the thing. I will temporarily pledge our team's card to you. But I hope that once we acquire the cards of others, we can exchange for yours. Niko Shun had initially thought them lacking in self-awareness. Yet he was surprised to find that the request was quite reasonable, given their loss of the number plate. They would need to defeat at least 6 teams to gather sufficient points, an almost insurmountable task. Even if they were to confront a target team, it would entail 4 battles, with hope still being scant. As for encountering 2 target teams simultaneously, that was a mere pipe dream, utterly inconceivable. However, Niko Shun was willing to offer them a chance. Reclaiming their number plate would at least mean they could avoid 2 battles. Of course, they would still need 4 victories, but if they encountered a single target team, only 2 victories would suffice. Theoretically, this would significantly enhance their chances of advancement. I relish engaging with intelligent individuals. Niko Shun smiled faintly and nodded. Little Yuan, untie their ropes. This gesture clearly indicated his agreement. The silver-haired ninja also breathed a sigh of relief. The prowess of Niko Shun is undeniable. Even if he were to refuse, there would be no recourse. This silver-haired ninja possesses a sense of integrity, as he led Niko Shun and his companions to acquire the coveted number plate, which indeed turned out to be number 51. We shall await you at the mountaintop. Should you obtain any other number plates, I am open to exchanging them, he stated. Niko Shun yawned and bid farewell to the trio. After successfully securing the number plate that was handed to him, Niko Shun's team took refuge on the mountainside to rest momentarily. With 3 hours remaining, advancing blindly before obtaining 6 points seemed rather futile. Holding 2 number plates, Niko Shun contemplated his strategy, casting his gaze towards the 2 young women. You 2 should find a secluded spot to conceal yourselves. I intend to devise a plan to stealthily procure another number plate on my own, and then we shall advance. Rina's expression faltered. Are you implying that you have no faith in our abilities? Niko Shun shook his head. Your skills may not match mine, yet you are more than capable of handling lower-ranked opponents. However, since we are opting for a surprise attack, it is indeed more prudent to operate solo. A smaller target is easier to evade. This was the plain truth, inspired by that masked youth in black. When one is confident in their own prowess, solitary action proves to be far more efficient. Who is inferior to you? Though she voiced her protest, the girl's demeanor softened. She then hesitantly added, "In that case, do ensure your safety." Ning Yang regarded her with an odd expression before collecting the number plates and turning to depart. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan expressed, "May you have a safe journey, Shundarin." Yet, after taking only a couple of steps, Rina called out to him once more. "Hey, Shun, if you intend to ambush, wouldn't he carrying 3 number plates be rather unwise?" Kiki Shun furrowed his brow, glancing at the petite girl before him. "Am I to entrust them to you too?" To be candid, it was not that Kiki Shun doubted their capabilities. Rather, he recognized the likelihood of them encountering other adversaries. In such a scenario, the odds of 2 against 3 would be dismal. In his view, keeping the number plates with himself was the safest option. Rina shook her head. "I am well aware of my limitations. Regardless of how cleverly we hide, we are bound to encounter foes. We stand no chance in a 2 against 3 situation. Thus we cannot carry the number plates." She continued, "What I propose is that we conceal the number plates in advance, much like those who came before us." Kiki Shun raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before acquiescing. "I see. That is acceptable." Although he felt it unnecessary, the concerns expressed by his companions were indeed valid. However, at that moment, he remained oblivious to the significant flaw in his plan. If they were to encounter individuals from the Hyuga clan or others with unique abilities, they would undoubtedly discover the location where he had concealed the number plates. The circumstances of the 3 individuals diverged significantly from those of the previously encountered team. Acting separately, it was ill-advised to conceal the number tags on any one of them. Akin to the young boy who opted for self-preservation by severing his own tag, which proved to be an exceedingly unwise choice. Ultimately, the trio buried their number tags beneath the roots of a grand tree, while the 2 females concealed themselves in a more secluded location. Thus, even if the 2 women were to encounter an adversary, the likelihood of their number tags being discovered was considerably diminished. With such thoughts, Chimu Shun navigated the woods alone, acutely aware of his own relative inexperience. In the heart of the forest, after a fierce battle, Hinata Hikaru retrieved a number tag from the pocket of a fallen enemy. Success. This was indeed one of their 2 targets. With their own number tags, they had amassed a total of 6 points. Their expressions were filled with exhilaration. Within the framework of this examination, the advantage of the Byakugan was overwhelmingly apparent, allowing for effortless identification of target teams and the ability to evade other teams upon entering the mountains. Thus, after a victorious confrontation, their advancement seemed almost assured. The time they had squandered was predominantly spent in pursuit of their target teams. Yet, at this moment, less than an hour had elapsed. They took a brief respite before heading straight for the summit. However, it wasn't too long before Hinata Hikaru's expression shifted abruptly, signaling the others to halt. "What is it?" Hinata Hikaru's Byakugan fixated intently on a particular direction, responding, "I see Uchiha Hang. They are also making their way to the summit." Upon hearing the name Uchiha Hang, both companions exhibited a subtle change in countenance. Nika's face reflected astonishment. They had also gathered enough points, and remarkably, they were not lagging behind. Even with knowledge of the target team, without the Byakugan, the probability of an encounter remained slim. At this juncture, the likelihood of defeating 3 teams seemed even more improbable. Hinata Hikaru furrowed his brow, shaking his head. "Regardless of the reason, let us change course. We must hasten our pace and reach the summit before them. Ideally, we should avoid any confrontation." The 3 wore solemn expressions as they quickened their steps. Midway up the mountain, Chimu Shun traversed the forest. Suddenly, he paused, faintly hearing cries for help. "Hello? Is anyone there? Help?" His gaze sharpened, and he turned towards the source of the pleas. Chimu Shun emerged from the lush foliage, only to discover a large pit a short distance away, from which the cries were emanating. It appeared someone had fallen into a trap. Scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no other traps, he approached the source of the voice and leaned in to peer down. The pit was several meters deep, and within it sat a young and beautiful kunoichi. Her attire tattered, yet still adorned with the insignia of a genin. "Are you all right?" Upon seeing Chimu Shun, her eyes lit up as if she had found a savior. Waving her number tag, she implored, "Hey, little brother, save me. I can give you my number tag." Chimu Shun gazed intently at the female ninja before him. It must be said, she was indeed quite beautiful, and certainly not one of those young girls who had yet to fully mature. With her fair skin and delicate features, she appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, suggesting she was an experienced genin. Chimu Shun maintained a calm demeanor as his gaze slowly traversed her smooth calves, where noticeable swelling was evident. On the surface, it seemed that this female ninja had fallen into a trap and injured her leg. However, It was rather peculiar for a genin to be so easily ensnared by such a rudimentary trap. Either she was exceedingly foolish, or there was a more sinister plot at play. Yet, if it were indeed a trap, it struck him as rather simplistic. Far too obvious to deceive anyone but a freshly graduated genin. Although Niko Shun had also recently graduated, his experiences from 2 lifetimes endowed him with considerable wisdom and intellect, which he believed to be quite high. It was precisely because the notion of it being a trap seemed too simplistic that Niko Shun found it less likely. The most compelling reason, however, was the undeniable truth of the woman's injury. Given his own frequent encounters with injury, he could easily discern between makeup and genuine wounds. Yet, feelings are but feelings. This woman was alone, her 2 companions nowhere in sight, and Niko Shun was not inclined to trust her easily. Thus, he stated plainly, "If you wish for my assistance, you must first toss me your identification tag. Once the tag is in my possession, the question of whether this is a disguise or a trap becomes irrelevant." Upon hearing his words, the female ninja replied with a hint of concern. "What if I give it to you, and you do not help me?" Her voice was melodious, imbued with the innocent charm characteristic of a young girl transitioning into womanhood. At 18 or 19, she was in the most captivating phase of her life. Observing her exquisite visage and reddened eyes, Niko Shun felt a stir in his heart. He then replied, "If you do not trust me, then so be it," as he withdrew his head. At that moment, the female ninja's urgent voice rang out again. "Hey, little brother, please don't go. I beg you, let's negotiate." Niko Shun could not help but smirk inwardly at her desperation. His gaze swept around once more, confirming that there were no hidden threats in his immediate vicinity, specifically, no other ninjas within his reactive range. This meant he need not worry about an ambush from her fellow companions. After counting to 3 in his mind, he leaned back in. "Have you reconsidered my request, beautiful sister?" The female ninja bit her lip, her red lips slightly parted as she began to sob softly, hesitating for a moment. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she tossed her identification tag into the air. Niko Shun quickly extended his hand, catching the tag deftly. Yet, the instant he grasped it, he felt a sharp pain in his fingers, causing him to frown slightly, nearly exclaiming in surprise. As he grasped the number plate, he discovered the hidden silver needle within, gleaming with a blue light. Poisonous. In an instant, he felt a slight sting in his brain. A tingling sensation coursed through his fingertips. So this is how it is. A look of realization crossed his face. The trap did not originate from the female ninja's companion, but rather from the number plate in her hand. What appeared to be a simple device was, in fact, a cleverly devised snare. Even the most astute individuals might fall prey to their own arrogance. However, the effect of the toxin was merely to disrupt certain functions of bodily tissues or organs, which held little significance for Niko Shun, especially since this was a low-grade toxin, only causing a fleeting prick of pain in his brain. He deftly removed the poison needle from the number plate and leaned down, only to find the previously delicate-looking girl now wearing an expression of satisfaction. Yet, upon seeing Niko Shun, her demeanor shifted back to one of fragility. "Little brother, I've given you the number plate. Can you help me up?" she implored, while internally muttering. What a coincidence that it didn't prick his hand. It wasn't entirely impossible, though the odds were slim. Niko Shun feigned innocence. "Sister, do you have any other number plates? One just isn't enough." Her expression tightened slightly, and with teary eyes, she looked at him, offering a bitter smile. "Little brother, you can't say that. I truly have no more." Niko Shun nodded in disappointment. "Oh, if there aren't any, then that's that." He then withdrew his head once more. As Niko Shun's face disappeared again, the girl felt a surge of panic within. If he were to leave, it would be tantamount to handing him a number plate for free. Distressed and flustered, she involuntarily called out, "Hey, little brother, don't go." Niko Shun leaned in again. "What is it, sister? Have you thought of an extra number plate?" The girl wore a look of despair, waving her hand, and indeed pulled another number plate from her bosom. Niko Shun was momentarily taken aback. He had initially intended to bluff, not expecting her to actually possess one. However, she merely displayed it to him briefly before stowing it away once more. Niko Shun's eyes lit up. "Sister, throw the number plate to me, and I will rescue you." The girl shook her head. "You must help me out first, then I will give you the number plate." Niko Shun's gaze flickered, and he chuckled lightly, extending his hand, no longer insisting, and smiling. "Can you stand? I will pull you up." The girl, appearing fragile, leaned against the wall and slowly rose, then reached out to grasp Niko Shun's hand. Yet at that moment, a glimmer of triumph crossed her features as she thought to herself, My nerve-paralyzing toxin will incapacitate even an adult for a brief period. Kinoshita Shun once again felt the sting in his palm. Yet, as if oblivious, he exerted strength, pulling her body from the trap and leaping up high. He then embraced her around the waist and set her down on the ground. Chimu Shun then extended his hand once more, stating, "I keep my word. What about you, sister?" The young woman's cheeks flushed slightly as she bent down to retrieve her number plate. "You seem somewhat familiar. Are you the one?" Chimu Shun deliberately pinched the number plate between his fingers, turning it over to discreetly detach the hidden needle. Upon witnessing this, the woman's expression froze in an instant. Simultaneously, her hand stealthily moved toward her waist. With a swift motion, Chimu Shun produced a sleek black dagger from his person, skillfully manipulating it while gazing at the girl with a smile. "I am Chimu Shun. You may have seen my name during the first round of examinations." While he had his share of admirers, he was also aware that many remained indifferent to him. Thus, Chimu Shun understood that not everyone would recognize him. The female ninja halted her movements upon seeing the black dagger in Chimu Shun's hand, a bitter smile crossing her lips. "So you are the Azure Dragon. I expected you to be younger." "Younger?" Chimu Shun mused, toying with the two number plates. "You were quite decisive in handing these over. These cannot possibly belong to your group, can they?" At that moment, he noticed her pupils constricting. "Rest assured, one must leave a thread of mercy in life for future encounters. I shall not be so heartless." With a smile, Chimu Shun tossed the needle aside and flashed a grin at the female ninja, saying, "Thank you for your number plate, beautiful sister. You are a person of your word, as am I. I wish you good fortune, and hope to see you in the next round of examinations." With that, he turned away nonchalantly. As she observed Chimu Shun's confident retreat, the female ninja placed her hand on her waist, swiftly drawing a shuriken, its black blade shimmering with a violet aura, laced with a narcotic poison. Yet, watching Chimu Shun's seemingly unguarded back, her hand hesitated, lingering for an extended moment without releasing the projectile. Handing over the number plate to her opponent and watching them depart instilled a rather unpleasant sensation within her. The display from her adversary clearly indicated that he had seen through her trap, yet his unwavering confidence dissuaded her from making a rash move. She felt an overwhelming instinct that her shuriken would not only be ineffective, but could also result in her losing her last number plate. With a resigned smile, she sheathed the weapon once more. As for Chimu Shun, he returned, casually playing with the two number plates. For him, possessing just one number plate was sufficient, however. Given that his opponent had attempted to deceive him with poison, he felt justified in administering a minor reprimand. Nevertheless, she was wise to refrain from launching a surprise attack against him. At this moment, just over an hour had elapsed since the commencement of the second round of examinations. This implied that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, as long as he successfully reached the mountaintop, he would pass this round of the test. It seemed rather easy, did it not? To understand the original work's Chunin exam, the second round indeed attracted the involvement of a twisted traitor like Orochimaru, leading to a series of troubles. As an ordinary person, lacking the protagonist's fate like Naruto, I merely wished to participate in the Chunin exam and pass it without incident. Chimu Shun retraced his steps and quickly arrived at the hiding place of Lina and Xiao Yuan. His expression shifted as he heard the fierce sounds of battle. It seemed that the ordinary had little to do with him. Manipulation technique, ascending dragon. The disheveled, breathless young girl, arms outstretched, transformed the scroll before her into a dragon's shape, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of ninja tools for indiscriminate assault. Swish, swish, swish. Countless hidden weapons shot in all directions. Opposite her stood 3 genin, 2 males and 1 female. Unfortunately, her stamina was depleted, and the technique she executed with all her might proved ineffective. Clink, clink. The flying projectiles failed to harm the enemy, as the tall man wielding a scythe danced with his weapon like a whirlwind, intercepting all the hidden weapons. Meanwhile, another man behind him completed a hand seal, unleashing a fierce inferno from his mouth. Boom. In the wake of the blazing fire, Lena's petite body was sent flying. Thud. Leaning against a tree, struggling to cough, she had no time to rise when the girl with a purple ponytail brandished a kunai against Lena's neck. "Sorry, little girl, but we have one." On the other side, the man with the broad scythe aimed it at the pale-faced Xiao Yuan. Their opposing team's strength was already above standard, and with the odds 3-2, they had no chance. Faced with the enemy, she gritted her teeth and said, "It's useless. We don't have the number tags. You're wasting your effort." The expressions of the three shifted slightly. Lena continued through gritted teeth. The number tags are not with us. They are in the hands of another teammate. The purple-haired girl searched both of them, finding nothing. The three exchanged glances. The purple-haired girl sighed, then said, "You should know that the two of you cannot fight against the three of us. It's better to hand over the number tags sooner rather than later." Lena remained resolute, insisting, "If we say we don't have them, we don't. The number of us does not matter." The three, unwilling to concede easily, pressed on. "Where's your teammate?" Lena replied, "I don't know." The purple-haired girl sighed again, stating, "Don't force us. We are all Konoha ninjas, and we do not wish to resort to violence." Lena, still gritting her teeth, declared, "Even if you kill me, I cannot give you the number tags." The purple-haired girl, feeling a headache coming on, thought, "If that's the case, then do not blame." At that moment, accompanied by a loud thud, a scream interrupted her threat. The purple-haired girl immediately turned her head. She saw the tall man, who had been wielding the scythe, now half kneeling on the ground, his arm twisted behind him. And behind him stood a handsome youth gripping his arm with his left hand while holding a scythe in his right. The girl with glasses, who had been threatened with a scythe, now gazed in astonishment at the newcomer. Lord Shun. This individual was none other than the quietly approaching Uchiha Shun. When did he? The violet-haired girl's pupils constricted. She hadn't noticed when this boy had come near, nor had she heard a single sound. The most terrifying aspect was the sheer strength of her opponent and the swiftness of his actions, which allowed him to subdue her companion in the mere blink of an eye. She had a certain understanding of her companion's abilities, which only heightened her astonishment. Upon hearing the glasses girl speak and clearly seeing the face of her opponent, her expression turned to one of shock. "Lord Shun, he is the Azure Dragon." Uchiha Shun. She had first encountered Uchiha Shun during the first round of the Chunin exams, yet had paid no attention to his teammates. She turned to glance at the resolute little girl beside her. So, she was a teammate of the Azure Dragon? No wonder she was so tenacious. However, she instinctively let her arms fall, a kunai slipping from her sleeve and resting at her fingertips. "Even if you are Uchiha Shun, I will not yield easily." At that moment, Uchiha Shun's gaze flickered, and the blade of the scythe in his right hand suddenly advanced towards the man kneeling before him. The sharp edge glimmered ominously. Uchiha Shun smiled at the violet-haired girl. "If I were you, I would refrain from making any hasty movements at this moment." The violet-haired girl frowned, restraining her actions as her pupils subtly shifted. Had such a minute movement been discerned? Meanwhile, Uchiha Shun released his grip on the boy's arm and, with a sudden shift of his body, hurled a kunai with precision, striking the kunai held by the violet-haired girl's last remaining teammate. Clang. "I said not to act recklessly, and that applies to more than just one person." He turned to regard the third member of the trio. "If I can hit your kunai, I can just as easily strike your throat. I trust you comprehend my meaning?" The individual's expression faltered, and he promptly spread his hands in surrender. The violet-haired girl's complexion changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. Such power could hardly be classified as that of a mere genin. The speed and strength of her opponent were unparalleled. Remembering Uchiha Shun's illustrious yet somewhat exaggerated achievements, the girl couldn't help but wryly smile. Perhaps it is indeed true. Observing the boy cease his actions with raised hands, she thought, a wise individual. Then, Uchiha Shun turned back, smiling at the violet-haired girl, with such beautiful violet hair. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the jewel of the Yamamoto clan. Am I correct?" The violet-haired girl narrowed her eyes, her gaze flickering. It was indeed fortunate that Lord Uchiha Shun was aware of her name. Uchiha Shun smiled gently. "It is not that I have intentionally kept track of you, but rather I have often heard others mention you. Thus your beauty has remained etched in my memory, surpassing even my expectations." This, of course, is nonsense. He doesn't even know the other party's name. The only reason he is aware of this situation is that the individual in question was introduced as a noteworthy and seasoned lower ninja with slanted eyes. Upon hearing this, both Rina and Sayaka's expressions shifted dramatically, their faces reflecting a peculiar surprise. Were they the subject of discussion? She couldn't help but glance back at the purple-haired girl, her small head brimming with questions. "Have I forgotten that I know her?" In response to Uchiha Shun's praise, the purple-haired girl instinctively curled her lips into a smile. The acknowledgement from such a formidable opponent also served to satisfy her vanity. Uchiha Shun smiled at the purple-haired girl opposite him. "How about we strike a bargain? I currently possess a hostage, and you have one as well. Shall we exchange them?" With a decisive motion, Uchiha Shun cast his scythe to the ground. "This is my sincerity." He did not wait for a response, relinquishing his threat regarding the hostage. The ninja, half kneeling on the ground, immediately seized the scythe, rising to her feet with a peculiar glint in her eyes. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl stared in astonishment at the boy's actions, momentarily taken aback. Is he truly this trusting? She exchanged a glance with the boy holding the scythe, and they nodded to each other. No problem. The purple-haired girl smiled gently, then raised her hands, stowing away her kunai. You may leave, little girl. Rina looked at the purple-haired ninja in surprise. The three of them switched positions once more, standing at a distance. The purple-haired girl's ponytail dancing in the breeze. Neither side engaged in any underhanded tactics or reconsiderations. Truly, the Azure Dragon possesses a fortitude that is beyond the ordinary. Niko Shun shook his head, remaining silent. The girl then beamed at him. Your strength is impressive. I look forward to meeting you again. Niko Shun merely shook his head, saying nothing further. Let us go, he said, swiftly leading Rina and Sayako away. In truth, he still had the strength to easily handle the three of them, but he had already accumulated enough points, and their attitudes were relatively amicable, so he chose to refrain from confrontation. The so-called fortitude in returning the scythe was, of course, backed by a sense of confidence in his capabilities. After all, they were all ninjas from Konoha. Things would not devolve into a complete stalemate. Not only Niko Shun, but the opposing side likely felt the same. Rina clenched her small fists, indignantly exclaiming, Shun, is it really all right to let them go like this? We only need half a point, and your strength should be enough to take them down. At that moment, the girl appeared quite flustered, her face dark with frustration. She was evidently displeased with having been defeated earlier by their numerical advantage. Niko Shun raised his hand to show the number tag to the young girl. I obtained the number tag, and we have enough points. As long as we reach the mountaintop with this tag, we will be deemed qualified. Both girls' faces lit up with joy upon seeing the number tag in Niko Shun's hand. That's wonderful. Lord Shun truly lives up to his reputation, securing the tag so swiftly. Niko Shun's gaze was subtle as he remarked, I merely had a stroke of good fortune. The trio hastened through the dense foliage until they arrived at a concealed spot within the jungle. This was precisely where they had hidden their numbered tags. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, their expressions shifted dramatically. Beneath the towering tree, the location where the tags had been buried was now unearthed, the soil turned over, revealing a vast expanse of exposed earth, the pit deliberately left unfilled. Nearby, a pile of excrement lay in wait. Niko Shun's countenance froze at that moment. It was a dog, specifically a ninja dog or ninken. Such creatures could not be regarded with normalcy. Some of these intelligent ninja beasts were indeed remarkable, and even the ordinary trained ninken possessed the ability to discern sense and assess the strength of chakra. While the trio believed they had devised an effective strategy by observing their adversaries, they overlooked the fact that lower-ranked exam candidates were permitted to bring ninken with them. This oversight led to an exceedingly awkward predicament. The excrement beside the excavated pit served as a silent mockery to the three of them. Niko Shun's gaze shifted, and at that moment, he remained the most composed among the trio, pondering inwardly. Could this be the work of someone from the Inuzuka clan? He had heard from a lower-ranked ninja with squinted eyes that a young member of the Inuzuka clan was participating in this assessment. Niko Shun's calmness stemmed from his confidence in his own abilities and the potential for a reversal of fortune. However, the two young women behind him were utterly distraught, their emotions teetering on the edge of chaos. The sensation of having returned to square one was undeniably disheartening. Though Niko Shun felt a wave of irritation within, he sensed that something was amiss beyond mere frustration. Reflecting on his decision to agree to Rina's suggestion to hide the numbered tags, he sighed. After all, he was still merely a teenager, around 17 or 18 years of age, lacking in social experience and worldly knowledge, often oversimplifying matters. His tenure as a ninja was also insufficient, leaving him with considerable shortcomings. Little Yuan sniffled. We currently have only half a point. We must devise a way to reclaim our numbered tags. Niko Shun shook his head and replied, the adversary has taken 2 of our tags. Defeating a single squad is sufficient for them to score. They have likely already ascended the mountain, making the possibility of recovery slim. Even if they haven't amassed the requisite 6 points, we lack the means to search for them. No amount of anger or resentment will be of any use. At this moment, Niko Shun couldn't help but recall Hinata Hikaru. Although Hikaru's strength may not be significantly inferior to that of the 2 girls, his Byakugan truly emerged as a divine artifact in such a scenario. Rina's expression was grave as she sniffled. If we cannot reclaim our number plates, we must at least defeat 4 more teams. Niko Shun shook his head, correcting her. It is at most 4 teams. However, among the dozens of competing teams, encountering 2 adjacent teams with number plates is undoubtedly a low probability event. At this point, nearly half the time had elapsed. And the formidable teams, or those fortunate enough, had likely already amassed enough points to reach the summit, let alone defeating 4 teams. It is no simple task to encounter 4 teams still possessing points under these circumstances. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Niko Shun's eyes sparkled with realization. There remains a chance. Rina sniffled again, her gaze fixed on his darkened face, keenly attuned to the word chance. What opportunity? Niko Shun lifted his gaze toward the summit, his resolve unwavering. We shall head to the summit. For those who have accumulated sufficient points must ascend to the peak, which serves as the final destination. As the ultimate goal for all participants, regardless of their current locations, everyone ultimately returns there. By waiting and observing, there is bound to be an opportunity. Perhaps it only requires defeating a single team to reclaim all the points. Meanwhile, at the summit, 3 youths and a dog dashed out from the woods. We finally arrived. The faces of the 3 boys radiated joy. This round of examination has been remarkably effortless. The boy in the middle, adorned with face paint, clearly belonged to the Inuzuka clan, accompanied by a medium-sized canine. He bent down to affectionately pat the ninja dog's head, exclaiming, "Kuramaru, you've truly made a significant contribution." The ninja dog beside him wore an expression of delight. The Inuzuka boy's companion, a ninja donning a knitted cap, held 2 number plates in hand. What a clever fool, thinking that by concealing the number plates, he could brazenly launch attacks on other teams? How foolish. One of those 3 number plates happens to be our target. Isn't that a stroke of luck? The Inuzuka boy scoffed, remarking on how some of Konoha's lower ninjas were overly self-assured, believing that hiding their number plates would be effective. They could never elude Kuramaru's keen nose. Let us take their surplus number plates and teach them a lesson. At that moment, the 3rd ninja accompanying them abruptly halted. The Inuzuka boy and the ninja in the knitted cap turned to look at him, noticing his face had turned an alarming shade. Simultaneously, the ninja dog, Kuramaru, began barking furiously. The 2 followed his gaze, and upon doing so, their expressions changed drastically. For directly ahead, on the path to the summit, a figure stood beneath a tree. The boy in the knitted cap quickly tucked the number plates into his pocket. As he turned his head, he discovered that 2 more figures had appeared on either side behind them. The opposing team had formed a triangular formation, encircling the 3 of them. The youth adorned with a woolen cap inhaled deeply, his countenance strikingly grave as he turned his gaze towards the boy clad in a voluminous robe ahead of him. Uchiha, what are your intentions? Indeed, it was the subordinate ninja team led by Uchiha that obstructed their path. Uchiha, his eyes bearing the blood-red tomo, cast a dispassionate glance at the trio, then calmly declared, "Hand over your identification tags." The nonchalant tone belied an undeniable authority. The 3 exchanged wry smiles. The Inuzuka boy, with eyes darting like fish, surveyed the surroundings, quickly realizing there was no feasible way to circumvent the trio and ascend the mountain's peak. He sighed, casting a cautious look at Uchiha, and said, "With your prowess, you should easily gather 6 points. Why trouble us?" Yet, Uchiha seemed unperturbed by the Inuzuka boy's words. "You have 3 seconds to deliberate. After that, I will act." 3. You. The expressions of the 3 shifted dramatically. The Inuzuka boy opened his mouth, revealing teeth as menacing as fangs. Beside him, Kuramaru bared his teeth at Uchiha as well. Although obtaining the identification tags was straightforward, victory was tantalizingly close, and they were reluctant to relinquish them easily. The trio exchanged glances, their silent communication solidifying their strategy. Almost simultaneously with Uchiha's countdown reaching 1, the 3, along with the dog, pivoted and launched an assault towards the ninja adorned with a headscarf within Uchiha's team. Despite their confidence in their own abilities, facing a member of the Uchiha clan instilled doubt in their capacity to breach defenses, even when united. Thus, they sought to target the perceived weakest link. However, the 3 adversaries, positioned at the vertices of a triangle, merely regarded the oncoming assault with cold indifference. In the blink of an eye, the 3 boys dashed forward to confront their foes. TGA. The Inuzuka boy transformed into a whirling tornado as he charged at the opponent. Simultaneously, his ninja dog Kuramaru and his 2 companions unleashed their own attacks, employing ninjutsu and throwing weapons without restraint, fully intent on overwhelming the enemy's defenses. Yet, the ninja clad in the headscarf continued to observe the unfolding scene with an icy demeanor. Have they been rendered speechless? The Inuzuka boy sneered inwardly. The synergy and decisiveness of their team would surely catch them off guard, even if they were to launch a surprise assault, right? However, as their attacks closed in, The boy before them suddenly curled his lips into a sly grin. The trio of Inuzuka youths felt their vision blur momentarily. The ninja before them unexpectedly transformed into Uchiha Hang, clad in his long robe. As realization struck that he had fallen victim to an illusion, the Inuzuka boy's heart sank. Was this his true form? There was no time for hesitation. He gritted his teeth and pressed on with his assault. A terrifying force surged forth like a whirlwind, accompanied by the shuriken and kunai trailing closely behind. Bang! Under the onslaught of overwhelming power, the frail body of Uchiha Hang was sent flying by a powerful strike, while simultaneously, kunai and shuriken accurately struck his form. The Inuzuka youth halted his assault, turning to glance at his two companions with a surge of elation. They had succeeded. Yet, their joy was fleeting. Mere seconds later, they witnessed the figure, impaled by kunai and shuriken, rising once more. His body contorted at an unsettling angle, instilling a sense of dread as his eyes suddenly snapped open. Two crimson tomo fixated intently on the trio. Was that all? The three stared in astonishment at those blood-red eyes, their hearts quaking, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Though his body was twisted and marred by countless wounds from their fierce onslaught, he remained eerily calm. Impossible. Uchiha techniques were not particularly advantageous in physical confrontations. There was no way he could withstand their assault without a reaction. The Inuzuka youth wiped the sweat from his brow, gritting his teeth in disbelief. How could he remain silent in such a twisted state? Before him, the Uchiha youth gently raised his hand, as if to say, "Did you truly think you had struck me?" Suddenly, the Inuzuka's complexion shifted dramatically, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. Could it be? He saw the Uchiha youth smirk, realizing with a chilling clarity that it was perhaps too late. In an instant, the scene transformed. The Inuzuka youth's face paled further as he lifted his gaze, beholding Uchiha Hang standing before them, unblemished and composed, as if his previously contorted body and the wounds inflicted by their attacks had vanished entirely. Flanking him were two lower-ranking shinobi, weapons drawn and poised. As the Inuzuka youth surveyed his surroundings, he realized that they had remained in their original positions all along. After a long moment, he sighed in despair, understanding the truth. It was all an illusion. They had been ensnared in his genjutsu from the very beginning. Uchiha Hang, shaking his head with indifference, remarked, "I told you I would grant you 3 seconds, and I did. The moment I uttered the word one, I cast the illusion." Upon hearing this, the Inuzuka youth's pupils constricted, the revelation more terrifying than before, as he forced a wry smile. That moment? Such seamless genjutsu is truly a terrifying ocular technique. The ninja beside Uchiha Hang, wearing a headscarf, yawned and said, "Well then, hand over your identification tags, shall we?" The Inuzuka youth inhaled deeply, exchanging a glance with his equally stunned and apprehensive comrades. The meaning was clear. They had never intended to win in direct combat. Their aim was merely to break free. During Uchiha Hang's genjutsu, they had been rendered utterly vulnerable. They understood their inferiority. With a resigned sigh, the latter produced the identification tags from his person and handed them to the Inuzuka youth. The Inuzuka took the tags but hesitated to pass them directly to Uchiha Hang. Instead, he lifted his head and gazed at Uchiha Hang, stating, "We possess 3 number plates. One is number 50, another is the adjacent 51. And the last is an extraneous one irrelevant to us." The hooded ninja retorted brusquely, "Enough with the chatter. Just hand over the number plates." He reached out to seize them, but the Inuzuka boy deftly evaded his grasp. Uchiha Hang's gaze turned icy. "What do you mean by that?" The Inuzuka boy met his stare. "We are willing to surrender the surplus number plate as a toll, but the other 2 shall never be relinquished." Upon uttering these words, his companions looked up in astonishment, while the expressions of Uchiha Hang and his allies grew progressively colder. "Of course, with your strength, you could easily overpower us." The Inuzuka boy sighed bitterly. He then fixed his unwavering gaze upon the boy before him. "However, I must inform you that I will protect these 2 number plates with my very life. If you truly wish to take them, you shall have to step over my corpse." At that moment, Uchiha Hang, who had been observing him intently, suddenly changed his expression, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Ah, so this is your resolve?" With Uchiha Hang's words, the scene underwent a subtle transformation. The Inuzuka boy realized that the number plate he held had vanished. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hang stepped forward, nonchalantly retrieving 3 number plates from the pockets of the bound, beanie-clad ninja. "I was concerned that you might have concealed the number plates elsewhere," Uchiha Hang remarked, casually toying with the 3 number plates in his hand. The Inuzuka boy's face was painted with disbelief. His previously resolute gaze faltered into despondence as he bitterly chuckled. I see now. I inadvertently revealed the location of the number plates to you. My grandiose declarations seem utterly ludicrous. This was the most terrifying aspect of Uchiha. Once ensnared in an illusion, one would be blinded to their own self-awareness. Indeed, although the illusion was convincingly realistic, it merely approached reality. And considering Uchiha Hang wielded merely a single Tomo Sharingan, the environment he conjured was still rather crude. A ninja with a keen eye for detail could easily discern the distinction between reality and illusion. Clearly, the Inuzuka boy did not belong to that category. Perhaps he was simply too hasty, failing to notice the subtle discrepancies. With the 3 number plates in hand, Uchiha Hang turned to leave, followed closely by his 2 companions, who exchanged sneers. Meanwhile, the Inuzuka boy slumped despondently to the ground, looking at his 2 companions. I'm sorry. I couldn't safeguard the number plates. His companions mirrored his helplessness with rueful smiles, uncertain of what to say. Just as he finished speaking, a clap resounded. 2 number plates fell from the sky, and the Inuzuka boy swiftly caught them. He was momentarily stunned. These 2 number plates were indeed number 50 and 51, the very ones satisfying their advancement criteria. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. Inuzuka's youth immediately lifted his head, gazing at the 3 figures retreating into the distance, and exclaimed, "Why is this happening?" Uchiha Hang halted his steps, coolly turning back, and with a casual flick of his hand, he tossed a series of numbered tags high into the air, only to catch them again effortlessly. Inuzuka's pupils constricted. A cursory glance revealed that Uchiha Hang possessed no fewer than 7 or 8 tags, which undeniably indicated a successful qualification. With an air of indifference, Uchiha Hang remarked, "This is merely my charity towards you. Several teams have already arrived ahead of you. For us, numbered tags are the least of our concerns." Inuzuka's large eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. "Why then?" Uchiha Hang smiled faintly. "I simply believe that the number of participants in this assessment is excessively large. To my mind, the rules of this round are far too lenient. Certain weaker individuals lack the qualifications to advance to the next stage." Inuzuka stared at Uchiha Hang in disbelief, only to see the boy's cold demeanor. "Since the organizers are so feeble, allow me to assist them in eliminating those who are weak. Arrogant, ruthless, and merciless. That was the essence of the boy bearing the Uchiha surname." Inuzuka felt an involuntary surge in his throat, his emotions tumultuous. Faced with Uchiha Hang, he recognized that 90 of the participants in this examination were indeed weak. Did he intend to eliminate everyone? Yet, he dared not voice this thought. In truth, as long as the rules were met, even the weak had a chance to succeed. Seizing the advantages of others was not solely a contest of team strength. Luck and experience played crucial roles as well. Of course, if one's strength reached an overwhelming level, there would be little room for argument. Strictly speaking, Uchiha Hang was merely establishing rules beyond the existing framework based on his own strength, all while adhering to the competition's regulations. Inuzuka's expression was complex. But why had he returned those 2 numbered tags to them? They had barely engaged in combat within the illusion, and technically, they hadn't even touched their opponent's clothing before being defeated. This hardly constituted sufficient strength, nor should it warrant Uchiha Hang's approval. Uchiha Hang sneered coldly. "A reason? Do not misunderstand. These 2 numbered tags are simply my charity to you. The reason I return them is not because I consider you strong, but merely out of my personal inclination." Charity? Inuzuka clutched the 2 numbered tags, his emotions exceedingly complex. Though he felt an impulse to hurl the tags at Uchiha Hang's face, he refrained from acting on it, and instead lowered his head in silence. For he understood that what he held in his hands was an opportunity to become a nin, not just for himself, but also for his companions. Having participated before, he cherished every chance to secure victory. After uttering those words, Uchiha Hang turned to depart. Yet, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly paused, turning back once more, his tone still devoid of warmth. "Compared to the feeble individuals we encountered in the previous 3 teams, your spirit is commendable." The young Inuzuka boy looked up in astonishment, only to see Uchiha Hang and his companions turn away without a backward glance. In a secluded corner, 2 towering ninjas observed the scene with indifference. "Shouldn't we intervene? The Uchiha brat must have already gathered enough tags by now," remarked one of the ninjas, his tone laced with subtlety. "Yet, he has not violated any rules, has he? In fact, he relinquished the opportunity for direct advancement, opting instead to engage in battles with other teams, a choice fraught with risk. However, Such a decision could result in several teams that had already accumulated sufficient points losing their qualifications. What concern is that of ours? As long as no fatalities occur under our watch and no rules are broken, our responsibility is fulfilled. Indeed, Uchiha Hang, along with his two teammates, concealed themselves once more in the mountain shadows, silently awaiting the arrival of the next unfortunate team. Suddenly, Uchiha Hang halted, seemingly recalling something, and picked up the lone tag he had confiscated from the Inuzuka boy. He glanced at his companion adorned with a headscarf. Which team does tag number 17 belong to? The headscarf-wearing ninja took the tag, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. It appears to belong to the Azure Dragon. A flicker of light momentarily dimmed in Uchiha Hang's eyes, followed by a cold chuckle. Is that all there is to it? He shook his head. The strongest genin of Konoha? The last lingering shred of expectation within him vanished entirely. Time passed. As Team Niko Shun approached the mountaintop, they finally encountered another genin team. This group, bearing the marks of a recent battle, looked utterly disheveled. Niko Shun naturally led his teammates forward to confront them. The three opponents drew their weapons, steeling themselves for the encounter. Almost instantaneously, all eyes were drawn to Niko Shun, the Azure Dragon. Niko Shun scanned the trio before him. They were three youths lacking any distinctive features. May I boldly inquire if your tags are still intact? It was evident they had just fought. Yet whether they emerged victorious or not remained uncertain. The leader of the trio gritted his teeth in anger, responding defiantly. What if they are? What if they aren't? Niko Shun was momentarily taken aback by the question. If they are, I shall defeat you and seize your tag. If not, then we shall part ways here. The boy sneered coldly. If I say they aren't, will you believe me? Niko Shun was once again momentarily stunned. After exchanging glances with his companions, he discerned disbelief. Then why prolong the conversation? The Azure Dragon is merely a cunning individual who waits for us to engage in battle and become injured before he chooses to act. As he spoke, whoosh, the kunai in the boy's hand was already hurled forth. Niko Shun swiftly reached out, catching the kunai in his grip. The sharp metal sliced through his palm, crimson blood dripping down his hand, yet he appeared unfazed. What now? Does the esteemed Azure Dragon feel shame? The ninja across from him sneered mockingly, then swiftly clasped his hands together to form a series of seals. Meanwhile, the petite girl behind Niko Shun quickly unfurled a scroll, releasing numerous hidden weapons while casting a worried glance at him. Shun, do not heed his words, but Niko Shun vanished from his position in an instant. His two companions adeptly intercepted the onslaught of hidden weapons aimed at Rina, their expressions turning grave. For Niko Shun had already materialized before them. With a rapid, spinning kick, he unleashed the leaf hurricane. Bang! Bang! The two adversaries were sent flying as if stacked upon each other. Niko Shun then coldly regarded the boy still forming seals before him, extending his hand with a nonchalant tone. Shame? Ridiculous. On the battlefield, there exists only the enemy. Do you truly care whether your foe is injured or has the strength to fight back? There is no such thing as shame. The Chunin exams could indeed be considered a microcosm of war. Faced with the sudden appearance of Niko Shun, who effortlessly dispatched his teammate, the boy felt an overwhelming pressure. As he hastily retreated, he intensified his hand seals once more. Yet Niko Shun chose not to pursue immediately, granting him a fleeting glimmer of hope. Die. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The boy completed his seals, and a violent gust erupted from his mouth, forming a whirlwind that surged toward Niko Shun. Is that all? Niko Shun shook his head, activating the power of the 8 gates. A vibrant green energy enveloped him, and he countered the whirlwind with a single punch. The sheer force shattered the gust upon impact. Yet, his fist continued forward, infused with residual energy, aiming at the boy's increasingly pale face. No. The boy's pupils dilated, a tingling sensation creeping over his scalp as goosebumps erupted along his back. An overwhelming fear surged within him. If that punch lands, he might die. However, with a swift motion, Niko Shun's fist halted just before the boy's face, precisely controlled. Realizing he had narrowly escaped disaster, the boy stumbled back several steps in a panic. At that moment, the two girls following Niko Shun caught up. He retracted the power of the 8 gates, coldly observing the boy before him. Could you withstand this punch at your peak? The boy, hearing this, let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Admitting he could not, Niko Shun nodded. Then, may I have your number tag? The boy sighed, raising his hands in resignation. We no longer possess a number tag. Niko Shun's expression darkened. Are you telling me this now? Rina brandished the wind shuriken in her hand, opening it with a swift motion. Her gaze fixed menacingly on the boy. You can't handle losing, can you? The boy sighed. I told you before, you chose not to believe me. 10 minutes ago. We possessed 2 number tags and had scored 6 points, yet now, not a single one remains. Just 10 minutes. Uchiha Shun squinted his eyes. Observing your disheveled states, but your physical exhaustion seems minimal. Who exactly did you encounter to be defeated so swiftly? This 10-minute time frame includes the time Uchiha Shun and his companions spent intervening, indicating that the opponents were remarkably efficient in seizing the number tags. Judging by their stamina and injuries, it appears the adversaries managed to overpower them while they had little capacity for retaliation. The youth let out a bitter laugh. Uchiha Hang. That fellow is lurking at the mountain's entrance, seemingly hunting down all the ninjas who have completed their scoring. I noticed he already possesses 7 or 8 number tags. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Hang, both Xiao Yuan and Li Nai's expressions shifted alarmingly. While Uchiha Shun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, Uchiha Shun rose to his feet, gazing at the 2 women with a smile. Doesn't this mean we can gain points again? Lord Shun, both women exclaimed in unison. Uchiha Shun was momentarily taken aback. Asking what? The 2 girls exchanged glances, and Xiao Yuan sighed. We should lie in wait here and devise a strategy to hunt down other teams. It's best to avoid any confrontation with Uchiha Hang. Uchiha Shun narrowed his eyes. Are you implying that I am inferior to him? Little lowly Li Nai, with a troubled expression, replied. Not exactly. But do you recall how the first round of the exam concluded? That guy merely glanced at you, and, moreover, Shun, you aren't particularly skilled in ninjutsu, and he just happens to have an advantage over you. Uchiha Shun looked at the little girl in surprise. More than the content of her words, he was intrigued by her tone. Is she genuinely concerned for him? Ultimately, the 2 women acquiesced to Uchiha Shun's decision. In truth, they currently possessed only 1 number tag. Even if they were to surrender it to Uchiha Hang, the consequences would be tolerable. Their concern for Uchiha Shun stemmed from the fact that he had unknowingly fallen prey to Uchiha Hang's genjutsu in the past. However, that incident had occurred because Uchiha Shun had let his guard down, failing to anticipate the use of ocular power, and its impact on him had been minimal. As Uchiha Shun resolved to proceed alone, the 2 women chose to accompany him. Xiao Yuan remarked, We are a team. After all, we must advance and retreat together. Meanwhile, the little lowly, avoiding Uchiha Shun's gaze, mumbled, If you happen to fall under his genjutsu, I might still find a way to awaken you. The trio pressed onward, soon arriving near the mountain summit. The scene before them was equally shocking. Scattered around lay 5 or 6 figures in disarray. Observing the fallen forms, it was evident that at least 2 small teams had succumbed here. The area was rife with signs of battle, indicating these individuals had been ambushed. Uchiha Shun approached one of the fallen, only to discover that this was also a participant in the examination, a lower-ranking ninja, whose face was pale and body battered, clearly having sustained severe injuries. With a vigorous shake, there was no response from the person. Shun, come here. Li Nai called back to Uchiha Shun with a grave expression before another individual. As Uchiha Shun stepped forward, he was momentarily taken aback. The figure lying on the ground was clad entirely in a black bodysuit, and the mask on his face was in tatters. This fellow is. Li Nai nodded, her expression unusually solemn. The very one who had ambushed us in the forest. Uchiha Shun narrowed his eyes. This individual had withstood a full-force punch from him without losing consciousness, yet now lay at the threshold of defeat. It was indeed quite absurd. The man's complexion was pale, his eyes half-closed, mumbling a name, Uchiha Hang. Uchiha Shun set him down and glanced around, but saw no other figures. In a hidden corner, a ninja named Keisuke wore an astonished expression. They actually managed to reach this place? Shitaro shook his head. Not everyone who arrives here has collected enough tokens. The one sprawled on the ground belonged to a group that hasn't even managed to secure their own tokens. Do you really think they can gather 6 points? Turning to the youth who was meditating, he asked, Hang, shall we leave? Uchiha Hang opened his eyes abruptly, his gaze sweeping over the group, and stated, Those without enough points are not worth our effort. Ignore them. Uchiha Hang's objective was to eliminate those who could advance but lacked the necessary strength. Yet they were aware that Uchiha Shun's token had been taken by a feeble team, making it highly unlikely for him to possess 6 points. Thus, at that moment, there was no need for Uchiha Hang to take action. If Uchiha Shun obstructed his path, he would not concern himself with the intentions of Konoha's upper echelons. He could easily defeat him. However, in Uchiha Hang's eyes, Uchiha Shun held no value for engagement. Meanwhile, Shitaro's eyes sparkled with peculiar light. After all, he was Konoha's strongest genin, the Azure Dragon. If we were to defeat him here, would that not be? His eyes gleamed with excitement. Uchiha Hank sneered. It's merely a hollow reputation. What use is it? I'd rather slay a few enemies on the border. Shitaro chuckled awkwardly at this, acknowledging Hang's unique disposition. How could others not care? Uchiha Hang then slightly closed his eyes and calmly remarked, if you possess the confidence to take on 3 alone, go seize your fame. Why waste breath on me? The headband-clad ninja took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over Chi Shun before settling on the 2 anxious girls behind him. Taking on 3 alone was somewhat daunting, but with 2 against 3, it was not without possibility. His gaze naturally shifted to the 3rd member of the group, a ninja named Keisuke, who also showed signs of interest. If we were to defeat the Azure Dragon as well, would that be too disregarding of the upper echelon's wishes? Despite his words, it was evident he was already intrigued. On the other side, Chi Shun called out to Uchiha Hang in vain, and thus ascended to the mountaintop. As he gazed upon the finish line, it lay tantalizingly close yet unattainable, naturally causing a great deal of agitation within him. He turned back, only to see 2 figures standing amidst the many fallen ninjas. Linai's eyes brightened momentarily before turning serious. Those 2 were none other than. At that moment, Chi Shun felt a wave of relief wash over him. They were merely Uchiha Hang's subordinates. He turned his head and approached them directly. You are on the same team as Uchiha Hang, aren't you? Shall we discuss a matter? The 2 exchanged knowing smiles upon his approach. Tar stared intently at Chi Shun, his expression peculiar. Don't tell me you've come to borrow our identification tags, because you've heard we have plenty? Chi Shun clapped his hands and retorted with a sneer. What a coincidence. That was precisely my intention. The 2's expressions turned cold as they fixed their gaze on Chi Shun. He coldly stated, come now, let us not waste time. You've tested me before. You should know who I am, right? Without Uchiha Hang, you stand no chance against me. Upon his declaration, their laughter erupted in unison. Ha ha ha, we are truly terrified. Their mirth echoed, causing Chi Shun's previously cheerful demeanor to gradually harden. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, what does this mean? Tar glared at him impolitely. Not only do I know who you are, but I also know your identification tag is missing. What is this? Entering the real combat phase has revealed your true strength? You don't seriously think we would agree to be your babysitters like those guys, do you? With that, Tar extended his hand, tossing the identification tag at Chi Shun's feet. It was none other than the tag numbered 17. Chi Shun smirked. While I am uncertain of what you aim to convey, it appears you have misunderstood something. However, that is of little consequence. Just then, Xiao Yuan and Li Nai caught up, urging, Shun, stay calm. Be wary of Uchiha Hang lurking in the shadows for an ambush. Chi Shun shook his head dismissively. It matters not. Li Nai was taken aback. Chi Shun then stepped forward, a magnificent power surging through him. Initially, I viewed this examination as a mere game, but now, the game is over. The 2 adversaries exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Tar declared, you keep those 2 women occupied. I'll handle Chi Shun. I intend to deliver a resounding blow to the face of the Azure Dragon. No sooner had he spoken, his vision blurred as Chi Shun vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the rocky ground where Chi Shun had stood was left marred by fissures resembling a spider's web. With a thunderous crash, Tar felt as though his face had been struck by a colossal hammer, the force causing his front teeth to shatter and fall amidst a torrent of blood. His body was hurled backward, crashing into a tree, but before he could collide with the trunk, Chi Shun's figure surged forward once more, delivering a brutal elbow strike that slammed him into the ground. The man let out a pain scream, wailing incessantly. Chi Shun bent down, gripping his hair, and said, the borrowing I mentioned does not imply what you think it does. Whoosh. The sound of air slicing through echoed as Chi Shun raised his hand, deftly pinching a black shuriken between his fingers. On the opposite side, the ninja named Keisuke's expression drastically changed. Chi Shun's figure vanished once more. Swish. Upon reappearing, with a swift punch, the lower ninja named Keisuke had no power to resist, letting out a cry before collapsing unconscious. After subduing the 2, Chi Shun took a deep breath, suddenly turning his head to gaze curiously at a certain spot, tilting it slightly before quickly redirecting his focus. Have you finally decided to show yourself? With a mere flick of his wrist, Chi Shun had effortlessly sent the 2 lower ninjas flying, showcasing his prowess as the Azure Dragon of the East. Xiao Yuan and Li Nai, having witnessed Chi Shun's explosive strength before, remained relatively unfazed. However, Uchiha Hang, who observed this scene, was utterly bewildered. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of his two teammates. Although somewhat foolish, they were certainly formidable among lower ninjas. To dispatch them with such ease indicated that Niko Shun had surpassed the typical strength of a mid-level ninja and was likely quite powerful even among them. Uchiha Hang calmly stepped out from his concealed corner. So it is. Humans are creatures easily misled by their own judgments. What they see may not reflect reality. The disrespectful words of those two have earned them this punishment. Niko Shun's gaze fixed intently on his opponent's ankle. Enough with the rambling. Hand over the number tag. Whoosh. The sound of air slicing through filled the air again as Niko Shun swiftly raised his hand, grasping a shuriken. I see. You're attempting to evade my ninjutsu by not looking me in the eye. Uchiha Hang's voice came from the front, employing a rather crude tactic, but how much combat effectiveness can you truly maintain like this? Just as Uchiha Hang finished speaking, the anxious voice of a young girl rang out. Shun, be careful. He.s. using ninjutsu. Niko Shun replied with a low acknowledgement, then transformed into a phantom, darting towards his opponent's ankle. Although a month of training had passed, he could not solely rely on his opponent's movements to discern whether seals were being formed or what technique was being unleashed. However, with teammates present, they could provide assistance. After the girl's reminder, Niko Shun felt a sense of clarity and charged forward. As Niko Shun's clone approached, Uchiha Hang's steps began to retreat at a rapid pace. While he might be able to react to Niko Shun's speed, the disparity in their velocities created an ever-narrowing distance between them. As they drew closer, the anticipated ninjutsu did not manifest. Instead, the sound of air slicing through rang out once more. As he lunged forward, Niko Shun abruptly tilted his head back, executing a backflip. Swish! A spinning wind shuriken grazed the hair of Niko Shun as it whizzed past. While this shuriken was undoubtedly smaller than the one wielded by Rina, its force was immensely greater. Simultaneously, two kunais soared past his feet. It was not a ninjutsu. Suddenly, Niko Shun's mind stirred as he recalled a crucial detail he had overlooked. Though he himself was immune to ninjutsu by avoiding eye contact, his two teammates were not so fortunate. Narrowing his eyes, Niko Shun's expression shifted slightly. He once again sensed the ominous sound of slicing air from behind. A kunai slipped from his sleeve, firmly grasped in his hand as he swiftly pivoted. Clang! The rapidly spinning wind shuriken collided with the small kunai, failing to advance even a fraction, its rotation halting instantaneously. Concurrently, the kunai was swung to intercept the two returning projectiles. Grasping the wind shuriken, Niko Shun then noticed the fine thread tied to it. At that moment, he felt a searing heat emanating from the other end of the line behind him. It turned out to be a combination of the Sharingan's wind manipulation technique and the Great Fireball Jutsu. Niko Shun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Did a mere Chunin possess such a formidable opponent? The power of the 8 gates had penetrated into the second gate. Ignoring the pain, Niko Shun gripped the wind shuriken tightly, exerting tremendous force. On the other side, Uchiha K, who was biting the steel wire, suddenly turned pale, instinctively loosening his grip. The flames along the wire spiraled out of control. Whoosh! Following this, a blazing fist burst forth through the orange flames. Realizing the impending danger, Uchiha K hastily retreated, hastily forming hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball. Yet regrettably, Niko Shun, having unlocked the second gate, far surpassed his previous speed. He could not react in time. Boom! Breaking through numerous obstacles, a fist imbued with magnificent power, shimmering with green energy, struck Uchiha K squarely in the face. Despite being a member of the Uchiha clan, his physique was not significantly stronger than that of an ordinary ninja. His once handsome face distorted in an instant. Teeth accompanied by blood flew forth. Niko Shun, retracting the power of the 8 gates, looked down at Uchiha K, whose face was swollen and pallid, already unconscious. He coldly declared, "You have been eliminated." With his inherent strength, he was already a match for Uchiha K in close combat, let alone after unlocking 2 gates of the 8 gates. The second round of the examination concluded. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe. Listening to the introduction from his subordinate responsible for the Chunin exam's Jonin examiners, his face was filled with astonishment. Only 9 teams advanced this time? In times of peace and war, the Chunin exam held entirely different significances. In the peaceful era of later generations, such as when Naruto participated in the original Naruto series, the Chunin exam was a joint endeavor of the great nations, serving as a competitive means for securing commissions and status. It can even be tenuously regarded as a microcosm of war. This has led to the disheartening reality that each examination typically sees only a scant few individuals successfully promoted to Chunin, often just a handful. In Naruto's cohort, a mere 9 participants advanced to the finals, with only Shikamaru achieving the rank of Chunin. This was during the Chunin exams organized by the great nations, which, when calculated, suggests that even with 2 examinations each year, the total number of promotions across these nations may only amount to single digits annually. In stark contrast to the hundreds or even thousands of Chunin, such figures are patently unreasonable. However, there are reasons for this. It is intrinsically linked to the role of Chunin, who typically serve as team leaders and lower-level commanders on the front lines of war. During peacetime, restricting the number of Chunin serves a purpose akin to limiting military armaments. Conversely, during times of war, the various villages, irrespective of any balance of power, are eager to cultivate Chunin as swiftly as possible. This results in a significant increase in both the number of candidates participating in the examinations and those advancing. Compared to peacetime, the standards for selection are notably relaxed, with no preliminary rounds, and the final competition serves as the ultimate test. Based on the number of participants and the criteria for evaluation, Sarutobi Hiruzen anticipated that approximately 15 to 20 teams would successfully progress to the 3rd round, followed by individual matches to select around 20 candidates for Chunin promotion. However, the current situation reveals a shortfall of 5 or 6 teams compared to his expectations, creating a considerable disparity. Upon hearing the Hokage's inquiry, the J-nin appeared visibly anxious, explaining that the Uchiha clan's youngsters had caused a ruckus, defeating 5 or 6 teams that could have advanced and seizing their identification tags. Hearing this, Sarutobi inhaled deeply from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Reflecting on the Uchiha once more. As Hokage, he maintained a facade of composure, yet only he knew the depth of his concealed ire. The Uchiha clan often produced individuals with obsessive tendencies. Ordinarily, one might overlook such behavior, but the issue lies in their genetic advantage. Uchiha ninjas generally surpass their contemporaries in strength. In the realm of ninjas, obsessive individuals are not particularly fearsome. Rather, it is the powerful zealots that pose a genuine threat. What of our examiners? Is there no oversight on the field? Sarutobi inquired. The examiner, awkwardly, replied that since no rules were broken. However, the individuals he eliminated were not particularly formidable. And he himself, Sarutobi interjected, extending his hand, demanding the list of promotions. The J-nin promptly handed over a document. As Sarutobi perused the list, he pondered. Noting that 9 teams had been promoted, which meant 27 genin were to be evaluated for just 20 spots, wasn't that an exceedingly high ratio? Yet, upon scrutinizing the list, he found himself taken aback. It was incomplete. Where were the Uchiha youngsters? The J-nin promptly responded. I was just about to inform you that Uchiha Hang was defeated by the Azure Dragon of the East, Niko Shun, who seized all the numbered tags, thus preventing him from advancing. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression transformed into one of astonishment, followed by hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly commendable. As expected of the Azure Dragon of Konoha. The might and dominance of the Uchiha clan are well known. And Uchiha Hang's prowess was widely regarded as second only to Niko Shun among the lower J-nin in this competition. However, Niko Shun's record remained somewhat obscure to the public, as his completion rate for commissioned tasks was merely average, leaving many unable to ascertain the true extent of his abilities. With the increasing strength of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly dismissive of the family, relishing the sight of their downfall. The J-nin, feeling somewhat awkward, managed to smile and inquired, regarding the slots for promotion to Ch-nin, does the Hokage wish to make any adjustments? Sarutobi Hiruzen, smiling as he lifted his pipe, replied, no need for alterations. This time, among the 20 who advanced, there are no Uchiha brats. How amusing. The following day, the 3rd round of the Ch-nin exams commenced. When Niko Shun and his companions entered the arena, they garnered the attention of nearly everyone present, not just the competitors, but also the various examiners. Faced with such scrutiny, even Niko Shun felt somewhat uneasy, let alone the 2 young girls accompanying him. This marked their first foray into this round after participating in the Ch-nin exams 3 times. The assessment no longer occurred in groups, leaving the 2 girls to rely solely on their own abilities. Niko Shun spotted Hinata Hikari and her companions during the evaluation, recalling Hinata's ocular techniques. He deemed it entirely normal for them to potentially be the first team to pass the assessment. As the competition officially commenced, the probing gazes diminished, and everyone became focused on the match. With Uchiha absent, the only noteworthy contenders were a handful of seasoned lower J-nin aged 18 or 19, who, when compared to Niko Shun, paled in significance. Niko Shun naturally attracted the most attention during the battles. Observers murmured amongst themselves. Any lingering doubts regarding Niko Shun's achievements and strength dissipated following his elimination of Uchiha in the previous round. The arena, offering a more straightforward environment than earlier challenges, proved ideal for Niko Shun, a pure Taijutsu ninja. Without Uchiha's formidable ninjutsu to contend with, his opponents struggled to last even 10 moves against him. Thus, he achieved victory in 5 consecutive matches, securing the top position in the competition. His final opponent in the decisive battle was a purple-haired kunoichi from the Yamashiro clan. After the fight concluded, she approached Niko Shun, reflecting, "It seems my strength still falls short. I am not yet capable of compelling Lord Niko Shun to exert himself fully." Niko Shun was taken aback, and she queried, "That technique is called the 8 Gates, isn't it? It seems that aside from facing the youth of the Inuzuka family, who compelled him to employ the 8 Gates, no one else has managed to push you to utilize this skill, Lord Shun." Chimu Shun cleared his throat softly. The young lady indeed spoke the truth. During the second round, in various complex environments, the enemy's ninjutsu posed significant obstacles for him. In many instances, in his haste to engage the adversary, he would resort to the 8 Gates. However, this round of the competition was entirely different. His prowess in Taijutsu already eclipsed that of numerous lower-ranked ninjas. Furthermore, the arena provided an optimal setting for him to unleash his close combat capabilities. With his extraordinary speed in confined spaces, his opponents often fell before they could even execute their ninjutsu, and as the competition progressed, the contestant's stamina began to wane. Conversely, he grew increasingly formidable. Thus, by the third round, he found himself opening the gates less frequently. He had achieved 5 consecutive victories, securing the top spot. Yet his 2 teammates had been eliminated after winning just once, a dismal outcome indeed. As the Chunin exam concluded, the definitive list of those who advanced would require several days of deliberation to finalize. In essence, it was a matter of determining which among the 27 participants could advance based on their rankings. Chimu Shun, naturally viewing this through the lens of the original narrative, was unaware of the specific criteria used during this exceptional period and thus presumed that perhaps only a few would advance. Surely, as the top scorer, he believed it unreasonable for him not to progress. His greatest fear was that the examiner's evaluation standards were not based on combat prowess. If they were to consider overall performance and the like, it would be utterly absurd. In truth, those with genuine strength hardly require strategy. For instance, should Nara Shikamaru possess sufficient strength, he would undoubtedly lack the opportunity to showcase his intelligence. A week passed after the conclusion of the Chunin exam. Early one morning, the 3 gathered and noticed their teacher, Hashimoto, approaching with a serious expression. "Naname-sensei, what is the matter?" Chimu Shun's gaze instinctively fell upon the small bundle she held, containing some items. Hashimoto-sensei, unusually grave, announced, "I have 2 matters to discuss with you. First, the results of the Chunin exam have been released." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 girls changed instantly. Xiao Yuan squatted down and covered her ears, insisting, "Do not tell me anything. I cannot bear to hear." Meanwhile, Hashimoto-sensei solemnly reached into the bundle and withdrew a set of Chunin vests along with a certificate. The moment she revealed the vest, the little girl, Rina, turned pale. There was no doubt that if only one person advanced, it could only be Chimu Shun. Yet, as she reached into the bundle once more, she produced another Chunin vest. Hashimoto-sensei then cast a look of satisfaction at Rina. Rina swallowed hard, pondering if it could be. The 2 watched as Hashimoto-sensei reached into the pocket yet again. Is there more? But surely, there is no need for such dramatic suspense. In the gaze of Kyushi Shun, teacher Hashimoto retrieved a document from her small bag. Is that it? Did Sayaka fail? Kyushi Shun's attention shifted to Sayaka, who remained huddled on the ground, clutching her head. Sayaka's combat prowess was comparable to Rinai's, and their performances in the final round of the Chunin exam mirrored each other, with both achieving only a single victory. In Kyushi Shun's eyes, their abilities could only be deemed as that of a competent genin, still a considerable distance from qualifying as a true Chunin. With a sense of regret, Kyushi Shun shook his head, lowering himself to gently pat Sayaka on the shoulder. Sayaka, with tears welling in her eyes, lifted her head to scan the 3 of them. Didn't he pass, did I? Kiyoshi Shun shook his head and tenderly stroked the chestnut strands of her hair in a gesture of consolation. However, Teacher Hashimoto suddenly waved her hand, exclaiming, "Oh, I grabbed the wrong one." She reached back into her bag and, for the third time, produced the Chunin vest. Kiyoshi Shun immediately withdrew his hand from the girl's head, feeling utterly perplexed as he observed the triumphant expression on the woman's face. It was evident that this was intentional. "Congratulations! Kiyoshi Shun, you are now a Chunin. Renai Kanya, you are also a Chunin, and Sayaka Sakamoto. You two have successfully passed the Chunin exam and have been promoted to Chunin. From now on, you shall form a full Chunin team." Both girls had actually advanced. Despite his companion's promotion, Kiyoshi Shun felt a pang of happiness for the two young women. However, the crux of the matter was that their strength was only adequate among the genin, and they still fell short of being true Chunins. The pressure that came with their new ranks might not bode well for them. Nevertheless, it was also true that such pressure could foster their growth. "Encountering me, one might wonder if you were fortunate or unfortunate," Kiyoshi Shun mused as he donned the Chunin vest, internally lamenting the loss of the most formidable buff. Renai's full name was Kanya Renai, but due to Sayaka's constant calling of Renai-chan, Kiyoshi Shun had developed a habit of overlooking her surname. "I passed too?" A whirlwind of surprise, joy, and excitement surged within Sayaka, and the tears she had been holding back cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. "I passed." Meanwhile, Sayaka collapsed into Renai's arms, sobbing heartily. Once the trio's emotions settled, Teacher Hashimoto's expression turned unusually grave. "In truth, achieving the rank of Chunin during such times may not be advantageous for you. There have been significant disturbances at the border recently." Kiyoshi Shun was taken aback, recalling her earlier mention of two matters she needed to announce. Instinctively, he inquired, "Is there new activity from the Cloud Village?" Teacher Hashimoto's eyes hardened as she shook her head. "Currently, we are in the midst of a guard change in Konoha, and the unrest between the Land of Water and the Land of Thunder shows no signs of abating. What I wish to convey is that there have been new developments in the Land of Wind." The Land of Wind. Upon hearing this name, Kiyoshi Shun's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately raised his head. Has something happened in Sunagakure? The trio had never witnessed Kiyoshi Shun in such a state of disarray, and they exchanged perplexed glances. Chimu Shun smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's nothing, just an unsettling feeling." "Please continue, Teacher Hashimoto." His agitation stemmed from the fact that the catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War erupted in the Land of Wind. During such a critical period, it was natural for Chimu Shun to focus on events unfolding in the Land of Wind. The distinction between a time of impending war and one of mere friction is indeed substantial. Moreover, Chimu Shun was acutely aware of the myriad secrets and significant occurrences hidden beneath the surface of the Third Great Ninja War. The Akatsuki was formed during this era. Obito fell into darkness at this time. The Fourth Mizukage was also manipulated during these events. Everything that transpired in later years was intricately linked to this monumental conflict. Not to mention, the full-scale outbreak of war would result in countless fatalities. In his previous life, the legendary Sannin were merely a memory in the original Naruto narrative. The deceased were reduced to mere cold statistics. Yet, Chimu Shun understood that those stark numbers represented countless lives lost. Those individuals could very well have been comrades or friends, who could remain indifferent to such a reality. Recently, Sunagakure's movements had been peculiar. They dispatched ninja to several neighboring nations, including the Land of Rivers, the Land of Rain, and the Land of Birds. Teacher Hashimoto appeared grave, stating, "Although they have not actively invaded the territory of the Land of Fire, Lord Hokage has taken notice and has already dispatched an advance party." Chimu Shun inhaled deeply. The Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain bordered the Land of Fire, while the Land of Birds was adjacent to the Land of Earth. Even if Sunagakure had justifiable reasons to bolster their forces in these smaller nations, the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth could not afford to overlook such provocations. Moreover, they possessed no legitimate justification. In fact, they had not issued any formal declaration or rationale whatsoever. Teacher Hashimoto pondered, however, this situation is exceedingly strange. Given Sunagakure's strength, I find it hard to believe they would dare provoke the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Rather, their actions seem indicative of a search for something. Indeed, Chimu Shun took a deep breath and jokingly remarked, "Could it be that they are searching for someone? The third Kazekage, perhaps? Who would have anticipated that the most powerful figure in Sunagakure would suddenly vanish?" In truth, the roots of war among the great nations in the Naruto world lie in the imbalanced political and economic development among them. as well as the lingering repercussions of the Second Great Ninja War. The Kazekage's disappearance served as a trigger, igniting this underlying turmoil. Someone, Hashimoto Nanami, was taken aback, then resolutely shook her head. Impossible. Why would they risk offending both the land of earth and the land of fire to search for someone? The land of rivers bordered both the land of fire and the land of wind. The land of birds was adjacent to both the land of wind and the land of earth. And the land of rain served as a crucial nexus connecting three great nations. By simultaneously dispatching ninja to these three countries, Sunagakure was effectively challenging both the land of fire and the land of earth, at a time when war was already on the brink of eruption. Such maneuvers could not be ignored by the two great nations. Chimu Shun let out a soft chuckle and sighed deeply. Teacher, what you say is, continued Teacher Hashimoto, regardless of the reasons, their deployment to the land of rivers necessitates our response. We are currently facing a severe shortage of personnel, and it is likely that you will join the subsequent forces. Prepare yourselves mentally. Chimu Shun nodded solemnly. He turned to glance at the two young ladies, both of whom appeared eager to partake in the endeavor. Becoming a Chunin heralded the dawn of a new era. Chimu Shun inhaled deeply, contemplating the situation. It was fortuitous that the battle had yet to fully erupt. This was indeed the opportune moment for honing their skills before the chaos of war unfolded. His legs trembled slightly, yet his gaze was fixed on the distance. The war was imminent. Half a month later, after successfully completing his mission, Chimu Shun found himself at Ichiraka Ramen. He settled into a seat and called out, 2 bowls of your signature ramen, please. While waiting, he noticed 3 young men enter, laughing and chatting amiably. Chimu Shun's eyes swept over them, but he could not divert his gaze any longer. He fixated on the young man in the center, adorned with the forehead protector of a jonin. This individual appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years of age, an exceptional talent, indeed, to have attained the rank of jonin at such a tender age. Even in Konoha. However, it was not merely his status or youth that captivated Chimu Shun. It was his striking golden hair that shimmered brilliantly. His azure eyes sparkled with an extraordinary clarity. With such distinct physical features and the rank of jonin, there could only be one person, Minato Namikaze. Accompanying Minato were 2 others, a stout young man with long crimson hair, clad in a shirt emblazoned with the kanji for food, who belonged to the Akimichi clan. Specifically Akimichi CHG. The third was a slightly older jonin wearing a headband, his face adorned with the distinctive grease paint of the Inazuka clan, Inazuka Kiba. The camaraderie among the trio was palpable, as they walked with arms slung around each other's shoulders. In a teasing tone, Inazuka Kiba remarked, Haha, Minato, my brother. It's about time you decided to join us. It wasn't easy getting you out. Minato's face flushed slightly. Well, you know how Kushina can be. I had to accompany her. At that moment, he suddenly turned and glanced in Chimu Shun's direction. Their eyes met, and Chimu Shun quickly averted his gaze. Just then, the owner of Ichiraku called out, Your ramen is ready. He placed a generous bowl of ramen in front of Chimu Shun. Picking up his chopsticks, he took a few bites, yet found himself unable to resist glancing back once more. To his surprise, Minato had already approached him from behind, completely unnoticed. Behind Minato, Kiba and CHG had followed suit, their expressions conveying a sense of hostility as they regarded Chimu Shun. Minato, is there something off about this kid? A spy from the Cloud Village? With the 2 glaring at him, Chimu Shun felt a momentary freeze. Yet Minato waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. This is Konoha, not the land of water. You needn't be so paranoid. Though he uttered such words, he did not firmly deny the possibility. Instead, he smiled at Chimu Shun and inquired, Just now, were you gazing at me? Could you share the reason? I seem to not recognize you. In this era, although Minato Namikaze had already risen to a formidable strength and even served as the captain of an elite shinobi team, he had yet to earn the illustrious title of the Yellow Flash, and his renown remained relatively modest. The more pressing matter was that he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from this young man, accompanied by a subtle sense of threat. The trio had recently returned from a mission in the land of hot water, and their vigilance was still heightened. Chimu Shun was momentarily taken aback. Surprised that he had attracted the other's attention, he offered a somewhat awkward smile and replied, Actually, I do know you. You are Minato Namikaze, the elite shinobi, right? I greatly admire you. So upon hearing these words, the 3 were left in astonishment. Soon after, Inazuka Kiba and Akimichi CHG exchanged glances filled with mischief as they regarded Minato. Minato, on the other hand, scratched his head in bemusement. Indeed, While Chimu Shun genuinely held admiration for the man before him, destined to be called the Yellow Flash, the term admiration was perhaps a bit of an exaggeration. In truth, he had merely recognized an important character from the original narrative and could not resist stealing a few glances. After all, this man was the father of the protagonist of the Hidden Leaf Village, the creator of the most renowned shinobi technique, the Rasengan, and later the fourth Hokage. Unfortunately, a master of such caliber possessed remarkably keen senses and had naturally taken note of Chimu Shun's gaze, while he initially paid it no mind. The frequency of the glances inevitably piqued his interest. Upon hearing Chimu Shun's response, Minato could not help but chuckle. "Would you like me to sign something for you?" Chimu Shun was momentarily taken aback. Actually, suddenly, a masked Umbu ninja rushed into the ramen shop, announcing, "Lord Minato, Lord Jiraiya requests your presence at the Hokage building immediately." Minato was taken aback, sensing the gravity in the ninja's tone and realizing that this was no ordinary matter. He swiftly turned. "Apologies, young one. I shall make it up to you with that signature another time." The three hurriedly followed the Umbu ninja out, leaving Chimu Shun alone to quietly enjoy his noodles. From the Umbu ninja's serious demeanor, Chimu Shun sensed that Minato's departure was anything but trivial. As anticipated, the following day, Chimu Shun's team received word that they were to embark on a mission under the command of one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, heading towards the borders. Coincidentally, the commander of the division to which Chimu Shun belonged was none other than the elite shinobi, Minato Namikaze. "Ah, so you are Chimu Shun," Minato remarked with a smile as he held a list in his hand. "Greetings, Lord Minato. It is an honor to fight alongside you." Minato gently patted Chimu Shun's shoulder. "Do not be overly anxious. The strength of Sunagakure is insufficient, and we shall find it manageable. You newly promoted nin should follow the senior ninjas closely, adapting to this large-scale combat format and accumulating experience." It is not only Namikaze Minato. Nearly all of Konoha's upper echelon ninjas do not believe that Sunagakure would dare to confront Konoha head-on. Sunagakure is, after all, the weakest of the 5 great nations. And with their forces divided, their strength is significantly diminished. Chimu Shun nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood." The blonde youth smiled and departed. Once Namikaze Minato left, the nearby Linai breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the oppressive aura lessening. Turning to Chimu Shun, she remarked sarcastically, "Is this our temporary commander? Lord Azure Dragon is well acquainted with even the Jonin, certainly different from us common ninjas." Chimu Shun delivered a light smack to her head, exclaiming, "You fool. Minato is also a common ninja. I met him while eating noodles, so refrain from speaking nonsense." Linai covered her head and shot him an annoyed glare, then exclaimed in surprise, "A Jonin this young, and yet a common ninja?" Chimu Shun scoffed, "I am merely a nin, still under 10 years of age." Linai, gazing up at the boy who towered over her, grumbled discontentedly, "You must be lying about your age." Chimu Shun merely cast her a disdainful glance. "Enough. Linai-chan and Lord Shun, let us cease the quarrel. I understand your camaraderie, but as we are about to head to the front lines, it is prudent to maintain a degree of seriousness." Observing the trembling figure of Xiao Yuan, Linai huffed, casting a sidelong glance at Chimu Shun. "Humph. Who has any relationship with that guy?" Chimu Shun smiled, stepping forward to tousle the girl's hair. Yet, despite her flailing, she was too timid to mount any substantial resistance. Chimu Shun had not anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would dispatch such a formidable figure as Jiraiya. It was only later that he learned that although Sunagakure's military might was limited, they had traversed much of the land of rivers and even boasted of marching towards the land of fire. The truth of such claims was uncertain. Chimu Shun shuddered at the thought. Sunagakure had truly lost its senses. He understood well that their objective was merely to locate their missing Kazekage. They believed they were covertly undermined by a major power, prompting them to deploy forces in every direction. Given Sunagakure's frail strength, their scattered incursions into the land of rivers and the land of rain would not yield significant results. Indeed, there was no necessity for Konoha to dispatch a strategic ninja of Jiraiya's caliber into battle. Yet, after careful contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to take such action. The purpose was to unequivocally demonstrate Konoha's resolve, regardless of Sunagakure's justifications for invading the land of rivers and aiming toward the borders of the land of fire. Such aggression would never be tolerated by Konoha. After thorough consideration, Chimu Shun found himself in agreement with the third Hokage's decision. If they waited a few more years, once the war had subsided, Jiraiya would embark on his travels across the world, and his services would no longer be required. Subsequently, Jiraiya stationed himself at the borders of Konoha, never once stepping onto the territories of the Land of Rivers or the Land of Rain. Upon the news of Jiraiya's arrival, the Sunagakure ninjas immediately faltered, abandoning their plans to invade the Land of Fire and obediently remaining within the confines of the Land of Rivers. His purpose in coming was not to eradicate the opposing ninjas. He secured the borders, ensuring that no sand ninja dared to trespass into the territory of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya's reputation alone served as the greatest deterrent. Naturally, his subordinate ninjas surged into the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain, and with the support of follow-up ninja battalions, Konoha's advanced forces broke the previous stalemate with the Sand Ninjas. The true reason Jiraiya ultimately did not enter the Land of Rivers or the Land of Rain, however, was likely known only to himself and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ninjas are a most peculiar existence. Although referred to as a ninja battalion, the number of ninjas was not particularly remarkable, excluding Jiraiya and some of the ninjas stationed at the border of the Land of Fire. The ninja forces accompanying Uchiha Shun to the Land of Rivers totaled only around 500 to 600, primarily comprising Chunin-level combatants. There were also some lower-ranked ninjas, all seasoned veterans with considerable experience. This modest force of 500 to 600 ninjas was further divided into 7 or 8 squads, each tasked with different regions and confronting various foes from Sunagakure. Each squad typically consisted of 70 to 80 members, generally led by 3 jonin. The second squad, led by Minato Namikaze, engaged in its first battle with the Sunagakure ninjas the day after arriving in the Land of Rivers. In this game of war, while they fell under the command of jonin, engagements would be made against adversaries of commensurate strength. However, the overall strength of Konoha is evidently far superior. While the ninjas from Sunagakure are primarily on a search mission, lacking the resolve for a fierce battle, Uchiha Shun and his companions' initial objective is merely to hold back and repel the local ninja squads. Due to the harsh environment, the strength of ninjas at the same level in Sunagakure is not insignificant, yet their overall numbers fall drastically short. Thus, the battlefield atmosphere is not overly tense. Observing that their opponents are 3 young adolescents, particularly 2 young ladies displaying grave expressions of alarm, the Sunagakure team leader, also a CH Nin, sneers. A mere child who has just been promoted to CH Nin? I seem to be quite fortunate. Behind him are 3 Genin, a CH Nin accompanied by 3 underlings. Encountering 3 opponents of CH Nin caliber, yet he claims to be fortunate. Uchiha Shun shakes his head. You're just a CH Nin. I wonder where your confidence stems from. The CH Nin grins crookedly. Indeed, I am a CH Nin, but there are disparities even among CH Nin. Suddenly, his hands intertwine, and he begins to form seals, akin to butterflies dancing in the air. Lina, with a serious expression, swiftly produces a wind-style shuriken, cautioning, be careful. This guy may not be simple. A thunderous boom erupts, and dust flies everywhere. Lina's initial concern instantly transforms into astonishment as Uchiha Shun springs into action, his body emanating a vibrant green energy, becoming an illusion, and with a single punch, he brings the opponent down. Indeed, it was accomplished with just 1 strike. The opponent lies defeated. Uchiha Shun, having activated the 8 gates, does not hold back. He annihilates his foe with a single blow, all while still bearing his own weight. The first battle concludes successfully, yet it cannot be deemed a significant victory, as it was inherently a situation of the strong overpowering the weak. Moreover, it is not only Uchiha Shun and his team. All of Konoha's deployed ninjas face a similar predicament. The adversaries are simply too weak. Subsequently, the ninjas of Sunagakure continue to suffer defeats, and within a month, they are on the verge of being expelled from the Land of Rivers, lacking any combat capability. This hardly qualifies as a war. It is merely a one-sided expulsion by Konoha. As time passes, Uchiha Shun's trio gradually acclimatizes to the rhythm of combat. This encounter is not as intricate as Uchiha Shun had anticipated. There are no strategic simulations or battle plans whatsoever. Such small-scale skirmishes result in Sunagakure's forces crumbling almost instantly, with defeat and retreat being their primary objectives. Logically, CH Nin should lead Genin squads during wartime. However, as new CH Nin, their strength is insufficient, and their experience is lacking. Konoha would not easily allow them to lead a team. Thus they continue to operate as a trio. Nevertheless, their instructor, Hashimoto, does not accompany them, as this serves to hone their skills. For Uchiha Shun, as the primary opponents consist of ordinary CH Nin or even Genin, he naturally feels little pressure. The opponents at the Chunin level are hardly a challenge. However, The vibrant green energy radiating from him upon opening the 8 gates has only amplified his title of Azure Dragon, making it renowned not only within his own squad, but also acknowledged by nearly all the Leaf Village ninjas engaged in battle. With the absence of pressure, Niko Shun has begun to accumulate experience in real combat, honing his mad fist. He has also resumed his training of observing an opponent's footwork to anticipate their actions. Although this has resulted in numerous injuries, the rewards have been substantial. A month has passed, and even the enemies are now aware of such a gifted young ninja from the Leaf Village, known as the Azure Dragon. Yet, Niko Shun cannot help but grumble that it should be the Green Dragon, though he has never brought it up, as that title sounds rather unappealing. In the heart of the forest, Niko Shun's team takes a moment to rest, consuming their rations while stifling yawns. He muses leisurely, surely. Sunagakure ought to surrender and return home by now. The disparity in strength is too great. Up until now, neither side has engaged in a large-scale battle, and the casualty rates have been surprisingly low. The situation is not as dire as one would imagine. However, the frontline ninjas, including Niko Shun, must constantly remain vigilant while on the move, making their journey no less arduous. How splendid it must be to be the commander, merely seated in the rear, completing one's mission, remarks the recently promoted Chunin, Reina. Silence, you brat, Niko Shun exclaims, shoving his rations into her mouth. Are you still not exhausted? This girl's incessant chatter is a habit that seems unshakable. The little girl bites into her food and huffs in response. Niko Shun then states seriously, if not for Lord Jiraiya's presence at the border, those madmen from Sunagakure wouldn't care whether we are stronger, they would have stormed into the land of fire long ago, resulting in disaster for the ordinary citizens. Jiraiya has not set foot in the land of rain or the land of rivers, undoubtedly due to directives from Sarutobi Hiruzen. In truth, Niko Shun can vaguely surmise that there are intricate reasons at play. Sending Jiraiya is a means to maintain the facade and dignity of the Leaf Village, while the avoidance of the two smaller nations is likely to prevent inciting an excessive reaction from larger powers. Those with insight understand that the current situation is merely a skirmish, concealing far graver risks beneath the surface. The Leaf Village does not wish to be the match that ignites the powder keg. Hearing Niko Shun's words, the little girl Reina pouts, retorting, if I were Jiraiya, I would single-handedly chase those brats from Sunagakure back home without all this trouble. Although she seems to hold significant opinions about the higher-ups in the Leaf Village, she nonetheless respects Jiraiya's strength. Niko Shun chuckles and shakes his head, his gaze turning icy. Perhaps Lord Jiraiya truly possesses the strength to single-handedly vanquish these invading ninjas. But does she really believe that the Sunagakure ninjas are foolish enough to not flee? If these individuals are truly pushed to their limits, do you believe they would refrain from resorting to any means necessary? The ninjas of Sunagakure pose merely a threat to the borders. Yet a full-scale war has yet to erupt. For Konoha, maintaining its image as a major power while avoiding the instigation of conflict proves to be a formidable challenge. Jiraiya remains in the land of fire, primarily to secure the borders, ensuring Sunagakure does not dare to encroach, while simultaneously preventing these individuals from acting out of desperation. Consider the land of water. Despite prolonged tensions between Kumogakure and Konoha, a comprehensive war has not ensued. Upon hearing Shun's words, Reina found them reasonable yet remained reluctant to accept them without question. Turning to the girl beside her, she inquired, Hey, Koyan, what do you think? However, upon glancing over, she discovered that Koyan had unknowingly dozed off against the tree. The girl appeared disheveled, her hair in disarray, her glasses caked with dirt, and a ration clutched in her hand. Shun then softly addressed Reina, enough of those idle thoughts. Take this opportunity to rest. You have endured much in these recent days of combat. Although the overall situation indicated that Sunagakure's forces were significantly outmatched by Konoha, the intricacies of the battlefield still imposed pressure on those ninjas who had not previously encountered such environments. In the land of rivers, within a certain valley, a brutal conflict erupted. Since entering the territory, Konoha's second squad encountered a large-scale assault by Sunagakure ninjas for the first time. Were these individuals mad? A gathering of defeated soldiers resisting in futility served no purpose. It was evident to all that Sunagakure had split its forces into three, insufficient in strength, and had faced continuous defeats since Konoha's reinforcements arrived, with no effective countermeasures in sight. At this moment, they were on the verge of being expelled. The Sunagakure ninjas had never exhibited any intention of fierce resistance. No one could have anticipated their sudden strategic shift. The opposing forces, clearly remnants gathering for a surprise attack, found themselves in a stalemate, unable to determine a victor. Despite Konoha's second squad having a numerical advantage, dealing with the numerous puppets deployed by Sunagakure proved to be quite challenging. The actions of the Sunagakure ninjas left Konoha's leading jonin perplexed. A desperate counterattack? What purpose would that serve? The weakness of Sunagakure was apparent to all. Why engage Konoha in such a manner? It was utterly unnecessary. Yamamoto-san, we have dispatched ninja beasts to relay the message. The second squad is not too far from us. If they can hold out, reinforcements will arrive swiftly. The two jonin stood back to back, their gazes sweeping over the grim battlefield. Many of their chunin and jinin had been wounded or even fallen. Since entering the land of rivers, Konoha had not sustained such significant losses. How could I report this to Lord Jiraiya? Yamamoto's heart ached. Yet he dared not issue a reckless order for a desperate stand. Taking a deep breath, he wielded his short blade with deft precision. Clang! Deflecting all the hidden weapons before him, he gritted his teeth and said with a stern expression, "Pass the word down. We must avoid a desperate fight. Focus on containment and await reinforcements." Ultimately, he lacked the resolve to engage in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, atop the mountain ridge, a group of ninjas, adorned with sand-colored forehead protectors, gazed down at the unfolding scene. As they watched their comrades clash in combat, they merely observed, unmoved. One young ninja, unable to contain himself, turned to the leader at the forefront and questioned, "Sandmaster, does this endeavor hold any significance? Lord Kazekage has vanished without a trace, and the village has resolved to elect a new Kazekage. We should return swiftly." The ninja, clad in a headscarf and bearing a stern visage, shook his head resolutely. "I am certain that the Kazekage's disappearance is, in all likelihood, tied to Konoha. Even if we retreat, we must ensure that Konoha feels the sting of our actions." The young ninja wore a bitter smile. "Yet, even if we achieve our aims, if we truly offend the ninjas of Konoha, can our sand village withstand the repercussions? It is well known that we are weak. Shouldn't we act with more prudence and return to our village in light of the Kazekage's absence?" Upon hearing the youth's words, the ninja known as Sandmaster retorted, "Do you believe Konoha is still the same as it once was? Why hasn't Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, crossed the border? Do you truly think he does not wish to?" The young ninja was taken aback, and Sandmaster continued, "Huh? They claim to be guarding the border, but I see it as Konoha fearing the outbreak of a full-scale war, unwilling to relinquish their so-called national dignity. How ludicrous. Rest assured, I am confident that even if we were to annihilate their two squads, Konoha would not dare to retaliate." At this declaration, the young ninja offered a wry smile. "But do we truly possess the strength to obliterate two squads? Perhaps it would be wiser to strike first and eliminate these foes. Two squads at most comprise 6 elite ninjas. Our jonin can easily overpower them." Sandmaster shook his head, continuing, "Konoha has the Hyuga clan. I have never believed that any trap could elude them. Another squad from Konoha is not far from here. As long as these ninjas have even a glimmer of hope for survival and believe they can fight, reinforcements will certainly come. This is not a conspiracy, but rather an open strategy." With that, Sandmaster changed into a Chunin vest. Amidst the open strategy lies a thread of conspiracy. His gaze remained fixed on the tumultuous battle below, his arms raised as several shuriken materialized in his hands. The young ninja, with a bitter smile, pondered whether the sheer number of elite ninjas could truly determine the outcome. Was Sandmaster not being somewhat reckless? Clearly, striking now could secure gains while minimizing risks. A far more prudent course of action. With a swift motion, a shuriken entwined with chakra threads shot forth, grazing the side of the young ninja's neck. "Have you forgotten? I am the commander of this battle. You shall simply follow orders." The young ninja could only manage a resigned acknowledgement in response. Due to the disappearance of the wind shadow, various speculations arose within the hidden sand village, instigating a palpable sense of anxiety among its inhabitants. Many ninjas, like Sasasa, were blinded by hatred, becoming radical and dismissive of counsel. The young ninja let out a sigh and withdrew, though he did not endorse Sasasa's decisions as a ninja. He could not defy orders or abandon his post. He could only hope that the opposing team's Jonin were truly just ordinary Jonin. Sounds of hushed whispers enveloped the surroundings as Niko Shun opened his eyes, noticing the ninjas around him engaged in quiet conversation. Upon inquiry, he discovered that a messenger beast had arrived. Soon, Minato Namikaze appeared before the crowd, his expression grave as he surveyed them. Niko Shun learned that the 3rd Division, closest to them, had fallen victim to an ambush by the hidden Sandes ninjas. Though they were significantly outnumbered compared to Konoha, the presence of puppets compensated for their lack of ninjutsu, and they were engaged in fierce combat. sending out a beast to request reinforcements. Rather than surrendering or retreating, they had initiated a counterattack. Uchiha Shun found this quite remarkable. The hidden sand, despite its diminished strength, was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. After reviewing relevant maps and formulating a strategy, Minato officially set forth with his troops to provide support. Given the urgency of the situation, the ninjas of Konoha could not afford to wait for one another, each hastening their pace. Uchiha Shun, having relieved himself of excess weight, bid farewell to his two companions and positioned himself at the forefront, accompanied by 3 Nin and several seasoned Nin, totaling around 10 individuals. Approximately 20 minutes later, they successfully arrived at their destination, a valley echoing with the sounds of battle. As they observed the Konoha ninjas being besieged by puppets and other ninjas, Minato refrained from immediate action, instead gesturing for calm. This terrain, his expression serious, he turned to a Nin from the High clan, who nodded and activated his Byakugan, directing his gaze towards the hillside on one side of the valley. There, several chakra signatures were detected, indicating the presence of 3 Nin and a number of Nin. From the nature of the chakra, it was indeed confirmed to be hidden sand ninjas. Typically, a division is overseen by 3 Nin, and the presence of 3 concealed Nin on the opposing side was no mere coincidence. Minato furrowed his brow, remarking, as expected. Inuyama, accompanied by a massive dog, voiced his astonishment, asking why they had not acted sooner. Was it a trap? If these additional Nin intervened, the 3rd division of Konoha would undoubtedly falter. However, Minato shook his head, stroking his chin as he mused. If the battle concludes prematurely, the 3rd division would scatter in disarray, and our reinforcements would not arrive in time. As Akidu Tudu cradled his ample belly, a thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, Minato Namikaze smiled and nodded, saying, "They are waiting for us. How foolish." In a display of disdain, Inuzuka Kiba stroked the glossy fur of the massive dog at his side, questioning whether they were merely seeking to expand their victories. The fleeing sand-hidden ninjas seemed to possess unwarranted confidence, truly arrogant beings. Minato, however, maintained a serene demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "Perhaps they are using puppets or something similar to conceal their chakra signatures. Their elite Nin strength may well exceed what we have witnessed." The puppet technique of the sand-hidden is indeed renowned. Strangely, despite his assertions, Minato's tone bore no weight of gravity, instead radiating assurance. Just then, a Nin with Byakugan announced, "They are descending, heading straight for the battlefield." A glint of determination flashed in Minato's eyes as he smirked confidently at his comrades. "If that is the case, let us join the fray." Several Nin, following the Byakugan's guidance, advanced to confront the newly arrived elite ninjas, while the other Nin also stepped into the conflict. The battlefield was vast, and the Nin would actively steer clear of the Nin's combat zones. Uchiha Shun took a deep breath and charged forward. Since entering the land of rivers, he had only experienced one-sided pursuits, and encountering a lone Nin squad was a rare occurrence. This chaotic battle involving hundreds of ninjas was indeed a first. He dashed toward a nearby Konoha Nin, activating the 8 gates. His body moved like a phantom. With a powerful kick, he unleashed the leaf whirlwind against a troublesome puppet. In an instant, the puppet disintegrated into a pile of fine sand, an ordinary sand puppet. The Konoha Nin exhaled in relief and looked gratefully at Uchiha Shun. "You are Lord Uchiha Shun?" The vibrant green energy of the 8 gates had become a symbol of his prowess. Over the past month, his accomplishments on the battlefield had garnered him increasing recognition. Upon witnessing the youth enveloped in emerald energy join the fray, a nearby ninja operating a chakra-threaded puppet paled, exclaiming, "It's the blind azure dragon of Konoha. Everyone, be cautious." Hearing this, Uchiha Shun swiftly turned and sprinted forth. His muscles tensed with vigor as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. The sand-hidden ninja, who had been shouting, barely caught a glimpse of Uchiha Shun's figure before he felt an excruciating pain, consciousness fading as he was sent soaring into the air. Uchiha Shun's normal combat strength was comparable to that of an average Nin, and with the 8 gates, he could achieve the prowess of an elite Nin. Uchiha Shun's expression darkened ominously. What was this blind azure dragon? He remained oblivious to the significance of the title. In his pursuit to hone his resistance against the genjutsu of the Uchiha clan, he frequently engaged in combat without meeting the gaze of his adversaries. Though victorious in each encounter, he bore the brunt of numerous injuries, leading many to speculate about his severe myopia. In his final moments, he cried out, inadvertently summoning the attention of countless sand shinobi. The witnessing nin from the sand had their pupils constrict. Was that the body flicker technique? This individual was indeed a rare spectacle. Niko Shun trained daily under heavy weights. Upon freeing himself from their constraints, his speed was already formidable, further augmented by the might of the 8 gates. Yet, this did not elevate him to the level of the body flicker technique. In a moment of instinctive fear, the ninja hurled several shurikens. Whoosh, whoosh. Niko Shun, with the grace of a soaring swallow, darted forward, deftly tilting his head to evade the speeding shurikens. He then leapt, delivering a powerful kick that transformed the nin before him into mere grains of sand. The sand clone. His pupil shifted, without hesitation. He pivoted and delivered a punch to the ground. Crack. From the fissured earth, a sand shinobi, adorned with a nin forehead protector, emerged. A sand disguise. As this figure revealed itself, Niko Shun unleashed another punch, this time aimed squarely at the ninja's temple. Boom. The sheer force erupted, and in that instant, Niko Shun activated the second gate, obliterating the opponent's head. Indeed, in a display of unrestrained power, an ordinary nin could not withstand the might of his second gate. Witnessing his comrade's head shattered like a watermelon, another sand ninja's expression shifted drastically, rage igniting within him as he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Confronted by the ferocious gusts, akin to razor-sharp blades, Niko Shun executed a swift slide, evading the attack. Slicing. A wound opened on his back, blood gushing forth. Yet, Niko Shun seemed impervious to the pain. He turned, raising his hand, and released a flurry of shurikens. Simultaneously, his body transformed into a green whirlwind, racing forth. So swift. The nin who had just unleashed a C-rank ninjutsu instinctively retreated, only to find Niko Shun appearing before him in an instant. Yui began, raising his enormous scythe, but before he could swing it, Niko Shun executed a spinning kick that struck his wrist. Leaf rising wind. Crack. A sharp pain coursed through his wrist, sending the scythe soaring into the air. Thud. Niko Shun seized the scythe midair, holding it aloft between his hands. Amidst the terrified gazes of the surrounding ninjas, Niko Shun's eyes glinted with sharp intensity, his arms tensed, veins bulging as he brought the weapon down with a diagonal strike. Crack. Blood sprayed forth as the black blade sliced into the shoulder of the man before him, emerging from his abdomen, cleaving the body in twain. In the battlefield, there was no mercy. Boom. The two halves of the body fell to the ground, and silence enveloped the area. Awestruck, the other adversary stood frozen, overwhelmed by the prowess of this young warrior. Niko Shun wiped the blood mist from his face, his gaze sharp as he aimed for the next target. The strategies for confronting weaker foes were momentarily cast aside. It was time for battle. As he stepped onto the battlefield, Niko Shun swiftly eliminated 3 enemy ninjas upon landing. At that moment, the fervor within him ignited. The fight had only just commenced. The previously stalemated confrontation grew increasingly intense as both sides introduced their respective variables. On the other side, Shazwa observed the newly arrived elite ninjas from Konoha ensnared by his comrades' puppet techniques, engaged in relentless combat. He smirked coldly. Only 6 elite ninjas. We have several more elite forces on our side. Let us see how you cope. Instead of rushing to aid his teammates, he stealthily infiltrated the fray of lower-ranking ninjas. His gaze was chilling, his eyes crimson. All of Konoha's chunin must perish. Once I eliminate the chunin, I shall return to obliterate you 6 elite ninjas. As an elite ninja, he moved among the chunin like a wolf among sheep. Extending his hands, he unleashed several shuriken, each tethered to chakra threads. Puppet technique. Manipulated blades. Whoosh. Despite their seemingly innocuous precision and force, the shuriken struck true, finding their marks in the vital spots of the battling chunin. Splat. Blood sprayed forth. In an instant, several fell beneath his shuriken. He licked his lips, still unsatisfied. Witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, the surrounding Konoha ninjas began to retreat. Shazwa smirked coldly, with a flick of the chakra threads. The manipulated blade shot forth once more. He advanced leisurely. Wherever he passed, numerous lower-ranking ninjas fell lifelessly to the ground. Soon, however, he found himself momentarily stunned, his attention drawn to a green figure darting across the battlefield. Crack! He effortlessly snapped the neck of a Konoha chunin. Shazwa licked his lips, his gaze fixated on the figure emanating vibrant green energy. Is that Konoha's prodigious ninja, the Azure Dragon? It seems. I've caught a big fish. Killing him would surely be as impactful as slaying an elite ninja. At that moment, Niko Shun suddenly turned his head, fixing his gaze directly upon Shazwa, noticing the bloodstains on his vest and the menacing aura he exuded. A Chunin? Sensing the formidable presence emanating from Shazwa, Niko Shun charged toward him without hesitation. Just as I hoped, Shazwa grinned wickedly, raising his massive fan. Niko Shun transformed into a blur. Wielding a gigantic scythe, clang, sparks flew. The ground trembled. Niko Shun was sent hurtling backward, his scythe soaring high before crashing to the ground. Kneeling, his expression shifted drastically as he rotated his wrist several times. Is this a Chunin? Meanwhile, Shazwa quietly switched his grip on the steel fan. A similar question brewing in his mind. The power of this young demon seems excessively formidable. Is it truly the case that an ordinary upper ninja possesses such terrifying strength? Niko Shun immediately rolled over and sprang to his feet. He discerned that, despite the opponent donning merely a nin vest, their strength was exceedingly fearsome. Merely opening 2 of the 8 gates was insufficient. His gaze sharpened. Boom. An immense aura erupted from his entire being, layers of green energy bursting forth. The 4th gate of the 8 gates, the gate of wounding, was opened. Since departing from the land of water, his strength had notably increased, although he had yet to breach the 5th gate. His full power now undeniably reached the combat prowess of an upper ninja. In terms of close combat, he undoubtedly surpassed the typical upper ninja by a significant margin. However, due to his unfamiliarity with ninjutsu, his agility was considerably lacking. As Niko Shun's magnificent presence enveloped the area, the ninja named Shazwa felt his pupils constrict. Such an overwhelming aura. Was this the 8 gates, the 5th gate, or perhaps the 6th gate? Over the past month, Niko Shun's reputation had soared. As a newly risen nin, he had decisively defeated the seasoned upper ninjas of Sunagakure, which undoubtedly drew the attention of the Sunagakure ninjas. Yet, Niko Shun showed no inclination to respond to Shazwa's inquiries. Instead, his body, empowered by the 8 gates, transformed into a mere phantom, appearing before his adversary. Whoosh. Upon witnessing Niko Shun's figure, Shazwa's expression shifted drastically. The already terrifying speed of his opponent had surged further. He found himself bereft of any opportunity to employ ninjutsu. Consequently, with a cold glare, he lifted his head and hurled his steel fan. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated across the battlefield as the man's body was propelled away by Niko Shun's punch, who promptly pursued him. Yet, before he could close the distance, he saw the man raise a hand, sending a chill coursing down Niko Shun's spine. Thud. He forcefully dug his feet into the ground, halting his momentum. Before him, a tide of black sand swiftly enveloped the area, resembling a floating fog. Was this magnet release? Niko Shun felt an ominous premonition wash over him. He instinctively reached out toward the area shrouded in black sand, only to feel a sharp sting in his palm. In an instant, his fingers turned entirely black. Poison. His expression darkened as he immediately called out. All Konoha ninjas, disperse. Niko Shun's earlier performance had been remarkably commendable, earning him the trust of many nin and genin from Konoha, who promptly scattered at his command. However, as Niko Shun opened his mouth, Shazwa wore a cold smile. It was already too late. In Shazwa's hand appeared a fan. As he swung it with great speed, the black sand was whipped into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. This was dire. The number of nearby Konoha nin was substantial, and the toxic sand had the potential to lead to their defeat. Gritting his teeth, Niko Shun summoned all his strength. The 4th gate burst open in an instant. His power surged, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of countless ninjas behind him, he raised his arms and charged into the black sand, using his body to shield against the oncoming storm of sand and wind. However, his physique was limited. Despite this, he could not block all the black sand behind him. The ninjas who failed to retreat in time displayed expressions of agony, losing their ability to move and collapsing to the ground. As the wind and sand swept through, the exposed skin of his body erupted in intense pain, swiftly turning dark and bruised. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and endured, his crimson eyes fixed on the man in the distance. The iron sand could potentially affect his own comrades. He must possess the antidote. Eliminating him was of utmost priority. The little fool sought his own demise. Suna Sasori grinned menacingly and then vigorously waved his fan. Wind release. Great sickle weasel. A fierce gust of wind surged forth as Suna Sasori infused his chakra, conjuring countless gales that attacked like blades. Meanwhile, Niko Shun tore through the sleeves of his attire, his dark arms shielding his front. Blood splattered. His feet spun like a whirlwind, breaking through the relentless wind and sand, finally reaching Suna Sasori. Faced with the successfully approaching Niko Shun, Suna Sasori merely smiled coldly. The disparity in their ninja prowess could not be bridged merely by willpower. The iron sand was laced with paralyzing poison, and being struck head-on by such a multitude of iron sand was lethal. He also had a basic understanding of the 8 gates. Aware that Niko Shun's state could not last long. I wonder how much strength you still possess. Niko Shun, drenched in dark blood, extended his hands and leaped forward with haste. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. Soon as Sasori's pupils constricted, seeking death, he raised his steel fan high. Crack! Niko Shun's foot twisted abruptly, successfully striking the fan in Suna Sasori's grip. Leaf, rising wind. Whoosh! Bang! With such terrifying force, Suna Sasori felt as though he had endured the blow of a giant elephant, his hand twisting with a sharp crack. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. How could this be? Niko Shun's strength showed no signs of waning. Instead, it seemed to have intensified. Unbeknownst to Suna Sasori, the terrifying truth that awaited him upon Niko Shun's approach.